nigga up too strong. I'm gon' move on.
Swagger on diamonds just Sakasha trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I've been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in Jug. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Rest in peace, my nigga Lil E, man.
At the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G, always be the same me. While I'm silent, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on, man? Jalen, salute, man. Mir, EZ, what's going on, man? Eli Zachary, man. Pagan Tyson, what's going on, man? Big Tank, Rob Brown, Big Cletus. Chain with the ice, man. Salute to you, my player partner, man. Salute, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. Rob G, what's going on? Boxing True CERN, what's going on, man? Listen, man. We here, man. We here. Phantom Brawler, salute to you, my brother. Yeah, man. So yeah, man. We're gonna talk about The Wire tonight. We're gonna talk about We'll try to talk about a few people, man. Appreciate you for the love, man, and support, man. Appreciate you. All right, man. So we on. So if y'all want to join the panel, of course we're gonna put the link in the chat. What up, Cam?
Dog, what it is, man?
Yeah, I told you, man. Yeah.
What up?
So we was supposed to talk about The Wire and shit. What's going on, man? Mexican supremacists, man. What's going on? Damn thing in the chat real quick. So who's your favorite character on The Wire? Y'all let me know who your favorite character was on The Wire. Give me your favorite young character and then your favorite older character.
Marlo. I like Marlo. I like Michael. I like Avon. Avon was probably my first favorite character for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Avon Barksdale for sure. Who else? What was one brother name? Damn. That used to be. She was with the girl. It was a girl and the dude that was putting everybody in the houses.
Snoopy, but you talking about the other dude though?
Yeah. The one they rode together.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I liked what was
the Great. That's my listen. Who else bro, you only got 2, man. You done already said 10, Kim.
Only get 2?
Yeah, for right now, shit.
Okay.
Listen. One older guy, like one older G, like so Avon Barksdale, Stringer Bell.
Okay, I'm going with Avon, and Marlo. 2 favorite.
Okay. All right. So I'm going Stringer Bell, and then I'm going Bodie.
Wasn't Bodie snitching though?
What you mean, man? He ain't snitch.
Which one was Bodie? I know about a dead body. Was that him? No. Bodie was the one light skinned bro.
They thought he snitched, but he didn't.
That killed. He killed Michael B. Jordan character.
Yeah.
Kyle was about to start his show. I put the link out there in the chat. Like, we got a private chat up here, guys.
Tech, what's going on, man? Yeah, that nail gun, crazy. How she broke that shit down to a science. Yeah, he killed Wallace, man.
Yeah, Wallace. Who killed Wallace?
Bodie. Bodie had to kill him. Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, listen, The Wire. Hey, everybody should be on this panel, man, talking about The Wire, bro. The Wire that's my shit. I'm about to watch that shit again. Stringer Bell, bro, listen, if Avon Barksdale would have just let Stringer Bell do what he needed to do, bro, everybody could have got out the game.
They wasn't trying to get out the game, though.
Nigga, he was.
You said everybody, though. He was the only one trying to get out.
Yeah, everything was big. Cletus, what's going on, man? Yeah, they didn't even give a nigga a chance to even snitch. They killed the nigga way before that. Marlo was a beast though, bro. Marlo Stansfield was a beast. All right. Who's your favorite cop on the show?
Man.
Yo, my bad, Kyle. I fell off, man. What's good, man? What's
black bro that said shit?
That he wasn't a cop, fool. Hey, what's going on, with my guy Cletus, man?
He wasn't a cop?
Nah, nigga, he was like an ottoman or something.
What?
See, mine was McNulty's partner when he said you always giving a fuck when it's your time to. Man, shit.
Yeah, that's black bro.
Yeah, nigga, that nigga that say shit. You talking about he like shit?
Yeah.
Nah, nigga, that's like he like an ottoman or something. He like a councilman or something.
Oh yeah. He was, huh?
Yeah, man.
Nah, that was a buddy. He was drinking the beers with. He threw it up on the He threw it up on top of the.
I'm telling you, he didn't say the shit part.
Okay. I ain't rewatched that
Hey,
shit.
watch it. I'm telling you. What's up, Big Hank?
Yo, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, man. Hey, them women are fucking delusional over there, bro.
Hey, man.
What's happening, man?
There was a common denominator with all of them, and I know you peeped that out. Something we could
That's what it was.
break down offline and explain that. But it's crazy because Tariq Nasheed goes in on that sometimes. So it's ironic, but that's why
it's crazy. Hey,
it's crazy. Whatever. Anyways, I didn't get to hear something was wrong with my audio, so I didn't get to hear what y'all was talking about. I heard something about Avon and Stringer Bell, and I couldn't hear nothing else after that.
All right, so listen.
So I had to jump out and jump back in.
Okay, give us your favorite old character and your favorite young character.
Favorite old character and favorite young character. On season any season?
Nah, just your favorite.
Or season one? Oh, okay.
Oh, Mir. Damn, you right. He was a soldier.
Favorite young character.
Join the panel. So out of Mike and all them dudes.
Yeah, my favorite young character would probably be. Ooh, that one's tough. Because that's why I asked you. It depends on what season. Because
it don't matter what season. I'm going.
Okay, in season one, my favorite young character is Bodie.
Yeah, but he count though. He count all.
Because he grown by in later after that. So, favorite old character.
When I say old character, I'm like older character.
Older character.
Shout out to my dog Reggie Owens, man. What's going on, Reg?
That's a good one. Probably somewhere between.
Drop off.
It's probably between Daniels, Lieutenant Commissioner Daniels, Lieutenant Daniels, whatever. Depending on what season you watch.
Damn it, Tank. So
What?
we talking about the hood niggas, and then the next one was gonna be the cop. But you didn't get you was off when I said it.
Yeah. So I just heard young and old. My bad.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good.
I say young Bodie. A young Bodie Broaddus was my favorite young character, and older characters would be, and we the street, right? Street characters.
Yeah.
Ooh, man.
Yeah, that Born Ass season was when they was on the dock. That was the weakest season.
I don't know. I like season 2. Season 2 is a very important season. I'll say it's between Avon and Stringer. Probably they're the older. I'm trying to think of any somebody else in the streets that was older.
Shout out to Kool-Aid Man.
I don't really like Butchie.
Straight in shape Street Fighter. Salute to y'all boys, man. Appreciate y'all coming through. AKA D1.
Probably the B&B Enterprises.
So with Avon,
Bell and Barksdale, since they linked themselves up with B and B, I'm gonna go with B&B. Be my older characters.
Okay. Favorite cop character.
My favorite cop character is between Cedric Daniels, and Lester Freeman.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of his name. I think you probably talking about someone. Remember the one that was like McNulty? You always giving a fuck with it ain't your time to.
Oh yeah. That would be my third. It's between those three. Yeah, Bunk Moreland.
Yeah.
Bunk Daniels. I'll probably rate it like this. So I had to do a rating. I say Daniels, Bunk, Lester are like in a 3-way tie for that, because they all bring different things to the table. Because Lester's an investigator, Bunk was the same thing but in homicide, and then Daniels was like ended up being a good boss. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Jay Dixon, what's going on, man? Big DJ, what's happening? Yes, sir.
Lester was like hella smart. Lester was hella smart.
Yeah, he was. I like the captain. The one that ended up leaving and going to the school.
Ended up leaving and going to the school?
Yeah, remember he ended up leaving and then working with the school.
You said the captain? No captain. You talking about Fred Beluski?
Nah, the black dude.
The captain that ended up leaving and going to the school.
Yeah, he was working
black
with
dude.
He was with Weebay's son.
Oh, you talking about Major Coven? Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot about Coven. Yeah. My bad.
Yeah,
when you say cop, okay. Ooh, yeah, bro. God damn, it's like a 4-way. See, that's what I'm saying. Though you can't. It's hard with just like 1 or 2 characters on the show because of that reason. Like I almost damn near forgot about. I was like, I went to the school, but yeah, Bunny Coven.
You know, I gotta make
He's
sure.
up there too. What's
going on? Highly anticipated. You know, I gotta make shit hard around here, man.
Yeah, Bunny Coven. Those guys, man. Those are my favorite cops on the show. I think I'll put Bunny over Lester and Bunt. I don't know, because he came in season 2, didn't have much of a role or screen time in season 2, and then he had a little bit more in season 3 and some other season. But
what's the dude? He used to be with the white boy, man. That was on Power.
Power.
It was he was cousin Vinny or something like that, some shit. But they was partners, and then
Oh, Hurt and Carver. Oh man, yeah. Hurt
yeah,
is probably. I thought he was going. I was waiting for most hated characters.
okay.
Hurt. Yeah. Cause yeah, that's right. He was on Power, huh?
Yeah.
Caught a shiv in the neck. My bad. Spoiler alert.
I think
Talking.
Method Man was the character I hated the most, bro. He set up my nigga Proposition Joe like that, man.
Yeah, him and Proposition Joe was two of my hated characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, Prop was a slime ball, a slimy slime ball.
Oh man.
Remember when you introduce him, he's doing slimy, grimy shit, and then but they was both doing shit in that basketball game. You know what I mean? Because they was trying to play him, but he had already planned on playing them in the second half. But he upped the wager. They wasn't trying to up no wager. He was trying to get more money, and then he helped put that hit out on Big A, working with the thief. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that. So the thief, I don't like that. I don't like that person.
YV.
I don't like a lot of them. Like that whole stick up crew. I don't like none of them cats.
Yeah, man. I liked how Omar had the whole shit. Niggas got to running when Omar came through.
They didn't though.
Oh.
That's a narrative that people go with, but he had kids running. The people that was on his level, they had him on the run. They was looking for him. They had him in hiding, and a narrative for whatever reason, because they started putting that in the background. Omar coming. That was really when he was going around kids for the most part of it, or the young dealers. But the people that was on his level, like Chris and Snoop, Weebay, Bird, Stinkum, Slim Charles, and these guys, they wasn't scared of him. They wasn't running from him. They was looking for him most of the time, and he's the one hiding in the shadows while calling people out. That's why he's one of my the characters I don't like. You know what I mean? I like his discipline. I like the times that he was disciplined or how patient he was. But outside of that, man, was a 100% fraud.
Yeah, they ain't had to do my nigga Stringer Bell like that, man.
They have to do who?
They had to do my dog Stringer Bell like that, man.
Man, that's on Avon. Well, you know what? Damn, I'm gonna be over here giving the spoilers all up. My bad.
This shit 30 years old, man. If y'all ain't watched it by now, man, fuck y'all.
I'm gonna tell you like this. Avon and him could have played, I blame that on the plot. You know what I mean? On the plot, on the writers, but they could have played that out differently for both their characters. You know what I'm saying? They could have did what they was doing, and then gave each other a warning. You know what I mean? Like, hey, look, I did tell dude where you was gonna be at, but I'm gonna send you some extra muscle, and then light their ass up, because if anybody questioned why they got lit up, then we already at war. So, you know what I mean? And then for the other part, you know what I mean? Be like, hey, I gave them your position where you was gonna be at with all them weapons, but I'm gonna let you know, don't go. You know what I mean? To remind you that damn, it's other shit on the line, because at the end of the day, who was right? Who was more right between Avon and Stringer at the end of the day? According to Avon. Huh?
SF City Slicker, salute, man. D-Rex, salute to you, my brother.
According to Avon, because after you, like you said, they didn't have to do him like that. But after he got done, Avon was like, damn, Stringer was right about all this shit. See?
Man, Stringer Bell was a beast, man. Stringer Bell was a beast. Me and my homeboy themselves that before the breakup. But see, the thing is, though, he never listened. Stringer Bell was trying to tell this dude stuff plenty of times.
Come on, Avon?
Yeah.
Yeah, he listened late, right?
Avon Barksdale, man. Straight cat.
He listened late. Every time, like even going back to the beginning, the first season when he was dealing with the thief. He was like, yo, let's wait. the stuff was getting too personal, it's getting out of hand. I said we wait, uh, play him out of play him out these corners he's hiding in, out these shadows. When he come raise his head up, we bang on the dude. Nah, man, what people gonna say when he running around with my money? Man, calm your ass down. You worry about the wrong shit. You know what I mean? Play the long game. You worried about the short game. And you're like, nah, But then after he almost got popped because of Slime Ball Joe. That's why I don't fuck with Prop Joe. But after Slime Ball Joe tried to put the hit out on him, or agreed to put the hit out on him, then he wanted to tell String, oh, you was right about your advice. You know what I mean? We should have waited. You know what I mean? And the same thing with the situation, like you said, the way String ended up getting done, he's like, oh man, Stringer was right about all this shit, man. Fuck these corners, fuck Marlo. Yeah, nigga, but you late. Yeah, man, go to Prop Joe and see what he can do with getting in that good dope, that good connect. Well, Stringer was telling you that for weeks. So he always came around, but it was like a little bit too late.
Yeah, man, Sugar Bro is a beast, man. When he fucked around and got that damn funeral home, I said, he a beast. That funeral home was special, cuz. And motherfucker Avon.
They own that already though. That wasn't just him. Because I look at it like this. They, to me, the way I looked at their characters, and that's why I put them, I didn't separate them. I said B and B, is because they go together. Like they complement each other. It's like a balance. So like a perfect balance. Whenever they were on the same page, I didn't think nobody could fuck with them. But the writers started doing other stuff with the characters and giving them, they did some weird stuff that I'm gonna point out on my channel if I can ever get people to watch it. I'm gonna have to just, you know what I mean, go to the bag and grab one of the broskies.
Now, Cam know how to shit.
Your mic going in and out, Kyle.
I said Cam know how to share some shit now. We got the homie Mark Nash sliding through here, man.
I'm already over there. Hey, all right, Asia. Yeah. What's
up, Mark Nash in the building? What it do, King?
Peace to y'all, man. How y'all feel, man?
We're gonna switch gears. We're gonna switch back. So Mark Nash, he did a show today. We was talking about Kevin Samuels, and I told him before the show even got cooking. I said these women are delusional, and they have their expectations are just unrealistic expectations. And he's seen for himself the conversations that Kevin Samuels has with these women every day. Bruh. So go ahead, man. Talk a little bit about the show real quick, man, and then we'll talk.
Well, thank you again for pulling up. Shout out to Tank. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to all the beautiful sisters from Africa who pulled up, man. Somebody said Mark Nash had African Women Wednesday today. But they came through and the sisters represent. They brought the smoke. And they had some very good questions, very good content. Shout out to Marlene. She came over. I think her last name. I always just say Marlene because I don't want to mess up her name, especially I know it's a name. It's her African name, so it sounds like, so I don't want to mess it up and disrespect her culture. But we had her on the show, Sister Marlene, and she came through, represented, shared her audience with us. And this was something we had started planning yesterday or last night going into this morning. And she had some takes on Kevin Samuels. She was on his live. She was one of the people that came on his live. I don't think he really even gave her that much time to speak. And he cut her off, and it was pretty much over.
Did you watch it? Did you watch the live?
I heard her do the reenactment.
Dog, she was so disrespectful. I knew that was her.
You found it. You found the clip of her.
I was watching it live on Instagram, bro.
Is it on YouTube now?
I think it's just on. Matter of fact, hey Cam, go to Kevin Samuels' Instagram and stream this bad boy real quick. Yeah, dog, she was hella rude, bro.
Yeah, so that's how we came up. I heard her speaking yesterday, and I came up with the idea. Basically, I wanted to know, why do women hate Kevin Samuels but still go on the show? And I heard people say low self-esteem, this, that, and the third. This was on her panel because I asked that. Pretty much what Tank had asked Sister Rebecca G on my show. Why do you watch it? If you think he's annoying, you say you've been watching it for a long time. And some of her audience had even said the same thing. Like, okay, if these women have so low self-esteem and they're going on the show, what does it say about the people like you who went up there, or the people who watch it all the time? And because it's a lot of women, they sign up for that shit. You know what I'm saying? Whether you like his delivery or not, you signed up for it. So, yeah, it is what it is. She did seem to take umbrage with the fact, like, he cuts people off, be cutting people off, even if it is your show. And you saw how that went over there with me tonight.
Listen, my brothers, what I'm showing y'all? My fault to interrupt.
Go ahead, my G.
I'm right here. What y'all want to see?
So go to the long video. It's
Bro, you got a producer? Cam is the producer over here pulling up the clip. I need a producer.
He been the producer, man.
Nash, I got you, man. I got you.
Oh, chill, champ, chill, man, chill.
Man, I can work multiple avenues, man.
I just fucking with you, man.
Look at Kyle.
Is it y'all want the video of him talking to a baby girl, or y'all what I'm looking for?
Shit. Let me see. Hold on. Let me look my damn.
I gotta log in too. Hold on, bro. It's bad. Let me see. I don't even know about login because it.
Why he pulling that up, Tank? Let me ask you. How much of the live did you see? Did you see where things kind of went left when we had the sister on the show earlier?
Yeah, I was in there the entire time.
What do you think might have made it go left, in your opinion?
The unwillingness to hear the black man out that had an opinion or a perspective that she didn't share.
Yeah, I caught that.
The lack of discipline, specifically in regards to reciprocating the energy of the people who allowed her to speak and have her time to speak, which was very generous on your part. You were extraordinarily generous with the time that you allowed her to speak when she did speak, and all the brothers on the panel were granting her time to speak, and then when it came time to respond, they got a sentence in or two sentences in, if they were lucky, and then it was a wrap. You know what I mean? She's in there. Well, that's misinformation. That's that's not true. Or what do you mean by that? What do you mean by this? Not giving people a time to elaborate on on a particular thing that they said, and it kind of just went left from there. There were times where she did show discipline. There was times where she did. It seemed like, anyway. I don't know if her mic was muted at the time, but there was times where she did let people talk. But it didn't last that long. As soon as she heard something that was outside of her perspective, she definitely didn't let the fact that they were talking stop her from talking while they were talking.
Another thing I noticed, even when she wasn't talking, it was times where you can see she was just so frustrated. You'll just see her like this, rocking back and forth, almost like she couldn't contain herself. Like she was. Did y'all notice that she'll be rocking back and forth, or if she had to listen to somebody talk, she would be like, look, you know what I'm saying? It was just like the frustration. Like I can see it building, but I did not think it would come to a head like that. And like I said, with the Kobe thing, y'all tell me if I'm wrong on that, because I think I was 1,000% right on that. The man is deceased.
Nash, you see how
your reply shouldn't be so.
My brother.
You see how fast I was like, no, you can't do that. Remember I said that? I said, let me.
Kyle bounced up out of there after a while. He was like, oh no, I couldn't do it. And then, but Mark did his best to be very, and I'm gonna say this just because I'm not saying this because you my brother, but I'm just saying this because you showed a lot of discipline and as a man, as a black man too, but just as a man in general, the respect that you showed, you went above and beyond, and Mark, he did his best to be assertive, you know what I mean, and defend his position. That's what he was saying, and he still was getting cut off. You know what I mean? He did everything but say, "Shut up." You know what I mean? Not saying that he should have done that. I was putting in the chat, just mute her. I know you don't like to do that, and you don't do it often, but this may be one of those times where you have to mute. And I know you checked the Cash App and you seen I sent that to you. I said they go 5 on the mute button.
No, I didn't. I caught that late. But yeah,
they go 5 on the mute button. You know what I'm
but
saying?
you wasn't alone. I did get that. Brother Reggie is definitely. She couldn't be on Reggie's panel.
Oh no.
No, Reggie.
Marlene, let him talk. Marlene, let him talk. That's all we've been hearing for like 5 minutes. Marlene, let him talk.
You know, like, listen, man. Mark, he was like, listen, man, I fuck with y'all and shit. You know what I'm saying? And shit. You know what I'm saying? But this shit got to stop. You know what I'm saying? This shit right here. Reggie gonna give you like 8
thing on Kobe though. Let me talk, because you asked if your what you were saying about Kobe, because there's 2 aspects of it, right? You had one aspect of it to where you were saying, look, that's his wife. Regardless of what you think or who you think that the man should marry, that's his wife, and he had 3 surviving daughters with this woman. And if he chose to leave
four.
A significant 3 surviving.
No, I think it's. I thought it was. You might be right. I thought he had, because I knew he had 2. I knew he had recently just had 2 little girls, and then yeah, you're right.
So he got 3 surviving daughters with this woman, right? Who was his wife. If he decided to leave a significant amount of money to them, that's his prerogative, that's his business, and that's his duty as a husband and as a father to those kids. My perspective on that is, as far as duty and obligation goes, that's his duty and obligation is to his wife and to his children. Anything after that, I personally think that you should do it. As far as helping your people and your parents and your siblings and things like that. And I don't know what was left to them. And because I didn't know what was left to them, I don't speak on it, because who knows what was left for them? Nobody did. And I saw people putting in the chat, well, to be fair, and these are some of the sisters in the chat was like, to be fair, we don't know what the parents got. To be fair, we don't know what the sisters got. But that doesn't stop people from going on their narrative, because all people know is what people know about what's in public, what gets publicly reported, and that's not fair. You know what I mean? Like his obligation is to his wife. His mother is married to his father, who's still alive. It's his father's job to provide for his own wife. That's not her son's job. You understand what I'm saying? If I want to do something for my mother, that's for me to do. If I believe that I should do something for my mother, that's for me to do. You know what I mean? I believe that I'm supposed to honor both my parents. You notice they kept saying he didn't leave his mom. Last time I checked, his dad was black too. But see, that goes into the other thing where I think where it goes left is sometimes women want black men to be for black women, but they don't really worry about the man. That goes back to that Chris Rock stand-up when he says, all we get is the big piece of chicken. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Big Tank.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. And that shit was clear when I asked her. What's her name? Was it Niecy? I asked her, I said, if the man made $20,000 a year, but he treated you great, right? Would you pick him? She said no, it's about the money. But then gonna say that Kevin Samuels says you can't have love if you're a single mom. It's like, well, you just tell the nigga he can't have love because he broke. I mean, what's the fucking difference? You know what I mean? And then the delusion. You know, and the lack of care. You know what I mean? Like you ask them something and they contradict themselves 4,000 or 5,000 times. I mean, Mark Nash, you a better man than me, because I'm telling you, boy, I don't like to argue with women that ain't my wife. So
Salute to Mark Nash.
I mean, salute to you, brother, because you was very, very nice. And you was a whole lot nicer than you were supposed to be honest with you, because the disrespect for Kobe was just absolutely ridiculous. And
Hey, Kyle, you
Yeah.
know what I was going to say? I was going to say, damn, y'all must have hated Coming to America then. The original Coming to America, that was his whole point. The whole premise was love me for me and not because I'm rich.
Yeah. And what's crazy is this, though, Tank.
Do you think that's like that too? Because they come from, most of them are from African descent.
Kyle, what I say when we first jumped in, I said, did you notice the common denominator, the cultural difference? That's why I asked, where were you from, and things like that. Where's our American born and raised women to give us their perspective? I'm not saying it would be a different perspective, but did you see when who was that had their wife speak?
Metro Star, salute to you, my brother.
Mark Nash. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's the question? You said who was that had their wife speak? I'm trying to
remember.
Oh, yeah, that was Mike. That guy Eclipse.
He had his wife speak. Did you see her position on it versus theirs? That's why I was like, man, where's our American? Not just for, even if it was the same position, I just want to hear him out, because I kept seeing a common theme with the common denominator for the positions that was being held by the women that was there. And I was telling Kyle in the beginning of the show that it reminds me of the stuff that Tariq Nasheed talks about often. The way not just women from that are not quote unquote from the United States, you know what I mean? But the men too have a different kind of disposition when it comes to what it is to be a Black American, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? How we deal with each other. They have a lot of opinions with us and how we do things, and we're wrong and our things like that. But they don't necessarily share the culture that we have based on the fact that they come from a whole different country or a different island or something like that. Does that make sense?
Right. And peep this, man. Like, she's talking about generational wealth, but she even admits herself, hey, she's from another country, and her husband's African American. Some would say, hey, why you not get with an African American girl? You got with a girl from another country. You get what I'm saying? Like, or when she was talking about Tiger Woods' kid, like it was just a bunch of, like, when she got caught on certain things, when she got caught on certain things, it was like without even blinking, she just switched gears, or just that's irrelevant. It don't matter. Like, it does matter. You just cut that man off because you said that's misinformation. You just said Serena Williams married a billionaire. He's not a billionaire. Google it. He's not a billionaire.
Hey,
she got more money than him.
Hey,
Mark cut her with a lightsaber, bro, when he said that Tiger Woods shit.
And then,
he said, is Tiger Woods black?
Right.
How Kobe kids ain't black then?
So right, because how Kobe kids aren't black.
Remember,
and then she said, well, it's about who raised you. And I'm sorry, go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, remember before I left, I said Serena Williams' husband, and then she had nothing to say for that.
Oh no, she did. She said she made up a false information. She said the man was a billionaire, and she married up. And then I called on that, and then she said, well, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
What I'm saying is, he's still white, just like Kobe's wife is Hispanic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what he's saying, Kyle. Her justification was for that was that Kobe married down while Serena Williams married up. So it's okay for her to marry somebody outside of her nationality because she married up. But Kobe Bryant married down.
And why did she marry up to you? Why? Because he's white?
So you because he had money. Remember, it was all about money.
But even once you're called on that, you're wrong about that. He's not a billionaire. She actually has almost three times as much money as him, if not 4 or 5. Like she's in triple-digit millions. He's in 2-digit millions.
And Mark,
you get what I'm saying? As soon as you hit it with it's irrelevant. It is.
And then Mark, What did I tell you when you first started your show? What was my first statement? I gave you everything you needed
You
to know.
said salute to the chat. That was your first statement.
Boom. Where's the Mark Nash drop?
They don't know how to do the drops, bro. I need to send them a pack of my drops. I'm gonna email you a pack of drops, yo.
Man. I love it.
I got a few drops. I got an iPhone, so I can't. It'll never switch over into the phone. But listen, remember I told you. I said if the woman does not agree with Kevin Samuels, they goofy as hell. And Mark Nash, man, I don't agree with that. And then these hoes got on there, goofy as hell. And I told him, I said, man, they goofy. Cause and you ask them 1,000 questions and they don't know shit. Like me and Reg have an argument in the chat because I was telling him she didn't say nothing about him having the smarts. She was talking about his degree. And I said, well, Bill,
exactly.
That motherfucker, he left school. He said, well, shit, y'all can't teach me. I don't need this piece of paper. You know what I'm saying? But she said she needs somebody with a higher degree than her. And and in my mind, I'm like, well, how you know if he got a higher degree, how he gonna get a good job? I mean, the shit just didn't make sense to me. I mean,
but it's the culture too, though. You notice they kept bringing it back to my culture and the way I was raised in my African culture. And I get it. Maybe some of us in America, we are kind of disconnected from our roots and our culture. But the sisters who are here, like you guys got to understand, some of the things that you think sound good, and maybe I don't know. I don't even want to get into that. I don't even want to go there where I was about to go. Go ahead, Kyle.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Hey, can I say on something else that Mark Nash brought up? That was just so perfect and put her in a trick bag she couldn't really deal with is when he said, is Tiger Woods black? She said, yeah, society looks at him and that's a black man. And then he said, well, is Kobe Bryant's daughter's black? And she said, no, because first of all, she said no. She said yes because Tiger Woods, the society will look at him a certain way. So he said, oh, so it's Kobe's kids don't look black enough or something like that. And she said, no, it's not about phenotype. It's not about appearance. Well, he said, no, you just said that. You know what I mean? And then she said, well, Tiger Woods had his father there his entire life, and his father raised him. We see all these pictures and images with his father. And then I put in the chat and I said, but don't you see all these images and pictures with Kobe Bryant and his daughter?
Kids. Thank you, bro.
So why does with Tiger Woods, his dad being black and being around his dad is enough for him to be black, but Kobe Bryant's daughter their dad being black is not enough for him to be black? They got to be around his parents for them to be black.
You want to know why?
Go ahead. I know why, but go ahead.
The lack of accountability, bro. These motherfuckers cannot hold each other accountable for nothing, dude. She did all that shit in the chat, and then all these people in the chat talking about, oh no, she's just passionate. Man, bullshit. And that's the thing too, right? They keep talking about their culture. See, the thing about Africans when they come over here, like the second generation, they want to do the total opposite of what their parents have done. You know what I'm saying? Their parents were super strict on them. They told them to focus on school and finding somebody to be married to and stuff like that. And then they just ran with just the school part. But it's like, then you ask them what you bring to the table, and they ain't got shit. They ain't got a goddamn thing for you.
I got a degree, I make $100,000 a year, but you have no discipline in terms of how you know. And I'm not gonna say like, let me see. I don't want to say this. I ain't gonna say run your mouth. How did the brother put it? Who put it there and said somebody asked a question? Mark, you can put us up on game. But somebody asked a question and said, in your culture, is it common for the women to talk over and disrespect the men?
Sir Senior.
He's
you see how long it took to get there, and how we never got there.
She never would answer. She can't. Well, you're not a man. He was like, whoa, why am I not a man? I'm just asking a question. You said you wouldn't have your mother at your funeral, and she was wrong. That wasn't even him that said that.
That wasn't even him.
That was Mike, right?
And that was another
That was-
time when she was getting caught in these
Right.
gotcha moments that was not planned to be a gotcha moment. Nobody was trying to set her up for that, but it was just she'll just be talking so loosely instead of listening. And it'll just be she'll say something that was kind of that some would say just was utterly ridiculous, and just like even right then she was like, well, you're not a man, and I'm like, what? Damn, man, what did I say? I might have said something like, man, I'm having a brain freeze, but it was just a bunch of those kind of moments, and where she was just saying things like saying things she shouldn't have said. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. She was trying to say he's not from Africa. She never even seen the guy's face. She don't know nothing about him, no nothing. But she was like, you're not from Africa.
She was like, you never been to Africa.
Like, how?
You never been to Africa. You never lived there. You don't know nothing about Africa.
Right, you don't have an accent, my sister. These other girls, maybe Rebecca had a little accent, but I would have never thought the other sister, Patricia, was from the continent. And you just can't go by how somebody look and how they talk. And especially you never met him, don't know him from a brick, and you just saying it was like, why do you have to do that? Why did you do that? What was the point of that? You just want to be that's the part where I'm saying now you are being disrespectful. You're trying to be hurtful to people up here, and you're trying to find fights and arguments. And I think it's to do what she's doing now, like to rev the audience up to do the live afterwards.
Brandon Washington, man.
Oh yeah, they
like
did
almost like you see how I went over there.
now.
I had that because you see them in the chat talking about she handling all of them just by talking over people who are being respectful, calling you ma'am, miss, queen, sis, goddess, all of these things.
That's why I didn't do none of that.
Your reply is you want to hurt them a little bit, and like because to call the brother say he's not African and you don't know. It's like, you don't know anything about the brother though, you know?
Hey, I like
and it's like it's meant to hurt. It's meant to hurt.
Hey, Becca G just can't you can join the panel if you want to. We got enough room for you.
Oh, shucks, I told you she was gonna come follow me here. Hey, let me just say something right quick. Kyle. Hey, Jamal.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Okay, let's highlight Reggie's comment too. The one where he says about the culture. No, not the culture. Now he said the one where he says that they act like Kobe Bryant was going. That Vanessa was going to take the money and give it to her family, but Vanessa mother. Yeah, that one. Okay, go ahead, Asian man, because I want to touch on that real quick.
No, that was a good point, but just on the Kobe thing, and I really don't want to touch on that because no one knows what the financial situation is. For all we know is all the money is going to them children, which still has black blood and a melanated blood in them. So I just closed the door.
They got double melanin skin. They Mexican, bro. No matter what.
Thank you, Kyle. Jesus Christ.
Listen, man, I don't give a damn what these Mexicans say, bro. You ain't nothing but a nigga with a taco. That's
exactly.
Exactly.
So that's that. So I didn't even really want to entertain that point on her at that. But hear me out and let me like I said, I used to say this to the females because it come off strange when I say it with guys, but just allow me to dock my yacht. That's why I was telling her whole position, let me dock my yacht. What the problem is, not us, but the problem is with the males. And she exposed that. Because what she had then got comfortable with is guys that's going to stand and be docile and bend over and accept that. I'm going to give you two prime examples of when she was on Mark's show. When she was on there and she was totally out of line and had already been caught up in multiple contradictions, and she steady wanted to talk over people. And I said, Mark had already muted her mic before. And I said, Mark, you need to mute her mic. She said, no, don't do that. You do that, I'm gone. And then 5 seconds later, she was gone. Like, nigga, I could take my pussy and go. Now, nigga, fuck you. How many simp niggas went over there and followed, chased after that? Raise your hand. Exactly.
Shout out
there was a time when my man was talking and she was like, you talking for free. And I'm like, man, what does that even mean? Like, let the man speak. Like, you're like,
let me tell you this though. This is the thing about it. Mark Nash, I need you, brother, tonight or tomorrow morning. I know it's late as hell out there. You need to go watch this nigga. You need to watch a whole live stream of his in its entirety so you can hear the bullshit that these women be spilling out, bro. Listen, bro. This bro really said that she was on the same level as Beyonce, bro. I was appalled. I'm like, dude, and she meant that shit. And I'm like, dude, are you serious? Dude, she really said that she was on the same level as Beyonce, bro. In the face. I couldn't believe it, bro. I'm telling you. And then they want to say that he wrong. Come on, man.
And you know why she felt like that, Kyle? Because there's probably about 8-9 simp niggas gassing her up to feel that way. That's probably, giving them they McDonald's check.
But what's she supposed to say? What's she supposed to say? I look like Oscar the Grouch. Like, there's nothing wrong with believing in yourself and having self-confidence.
Look like herself.
You know what I'm saying?
You know where you at. You know what you look like. You know what level you on. You know that me, my wife, her male cousin, and his wife. We watched that show together, and we sit up. My wife is like, man, he talks so rough.
Who is this?
And this
Zachary.
He like Capri.
Exhibit. Watch out, my ride. Mr. Fishbone Braids.
Go ahead, play it though, real quick.
Nah. But yeah, me and my wife, we watch the show together, and her male cousin and his wife. We'll sit up and we'll watch the show together when we have our little, movie nights and stuff. And after the movie night, our little talk. Well, the girls have seen also, the women have seen also when they're looking at the show, they're like, man, he talks so rough. Like all that is the issue that most women take with him, and it's only the women that are not shallow minded that can't get it. And most times when you hear the women that come on there, they are very shallow minded when they come on.
Don't leave no wet dishes up there, Miley. You ain't. I say get them bottles. Don't leave them bottles.
Hey yo, just click the remove button from him real quick while he doing that. I don't want to.
Asia Math.
He's fluent. He muted. But
Okay.
yeah, when they shallow minded, they can't see what he really saying. Like he was telling one woman that, hey, men for the most part have built this country, and since men for the most part have built this country, without the men in it, with the jobs that they do, the country really wouldn't go on because y'all wouldn't learn the technology and all the procedures and all of this stuff so fast. That's not to say that what you did in life wasn't important, but that's just to say y'all are the ones that are talking about y'all don't need us. So now when men start to fight back against this whole feminist shit and all of this crazy ass ideology, and a man need to do this and a man need to do that, now y'all mad. See where his content comes from. It's not a bunch of men on his show. It is actually y'all. Men are just sitting back quietly watching, and y'all are the ones feeding and fueling this content because you're trying to argue with what's reality. And my wife would be like, he asked this same woman, "What do you do for a living?" She said she work in the military. He said, "Well, in pretense with what I just said, if you were to lose that position right now, would the military go on without you?" This woman argued for 30 minutes that no, the whole military would stop if she didn't do her job. My wife, damn, that's it right there. Women think if some women think if they don't do it, then the world gonna end. They think the world end and revolve. It's like a woman that's not shallow, it clicking their brain fast what he's saying. Now y'all had this young lady tonight that came over on Mark Nash channel and chose to argue with stuff that y'all was just like common sense. If Tiger Woods is not considered white or Asian as considered black, then so would Kobe's kids be black. But because it was her ideology that it was this way, it had to be that way or no way because the world has spoiled her into an outlook that she's better than anybody else. And this other woman, like you were saying, that would say she was on Beyonce level. It's not to take away from your own conscience. If you say that bitch bad, I gotta step my game up. I ain't really just there, you know. Or if for me to say, brother Sharp right there, he on his motherfucking shit. You know, he got his job rolling, he rolling nice, he got his family together. Shit, he sharp. Shit, I gotta get my shit together here. You know, it's not nothing wrong with that. But you get these females, they want to argue with that the whole time, and they drive the content of Kevin Samuel's show. And like she said tonight, well, you on here and you ain't getting paid. You ain't getting paid to talk. Like she was somebody special because she was a content creator. But in all reality, guess what? They are the ones that drive this man's content. She's sitting up there talking about him right now, giving him free publicity, and it's a walking oxymoron at every thought that she tries to put together. So
Yeah, I
for
don't like
me,
talk.
for me to sit back and be able
My
to
bad.
view after, oh, you good, bro. And when I was talking with other fellows about the show, it's like, man, bro, he be saying some real shit. That should be real. But to sit back and get the view with my wife beyond the aggression, to know that, damn, oh, she got common sense enough to realize this shit. You know, oh, damn, my cousin-in-law's wife got common sense to be able to know this shit. So these fucking females are just crazy. Like as couples, you should be trying to build together, but they still want to say they're detached from family and relationships. They want to say it's all about the woman. It's all about the woman. If you don't give a shit about a man, you ain't gonna never get it, and you ain't gonna never have a man that really give a fuck about you. It's always gonna be a material trophy wife type thing, or you gonna have a dude that just really don't give a shit about you. You gotta do me. When we come back, it is what it is. You know, because you're trying to use somebody. You're not trying to invest your love and your energy into nobody. You're trying to use somebody. Everything is about the dollar. And when this man tells you the difference between a high value man, what you seeking out, and him having options, and him probably using you as a trophy versus a man that you work and build with, you can't even get it. Don't even understand it because your mind is not on the same level. You don't know what it takes to build anything. Like you guys were saying, for generations, a lot of these women have not had men in their home. So they don't know. Their mama was like this, their grandmother was like this. And in return, this is what you get.
Man, boy, you hit the nail right on the head. And this is my thing, bro. Hold on, let me read this. I gotta read this out loud. She just herself and entitled. See, ain't nobody entitled to that bullshit, man. You know what I mean? See, this is what I'm saying. See, women always do this shit. See,
And they
men,
all work.
we gotta be accountable for our actions, right? You know what I'm saying? Women, they get to just run scot free. You know what I mean? The young and dumb shit, man. I mean, hey, Cam, hold on real second.
I agree that she's entitled to her opinion, but she's not entitled to talk over nobody and disrespect or disregard someone else's opinion that is different from her opinion. Okay, you have your opinion based on your understanding and your perspective and what you think, and I have my opinion based on my understanding and what I think. And you know what I mean? Let me say my opinion, and I'll let you say your opinion. But what we're not going to do is try to tell you you're not worthy of this and you're not worthy of that, and you're less than this and you're less than that because you have a different opinion. That's people are not gonna have similar opinions. But my whole thing was this thing that Mark was bringing up and that I was trying to kind of bring up, which was remember I think it was last week when we were doing the TV shows. Kyle, and then they was like, "Oh, you watch this show and that show," and I was like, "I just don't watch these shows. I didn't watch the Atlanta, the Shy, or something else. I think y'all had something about the Valley or something like that." Or
yeah.
And I was like, I'm not a part of the targeted demographic for that. I don't watch it. I got no interest in watch it. I know what it's about, but I have no interest in watching it. You know what I mean? I saw a little bit of the Shy, and I realized, okay, this ain't for me. But I'm not going to keep watching it and then every week tune and be like, did you see what they did this time? Man, that shit, it's so stupid. What kind of storyline is that? What are the writers thinking? Why would the writers write this? Why would the writers write that? but then every week I'm tuning in. Or every time another show pop on, I'm tuning in.
Hey, Big
What do I-
Tank,
that's why I'm like-
hold on 1 second, Big Tank. Hey, man, make sure y'all hit that subscribe button and that like button before y'all dip out. Shout out to CRE. I mean CER.
Sir. His
Sir.
name is Sir. Sir Senior.
Wow.
Okay, Sir Senior. Yeah. Shout out to you, my brother.
Oh yes, sir. Good night, Sir Senior.
Hey,
I want to jump.
so
I want to
Tank,
jump in after brother.
okay, hold on. Tank, finish your point, and then Troy Graham is gonna go, and then after that, we're gonna hear this girl say she looked better than Beyonce. Her and Beyonce look the same on the same level.
Yeah, so that was just my thing is that, you know, I don't if I don't like a particular music, I'm not looking for that person's album to come out next. If I don't like a particular stance on something, I'm not looking to see what they you know, that's why I asked. I said, hey, you've been watching long enough to know what to expect from this person, right? And they say, yeah. Well, this person annoys you, right? Yeah. This person talks disrespectful to the women that come on the show, right? Yeah. Okay. So why is that entertaining to you? If you're gonna every time they come on there, you're gonna have something to say about it. You, not the person I was talking to, but in general, people are the ones who contribute to the views of the people that they dislike. It's the Mayweather effect, right? You don't like Mayweather, but you're so invested in seeing him lose that you're going to tune in. A lot of people, it sounded like to me, was tuning in to the guy's show because they waiting for that one woman to come in and put him in his place. Either that or they just entertain about the way he does what he does to the women that he does it to. You can't have it both ways. You think he's so disrespectful, but you continuously give him the views and then say, why do people have so much how many these views for him? I don't understand that at all.
I do.
Go ahead, Troy.
Negativity always attracts the low-hanging fruit. I just got off this woman's page here, Marlene. Let me tell you what. I need to go and just wash out my spirit, go find something to laugh about. My God, have mercy. My Lord. Let me tell you how bad it is.
What page? What page? Instagram or?
No, her Facebook. I'm not her Facebook, her YouTube.
Bro,
So
don't get that woman no promotion, bro. Don't get that woman no
no.
promotion.
I'm not. I'm just saying, if I was the last, let me finish. If I was the last man on earth and she was the last woman, my hands would be callous as hell. Okay? There's no way I would touch that person, man. You cannot be that hateful and just come on, man. Now, I don't know anything about Kevin Samuels. Like I said on Mark's show, I don't listen to these cats on YouTube. I don't take advice from people. I would never take advice from her. I'd never take advice from him. I'm just not built. I'm just not one of them people. I don't watch reality shows, and that's what they are. There's just YouTube shows that will probably be titled, reality. I don't see any reality in some stranger's opinion because they don't know me personally. So why would I listen to them? I don't give a damn. I go on boxing panels and I debate people sometimes, but I don't give a damn what they say either. That's just how I am. But good Lord have mercy. Somebody need to tell me a joke or something. Lord have mercy.
I'm about to listen, because you say you don't really watch him like that. You are Mark Nash.
I don't watch him at all. I don't watch him at all.
Okay, listen. We're about to play a clip. And I want you to reevaluate how you feel about this man after this clip. Hey, DJ, drop that track. Cam, drop that track, Cam.
Wah, wah, wah.
DJ's fired.
Hold on. I'm pressing the share button. Hold on. Y'all gotta relax. I got tacos in my hand, man. Hold on, here we go. We getting somewhere. Y'all got sound?
You gotta click. No, we don't have no screen neither.
Oh, for real? Hold on.
Yeah, you gotta share the tab. You gotta put it in a separate tab and actually share the tab. And make sure you click audio, share audio in the bottom left corner as well.
All right, excuse me. Hold on. Share.
I got a whole little tutorial about this on my channel. Y'all should check it out.
Hey, Mark, you talking about you talking about you need a a producer, huh?
Like you shared the wrong tab. Yeah, it won't be him, goddamn.
Hey man, it's first day. Hold on. I messed it up.
You sharing the whole screen. You need to come out of there and share just the tab. Come out of there. Click stop. And click stop. And then share your screen again, but this time just share. Open that up in another tab. You got it in the same tab that you're using. That's why you're seeing that infinite loop. So right click, create a new tab, put what you're trying to look for in the new tab, and when you click share on StreamYard, you share the tab, not your current screen.
Okay, I got the tab up already. So then I go back to StreamYard and hit
share.
This tab is using your camera and microphone. Okay, we'll gotta share screen.
I'm about to say, put the link in the private chat and I'll do it. And all you got to do is share the screen then.
Okay.
Come on, guys. Y'all got to keep talking. It's a live show.
Did you hear the joke about this? No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, man. But yeah, man. I was just disappointed at how it turned, man. And I think like a lot of times you can become what you hate the most when you especially if you talk about it all day, every day. Like I did that episode today, but you think how many episodes y'all think y'all gonna hear about your boy Martinez doing Kevin Samuel episodes? Even though it was a success, it was a good episode. I don't want my show to be talking about another show. You get what I'm saying? Like consistently, like to the point where I get it. You see the numbers, people are excited about seeing the numbers spike, and they see that they got more numbers because they're talking about somebody who's trending often. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, Mark,
on YouTube.
That would mean you would be promoting that show and you would be a clout.
You become what you become what you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You'll become that. You see how I did that right there, my man? Go and click that, add that to the stream. Add that to the stream, bro. You see it? See how we did that? And you can click on those things right there and make this all the way big if you want to on the right. Kyle, I don't know if you're gonna get a strike for this or not, but well, I guess you wouldn't because it's on YouTube, on Instagram, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's why I bring it up.
Oh, what's going on back?
Go to like 45, Cam.
Benefit them, and when it's their turn to give back, were you raised with your mother and father? Well, that's the point. So you can't say nobody would have to touch. It's what you want.
This the one?
Yeah, that's it.
When Roberta come down, hey, Destiny, come out some flour, some sugar. Matter of fact, she would have probably just walked in your door because the screen would have been on.
Okay, I believe that.
Can you do that?
Turn it off the screen so we can see, bro.
Anything? 3 doors down?
So yeah, the ones that I
mentioned. No. 3 doors down. You only know them 2 doors down. 3 doors down.
I mean, if counting doors.
No, you can't because they don't know you and you don't know them. See, you don't have a community. You have an apartment.
Okay.
You basically live in a prison. See, you think you're free, young lady. You think you're free, but see, when you were free is when you could walk down the street and not have to worry about being touched, whether it was a blackout, brownout, whether you had lights or not, because they knew Destiny was so-and-so's kid. She could walk from one street to the other, go several blocks over. Kids could actually get on the bike and ride down the street, and nobody would have to touch it. They need dogs, pistols, sticks. They were safe. Okay. You could actually eat food, drink somebody's house. You could even spend the night at your friend's house. You got lots of sleepovers when you were a kid?
With friends that my parents knew.
Exactly. So now the neighborhood, what I just described sounds like a neighborhood in a community. Okay. Where kids is outside playing. When Destiny get outside and go play, and you had to go outside and play with the kids who came in from the summer visiting their cousins, such and so forth, and you played with the neighborhood kids. Did you play with the neighborhood kids in your neighborhood?
When I was younger.
What age did that stop?
Probably playing like high school. Probably.
High school. You stopped playing in high school.
Yeah.
Are you still friends with people you grew up with?
Some yes.
Okay. So, 60 plus years ago, we had neighborhoods, we had communities.
Okay.
You don't have that now. You got an apartment. And effectively, if I just put a glass dome, 2 doors down, 2 houses this way, 2 houses that way, and you didn't know, you'd be in prison because you don't use anything past that. And you call that freedom. Ain't that a bitch?
I mean, I feel like we took a turn.
No, we didn't take a turn. No, it's called checking. You don't understand that you don't have a community. That's why you don't feel like you owe anything, because you're not attached to anything with you. It's what you want.
No, I don't think I'm me. I'm attached.
Who do you volunteer for in this? Who do you volunteer for in your neighborhood? Since you don't know nobody 2 doors this way and 2 doors that way. Who do you volunteer for?
I usually do a lot of volunteer through my job. And
but your job ain't your community.
Well, they are a pathway to my.
No. Your job is it volunteer? Is it required or is it voluntary?
Okay,
is it required or is it voluntary?
Is a job required for voluntary?
No. The work you do, the volunteer work you do. You say you do it through your job, right?
Yeah, most
is
of the time.
Is it required that you do it or is it voluntary?
It's voluntary. You're not.
Okay. See, I thought you actually meant that you, on your own compunction, went out and did this out of the goodness of your heart. There's a difference. I'm not discounting what you're doing. Okay. I'm just saying it's different. See, when Coach Johnson used to teach the Little League, he was actually the head football coach, but then he taught the Little League because he cared about the boys in the neighborhood. He didn't get paid to do that, and his job didn't set it up. He did that in addition to. Okay. So you get credit for volunteering through your company. They know about it though, right? The community where you only know people 2 doors this way. 50 years ago, you'd have been married already. Girl, understanding of what do I owe? I don't really owe.
I do.
You want children. Or in Long Island, to where his wife does not have to work. That a man making $300 volunteer too.
Probably say.
The man is 40 plus years old.
No, I'm not.
So you expect a young man under 40 to make $300,000 a year? I want you to understand this. Mm-hmm. What makes you that special to where you get a man who is an exceptionally high earner at a very young age? Why would he pick you? Why should he pick you?
Because I kind of listed like all of the qualities that I believe that I bring to this.
Ma'am, what you mentioned,
mm-hmm.
Due respect, men who enter this country illegally and stand out front of Home Depot and sell cans get the very same things from their wives.
Okay. But I don't think necessarily that I need someone that's at that level right now. I don't think there's anything.
Well, I asked you if you wanted to work to pay significant bills after you're pregnant with the first child. I asked you. That's the theory.
It's not one or the other, so you both manage the money. Mm-hmm. If I have to place myself against Kelly Rowland, I don't think I'm average.
What makes you to be stay-at-home wives when you're just average? Do you think, is that an insult, calling you, saying that you're average?
I feel like, to each their own.
So, but ma'am, but you laughed when I said when you're average.
Yeah, I don't think I'm average.
What makes you above average?
The things that I bring to I think I'm an attractive woman.
Okay, what would you rank yourself on a scale from 0 to 10? Just your face, you can't use 7.
Can't use 7, right?
Mm-mm.
I heard the Kelly Rowland. I would say if I have to place myself against Kelly Rowland and Beyonce, and you know what? No, I could rate myself an 8 because I think.
So you think you rank up there with Beyonce?
Yes, we are both beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. I would give you. Arguably, I give you a 5, maybe a 6 on a good day.
Okay.
I give you cute. But ma'am, this is not insulting. Okay.
I'm not.
But see, the thing is, this is what the sad part is. So many young women, you overinflate your price. A man who's making $300,000, that's what you want. And you don't think you're average, and you're average because that's what you've attracted in your past. You've had average men.
So what? I mean, but I'm only 25.
But you're an average 25-year-old. You're 5 feet tall, 160 pounds, and you're average looking.
I don't think I'm average looking. I think you think I'm average looking.
Okay, I really don't want to do this with you, but I'm as one person who's the professional image consultant and the person who's not, you're average looking. That's not insulting. There's nothing about you that says, look, there's no way that you be walking down the street in Hollywood or New York City and someone would say, we need to bring her in to model for Ford. We need to get her on the cover of this. She needs to be on the cover. When you talk about pretty, beautiful, or gorgeous, these women are model beautiful. Universally. And today, saying a woman is average is an insult. Saying being with an average, you want to say, well, like,
well, I don't think it's an insult. I think it's just
it's not even a perception, man. It's like, okay, and I'm trying to be as political about this as possible because you're young. Because you're not that quality. You're not well. See, I'm trying to be nice, but I think we should leave this because I'm going to start asking you questions that are going to be uncomfortable. Where have you gotten 8, 9, or 10 outcomes in your life? Where have men who have been rich, wealthy, or powerful who have openly tried to get you to be their primary girlfriend?
I haven't yet. But
exactly, because you're not that quality. You're not on that level.
No, I don't. I think that's what it is. I feel like, and I've watched lives.
No, ma'am. It's you exist. No, listen. You go out of your home. The world sees you, guys. I'm really doing my best, but this is the length of denial with the average woman today. You're seriously rating yourself on the level. You're saying that if tomorrow morning here's 2 phones, and everybody popped up and said, "Here's Beyonce, and here's Destiny."
Mm-hmm.
Which woman would you rank? Are these women equal in looks? And you're saying that the majority of the world would say yes.
Mm-hmm. I think it depends on who's looking at it. Some people will say yes, and some people will say no. But that's with anything.
Kyle, I need you to talk to me, man. Let me know. Gotta unmute your mic. Talk to me. Let me know where you want this at, because
okay,
it's a lot of demand content that you're getting right now.
Okay,
and I don't want you to get no strike.
For sure. Go to
if you're gonna play this much, you gotta
it.
pause it in between it and add some commentary, but just to let it go uninterrupted like this.
Okay.
I don't want to damage your channel.
No, for sure. Just fast forward until you see old girl.
Okay, she's on the same episode.
Yeah. You're gonna see how fast it is, because she was the same way she was treating you is how she was doing him.
Oh, he let this girl rock for a minute.
Yeah. That's why I was telling you, man, these women crazy, man.
Look at her face.
Yeah, man. After he sees, this her right there. Go to.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Go ahead, dude.
What'd you say, Kyle? After this, what?
Huh?
You said after this, what, bro?
After this, we're gonna go back to The Wire.
Right.
After we see this girl, we'll go back to The Wire.
Hit her up on getting the DMs. Careful on these DMs, man. Hello. How are you? I can barely hear you. Let me turn off the. Say something. I can't hear your audio right now. Okay, go ahead. So I'm going to talk to the audience while you look for that. I'm going to talk to the audience while you look. Go ahead. So let me see.
Yeah, bro. But these women, she really thought that she looked better than
All
Beyonce.
right.
That she was on the same level as
Can you hear
Beyonce.
me?
All right, go ahead. We're going. All right,
Okay.
here.
Hey, Kevin.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Oh,
Okay.
you can mute myself. Okay, good.
Uh-oh.
So, what's your first name? How old are you?
Marlene.
Arlene?
36. Marlene.
All right. So, the question I'm asking, Marlene, is
Mm-hmm.
what do women owe their community?
Okay. I think it's a great question because a lot of times, Kevin, you talk about women need to be submissive, women have to be cooperative,
No
women
answer
have to
yet.
get helpmate, the women have to do all these things, right?
Mm.
And to be quite honest with you,
Keep
so
listening
let
to
me
this.
just start off by kind of
Look at
give
this
you
shit.
a little bit of my
I noticed
background.
that too.
Okay. I'm originally from the Ivory Coast. I'm West African. I've been in the US since like 1996. Okay. And when I lived, my first language is French. So when I lived back in Africa and living also here in the States, right? One thing I have noticed, and I'm being very, very honest and very forthcoming, right, is that I do feel that African American women definitely do a lot for their community. And they have constantly done a lot for their community. And it's true that sometimes they can be a bit combative, they can be very defensive, that they cannot smile and all these different things, right? But they've done a lot for their community.
Didn't
And
answer.
what you constantly, hold on,
Still
I'm
haven't
coming, I'm
answered the
coming.
question.
And what you constantly notice,
Hold on.
including yourself, Kevin.
Hold on. You can't overtalk me now.
I'm not over talking you, Kevin.
Well, when
I'm trying to finish my point.
Well, ma'am, I let you go, but I'm not gonna let you just monologue when you say stuff.
It's not a monologue, Kevin.
Okay,
It's
see, this
not.
that's not gonna.
Oh.
Rebecca.
So we only
Rebecca,
talk according to
stop,
your terms,
stop.
right? Because it's
but
important to
it's
let.
my show, and see, this is what's gonna stop. See,
Oh,
I let you
okay.
have a long time. See, this.
It's not even a long
See,
time.
gentlemen, we're not okay.
I bet she not married.
Okay.
No, she is. She
I
married
waited for
to
you
a
to get your
nigga.
microphone.
I want to see
I
him.
went through all of that.
Me
Did
too.
she put him on the phone? I want to meet him.
Hold on,
I
hold
want to
on,
talk to
Do
him.
you
I
think
can't hear.
that's a long time?
I can't hear her. See if she finally answered the question.
She not gonna answer, bro. But go ahead, push play.
She not gonna answer.
Hold on. Yo, that's crazy. My man said, I think she capping about the marriage. That was funny.
A little bit of my background, okay? I'm originally from the
Let me
Ivory
fast
Coast.
forward a little bit.
I'm West African.
Like, why do we have
I've
to go
been
there?
because, and it's true.
Why
that
did she let it be
sometimes-
known that she was West African?
She said, I'm gonna give you a little bit about my background. She didn't even answer the question
Why?
yet, but I don't know. Let's hear this part.
Right? Is that I do feel that African American women definitely do a lot for their community.
Okay, so she did answer the question there. Fair, true enough. She did answer there, and she could have passed the mic back to
That's
him.
not
But
an
she,
answer. That's not wasn't his question though. He didn't say
That
if
wasn't
they
a
do a lot for
question.
their community.
Yeah, right.
He said, what do he asked a specific question on what do you owe for your community? What do women owe to the community? He didn't say do they do a lot or a little.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Right.
That's fair.
And they have constantly done a lot for their community. And it's true that sometimes they can be a bit combative, they can be very defensive, that
That's
they
not the
cannot
answer.
smile and
He
all
did
these
the same thing
different
on your
things,
show.
right? But
That's
they've
not
done
what
a
he-
lot
yeah.
for their community.
Okay.
And what you
Hold
constantly,
on.
hold on, I'm coming. And what you constantly notice,
Hold on.
including yourself, Kevin.
Hold on. You can't overtalk me now.
I'm not over talking.
See, this already a bad
Okay,
faith
now right
argument.
there-
She's rolling her eyes, and this is already a bad. She already started off in a bad faith argument, and then she gave him once he tried to correct her and slow her down. She gave him the little ha ha, like she don't take it serious, like ha. I just want to say this. I had to chime in. I'm sorry, y'all, but I had to chime in on this because I watched Kevin Samuels, and
Hold on.
I think that I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna get all into it. But look, somebody in the chat said she's not being rude. Rebecca
Gotta stop.
listen what right there. Now the host is talking. This is his show. You're his guest, but even still, you're his guest. Now right there, he said, "Okay, you're not gonna overtalk me." That
And
does
she's still
maybe
overtalking.
because I was in the army. I understand everything somebody says to you. You don't reply. You don't have to have the last word, and that's what you're gonna see happen right here. He's
Bruh,
gonna
I'm
say, "You're not
telling
gonna overtalk me." Right there, you could be silent. You reply instead. I'm not overtalking you. Then he says something. Then she says, "Well, what does it go your way?" Or yes, because it's my show, and then she's still going.
Right.
So that's
And he
this
said it's not-
is where
he
the
said it's
rude
not-
stuff is coming in at.
Hey,
Because
You said it's not a
Mark,
let me
monologue.
let
You
her play
said
though.
it's not a
before
monologue,
you
sir.
play the
My bad.
clip, before you play the clip, you can go right after me, Tank. My bad to cut you off.
Kyle, you got to get a headset, better audio, man.
Man, I got bad Wi-Fi, man. Listen.
Nah, you ain't dropping off the signal. It's fine. It's the mic. It's that iPhone.
I'm
from like 5 feet away.
Hey, listen, nigga. All right.
No
This is the
diss, I'm
thing.
just saying.
This is how it is all the time, though, Mark. But this is it. You see how she's talking about she's not rude? This is most of the people. You see how he didn't get loud with her until she started doing hella shit, right? That's how it always is on the show. So when these women get on here talking that bullshit, you get to see it for yourself. Go ahead, Tank, and then Mark finish it off.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. That he's like, well, we're not gonna have a monologue, which is always just a long speech. He's broadcasting his show, and she's gonna tell him it's not a monologue, sir. Listen, all you have to do is say, you know what, my bad, it's your show. Direct me in which way, how we're gonna do this, and then I'll go from there. I have an opinion, I have a perspective, and I can squeeze that opinion and perspective in any way, shape, or form of the way you present your show. Tell me how we're gonna go from here. My
And that's
bad.
exactly what he be wanting from them. He don't want a whole thesis of you and your whole theology. He wants you to answer his question. And therefore it becomes rude when you get upset and frustrated because you can't give a whole monologue on your theology and your thesis of everything that he said. And you get to waving your finger and shushing him and and all that.
Hey, look, we're gonna get into it. I just want to say this. For Becca said, I'm talking about his tone, guys. Talking about her tone. Look, I don't have to yell at you to be disrespectful. I don't have to change my voice. I can be condescending, disrespectful. I can spit on your grave and everything at the same level right now. I can call you everything but a child of God. Am I still being rude and disrespectful? Of course. By questioning you about your mic time that you allowing me to have on your show. Yeah, it can come across as rude and disrespectful, especially when you have such a big platform like he has. Yeah, he has more people that want to get in and talk to him. Who's gonna listen to him talk? Not to mention Instagram is time on your live, right? You don't just have infinite amount of time. So I get where he's coming from.
And he was being nice and patient. He could have been got her up out of there.
My man, she started off with like, I'm from Africa, growing Ivory Coast. You could have went right into the black women stuff and everything that you wanted to say right then, respectfully, of course.
You know why she did the black? She went into the black. She went into the black people thing. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, my bad.
Just play it real quick.
Oh,
it's not a monologue. Kevin.
Okay, see, that's not gonna.
Oh, okay. So we only talk according to your terms, right? Because it's important
it's my show, and see, this is what's going to stop. See, I let you have a long time. See,
it's not even a long time.
See, gentlemen,
see it still going.
Mm-hmm.
We're not
rolling the eyes and everything.
Ma'am, I'm going to bid you a good night. Okay, I waited for you to get your microphone. I went through all of that, and I let you talk for over a minute, and I just.
And you think that's a long time?
I think it's long for somebody who has really no respect for what's going on here.
That
if you want to do
okay.
something else, ma'am, go do your own
because
show.
I'm not about doing something
this is
else.
how it's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
Either you're going to do it my way, or you can go to your platform and do it.
But is it also possible that your way can
It's
also
my
be a
way.
me?
It's
There's
my
no
way.
problem,
It's
Kevin.
my- it's my way.
I'm going to
It's
answer
my
your
way,
problem.
and it's my way, and that's the way it's going to be.
And that's
if you
no
can't
problem.
do that, that's okay.
When you say what do women, especially
Because
with
I
black
asked
women,
you, what do women? You said they've done a lot for their community.
Yes.
And I said, what do you mean?
But what do I mean by okay? So let me then now can I talk?
If you answer my question.
Okay, no problem. I think what they've done, as I look as African American women, I think what they've done is they've stayed behind. I think what they've done is they've been the teachers. They continue to be the teachers. I think what they've done is that they have embraced not just regular education. They have embraced
So she not black?
education. They have embraced
What do you mean they
postgraduate.
stayed behind?
So, okay, what I mean by they've stayed behind, right? If we start off the notion that the African American community, due to racism, due to segregation, due to Jim Crow, was kind
That's
of
not
pretty
what.
much.
No, that's not what we're starting. That was that Great Society in 1965. We're living in an integrated society. What
Okay,
do you
so
mean?
when do you want to start?
Okay, man. What do you mean they stayed behind? What are you talking?
Okay, so give me a time point and I start.
Well, you're the one that said. You're the one that said.
But what if I say something? You
okay, man. Well,
pause it, bro. Pause it.
Pause it.
I got a question.
Rebecca,
bro, did y'all see that?
Rebecca, what are we doing, Rebecca? Come on. Rebecca,
Rebecca, what he means by his way, he means as in you're not gonna cut me off and talk on me. If they came to see him, Rebecca. Rebecca, hold on, y'all. Let me say this and let me be clear to anybody out there listening, watching. They came to see him. It's his show.
Right.
Let's never forget that. They came to see Kevin. It's called the Kevin Samuels Show. So if you ever wonder, well, why he cut her off, because they came to see me and maybe I need to get some clarity so I can answer the question right, or I know how to direct the conversation. Okay, I know how much time I got tonight.
Can I ask a question before you start the video?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just had a few questions because I don't want to forget these points.
A question or a few questions?
Whatever comes out.
Can I ask a question? All right, I got a few of them.
Whatever comes out. But I want to know why is she separating herself from the African American women here when she has on long nails, so it's an appearance that she's going for, and then when they asking her about African American, she's separating herself, talking about what they do, and so does she consider herself part of that group?
No.
Does anybody know?
And that's an easy. Let me answer the first part of the question before you go to your second part. I clearly, I got no problem with her doing that because that's important. She made the distinction because she was going to make a comment that's relevant and related directly to African American women, because the African American woman's struggle or experience is different than the experience of a woman that's coming from another country with a whole different experience. And then that's why she elaborated. She waited. Yeah. So I understood it as the video played why she did that. So I got no issue with that. It just took her a long time to get to the specifics of it because she just said they do a lot, and then right now he's got her finally said, "Hold on, we're not gonna do a monologue. I need you to answer the question, please." Which is, and then that's what she goes into. They stayed back. They did this. They talked and X, Y, and Z. To Rebecca's question, yes, it's his show. It's not a conversation. It's a directed dialogue between two people, but it's not a free flowing conversation. It's not a free flowing dialogue. He has a show. You have a timer on it, and he's bringing in multiple different people at different times, and he wants to get directly to a point, get the answer, and then move on to another point, get the answer, and then gives him a chance to rebuttal, or he'll give you a chance to elaborate. But what he's like, the platform on Instagram is different. That's why I don't use it no more. But because it's a timed platform, and they'll cut you and your show right off. So it's his show, and he's got to do it that way. So it's not a free flowing dialogue and conversation to where she can just go into, let me go into all these things and then talk. No, he's like, no, we're not going to do that. No monologues. I need you to answer the question. We're going to move on. I'll let you elaborate if I have to ask you a question. Like you said, what do you mean by that? I mean, you got to answer that. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Okay, now answer the question. That's why it's like that. It's his show.
I think what they've done is.
What you say?
No, see, go ahead.
Is that they have embraced not just regular education, they have embraced higher education. They have embraced
What do you mean they stayed behind?
So, okay, what I mean by they stayed behind, right? If we start off the notion that the African American community, due to racism, due to segregation, due to Jim Crow, was kind of pretty much.
No, that's not what we're starting. That was that Great Society in 1965. We're living in an integrated society. What do you mean?
So when do you want to start?
Okay, man. What do you mean they stayed behind? What are you talking
about? Okay, so give me a time point and I start.
Well, you're the one that said. You're the one that said.
But what if I say something? You
okay, ma'am. Well, I'm going, and guess what, ma'am? I'm going to continue to cut you off because it's my.
Then give me a time.
Listen, I'm going to say this one more time.
That stupid ass laugh.
This is why I don't talk to. See, you guys ask me to let people talk. This is why I don't let people talk.
All right, man. Mark,
And her take on that and the way she is put to her audience is, oh, when you took your sip of your drink and left, he knew you was about to get into him. That's why he hung up on you. I just think he just was getting frustrated. It was like, hey man, this lady's here with an axe to grind. And she's not here to even trying to be respectful. She's not here to be respectful, and I get it. He's not gonna be disrespected on his own show. You know, even if I didn't say nothing, you was the little eye rolling and giggles while he's trying to talk to you the whole time. Yeah, man, that can come across as disrespectful to a man. You don't gotta call him Mr. Kevin or Mr. Samuel, but you're not gonna be rolling your eyes and giggling, taking a sip of your drink while I'm talking to you. Like he's hip to the game. He knows what you're doing when you do that.
Rebecca,
what you guys think?
Right.
Rebecca.
Rebecca.
Hold on real quick, guys. Rebecca, come on. You can't defend this anymore, okay? It's just, come on. This is undefendable. Please.
No, Rebecca, what happens is some women get up there and they try to start speaking too fluidly. They start saying things. Put that back on the screen for me. What did she say? He doesn't sometimes he doesn't allow. He gave her more than enough time to complete her thought. He asked the question. She went into her background. I'm from the Ivory Coast. That's where she started. She wasn't even on her thought yet. She had to look for her microphone, all of that stuff. No audio. Okay, what you mean not letting her complete her thoughts? And then once she get there, she says some things and he wants some clarity. He says, what do you mean by left behind? Because he said we've had integration since 65. So what do you mean we were left behind? She says, well, what period you want to talk about? He said, well, you brought it up. And in her mind, she's still thinking about the cutting me off. Like, this is the bad part about having these kind of open panels that a lot. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Most of the women that come on there, they come on there with a feminist. We've been left behind. We don't have nothing. But what they failing to realize is the man is trying to tell y'all, start valuing y'all man, start valuing y'all families. Every time you look up, the same white women that went in the back doors and had the meetings, and these black women went over there and thought these white women were accepting them. Them white women made y'all mammies and let y'all come in they back door to be nannies to their baby and clean shit and do all that. They never put y'all on Front Street no more than their husbands ever put y'all on Front Street. Their husbands were their oppressors and our oppressors, and in turn, they tricked black women into thinking that they were side by side. And now black women have this ideology that it's men against women. When he said to that other girl earlier that the communities were different back then, we did this, and this. We as men and women did that together in those communities. Like the women had their way of doing things, and it was valued in the community. The men had what they were supposed to do, and it was valued in the community. Now it's like, oh, we ain't doing this, but we ain't doing this, we ain't doing that. Black men ain't this, black men ain't that. They ain't in the households. Half of your black men were taken out of your households due to mass incarceration, due to CIA pushing drugs into the communities. They tore your community apart and ravished your community at every angle that they could possibly do systematically. And you still against the person that looked like you, that you birthed, that helped breathe life into you, that protected you as kids and brought you up, that look just like you. You against them, and they tore our community apart, and we still can't come together. If we was looking for understanding and not being just it'll be a different thing. The problem is we're not looking to have an understanding with each other. We have a women versus men thing, and we as men are saying we tired of that. We want y'all women to understand where we coming from, that we still love y'all. Y'all don't love us sometimes. Y'all act like y'all don't.
Some women.
Some women. Some women.
Yeah,
some
we
women.
gotta get.
Some women. But
We got to get back to the root.
Yeah,
Right.
I want to jump in. I want to jump in after Eli here once you're done, man.
I'm done. I'm done.
All right, yeah. I'm hearing it again. I'm hearing what the problem is. What the problem is. What the problem is. I don't hear any steps to make a solution. Nothing's ever going to get done if all we focusing on is the pain and the problem. You're never going to get any healing anywhere. Because honestly,
Real quick, brother. Remember, I said we got to come back together. That's the
right.
solution.
Right. Okay, right. Well, let me say this. Like I said, I don't care to listen to either one of them because it's just not what I do. I tried to listen to her for about 30 minutes, and it sickened my soul. She was so negative. I'm not listening to him because he has nothing to offer me. I got people who've known me for all my life. I don't need his opinion on anything, right? So that's just how I'm thinking of it. I think if we take more stock into building ourselves first, we could find that inner peace. Once you get that inner peace, these people on YouTube with these so-called advice and all this will not matter because you'll have your inner peace, and then you could reach out and help someone else. Listen, I go down to the corners where I live and I talk to some of these brothers on the corner that's doing their things. I've even bought them books, Think and Grow Rich, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, and they call me Mr. G. They will sit and they'll talk to me. Maybe I'm reaching some, maybe I'm not, but that's my way of helping. That's my way of helping. And I raised a daughter. She's 31, so that's my way of helping. I have no time to listen to this woman complain. I got no time to listen to him do whatever he's doing with his advice because I just don't give a damn what they think.
Hey, Rebecca. Speaking of daughters, go ahead, Rebecca.
Real quick, let's get her in there and get her take.
Hello.
Hey, Becky.
Hello, Rebecca.
Called her Becky.
That's
Oh,
her
boy.
IG. Her IG is Becky. Becky Wade.
Oh,
Becky
I thought he was
Wade.
talking about like Beyonce because Beyonce was brought up.
No. Her name, IG is Becky Wade.
I don't know.
Who just said?
I don't know if she gave the IG already.
All right, let her
She
talk.
gave it
Let her
out on the
talk.
show.
Let her talk. Let her talk.
Okay. What's the question? Or do you want me to react to what I was saying in the chat?
Yeah. Yes,
No,
ma'am.
you jumped on. Go ahead.
So whatever the things that you were saying about in the chat about her and him and their interactions, we just want you to elaborate on that.
To me, I watched it, right? I felt like she wasn't, maybe because I followed her for a while on YouTube, because like she used to do like beauty content and stuff like that. So, but I just felt she wasn't rude. But at the same time, that's her personality. She has a really strong personality, and it might come off as rude. And I can tell she was trying to be respectful, but she knows how Kevin Samuel also is. He's the same way. He has a strong personality as well. So I just feel like, to me, she wasn't rude. She was trying to get a point across, but she felt stuck and blocked, because I feel like he wants people to kind of agree all the time or to everything he says, and that's not real life. Not everybody is going to agree with you. That's why it's a conversation. That's how I see it. That's the way she speaks. I don't know.
But do you
And no, I'm not a fan. I just feel like that's how she speaks. I don't think she was rude in that sense, because she can be rude, You guys,
I mean, she could probably be more rude, but she was still rude as hell.
Oh boy. Okay.
She told that man he's not from Africa, Rebecca.
Kevin.
Like,
No, I'm talking about Kevin Samuels now. We're not, I don't know where that he's not from Africa came from, because I didn't hear that when she was speaking to Kevin Samuels.
Okay, what about when Kevin Samuels said, "Hey, ma'am, you're not gonna talk over me," and she kept going back and forth with him.
Yeah, that's where it's a no. I agree. Yeah,
that's where it went wrong.
But is that rude?
No. That you shouldn't do that.
Okay, she shouldn't do it, but is it rude? You said she wasn't. You don't think that she was being rude. You said she's just strong.
I was speaking more about her tone, like the tone. I was focusing more on the tone, because a majority of people will assume that somebody is rude, right? Because of the way they speak, the tone. But now when it
Wrong.
comes to like cutting him off and talking over him, and I know you're not supposed to do that, and I agree. I agree.
Okay, so do you agree that that's rude, though, right?
Yes.
So she was being
Yes.
rude. Okay, so that's all I want to know. She's being rude. No, it doesn't matter if their tone was soft and if she was, excuse me, sir. Regardless of the tone that you, and another thing, tone is not just the octave in your voice. The tone can be in the way you respond to people. You can be there's a such thing as being condescending, and condescending has nothing to do with the sound that comes out of your mouth. Sometimes it's just what you say when you say it, and when he says we're not going to have any monologues on my show like that, for her to say it's not a monologue, sir, that was a condescending and rude remark for her to make. For when he says,
Kevin.
Excuse me, Kevin, sir, or when he says, hold on, what do you mean left behind? Since 1965, we've been integrated, and he was insinuating, let's talk about our 2021 problems. She says, well, what would you like to start? And I think that in general that wouldn't be an issue, but it's the way she says it, and that was a rude remark, even in that regard. But when he was being rude, I think that you have to consider it. You have to take into consideration that it's his show. He's going to do the show the way he wants to do the show, because, like I said, most of us are aware that when you do a live on Instagram, you only have but a certain amount of time. And as Mark Nash pointed out, the people that click onto his lives are there to see what he's going to say, more so than if who's going to come into his live and say what they're going to say, because they're going to only be there usually for a certain amount of time. From what I just saw from that one clip, they're going to say what they're going to say, and then he's going to move on to the next person. They're going to say what they're going to say, and he's going to move on to the next person, and they're going to say what they're going to say, which is why it can't be a free-flowing conversation. Like you were saying, it's supposed to be a conversation. And that's why I said earlier, conversations require listening. So sometimes a person has to be quiet and listen. Conversation is not only about what you yourself can articulate to somebody. Sometimes the conversation has to be, you do your part to listen to what the other person is saying.
But I feel like she did listen to the question and she was trying to respond to it. But I just feel like the way she was responding did not please Kevin Samuels. And, but I have a question for you guys. When you guys watch his videos, you guys have to be honest. Do you guys think that he himself, I know it's his show, okay, but we're all human beings, okay? Like, do you guys think he's not rude when he speaks to women? Because you cannot tell me that Kevin Samuels is so respectful. He is so understanding. He is so
I want to go
you guys
first.
can't tell me
Becca,
Can I go first, please?
Let me get that. Let me go now. I got you, Mark. I gotta say this. He let that girl say that she is on the same level of Beyonce for 10 minutes. If that ain't respectful and being courteous, I don't know what is. Go ahead, Mark.
Which girl? The girl with the head wrap?
Yes, before. Yeah, who's
Okay.
before? Yeah. They had a nice long conversation. For those who say he doesn't let women get their points out, we just fast forward there for a long time. She was on the screen. But what I will say is this, for better or for worse, like I said, I haven't seen a full 2 hours of woman after woman after woman or guy after guy, but I have seen segments where I've seen the full conversation of how it went with somebody. Not every conversation he has during an hour or two. And what I will say is, from what I have heard, I've never heard him say some of the things I heard your girl say the other day.
I agree.
Last
but
night,
guys,
let's be
God.
clear. She talked
Okay.
about men being castrated yesterday, to the point where she had to come back and even say, "Hey guys, I apologize for that." You know why? Because she realized, like, you can go too far sometimes. That is too far. That's too far. and I never heard him say something like that. You know what I'm saying? She was broke niggas don't deserve no pussy. They're like that's what she was spewing, and things like that. Talking about remember were you up there yesterday when she was talking about making you squirt to do it can't make you squirt or something
No, I didn't watch her live
and we was talking
yesterday.
about how I had to jump on her there and tell her, hey, look, he could have a stroke tomorrow and his dick don't work no more. You get what I'm saying? So if the relationship was built off that, it's over now. Where do you go from there? And things like that. Some people don't like to be challenged. Some people are used to being the smartest person in the room, and then they have other people talk to them, and they instantly realize it's a different game, it's a different ballpark, and they get offended when they're challenged. They overtalk, they yell, it's just start becoming you. Like I said before, you become what you hate the most. When you start talking about castrating black men, you know your history of that and where that comes from and things like that, and to use that kind of language and knowing that it's men in the room and you're talking about black men, you're doing what Kevin Samuel is doing, but worse. You're talking about violence against men, and that is totally
Mark,
different.
I don't
So,
mean to cut you off. I'm finna jump
don't
off
do
real
it then.
fast.
No, I'm joking.
I'm,
Go ahead.
I'm about to jump off real fast, but I really want to give Rebecca her respect and let her know, hey, Rebecca, you are something different because what you did, what you just did when you came on here, you did what we're saying that she didn't do. You've listened to everybody, and then you've reserved your opinion. You gave your opinion, and you've been nothing but respectful. And I just gotta give you your flowers right now and let you know that's the difference right there. The way you conducted yourself as a lady, we appreciate that. And I'm out, fellas. I'll talk to y'all later.
Hey,
All right, Eli,
hey,
salute King. Be safe, brother.
you coming back on in the morning or what?
I'm gonna come back around, but I can't jump in and out on my delivery and handle business. So I'm finna go pick up my load right now.
Yes, sir. Be safe, brother.
Pause.
Be safe over there on the road.
All right, you too.
Yeah, but
But
Rebecca, so
that's
let me
right,
just
Rebecca.
land my plane real quick, Tank.
Okay, my bad. I
Rebecca,
thought you were
he said he wanted to get in real quick. Rebecca, what I'm saying is this: his delivery can be better, but it's entertainment. I don't think he's out here trying to be malicious. Your girl, on the other hand, at times she says things that are malicious. Like when I say that man is deceased, her response is so. That is not that is toxic. That is not the way to go. And you, like I said, man, she I don't think she believes everything she's saying. I think it's entertainment for her. It's salacious. Like that's why Kevin Samuel name is in the title. You get what I'm saying? Because you can title what you want to title it, and or just put it in the description, or just say I'm live and talk about it when it's there. It needs to be in the title. You know what I'm saying? For it to work sometimes. Not just with her. I'm not picking on her, of course. I'm just saying in general, like that stuff right there, man. The guy is not saying nothing like that. But yes, his delivery could be nicer, but it's entertainment. If it was nice, people wouldn't be there. That's all I got, Tank.
I agree.
Yeah, so I was gonna answer her question because her question was, is he rude? Does he have moments where he was rude? And I, like I said earlier, I don't watch him. I don't know anything about him prior to Mark Nash introducing me to him, and the little things that I saw on my Instagram the last couple of days with people quote unquote exposing him. Like I don't know who these people are. I do other things with my time in terms of the people that I listen to and the books that I read or documentaries or lectures I listen to. But what I saw today was, he had a rude moment, and I pointed that out, and I said he was rude when he did this, which when I just got through speaking. And the thing is, like I pointed out, it's his show, right? If he's rude, you don't have to be on his platform. You don't have to look at his platform. You can look at his platform and say, you know what, this dude is rude. I don't respect anybody that disrespects women like this. This guy doesn't let women get their word out. He won't even let her get a complete thought. I'm not going to tune in to look if a woman finally gets on there and he allows them to get their full thought out there or a complete thought. I'm not going to look and tune in next week to see maybe one did come over there and put him in his place or whatnot. I'm just not that heavily interested in his content in that regard. But and you know, if he was rude, or in this case, the part that I specifically saw that I was like, oh, he didn't have to do it that way was when she started talking and he says, what do you mean by left behind? He could have gave her an opportunity to elaborate on that a little bit more, or finish her sentence before he asked the question. Um, but you know, at the same time, it's his show. So if he felt that, you know, for time, if he felt like, okay, every time I let this girl talk so far, she talks for a long period of time. I just want to know what she meant by this particular thing. Let me get a specific answer right away. In terms of her, you said that you felt that she was listening. He just didn't hear what he wanted to hear. I think that there's a difference between not talking and listening. You cannot talk and give somebody the floor to speak, but that doesn't mean you're necessarily listening to what they're saying, because he specifically asked a direct question, and her response to the direct question was for her to go into um, things that were around the question. So she says, I think black people do a lot. But she didn't give any specifics until he stopped her and said, I'm sorry, you went on a long monologue. And then she gave a specific and said, okay, they're left behind and they're this and they're that and they teach and they, you know what I mean? But before that, she was quiet and then she started to speak, but she wasn't answering the question. So I do agree with you. He didn't like what he was hearing, but with her, with Marlene, I can't speak to anything I didn't hear or listen to prior to that. But with Marlene, he didn't let her continue to talk because, or he didn't like what she was hearing. He didn't like what he was hearing from her when she was talking because what he was hearing was not the answer to his question.
You want to jump in, Rebecca?
I thought somebody else wanted to add something before I did.
Crickets.
You got the floor, sister. Go ahead.
You said exactly, Tank, you said exactly what I was saying. Like, he didn't like her response. But like I said, we're all humans. We're not perfect. Somebody's not going to answer the way you want, the way you want them to, unfortunately. But like I said, it's true. I understand she could have let him speak, you know. It's his show. Give him the respect, just like everybody else gives her her respect on her channel when she goes on live. I agree with that. But for me, I genuinely like watching like his channel because I feel like he gives some some really like reasonable advice that people can actually use. But I'm going to say it again. I would say people are more annoyed about like the women is more the delivery and them feeling like he's downgrading, like degrading them. So that's my take on that. But I'm not going to say that he doesn't provide or give advice that's valuable. He does, but it's not everything that he gives or advice on that it's correct at the same time, you know. But like I said, it's entertaining. Like you said yourself, it's entertainment, but at the same time, other people are watching. It's like it's also the way you portray yourself. Like, I don't know. I told you, like, my sister listened to him and she was shocked. And that was the first time she ever listened to him. But I'm used to it because I know how he speaks, right? So I'm just saying.
I feel you. We genuinely like that you came on the panel amongst all these wolves and you held your own. You know what I mean? That's hats off to you for being so respectful and not over talking or, you know what I mean, insulting anyone. So we give you big props. You know what I mean? Straight up.
Yeah, I truly appreciate that, and I sat back and I listened to your perspective because the reason I was repeating some of the things that you were saying is to let you know that I'm listening to what you're saying so I can hear your perspective because you watch him more than I do. So when you say the issue that a lot of people may have with him is that they interpret what he's doing as degrading towards women, um, I got to take your word for it because it's from your perspective. And then, like you said, but my someone who doesn't watch him often will be in awe or shock of the things that he's saying because they're not used to it. Which goes to the point to what you were saying about Marlene as well, is that you're used to her. You described her as being strong because you were saying that I'm used to the way um, she speaks on her platform as well. Whether even though I'm not a fan of one or the other, I'm familiar with their presentation, and so I've seen her be uh, quote unquote rude. And when I've seen her, what I consider to be rude over here on her platform, she wasn't doing that on his platform, which is why I didn't consider what she was doing on his platform to be rude. Now I understand what you're saying, but that's why I had to ask you a while ago. Well, was this rude and was that rude specifically? And then you said yes, but you were talking about specifically more so her tone of voice. But yeah, I do appreciate though the fact that you hear us out and you allow us to speak. That's appreciated.
I got a question for Rebecca. What makes her strong to you, in your opinion?
When I say strong, I mean like her personality. She has a very strong personality and she's outspoken. People are like that, you know? That's
Well,
what I
here's
meant by her by her being strong.
yeah, but being outspoken, loud, or vulgar doesn't necessarily make you strong. It can often be false bravado. I know a lot of times we see it in the boxing community. Tough guys ain't the best boxers. You know what I'm saying? They get beat up. The smart guys are the one that last. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, and I feel, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I agree with that, but I'm just speaking about besides, you know, whatever is coming like out of her mouth or what she's saying, like her personality. I mean, like as in general, that's how she is. That's what I mean. Now, when we're talking about what she's saying specifically, I agree where you're coming from, but I'm just saying like when I say strong, it's her personality as a human being, like with in general. That's one thing. That's all I meant by when I said
Yeah.
that.
I'm not talking about you and nitpicking at her right now, but in my experience, people call a strong woman some woman who's loud, or she can look. I think Patrice O'Neal had a joke about having a black woman to go argue with the guy about like if they mess up with your order or something on the food. You know what I'm saying? Because she gonna come back with 40 cheeseburgers. You know what I'm saying? So but I said that to say sometimes just being loud and outspoken is just being loud and outspoken. It doesn't mean you're a strong person. Just because you can sit and talk about a subject for 2 hours doesn't necessarily, and you just standing on it doesn't mean, hey, you're standing on your square. It could mean you're just being stubborn and you're not being open-minded to new information as it comes in, because new information was coming in constantly to refute some of her points, and then it would just be whatever. Keep moving. Like, hold on, no. Let's address that because we fact checking right here. You said the man was a billionaire. She married up. We just proved that he's not a billionaire. She actually married down. And you said it doesn't matter and just kept talking. Your whole point is gone with that one statement. And you said it doesn't matter. And it was just like a lot of circle talk. And it was just like, hey, we're not even trying to understand each other or come to common ground. It's like you have an axe to grind and you want to rev up people to get to a point, and that's cool too. You know what I'm saying? If that's your get down, but let's not make it something it's not. Let's not say just the most salacious shit. When I say Kobe Bryant's deceased, you know, have some respect for the dead. So, and now I'm the bad guy when I point out and remind you, you know, his daughter died there too. The daughter that you and she has sisters that are still alive, enjoying the money that you saying the Mexican lady shouldn't have. That's his wife. That's their mother. Their sister died with their dad. Why are you that? What are we doing here? The man is deceased. So come on, yo. That's outlandish. That doesn't make you strong. That makes you heartless. You know what I'm saying? Makes you Some would say some of those things are personality disorders. Even the way she's rocking back and forth, she can't sit still during the questions. Now, granted, I'm glancing down, looking at my phone during the show because I'm hosting the show. I have people calling, texting, sending in cash apps or whatever. But as the guest, I'm like, what's all the rocking back and forth? You know, it just seemed like other issues could be there, in my opinion, because some of that shit just ain't normal. Saying, hey, people should be castrated. Then you have to come back on that same live and apologize because you know that is too much. You go too far. Sometimes you can go too far in trying to make your point. That's what I got, though. Go ahead, Kyle. I'm done.
Rebecca, you watch The Wire? Did I take that little hard left turn? I was just joking around. I said, you see how I make that hard left turn? I was talking about it's a TV series called The Wire.
Oh, The Wire. No, I don't think so. No, I haven't watched it yet.
It's a very interesting show, and you seem like a intellectual in terms of just from interacting with you for the last hour or so, however much time it's been. I think it would be a show that you might be interested in if you ever get time to check it out. It's very thought-provoking, and I like thought-provoking things, so it's a thought-provoking show for thought-provoking people.
I'll check it out. I wanted to touch on something Mark said about, because he kept saying her being strong is basically not a good thing. When I said strong, Mark,
did I say that?
Yeah, like you
I
were
said being strong is not a good thing.
like, well, not exactly in those exact words.
I was talking
but
about
like,
in boxing, like tough guys don't last in boxing. Like
yeah,
sometimes
yeah.
I said sometimes being loud and having a strong personality is not necessarily mean you're strong. It could be false bravado.
Okay.
It's a
Okay.
front. It's fake. You're not really that strong. You loud. The loudest is the weakest often.
Okay. When I said strong, like I'm going to say, like I said it before, like I meant her personality, like as a person, not in terms of our conversation. That's what I meant. Just like people say that I have a strong personality too. I might sound, people say I sound a little bit young, but I'm older. But they'll say, like, you know, I have a strong personality, but doesn't mean that I'm like combative. I just mean like in a general sense, that's how she is. But I agree with what you guys are saying, that it's the way she's speaking and what she says. I agree with that. I'm not using it to like support her, what she says or her behavior. That's not what I'm doing. No.
Okay. Yeah.
But and somebody mentioned about castration or whatever, that I wasn't on her live. I wasn't there to hear that. I'm barely actually on YouTube. It was randomly today. I'm just like, okay, you know what? Let me get on live. It was random, but no, I never watched that. So
Yeah, that was yesterday.
that's shocking.
That was yesterday
I
going
didn't.
into this morning. She was talking about black men should be castrated.
Oh boy.
And she got a lot of riff from that in the chat from guys and the ladies. You know what I'm saying? And she was like, yo, oh damn, the castration stuff bother y'all that much? And then she finally ended up at some point giving in. That's why I'm like, man, I don't even think she believes some of this stuff she says. It's entertainment. It garners a lot of attention. Like the live I looked up, it was like 8 hours, but she ended up deleting it. That she did one today, I think that was like 6 hours. That's a long time for a wife and with 2 kids to be on the internet, bro. Like 8 hours last night, 6 hours today. Then she was on my live for about 4 hours. That's a lot. You know what I'm saying? I only do this shit 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, because I have so many other responsibilities. Like, and it looks like that setting is like she's in a bedroom almost. I'm like, where's the dude at? It seemed like she took umbrage to that at one point when somebody asked her, like, where's your husband? Or she was like, it's been 10 years and I don't even think anybody even heard his
I don't let
voice.
him on my live.
Yeah, he's not on my lives. And I'm like, shoot, my lady don't be on my live, but she'll call in. You know what I'm saying?
But that's her choice, right? Like me, if my significant other was on YouTube, I wouldn't go on his live. I'll watch.
But be the change you want to see, though. Like, why not show people that positive model of a black man, which is your husband, right there beside you?
But here's the thing: you can't force a man. Because I have brothers too. They're not into this whole social media or let me go on live type of thing.
No.
Me
She kept saying, no. Let's not make no excuses for her. I don't mean to cut you off. That's not what she said. She never said he doesn't want to.
Okay.
She said she started off saying I don't let him on my live. Somebody said something about that. Then she said, nah, I just keep everything separate. They kept stressing, what does he want? What does he want? And we never really got an answer to that. But
no, and
be the change you want to see in the world.
She answered.
If you look at her channel doesn't say go to the about page. It doesn't say anything about lifting up the black community or generational wealth or police brutality. It's like it says beauty tips and natural hair stuff and gossip and things like that. It's like, where's the content that you want to create? Because that's what I said earlier. I even told her that on the show. I appreciate what you're doing. You don't like what Kevin Samuels is doing, do your own thing. But in the process, don't become your worst don't become the reflection of everything you hate. Is what I'm saying, though.
It's true. You're right. But at the same time, it's her platform as well, right? So she can speak for hours about things that bother her, just like everyone else is doing.
Mm-hmm. Right. Do what you want to do, but be the change you want to see in the world. I would that's like me saying, hey, y'all ain't talking about it's not enough black people talking about basketball. It's not enough black people talking about basketball. And here I am, a black man, and I don't have any content about basketball. My main content is about telling guys how to make beats or something or do cornrows. You know what I'm saying? This is what you need to do for your skin and your hair. But then I get up here and I preach for hours about police brutality, generational wealth, and what we need to be doing as a community. But I delete those videos from my content. If you look at my about page, I don't say none of that stuff. It's almost like counterproductive. Or either are you really about that, or is it just because it's catchy, it's salation, or are you just mad right now? And you feel like Kevin Samuels roasted you and you want to get him back, I guess. But some of that stuff is just like, yo, be the change you want to see.
I have a question. Is it okay?
Shoot.
I'm just wondering, like, with all the advice he's giving and high value men this, high value women that, what we'll also like to see is these people he has helped. These people he is quote unquote married. Like, where are they? And that's true because Marlene did mention that. And I wondered as well, because if you're so sought after, if you have so much, like, you have results, like you say.
I'm going to say something. I got a comment on that. You talking to one on the show tonight. Kyle said it helped him in his relationship.
I was about to say.
We had a lot of guys on the panel tonight who agree with them and didn't agree with them, but yeah, it was several guys that say, hey, I watched the show with my lady and I watched it with my mother-in-law. Shoot, if you don't have to look no further than watch his super chats while he's going live. He's helping somebody if they just dropped them $500 or $5,000.
No, I understand that, Mark, but what I'm saying is this. Because the aim of what he's doing is to connect women to men, right? Marriage. That's what he wants to promote, marrying quality or marrying whoever you can have. I don't know how to put it, but what I'm trying to say is, where are those results though? Like, where are those couples? That's what
I don't know for a fact I don't think that's his motto. I never heard him say, my name is Kevin Samuels and I get you married. I heard him say, I'm Kevin Samuels and I'm an image consultant.
Okay. Yes, he does, because he has a Facebook group where it's mingle something or something of that sort. I think I'm in the group, maybe. I don't know, but like, I don't know. I found it. But
so you're in the group and you...
No, I think I'm in. I don't know. You know when you request, but I don't know if I sent it. I don't know. I didn't go back.
So is the goal of that group is to connect people to get married in that Facebook group?
yeah, so it's like women, quote unquote high value women and men mingle, and then they meet, and then the aim is for marriage. That's what that group is for.
Sound like
It
his
is.
own personal Facebook right there. Or
No, it's like a couples type of Facebook.
are you on a couple?
No, I mean
But
that's
you
what
in the
he
group
has
though,
on
right?
Facebook. Sorry?
You're in the group, but you're not in a couple, right?
No, but that's the aim though. It's to meet people. It's like not Tinder, but like it's to
Yeah, it's
meet
like a
other
match.
men.
It's like a match thing, right?
But you
Yeah,
haven't met
like
anyone in there that you haven't seen anyone post anything that you were interested in, or
no, I haven't went back. I haven't went back to it to check if because he has to accept you. Because he looks at your pictures. If you're if you're pretty enough, he'll accept you.
Excuse me. Pardon me. Rebecca,
Mhm.
you are very sweet, but I'm going to need you to hold this L because the point was lost. I'm sorry.
Come on,
The
man. You
what?
just jumped in. Look, man, we having a good conversation. We ain't gotta make nobody hold no L's. You don't agree, man. But let's not do that. She's the only lady up here.
I
Let's
don't
not do it like
understand.
that.
What? Sorry,
My
sorry,
apologies.
Mark.
I'm going to shut up
No,
now.
it's all good. Let's not do that though. You know.
I'm so lost. To be honest, I did not
don't worry
hear.
about it.
No, it's all good. But what was you saying though, Rebecca?
No, I was just saying we were speaking about like I wanted to see the proof of like the couples because he has a big Facebook with like thousands of people, like over 6,000 people. Sorry, in there. That was just my point. It's like, where are they? It's also
So
good to see these couples, you know? It'll let ladies know, like, okay, what I'm doing right now is legit. Like, look, this is an example. These are examples. That's all I'm saying.
that's fair. How many like so do people supposed to go back and post a picture or something once they get together? How does that work?
So, like, they communicate, like, with each other, you know, they go into the DMs, you know, how it goes. Like, and then you do your thing. It's like you see everybody's profile, you see everybody's page. Obviously, you're gonna see how the person looks. Then you converse, you know.
and you're saying,
So does he? Do you think he's putting out false numbers or something? Like,
No,
does
I'm not saying it's false. I'm just saying it'll be good just to
you
bring
want to
like
see it.
to see them. That's
I
all.
get you. I'm
That's what
saying,
I was
but
going
is
to
he
ask you.
saying any numbers?
Okay.
Has he said, "Hey, I've matched over 1,000
Yes, he
people"?
did. He said,
Okay.
"Oh, there were four couples who got married." Okay, there are four couples. Like, we'd like to see those couples. Like, or we'd like to hear them at least. We don't have to see their faces. They don't have to be on camera. But it's usually good for other women to see that because it'll kind of like spark something in their heads. Like, okay, he did that really, because it's one thing to say something, but it's another thing to see it. That's all I'm saying.
The man making $1 million off YouTube. You think it's impossible that he got 4 people married?
No,
Do you think it's
I'm not
impossible?
disputing that, but I'm just saying for others, that's what other people are thinking
Go
as
ahead,
well,
Tank.
because I thought
Sorry.
the same. That's all.
Okay.
I'm,
Yeah, I feel
Yeah, I
you.
hear you.
I
I'm
feel you.
not saying that he's not
Some
doing
people
it.
don't
I
post
agree.
their
I
wedding
believe
pictures
him.
for everybody though, because
Right.
that's not.
I believe it.
Go
I
ahead,
believe
Tank.
that he's doing that, but it'll be nice. It'll be nice to hear from them, though. That's all.
I think that if there's somebody that's a part of that group, or you see people commenting on his page, um, or the people that join his live on that come onto his show, if there's women that are out there that are that are going live with him and they want to know this information, are they asking him that? Are they, or not asking him, but are they making that point on the live? Like, hey, listen to I'm on the live right now. Thank you for inviting me. You said his name is Kevin, right? Thank you for inviting me, Kevin. You know, anybody out here that help that is Kevin has helped. You know, I appreciate if you guys post something to tag hashtag Kevin help me or something like that. They're gonna say what they're gonna say anyway before he cuts them off. So I mean, they can ask for it with their time or type it into a chat. Maybe put a $2 towards the question, put it in the super chat, and ask for that. But at the end of the day, that has to be there has to be follow through on the couple's part. Who's to say that the people who met online want to put out their business that they met online? He may be speaking of couples that he maybe assisted in helping, but they don't want anybody else to know that. Oh man, you got together. You an online couple, because in today's day and time, for some people, those couples are looked down upon as taboo. Like, oh, you guys are not gonna last. You just met online, or you met in a certain person's Facebook group. You guys don't really know each other. I mean, it's possible that my thing is that we were talking the other night on this show about people's. We live in a day and age where people believe that they need to know everything about you and your business. And even though, like, let's say you're saying that you want to know, you would like to see those pictures, or you would like to see proof that he helped these couples. But if you're not paying him any money, then what difference does it make? If not you personally, Rebecca, but if a person, if any of these women who have an issue with him, or don't believe that he's doing what he's saying he is doing, and you're not putting any money towards him, what difference does it make whether or not he got these couples together? And who's to say that these couples even want that information out there to be taking pictures of themselves and putting that out there? It's their personal business.
I'll come in after that. Yeah, yeah, Rebecca. It's a live show, y'all. We can't have that dead silence that long. Hey, what I just want to say this, echo what Tank was saying, and also what Reggie Owens is saying in the chat. Some people are quiet about their relationships, and when I see somebody has a live stream with about 90,000 people on a live stream, I don't think it's far-fetched that he got 4 people married. And if these are the high-value men and women that he's talking about, people in what he's talking about, what women claim to be high value, 6-figure guys, 7 figures and up, they're like Tank said, they're not going to be out there saying, hey, yeah, I played for the Washington Wizards and he hooked me up with a high-value woman out of DC. Thank you, Kevin Samuels. Like, it's not match.com. It's more of like, it's almost like going to an upscale barbershop or something, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Certain things you're going to get there. Like, you might get a wash, dry your hair, that you sitting in a chair, give you a massage. Like, it's different, you know? So surface level, like, I heard that's one of Marlene's talking points. So, like, we should see these people. We should see them. Why? So you can criticize them and see how long that marriage lasts. If the marriage lasts, if the marriage don't last, Kevin Samuels did a bad job. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna have your naysayers with everything, but I think people should focus on, like I said, being the change you want to see, focused on you instead of looking at someone else like a stranger for answers. And if you really need help like that, go to therapy, go to real therapy instead of giving a YouTube stranger a $500 cash app or super chat. Go get you a couple sessions of therapy. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was gonna say.
If I can add to that, I mean, because there's some notes of an underlining issue that I keep seeing. It just keeps reoccurring. Like, basically, we're thriving on it. We're thirsty for this messiness, right? We're to be entertained rather than to be counseled. Like, we're looking for help, but we're continuing to be thirsty for messiness. You know, the soap opera. We want to live vicariously through somebody else's messy relationship because we're tired of our own relationships. I find that funny. That's a reoccurring theme in most of these shows. But the people that come on, at least, you know, if they're even in a relationship, chances are they're single as hell and couldn't find a good relationship if it sat on their face. So I'm like, completely blind to what a relationship should be and where you're getting your advice from. Just my personal opinion. I digress.
You know, that's a great point, Neophyte, and even to build off what you and Mark Nash are saying, the other part of that, you know, that thing that you're talking about in terms of people want to know a good relationship if they saw it, or as you say, set on their face. And what Mark was saying earlier as well is there's a thing that we don't that people feel like they want to see somebody's success, right? So, like Mark was saying, who's to say that this person doesn't want people to know who they are, who these quote unquote maybe high profile people are, and if that's the case, even if they did put themselves out there and put these 4 couples, who's to say that the people who don't like this guy Kevin is not gonna just say, they don't look happy. I give that relationship a week, a month, a year. She's too old for him. He's too young for her. He's too old for her. She's too young for him. She don't even look happy. Do she look happy? This looks fake. This is stage. You know, so just showing pictures and images and having proof isn't even the end all be all. People just kind of want to be nosy. Some people do want to know that he's not a quote unquote fraud. But like Mark said, if you have a significant amount of people in your live chat, you must be doing something right. Even if all you're doing is putting yourself out there in the public domain for people to you know, buy your products, if that's what you're doing, you know, and if that's the case, that's his business. Some people, so I think I heard Marlene was like, well, how come they're putting money in his private chat and not Ricky Williams? Well, you know, that's like saying, why do people spend money on Burger King and not Olive Garden or something like that? You know, people are going to spend money where they want to spend money. Let them spend their money there. I mean, that's who's to say, you know, who's to say why? That's not my business. My thing is, let me take care of what I need to take care of. Let me influence the people that are around me that'll listen to me, however many it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Go ahead. Well, this is what I want to say too. I saw where they were talking, and it was again like this was on her show that she since deleted, but I was there, and it was like, black men, you guys, like it was like a tirade, and it was just like, you don't create nothing. You never did this. You don't invent nothing. You guys don't know about stocks. You're the poorest. You can't get a job. You don't know about engineering. Like it was just so toxic. And I was like, but you have a husband and 2 sons? Like, how I couldn't talk like that on the internet, and knowing that I have a wife and 2 daughters, and saying that about women. And we got here today because you say you don't like the way this man is talking about black women, and you're doing it. And even when she admitted she cut him off at one point, she said, yeah, but I'm a woman though. You got to let me, it's like almost talking to a child or something like that. And I'm like, hold up. So you comparing women to children? No, you can't say I'm a woman, but then say, hey, treat me like a child when we come into a disagreement or argument. You should just let me talk over you. And I was just like, man, this is bad advice. This is bad advice. Like it's not going to end well for the women that you're giving this kind of advice to. But go ahead.
Hey, that's crazy. Hey, let me ask you this: based on what you was hearing, does it sound like she had more of an issue with quote unquote black men, or black men was as if you can tell by quote unquote her tone, if she was speaking specifically to black men in American black men? You know,
that's what I gathered.
That's what I keep gathering from most of these conversations.
Because when she refers to her culture in Africa, she uplifts it, and when she talks about the black man here is a little more denigrating. Even when she was talking about, she had a guy on the panel, I think his name was Keith or something, Lakeith, and she was like, you guys never invented nothing, such Thomas Edison, and he cut it right off. He said, no, that was Lewis Lattimore, and she just clicked the button and said something else. She muted his mic, and think he started talking again when she said like Henry Ford, he invented the Henry Ford or something, and then he cut off again and say, hey, but it was a black man, and he says the guy's name. I'm ruining it now, but who invented the system, and who built the factory for Henry Ford. So it was just crazy when she was talking about all the how black men didn't invent nothing. And I'm like, every Black History Month they tell you what black people invented. Maybe you don't listen. Maybe we should. And she even agreed maybe we should talk that out more throughout the year. But I was like, stoplights, cotton gin. Yeah, maybe we should talk about more than just those two things. But black people have done crazy, incredible things through science, technology, mathematics, medicine, engineering since the beginning of time. So I just don't understand where she gets that from. But it sounds like it fit her narrative and her talking point, and nobody was checking her. And when she did get checked on it with facts and names, she hung up on the dude. And it took other women and people in the audience say, "Hey, bring him back. He was drocking. He was on it." And they was putting the name of the people in there too, and other black inventors and other black inventions. And she eventually let him come back.
Misinformation. My bad. I was taking a cheap shot.
Go ahead.
I said what you're saying is she was providing misinformation.
100%. And checked on it and hung up on the guy. And then said, well, no, he came back. Oh, no, Thomas Edison invented such and such, invented the filament in it. And he was like, no, it was him with Alexander Graham. It was like they wasn't even letting blacks get the patent. They were stealing our patents. Or it might not have been legal for you to have a patent at a certain time when we were still inventing things. So it was just a lot of surface level things. She kept bringing things back to like black celebrities. Even today, she talked about LeBron and his school he built. But when we was talking about Oprah and her wealth, where does her generational wealth go to? Like where she was like, well, she's probably, it was a lot of, she gave her hypotheticals. She even said, well, Oprah built a school in Africa. Where's her school here in Chicago?
Right. She's
Where
from here.
we have here in America? Why is she overseas building it, but LeBron built one here? And it was like those kind of things go unchecked. And it's like brushed off, and that's why it's kind of difficult to trade dialogue sometimes with her on those kind of things, because when she's cornered with certain facts, it's almost like she won't give in, or it's like she got to double down instead of just saying, oh, you know what, you might be right on that, or hey, let me do some research on that. Let me open up another tab, do my Googles, y'all. It's just, no, I'm right because it's my show. No, that's not right. No, it's not right just because it's your show or you can mute someone's microphone. Yeah, but go ahead though.
No, yeah, I was gonna say it's not even those are not even cornered. That's just you're bringing alternative facts or presenting presenting different information to the equation, and then allowing the person to elaborate on this part. Then, if this is that, then what about this? The same thing that you did with the Tiger Woods situation. Tiger Woods is the product of a quote unquote black father and a non-black mother. The same way as Kobe Bryant's daughters are a product of a quote unquote black father and a non-black mother. But she didn't say that Tiger Woods wasn't black because Tiger Woods didn't hang around his black grandparents.
Hey, Tay, Rebecca, remember we asked your girl, I said, well, what about Serena married to the white guy? What happens if something happened to her generational wealth? That's not going to happen, though. How do you know that?
She might get the money.
But God forbid, though, the sister, I don't wish ill on no woman or man, but you can't just use that same logic. But when we use it and it's a black woman who married a white man, like, since I'm black, I got to double down and defend him. I got to defend him instead of saying, well, you know what, touche, you got me right there. That is a good one. I'm not saying it's all right, but yeah, you got a good point there. It was like she went out of her way to make excuses for it to fit the narrative. And that's where I think she lost some people, unless you just, some people just don't want to. Look, it's some people out there who still don't think Donald Trump is racist. You get what I'm saying? Some people just gonna ride with that guy, period.
I don't take offense to it, but I take it serious when people make certain statements like that, because or because my mother identifies with, it's my personal business, but I'm sharing it because it's relevant to the context of the conversation. My mother identifies as a Native American. She'll tell you flat out, I'm not African. My father, we don't come from Africa. Now my father, her father has my complexion, but they came out of the area where the Seminole Indians are at, in that area, in that region of North America. My father doesn't do that, but so do I? Am I not black enough, or am I? Do I consider myself Native American because that's my mother? They have to understand these are the narratives that they'll start to have to deal with if they're not careful. You know what I mean? If they don't have checks and balances, or some kind of context in what they're saying. It sounded like she was just saying, it's all about the black woman. And the reason I say that, it sounded like she was saying it's all about the black woman, is because even when she referred to Kobe Bryant passing away and his estate and where that money went, she kept referring to his mother. His mother don't get nothing. His mother. She never said his parents. Kobe Bryant didn't come from a single parent household. He is not LeBron James. He knows who his father is. Not only does he know who his father is still alive. Not only is his father still alive, but his father is married to his mother. You see? And that's what I've always, like my dad would always tell us, look, whatever you do, we appreciate if you do for us, right? And my mindset, we were raised that, if our parents did anything, and we can provide for them, that we provide for our parents the same way they provided for us when we weren't able to provide for ourselves when we were younger. So we have that understanding. But my dad will always tell me, my wife is my responsibility. That's my obligation. I married that woman. I chose that woman to be my wife. Who's to say that Kobe Bryant's father hasn't told him the same thing? Son, I would love for you to do this and that, but what you're doing over here is just fine. Let me provide for your mother. If you want to give her something for her birthday and it happens to be a $10 million check, or something for her Mother's Day that it happens to be a $20 million check, so be it. But at the end of the day, it's my job to provide for my wife. It is not your job to provide for my wife. But that narrative that she kept pushing, which was, well, he died and that money was going to his Mexican wife. That's the wife that he chose. His obligation is to his wife and their children together. She was going to divorce him, but she didn't. You have people all over the world, especially here in North America, where men and women are getting divorced left and right. They know they were going to get divorced. No, they got divorced. So obviously something worked out to where they were going to get divorced, or she filed for divorce. But there's a whole thing behind that people don't address. There was a legal maneuver that was done to make sure that there was a certain amount of paperwork and money that was going to go to her in the case of his death. And so there was some legal maneuvering in there at one of the filings for divorce. Not to say that there was no grounds for her wanting to divorce him at one particular time. That's not what I'm saying. But it did come out later on in one of those proceedings that he just say he wanted to make sure that his wife and kids are taken care of if something happens to him. And so that's why they decided together to do it the way they did when they filed the documents. But nobody talks about that narrative because it doesn't fit what their narrative is when they want to discredit his choice for a wife. People are like, well, he did this with his mom and he did this with his dad. Well, we don't know where their reconciliation is. So that's not for us to speak on. Well, why were they sitting by the bathroom? Well, why is all these celebrities getting all these? Why are all these celebrities got the good seat? Well, that was a celebrity ceremony. The ceremony was actually designed for his celebrity friends. The family actually had an actual visual memorial for him privately. Do you know where the parents sat when they had the private one? Do you know if the parents had anything to say about it when they had the private one? Do you know if his sisters, Shariah and Shri, have anything to say during the private ceremony where the family was the focus of the memorial for Kobe Bryant? If you do not, then why are you speaking on the public one that was designed for the celebrities? And not only that, how do you know that his parents even wanted to be in the forefront of that. You see, if you don't have all this information, and if you don't know, because the Bryant, Mr. and Mrs. Bryant, from what I understood when I was looking up the articles about it when those stories came out, they were refusing to talk about it because they were like, look, please allow us to have our privacy. Please allow us to grieve in private, please. We see our grandchildren. We have a relationship with our grandchildren. The sisters have a relationship with their nieces. And as far as the idea that this Mexican woman is going to take Kobe's black dollars and give them to her Mexican family, last time I checked, that didn't happen because her Mexican mom eventually tried to sue her because she wouldn't give her no money. To talk about the Brian Steibel business ventures, that's not a Kobe Bryant thing. Now, he's the famous name on it, but it clearly says Brian Steibel. He has business partners, one in particular. So it's not like Kobe Bryant started something and put some Jewish guy involved. He was there from the get jump and was part of the entire infrastructure of the company and was there from its inception. So we have to understand that these are things that people don't know about or people are not touching on thoroughly enough. You have his own, we have Kobe Bryant Inc. He has other things and other allocations for money that is not spoken on, but you want to speak on these particular things. You know what I mean? Nobody's talking about when he was out there and out here in Southern California, making a point to help the homeless people, get them back on their feet, getting programs together. Him, Kobe Bryant and Vanessa Bryant having programs to get homeless people back on their feet for real, not just feeding the homeless, not just giving away book bags and turkeys. No, putting programs together to go out there and find out what is it that you can do so that we can get you a trade, so you can trade on your talent, so you can get back on your feet to make a living for yourself. These are the things that he was doing for people, as well as they talk about the school stuff. The Kobe and Vanessa Bryant Foundation, what they had out here in Southern California is that they would take students who had earned a certain grade point average that were black and brown in the black and brown community, because again, you know what I'm saying, his wife is Mexican, he's a so-called black man, so they looked out for their people, and they were taking them trips around the world and letting them go abroad so they can see things outside of the inner city neighborhoods out here in LA, and then taking them across the country, across the waters to experience life outside of the hood in LA. So these things don't get talked about, right? But so because they don't get talked about, he didn't do nothing for his people. Okay, that's fair enough, I guess. But you know, those are comments made in ignorance. But go ahead, Mark. My bad.
Nah, man, you kind of almost touched on every point I had. From we don't know about the family's private funeral. We don't know if the parents were saying, hey, look, I don't want to talk at this. I'll say my piece and my respect at the private one, this right here. Because look, they passed away in what month was that? January, right? Let me see, January 26th. They didn't have the funeral, the public one, until February the 23rd or 2/24. Like they did something with their jersey numbers, like for when they had the funeral. So they had been passed a long time. The family had their time. We don't know those details, but to keep saying, well, you don't know his mom this and his mom that, like trust me, millions of people would love to put a microphone in his mama's face right now for her to share her grievances. If she wanted to, she could be on Oprah, Gayle King, Larry King, The Tonight Show. She could be anywhere in the world if she wanted to talk about Kobe and say things like he didn't do this and do that. But she's not doing that. So she's letting her son rest, let her son grieve. You can't say you care this much about the mom and all of this stuff and all of that, and then when I say the man is deceased, you say so. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, that's that fake love, man. It can't be like that. and it has nothing to do with Kobe per se. It's just really about unity and about the black man, the black woman. Like you need both. You need both, and we gotta focus on building and growing together, and not just keep trying to tear each other down, man. Especially when we start getting to things like castrate them. Come on, man. I can't get over that one. Or
I didn't
so
hear that.
we talking about dead people. Like, yo, she deleted that live, yo. She knew that was bogus. You can't say that kind of stuff. But go ahead, Tank or
Brother,
Rebecca Santo.
they can't. A black man can't cut a woman's conversation off, but a black woman can speak to mutilating and cutting off the privates of a black man to where he can't procreate other black children or other black people. That's interesting.
Yeah, I've just been listening in to everyone, man. Pretty interesting. I wasn't sure of the topic when I first came on, and I've enjoyed myself listening, to be honest with you. The insight, when you guys played the video from IG, it gave me a little bit more insight on what was happening. But it's pretty interesting, and I'm super happy that Miss Rebecca has come on the panel so we can. I know she was in the chat, but I'm super happy she's on the panel so we can get a female perspective as well. And I think it's a good thing tonight, you know. So I'm listening in. I don't have a lot of comment. I don't have any comments for the person that is primarily about, as far as their opinions and things that they have stated. I don't know enough about the person in their show, so I really don't have anything to comment about that. But I have 2 ears. I love to listen, and that's what I'm doing.
I'm over here
Rebecca?
reading the chat.
Yep. Oof. I was listening to everyone's point of view, but I don't know. I don't even know where to start. But like for me, like I said, I have no personal like problem with him or Marlene. That's what they do, and I don't know. I was just speaking on behalf of other women. What I hear a lot, even from people who I know who listen to him, that's what they say, and I was just expressing myself and giving my version of what they say and what I've also noticed. To the point where my sister was like, you know what? Let me call his show actually to see if he's gonna be that rude to me. And I told her like, there is a way you move when you call his show. You can't just call and try to act smart or try to. No, that's not gonna fly. It's not gonna work. You kind of have to, be mindful of what you're gonna say because he will roast you. Like, that's it. But that's the thing also. Why would you want to call? I feel like some of the women who call there, they're so scared, like, to even speak because they're fearful of what he's going to say. Because if what they say is not in line with what he thinks, or they're not agreeing to his point, or whatever point they're making doesn't align with his, he has a way of reacting. I think that's what fears people. And to me, that's just sad, to be honest. That's why I'll never personally call on his show because I feel like
But you watch it though, huh?
Sorry?
But you love to watch, right?
No, I watch because, do you know why I watch? I watch because
I know why you watch. Everybody likes to see a train wreck, but nobody wants to see people die.
Basketball wives, basketball Hollywood wives, whatever that stuff is. People like to watch that too. Because if they get in there and they start fighting.
Go ahead, though, Rebecca. You can tell me, but that's what I think. I think people like to watch train wrecks, but nobody wants to hear it or see the dead bodies afterwards. People when you see a car crash on the highway, rubberneck. Everybody want to slow down, tap their brakes to see the car accident. You get what I'm saying? But go ahead. Go ahead, Rebecca. I'm sorry.
For some reason, I cannot hear you guys. I don't know why. I just hear like a bunch of noise. I don't know if it's my connection.
Yeah, I hear a lot of static. Am I staticky too?
Oh boy.
Nah, I
Champion
kind of
Heart,
hear
what
it
it
when
do?
she talks.
Champion Heart.
Yeah,
I don't know.
go
It's
ahead.
not him, is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that
What's going on, brother?
might be me. I'm in a real bad area, man.
Oh, okay.
Wanted to chime in on a few things you brothers was talking about, but I'm trying to call back.
Oh, I don't think nobody here to let him back in, huh, Tank?
No, somebody let him in the first place. I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He had to.
Yeah, he
He
just
just popped
came
up
in.
and I looked up. I think. What up, Cinto? I think.
What's up? What's up, Tank? How
I
you
think
doing,
Cam
bro?
is watching. I'm doing good, King. You on the road?
All right.
What you over
Yeah,
there doing?
yeah. I had a real bad mic night last night. My mic kept messing up.
Yeah, it's all cleared. I thought it was Champion Heart because I looked and I was like, that static didn't happen until he came in. But if Rebecca, if you're still listening, you still want to jump on the panel, the link is in the chat.
Yeah, man. I'm about to grab something to eat and get some
It's late
rest,
over there
man.
where you at, huh, Mark?
Yeah, man. Actually, it's early now. It's past late now. It's early. It's almost 6 in the morning. Man, I appreciate you guys, man. Thank y'all so much for all the love and support. I don't take it for granted. I don't take it light. And I look forward to chopping it up with y'all real soon. You already know we're gonna be back on the show on Friday, man. And we'll keep chopping it up. Thank y'all again. It's your boy Mark Nash. Y'all already know Breaking the Beats, break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and pretty much anything else we can squeeze into those letters. I bid you adieu, farewell. Oh yeah, and make sure you go to marknash.com. Get a hoodie or something. Remember, drinks require sleep, ghosts require effort. Rebecca G, you are a queen amongst queens. Man, you have incredible fortitude, incredible listening skills. You're a great sport, and you have a nice speaking voice too. Very soothing and calming when you speak. So thank you again. I look forward to seeing you on the show. You got my channel. You already know Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 10 o'clock. I'm gonna be looking for you now, Rebecca G. And I'm gonna be looking for you to start your channel. When you do, drop a link and let me know. We're gonna send everybody over there, and we're gonna give you a good blessing over there and send you off into the YouTube streets.
Thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. I Tank, my brother. I'll see you tomorrow somewhere on this YouTube.
Yes, sir, King. Be
All right,
safe
Mark
out there, brother. Get some
So
rest.
I can. Peace.
All right, Mark Nash, take care.
Yeah, I second that. Rebecca has great communication skills altogether, all around. It was crazy how when people were talking, even in the chat, it's like I don't have a problem with people having their opinions and saying their piece. Just defend your position, elaborate on what you're saying, and just do it in a respectful way. You don't even have to agree with me. Most people probably don't agree with me because I have my takes and my perspectives are based off of my personal experiences. And if you didn't experience what I experienced and you don't have the same perspective as I do, then I understand that. But I'm not gonna let you make me feel like my opinion and my perspective is less than just because it's not the same as yours. I just like people to respect other people's ability to have their own thought processes. And so far, being that this is your first time you was on live, you did a great job in displaying that communication skills in that regard. So I definitely appreciate that too, Queen. That
Thank you.
doesn't go unnoticed. At least with us, you know what I mean? I can't speak for everybody on YouTube and all those things that people were saying earlier. And, well, everybody doesn't do this and everybody doesn't do that. I try not to speak in absolutes and I try not to speak in totality for other people. I speak for me. And I vouch for myself. I can't vouch for everybody and speak for everybody. That's too heavy of a burden because you mess around and say something that you mess around and try to psychoanalyze something that somebody says, and they come out and say that's not what I meant, and then you end up looking stupid anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And put your make sure you put your IG or whatever out there. You know what I mean? In case you're doing something, you got something going on, you want to, you got a business promote. What we do is we do support each other. That's what part of what a community is. all these brothers and sisters that join the lives that we're in. We try to do our best to support one another. That's where it starts. You know, it's not always about you know some of the narratives that people put out there in terms of community. We start small, uh, and that's with um, having a relationship or being supportive of the people that support you.
No, I really appreciate that. It was my first time ever. I never go on live anywhere in life. I am very, very shy. So I appreciate you guys for having me. I've never stayed this long on a live or on the phone. But it was good. It was a good conversation, and I appreciate all the feedback and all the point of views and opinions. And yeah, it was a good learning experience for me. I don't have a, like I said, I don't have a YouTube. My Instagram is just like a regular Instagram. But soon I will have a YouTube, but it's more so going to be more like lifestyle, fashion. I doubt I'm going to be doing lives and things like that. But yeah.
But we can still draw traffic to it. Put it in the chat or put it in the private chat or put it in the comment section. So you know anybody that we all got. Well, I can't speak. I'm saying I'm speaking absolute. Now I was just about to speak in absolute. But many of us have sisters, nieces. I have 4 goddaughters. You know what I mean. So anything that you have, we funnel that around and you know get it in the right algorithm so people can support. That's the whole goal, right? If you're doing some beauty tips and all that kind of stuff. I went to school with um, classmates who now do what is that called? Glam stuff. You know, eyelashes and makeup and things like that for people in Hollywood. And so I'm constantly showing her support. Or I got people who do, art therapy and work with at-risk minors. So I do my best to funnel that through. So you know, like I said, it's all about helping each other. You get 1 follower, you get 2, you get 3, you get 4. You have to build from somewhere, right?
Right.
Champion hard. Champion hard. Jump on in here, brother. If you logged out.
Hey, Rebecca. How you doing? Hey, Rebecca, I wanted to ask you, where's your accent from?
I speak French is my first language, so that's probably why you're hearing the accent. But I'm originally, like, my background is Cameroonian. So we're bilingual. We speak English and French.
You said French is your first language?
Yes.
So are you a born American?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's a
But
beautiful
I'm in
accent.
Canada.
You in Canada?
Yeah.
Still America. Just not the U.S. But that's a beautiful accent. I like it. Thank you. I tell you, I want to say shout out to Tiffany, Birdman, Jay Everything, Champion Heart. Of course, my brother Mark Nash, who just left the scene. Chandra Walker, I think I got that right or wrong. I apologize if I got it wrong. And everyone else who I may or may not have missed in the chat. Robert Brown, Reggie Owens when he was here, if he's not here anymore. Brandon Washington. I find it very refreshing that we've had a few ladies to come in and share this night with us. Normally it's just us guys, and it's pretty refreshing, and it's been great to sit back and listen to the different perspectives of all individuals that have been in here tonight. And I've enjoyed it. I want to say shout out to David the Real Thomas also. But yeah, let's just keep it going. And but yeah, Rebecca, like Tank was telling you, put your information out there, regardless if something that people, fashion's not our thing, but we can still, give you numbers. And numbers, a lot of times people see what others are doing and they want to follow. So that would help you get your numbers up as well. Not that I'm an expert at it, because my numbers suck, but I'm in a different lane. But I do know that works. We got Mr. Andre Southgate just put it. He just made a comment as well. Shout out to him as well. But yeah, it's been awesome for me, and I enjoy this stuff. And plus, I'm driving, and It's been pretty interesting. Different light. It's a switch up from what we normally talk about, but hey, it's been great. This is grown folks' conversation, is what I consider it. You know, with an intellectual twist to it. So that's what we need.
I'm trying to comment in the main chat, but I don't know how to do that. It's
You
not.
have to. Yeah, you can only do it in the private chat from where you are, and then you'll have to go out to the actual YouTube page, like you before you came in, and put a comment over there for that. I've been trying to figure out how to.
Oh.
I can't put anything in the regular comments either. I can only do it in the private chat. That's
Oh, okay.
unless someone knows something I don't, but that's what I've seen so far as well.
What you do is, let's say if you're doing it from your phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like as I'm doing it for mine. What I do is I watch it on my TV, but I listen with my earpiece, but I communicate with the chat through my phone. So what I do is on my phone, I can go to different screens. So I go to the screen where I have YouTube, and I go to this channel, the boxing section, and then I go to the live chat, and then I communicate and enter things into the chat that way, because you can't do it on the StreamYard platform that they have. So the thing is,
Oh.
you gotta do it on your phone, and the reason I'm saying it that way is because everybody has different phones. I have a Galaxy Note 10. Somebody may have an iPhone 2029 or whatever. I don't know. But so that's just the way. Whatever you can do to go to your other screen while staying in the StreamYard, that's the way you do it. So just make sure you go to the YouTube channel and then go to the live chat on YouTube. Because like right now, I just put your IG into the chat.
Yeah, I
But
just saw it. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate
yeah, I was
that.
trying to. I just followed you on IG from both of my pages. My personal page is Tank Obadiah, and my business page is the Sweet Science Examiner, where we cover boxing. But once I get that, we can I'll copy and paste a direct link to it, and people can go straight to it just by clicking it on the into the chat.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's what we do. You know what I mean? We don't play around when it comes to supporting our own. Even if we have disagreements with each other, which you will probably eventually most likely hear and see, the next day we still all good, out here. What I wanted to ask you is, how long have you been living in Toronto, Canada?
Oh, wow. How long? I am because I've been back and forth from Cameroon because I lived there for 5 years. Then I came back. So I would say since I got back the second time in 2011. But prior to that, I left Canada in 2005, came back 2011. But prior to that, I was living in Canada. So yeah.
Okay, so you've been back and forth.
Yeah.
Spending significant time in both. But the last go around is about 10 years in Canada.
Yes.
Okay. How is the quote unquote Black experience out there? And I'm just asking. It's probably weird ass questions, but I like asking questions about the experience of my people where they are in the diaspora, because I haven't traveled to Canada or Cameroon, so I don't know the experience. So I have to ask people who've been there.
The one thing I would say that's different between like Canada and the States is the manner in which in America there's a differentiation between African Americans and Africans. Here we're all Africans, to be honest. There's no like, oh, I'm African American. No, it's like nobody cares. Like in Canada, it's like it's international. There are so many different races and things of that nature. So it's like we don't have that here,
They don't have they don't call themselves Canadian, or do they call themselves?
No, you can't
like
be
let's say
Canadian. You can't like I'm like, for instance, myself, I'm Canadian and American, but I wouldn't say I'm Canadian because I'm not native Canadian. So you can say you're You have the nationality, but you're not like native Canadian. Barely anyone is native Canadian.
Right. So like over here, they would say African American or Mexican American or European American or something like that. We're like they really don't say as much as the other ones as they classify us as
Exactly.
African American.
You
But
never
that's
hear
why I was
somebody say
wondering
like,
elsewhere.
sorry.
No, go ahead. That's what I was
Yeah,
wondering.
you never hear anybody say I'm African Canadian. It sounds odd. Nobody says that.
I think it's odd here. Only reason I use it is to be able to communicate with people to get my particular point across because I know that's the way people speak out here, and that's the identification. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you'll be losing people in your conversation when you try to make a distinction between who you're talking about. Because we have like the islands, right? So a person may be from Belize, or Fiji, or Peru, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and all these different places have Cuba, and all these different places have black people, quote unquote, or people that are descended from who came from the continent of Africa. But then you also have people who were like when I was talking about my mother earlier. Her dad's my complexion, with the same woolly textured hair that's real thick, and they identify as the Native Americans. So it just depends on who you're talking about or who you're talking to. And I always wonder that how do people outside of the United States address that? Because I know some people in the UK, they identify with their African ancestry through the diaspora, but they also consider themselves to be British.
I would say it's the same here. For me, it's kind of the same thing, but I would say I identify more with like African because obviously I'm black. Like it's obvious to me. Like I'm from somewhere. I don't know.
They'll be like, "No, you're Cameroonian Canadian or Canadian Cameroonian." They don't try to put you in a bottle. I like that. What about the experiences? Because I remember not too long ago I was watching a documentary in Canada, maybe about 10 years ago or so, and these guys were doing like some kind of undercover thing where they were showing the some of the racism that they experienced in some of the establishments, but they were men.
I've had my experience when it comes to like I wouldn't say direct racism. Let me give an example. Let's say I'll go to a job interview. You know how you have like the phone interview beforehand, so they know how you sound. They have this image. I don't know, for some reason they have this image of you. So every time I will go to an interview and they see me, it's like, whoa, I'm black. So do I sound? What are you trying to say? It's like they think they're going to see maybe another race, but what they see is something different. So they're in shock, but then they're like, oh, okay, but because I'm I'm social, I'm nice. I consider myself as being respectful and nice. So they will be like, okay, it's fine. But I just feel like it's kind of like, oh wow, she's black. Because my like a previous position I had before I went back to school, I was the only black employee. That's when I was like, wow. Now I understand why she looked at me when I came, but she still hired me, so I didn't care.
Like you still were able to get the job. That's all that matters, though.
Yep, I did not care.
Do they have like certain racial epithets that you have to listen out for so you can pay attention to? You'd be like, okay, this particular thing that they say is just what they call us, but don't respond to it. Like let's say if I was visiting Canada or something like that, or Toronto, and they say, hey, you this or that. Like out here, there's so many different ones, so I can't even start to list them. Everyone knows the quote unquote N word, but a lot of people don't know spook, which is the book that I have right there, or spook, boy. Boy is another one that people don't understand. There's a lot of different like little names out here. that they call us that are
Yeah.
epithets,
To,
derogatory words.
to be honest, I don't think I've heard it directly. Like, that's one thing I would say. Like, people might think it in their heads, but they're not going to say it out loud. Because if you do, I hope you're able to handle what's going to come after that. That's one thing I realized. Like, people can think whatever they want. Feel free to say whatever you want to say in your head. Don't say it out loud. And as long as you don't say it out loud, it doesn't bother me. But if I hear you, I will speak. I won't be quiet and be like, okay, it's not okay. Like, I'm a petite girl, so but if I will tell you what you're doing is wrong. I don't care. So I don't know. I haven't heard that in my experience. I haven't heard that directly.
Sounds like to me you're a sister.
What does that mean?
Over here, a sister would definitely tell you what's on her mind. She would stand up for herself.
That's what we call the women that's born and raised in America that are black, quote unquote, from African descent.
Sister.
We call them
a black woman. Yeah. A black woman who's not afraid to stand up for herself.
But it's respectful though. But I'm respectful.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. No, that's not a disrespectful adjective at all.
Yeah. Because when somebody else might hear sister, they might take it as, okay, the loud black woman.
No, that's the wrong.
That's what people might assume.
Yeah, they've been misinformed, and I know what you're saying. I've met some people that thought that that were not native of the United States that thought that sister meant just what you said, and they have been misinformed. But not from my neighborhood. That's not what it means.
No, me, I'm very respectful, but
they got another word. They got another word for that.
Yeah, I love learning about other people's experiences outside of the United States because I think the only time I've been out of the United States I probably was in Mexico. So I just went. But it's still America. It's still considered America on the American continent. You know what I mean? All North America, South America, Central America is still all America.
One thing I wanted to mention actually is when it comes to even the aspect of racism, I would say it mainly like happens in the French region. Like Quebec, people from the province of Quebec, which is like 100% like French, people consider them as being very racist because they consider themselves as a country. Like the province, they treat themselves as their own country. That's how you know. So when you go there, if you don't speak French, for instance, because sometimes I go there and I'll pretend like I can't speak French. I speak English on purpose because I want to hear what they're going to say to me. But like, they are so rude. Like sometimes I'm just like, I'm waiting for you. Like I feel like they can sense that this girl speaks French. That's why they don't try it. But I always do it. Like I make sure I speak strictly English. But yeah, they're very like they're very upfront. Like they'll tell you like, you have an accent, don't talk to me. Like if you have like an African accent, like really thick, they'll tell you like, can I speak to somebody else?
What is the language and dialect in Cameroon?
No, like there are many dialects, like there are many tribes. There's like over 230 tribes. But the main two languages that not everybody speaks, but it's known is English and French. Then the dialects, like the other mother tongues that people speak.
Okay, so would you consider yourself bilingual or bilingual with another dialect?
I would
say that mother tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe multilingual.
Mm-hmm.
That is multilingual. Bilingual is multilingual, but I mean like specifically.
Mm-hmm. I would consider myself as purely like very fluently bilingual. Like, but now when it comes to my dialect, I I can speak, but not as fluent as my parents. Like I understand like 90%, like maybe 95 actually, but I can't speak it because I grew up elsewhere, so the tone, the sound is not the same. So I rather not, but I understand everything for the most part. But if I had to go like into a village, I will be forced to speak it. So I will try my best to speak what I know, even though it doesn't sound like them. Like it won't sound the same as them. But if I don't have to, I wouldn't. Because they'll
Right,
make fun
right.
of me that I sound different. So
Robert Brown in the chat says, I might have missed it because I stepped away, but is she in Quebec? I'm sorry,
oh,
then I
Quebec.
just couldn't
No,
get that.
I'm in Toronto. I'm in Ontario.
She
Toronto,
sounds like she's
Ontario.
got a French type of accent a little. There you go, Robert. She says she's in Toronto. Birdman says, he's responding. Sir Senior said, thank you for letting me join the boxing section. Robert says, but okay, yeah, responding to each other. Birdman says, my friend is from Morocco. He speaks French and Arabic, which I think it's close to where she is from. Well, where?
Where?
What's close? Morocco's more north Africa.
Yeah.
North central.
He means close to Cameroon, or
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if he was saying that Morocco is closer to Cameroon than Arabia is. So I was assuming that he was talking about Morocco and Cameroon.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, they speak French for sure.
Okay, he said yes. So yeah. Eli Zachary says, what are some favorite foods in Canada, Rebecca? What are some favorite foods in Canada?
Oh my gosh.
I can't sing. Don't mean trip.
That's how it starts. That's crazy. You started it correctly. Wow. Favorite food. Like what Canada is known for? I'll say Canada is known for poutine. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of poutine.
Man,
It's like French fries with cheese. Sometimes they put like gravy, and then they put like beef, like a whole bunch of toppings, bacon, everything. I don't eat potatoes, but I know everybody likes it. I don't eat fries.
We're talking about two different things. Okay. Poutine I'm talking about is totally different out here in America. But you say it's called
poutine.
Poutine.
Mm-hmm.
Poutine.
That's how you say French fries?
No, that's the food. It's like a food. No, French fries in French is called pomme de terre, or you can say frites. So, but poutine is like a dish.
Gotcha. When I was a kid, they told us that.
No, go ahead, brother.
When I was, go ahead, man.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I was just going to correct myself because I said Morocco was north central Africa, but it's really northwest. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say when I was a kid, they used to tell us that French fries in France were called pommes frites.
Exactly. That's also pomme frites. Mm-hmm. It's fried potatoes.
Okay. Oh, I wanted to ask you. You might have answered this earlier, but I wanted to ask. I had my phone on mute at the time because I was getting some stuff out of the back of my truck. But anyway, you were talking about the community of color refers. Everyone's referred to as African. Is that are the blacks that are born in Canada, they're considered, or how does that work for people that are born there? People that are nationalists of the country.
No, for those that are born there, they're Canadian, but they're still of African descent, right? Just like me,
right.
I'm born in the States, but I'm still from an African descent.
Right. So I'm saying they still consider themselves, African. Like if you had to separate the races. I mean, well, I won't say that. I'm just saying if they're out in public, if a person of another race is looking at a crowd of people, they're gonna just group people African and whatever else, and so on and so on. That's what I'm asking. Like we were talking about the African American thing, which I hate that detail adjective for what we call ourselves here. We've been called so many different things, and that's the last one that we were labeled as. So, but anyway, I just wondered. I know you were saying that people that are from other countries that have migrated there, considered African, if that's who they are, African descent. But I was just wondering if the people that are African descent, if their offspring that are born there, if they're still considered in conversation as Africans.
Yes, they're still considered African.
Okay.
Here.
That's cool. Gotcha. Okay, cool. That's what I was just trying to get understood. I just want to make sure that if I ever go there, I understand how I'm dealing with people in general. Here we the brothers. Well, as far as black men, we consider each other brothers, and our black women, we consider them sisters, and so on. It doesn't necessarily. It doesn't matter what country we're from if we can tell we're of African descent. But at the same time, when we're when it's just people of color, the black race group of people here in the United States, when we have a conversation amongst each other, then we may discern which, country you may be African or whatever. Now, a lot of times people get differentiated by the accent how they speak, the language. I mean, the way they sound when they speak. So just like I'm from the South, a guy from up north, he would be like, "Oh man, you're a Southerner, or you're a country boy, or you're something like that," because he's from up north somewhere. Because our dialect and accents are slightly different geographically here in the country. But when it's us and it's the other crowd, we'll say, "Hey, this is brother," blah blah blah. So I'm assuming that's the way it is there as well.
No, that I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah,
So-
that's cool. Sure cool.
$1 million question. Is it more so a quote unquote American thing, or is this something that you see in Canada as well, where people of African descent refer to themselves as quote unquote black people? And do people who are not from America associate the people in America as black people who are from Africa who are displaced? You know what I mean? Like we were talking about earlier. The girl Marlene was making a distinction between black men and black women versus herself when she was like, "I'm from West Africa." Does that make sense? The question?
Yeah, it makes sense, your question.
Okay, go ahead.
No, because for me, like, I feel like Marlene, she was talking in general, right? Like the black men, because Kevin Samuels focuses on the black man. That's why she was more, I would say, focused on that. But when she went on the tangent of like her being West African, she was speaking more so of the culture, like where she came from, how things, like how it is in our culture, like how things go down, and which is, I agree with what she said was on point. It's true. How West Africans are, she was right. I think that's what she was saying. But now when it comes to here in Canada, you were asking if Canadians, like people, like if Africans born in Canada consider themselves black. Was that your question?
More so is like Yes, that's one. Like, yeah. Do they consider themselves black? And
Um,
or is that reserved for quote unquote the African American people? More so when it comes to conversation and using the black people.
to be honest, I feel like they I'll put I would say I consider myself as being black because I am, but I'm also African. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah,
It makes
I get
perfect
what
sense.
you're saying.
It
Yeah,
makes perfect sense.
Because
Um,
when I'll be speaking to another race, I'm black. I won't like
right.
most of the time I'll be saying I won't be saying I'm African. Like not to say I don't say I'm African. I'm African. I will let it be known. But like they see us as black. I'm pretty sure some of them they wonder exactly what we are, but they will. I'm pretty sure in their heads we're black. So I will say I'm black, but I'm African. Like I'm African. I'm black. To
Right.
me, it's kind of the same thing. It's just that like different cultures, or
But that
I don't know.
that word black to describe people like ourselves, that's what they use to group us all in one group.
Yeah.
That's how they refer to us, and that's stuck with us, and we've pretty much accepted that over the years, and just made it our own in conversation as well. And then like we're amongst one another, we may distinguish here in this country. We may distinguish, if we're from a different state, or if we're from a different country, or what have you, a different city, however we may do it. But at the end of the day, we say that we're either black or African, or African, African descent. I mean, because me personally, and from my experience and from where I'm from, if I'm in a crowd and it's a mix of people, the other race is going to look at my homie that's from the motherland, as well as my homies that are from my neighborhood that I grew up with. They're going to look at all of us as black or of African descent. They're not going to really say African descent. They're going to say black first, because they're going to figure, see, for them, it's kind of, not all of them, for some people in this country here in the United States, it's a way of denigrating a group of people, to put themselves above us, basically. And so they do that. They won't go as far initially to say African. They'll start off with the word black to describe us, because they want the people that they're talking to, when they say that, to know that they're speaking of a lesser person or a lesser people, and someone that looks different than themselves. But if they do use the word African, then they're looking at us a little bit differently, saying that they're not an American black person. They're from Africa. They're not going to be, I think they feel that most Africans are not as much of a threat to them as American black people, because the American black people are descendants of slaves. Most of us, not all of us, but most of us are descendants of slaves. So sometimes conversations go that way on the other side, and I've had some enlightenment from the other side to explain that to me, which I had already figured that, but it's been explained to me that way. I've had some people that I got along with pretty well that were of a different race, and they've shared that information with me, and I was spot on of what I was thinking at the time. So that's kind of how it works over here.
You mentioned something when it comes to like slavery and things of that nature. In Africa, we had nations who dominated us for years. So to be honest, that's another form of slavery to me. I don't care what anybody says, because when they dominated, they took everything.
Yeah.
We had no power. we worked for
Colonialism,
them.
right?
Right.
And it's these like like Germany was one,
France.
England was another, France was till now France is still dominating Cameroon. Okay,
Wow.
so I would say we when I say we, it's like Africa as a Cameroon, for instance, in particular, we felt that, even though we won't describe it exactly as slavery, but I'm going to be honest, people left from Africa to America and they were slaves too. So,
Right.
you know,
Oppression is worldwide.
That's colonial. That I think they call it colonialism out there.
and the one
'Cause
thing I
that was
forgot to add, sorry, I
no.
just
Go ahead.
wanted to add one more thing. I don't know if there are any like African like people of African descent in the chat or any or logged in right now, but one thing I've noticed with nations in Africa, our presidents last. How can someone be a president for over 30 years? Can somebody explain that to me, please? And when you want to speak on it and march and revolt, like, okay, we're tired of you. We need we need like a younger generation. We need people who are visionary, who are open-minded. They will literally stop you from walking in peace. Like, like they will prevent you. You'll go to jail. You will go to jail. A lot of people went to jail just because they were trying to say like, okay, this is enough is enough. How can our president he's been there for 38 years or something? 36?
Yeah, it
We only
becomes a
had two
dictatorship.
presidents. We only had two presidents ever since we gained independence.
Wow.
Right, 'cause that's the way it's set up. Like even I think they had where Mubarak was the same way, and a bunch of other people were like that, and different countries on the continent of Africa.
And people are gonna hate me for saying it, but to be honest, I have no problem with the president. I have friends, like family, who were appointed in high positions by the president. No, I'm not. But it's like, come on, 30 what? 30 how many years? Seriously?
That's a whole
So
lifetime
basically,
for some people.
you want to basically die on the throne.
Yeah. That's sort of like, that's when it becomes sort of like a dictatorship, in my opinion.
Oh, that is. Oh my God.
Because
Let me get in this chat real quick.
you got a person in charge that's had the same, possibly the same mentality most of those 30-something years.
It's sad.
Champion Heart in the chat says we are foundational Black Americans, not African Americans, and that's for those people who are listening on the replay. Foundational Black Americans is the phrase that is coined by Tariq Nasheed to specify the uniqueness for certain quote unquote Black people that live here in the States, because you have some people that come from different regions and from the continent of Africa. You have people that come from different regions on different islands, such as Cuba, Puerto Rico, that I was bringing out before, Peru, Mexico, Dominican Republic, Haiti. These are some of these people would be considered Black people, but he uses the foundation of Black Americans to make a distinction between who they are and who we are as, I wouldn't say descendants of slaves, but like descendants of people who went through slavery. I make that particular distinction for just my own personal reasons, but that foundational Black American is also to point out the people who were here prior to a lot of the immigrants who came over here, and they were colonized by the Europeans who came over here and then subjected to, like I said, slavery, as well as later on Jim Crowism and things like that, and helped build America from its foundational point to where it is now. Those people that think Santos and bringing out earlier about the people who had patents. I think it was I think Mark Nash and also
Yeah, Mark
Kyle was
Nash
bringing
spoke
it up
on it.
as well
Yeah.
when Mark was talking about the people who had patents and didn't get the credit for the patents that they had. So that's the foundational Black Americans. Um,
Yeah.
and he says not African Americans. Um,
Yeah, and those families are
it
still
depends
reaping the
on
benefits of wealth from those patents that they stole from
yeah.
our people.
Mark Nash says no. She often lifted her culture and the men there versus here in the U.S. So he's talking about the comment Marlene was making when she was speaking on the guy show. I can keep forgetting the guy's name. Like I said, I don't follow. Birdman says we are Negro if we are from America, not black. Yeah, well, the thing is, it that was one of the titles, but if you even look up the word negro, negro or negro, that's comes from a Spanish word that the word just means black. So it's the same thing, just a different language, really. And more recent definitions in dictionaries, they'll use Negro and phonetically pronounce it Negro as opposed to Negro, but it still refers to black people. Um,
Yeah.
even in the definition, it'll say black people who come from Africa or African descent. So, like I said, the Negro, whether you say Negro or black, it's still the same thing because it means the same thing. Champion Hard, good point. Africa is a continent. Um, from Robert Brown, RB Champion Hart, exactly. Um, America is a continent too. So foundational Black America is the continent. America's
Yeah,
a continent,
America's a
Africa's a
company. Yeah.
continent. It's all the same. That's why I say it just depends on the uniqueness of how you want to address somebody or make a distinction between who's who. Um, Eli Zachary says her intellect and the way she presents herself is refreshing. That was towards Rebecca, I'm pretty sure, because he wasn't talking about Marlene. I doubt it. Mark Nash said that is a dictatorship. Mark Nash also said that's colonization. Uh, but BT another name by another name, I think. Oh, by another name. Okay, he clarified it in the next post. Robert Brown, RB says only distinction there should be any the only distinction there should be what state you're from, like Georgian or Californians. But if you're born in America, you're American. Canada, Canadian seems like another way of labeling. That depends on how you view things. I don't. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I understand that's the way that it's used nowadays. Um, However, I don't subscribe to the ideology that your nationality is based solely on where you were born. Uh, I just personally don't. I believe that your nationality is based on who your father is, or your father, who your forefathers are, and because your fathers are the ones who put the seed in the womb or the egg of whatever woman that they mate with. Um, you know what I mean? If you have if you're born if you have two people that you have a woman that's pregnant and she's on a cruise ship and she's 7 months pregnant or something like that, and the cruise ship is in the Atlantic Ocean, and she has a what do they call it when you have a baby early, a premature birth, and they're able to deliver the child. Is the child an Atlantean because it was born in the Atlantic Ocean? They're gonna say no. The child is what the parents are, wherever the parents are from. You know what I mean? Um, two parents who are American citizens go move to China for 10 years and then decide to have a child. Uh, you know, uh, that child is not Chinese. Coming from a black man and a black woman. So I don't think it really is where you're born. But
Well,
I understand what you're saying, though.
well, technically, national, your nationality, basically, the word nationality is derivative of nation. So
Right.
that's where that comes from. But I understand what you're saying. You are what you are born of, but that is
Right.
that is your creed or your race, not necessarily your what country you are nationals of. Now, if you now
Citizen of.
citizen
Right.
of now, if you
Right.
are
Values.
born at sea, it may depend on the jurisdiction of those waters.
That's
Because
why I
if
don't
there's
people
a
out there.
hospital involved, and you go to the hospital in that foreign land, you're gonna end up with dual citizenship. You're gonna
That's what I'm saying.
you have citizenship where you were born. You have citizenship from the country that your parents are a part of, and your birth certificate basically is it's some ownership papers of the country that you here in this country. I don't know about around the world, but it just it's an ownership situation over here, a little monetary. I forget how to explain it exactly, but it basically identifies what that you here from the United States, and it's like they look at you as there's a value of some type. I forget how to explain exactly, but that certificate has not just a paper showing that you were born here in this country, but also has a meaning which carries a value in this country.
Right. And that's modern.
So it's
That's more like modern day time thinking of
yeah.
what a nationality is. Last 100 years or so. DJ says, sounds like a dictator to me. Champion Heart says, she is right. The slave experience that happened in the islands and in the United States experience is totally different. Rebecca G said, I'm reading the comments. Thank you, guys. All respect and love. The Michael section. Robert Brown said, I'm speaking about in terms of labeling for other purposes in this country, not origins. Yeah, I know. That's why when you listen to the replay, that was what I was touching on. It's specific to how we speak now. I was just saying that I personally don't subscribe to it, but I understand it. I understand. Champion Heart said a lot of us were reclassified during the Treaty of 1865. This is why you have black people who are Indian. Exactly, and they were reclassified even before that to become Indian for some of them, because some of them were going by another classification before that, and some people were married into certain Indian tribes and became Indian by way of culture through marriage, and then after that were reclassified again after 1865. So yeah, that's 100% facts. I think that's the whole chat. Let's see. Somebody just put something in there. Oh, exactly. Champion Heart for years, the label has been used to put people in certain classes for so-called benefits. My grandmother was part Native American, and I'm assigned a number for my tribe. What the front door? What the front door? I know Kyle's like, man, I had this whole thing set up. So we was gonna talk about The Wire today, and the conversation kind of ended up organically morphing into something else. So we're gonna have to do that another time. He said he wants to have Wire Wednesdays where he does that. On my channel, we're gonna try to do something where we actually I can get the people to review the channel. I have written out the things that I want to touch on when we do have a live. Centro's boxing is referring to your straw man.
Look how on fire the chat is. We hadn't had that much activity this time of morning in the chat in weeks.
Yeah,
if
and that's
ever.
it with this Robert Brown the other night. Remember when we did the 8 hours?
Oh, that's the one I missed. Yeah, I missed that one.
Oh, okay, yeah. Robert
No, I
Robert
was
held
in
us
on
down.
I was in on 8 hours. It was the 10-hour one that I missed.
When was that?
The 10-hour joint y'all did. I missed that one. The 8
When
hours
was
I
that?
was in on. I think it was Monday morning. Sunday night, Monday morning.
Oh, I thought that was 8 hours, 8.5 hours, or something like that.
That was the one Monday night to Tuesday morning, because I think you and I held it down. Was it us?
Yeah, it was like 8.5
Yeah.
or something like that. Because I texted because I
Yeah.
recorded because I wanted to take some sound bites out of it and repackage and repost it in smaller segments because of the some of the content. I felt like we touched on some really powerful topics and was able to break them down and be very articulate in our responses to them. And I think that they should get credit being isolated into their own videos. And then I looked, I was like, damn, that shit is long, the motherfucker. Like eight hours or something like that. It's gonna take me forever. I got my own videos I gotta edit. But we're gonna do it though. Because it was it was such good content. And we was going all over the place from politics to sports. You know what I mean? I think we was touching on spirituality and a whole bunch of other stuff. I forgot even what the topic was that night, that morning.
Yeah, it's great. But yeah, this
Streamable is good for
conversation has
clips.
been very good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the Mark Nash School of how we do this. He said, oh my bad, let me go back. Birdman said, I missed Sunday through Tuesday. I had to catch back up on my sleep. You nothing wrong with that, bro. Mark Nash said, Tank streamable is good for clips, 10 minutes. I'm gonna find out what that is when I Google it. Streamable is free, by the way. Okay. Yeah. Because we don't have to. But yeah, I want to do a. Robert said, yeah, that was fun. Yeah, that was dope. I was on my coffee. I just had a cup of coffee not a second ago.
Hey, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Were you on the platform with Mark Nash before coming over to this platform last night?
Yeah, I was on his. Nope. I came like towards the middle of his of his live, because I was like, this is getting interesting. But I what actually brought me there was I randomly like saw Marlene on live, and I'm like, what is she talking about today? And I'm like, oh, it's Kevin Samuels again. So I'm like, okay, let me just check out his channel just to see what other people are saying, because it's usually good to get other perspectives. So I just joined. And then I was scared. I am, like I said, I've never joined live. I'm like, oh my God, I don't do this.
Well,
Like,
guess what?
oh my God. I can't believe I'm on live. It's crazy.
I just started interacting I guess a couple months ago, 2 to 3 months ago myself. I mean, I've chatted a little bit for the past 4 years. I've chatted a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. But I've been on this platform more than any other platform that I've been on, and it's more comfortable to me now than it was when I first started communicating verbally with the gang. About, we're all big boxing nerds, and we talk about boxing, which is comfort zone for me, and I enjoy it. Plus these guys, they keep me company while I'm driving at night, and we don't just talk boxing, we talk about life in general, and we talk about movies and things of that nature. So it's very helpful, and we learn from one another, we encourage one another, and we also entertain one another. So it's you can get a little bit of everything. So you know, if you want to join night after night, we'd love to have you join up with us. You know, because we're out here.
No, I'll definitely join. Just that I wasn't able to get the other people's like contributors' channels. I don't know if there's a way for them to post their
Well,
links on
you'll
their
need to come
video.
back. You'll need to come back a few more nights, and you can get those.
Oh,
They'll be
seriously?
back.
What?
They'll be back. She said
Really?
she didn't get the channel, the names of the channels
No,
for some of the other persons.
No, because I want to check out other people's content, right? It's always, subscribe. That's
Yeah.
that's the least I can do,
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna put mine in the chat.
So yeah, it was interesting. Very
Mine.
interesting.
I don't have any real content on my channel, so don't you waste your time going there. Yeah, man. It's just I just never made time to do what I initially planned to do when I first turned that channel on, which was about 3 years ago.
But I wanted to say something. Like originally, I didn't want to get on this because I'm like, I'm the only female. I'm going to get roasted. I was like,
You wanted to get
should I not?
roasted?
No, I thought I was going to because
Oh,
I'm
you
like
thought
the
you were gonna?
only female.
No, we're
And
not disrespectful over here.
no,
No.
because I felt like people were going to think I'm like I don't know, a fan of so and so. It's like no, like I'm
No, you.
an adult. I have a mind of my own. Like
Yeah, you're
I
entitled
just
to your
shared
opinion.
that, and I'm like, you know what? Who cares? Let me just join.
Now it's not now when it come down to boxing, we have some ladies that come out sometimes and join us, and they're very knowledgeable about the sport of boxing, and
Wow.
they don't always agree with what some of us say, and vice versa. It's not a male or female thing at that point, though. It's more like what boxes you like more than the other, and it's a sport thing, because the guys, we go at it sometimes, and then we have a back and forth with females sometimes, but we're not harsh with the females. We respect them,
Mhm.
Guys, we'll go ahead, we'll talk a little rough to each other every now and then, but the ladies, we're gonna give you respect, because we don't want you to feel disrespected. We don't want you to feel alienated. We want you to come back and join us. In this particular platform, there's a lot of maturity on this platform. There's not a lot of immaturity. So we are all able to speak to one another without being ready to go to blows. We're able to speak to one another, to learn from one another, and encourage one another. And and in the next 5 minutes, we can still have a disagreement, and we can agree to disagree. And no harm, no foul. Everyone's cool, and then we'll come back the next night or the next 2 nights or whatever it may be, and we still get along. So it's pretty. This is one of the coolest platforms I know of.
So everyone who was on here, they are into boxing.
The majority of us, but we don't just do boxing. We have like I was saying, we have movie night. We talk about, and sometimes movie night is multiple times a week. And then we have one night that we designate to MMA, which is another form of combat sport.
Oh.
And
y'all click that link in them chat. Click them links in that chat. Y'all see them links in there. Click them links and subscribe.
So we have a lot to talk about, but when you come out here, you never know what you're going to get, because we may be talking about life in general, like family issues. We may be talking about social issues. Every now and then we could bring up some politics. Nothing too crazy, but I mean it's a very good platform over here, because we got a lot of people that come through here that are educated in certain areas, if not all areas, and we get very informal information, and we share it with one another. So it's pretty cool.
And most importantly, we try to go to each other's pages. So as you see a lot of familiar names that was on Mark Nasser's channel, and now we came over here to Kyle's, the boxing section. You may go from here to somewhere else one night, or from there, you know what I mean? We move around, but we move around by letting each other know, hey, look, this is where we're going to be at, and then we all kind of support each other.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all,
I
you already
saw
got my,
that.
I think I sent my IG to you, so you already got the IG. As soon as you check your whatever, and y'all see those links in there that didn't already subscribe to my channel. There you go. We got to build up one brick at a time.
That's another thing. Like, 'cause I'm on my phone. If I go and click on the link, it takes me off of the live.
Oh yeah.
So that's why I've been getting off, because I was trying to click on the links and I have to come back on. That's why I was
Yeah,
like,
you can't do it. You can't do it unless you
you have to get off to do it.
Sometimes you can have
no you can't.
extra window open. I've been
Yeah,
able
that's
to
what I was
do it
saying. You
before.
can't do it unless you do that. What I was telling her earlier with the windows.
Okay.
I have an Android, so I just click my little three lines or
me too.
whatever, and then it goes. Yeah, it just goes to the next window, and then I go to you go to the actual YouTube channel and click that bad boy, and I can still stay in the chat. I mean, on the panel, and still click the link, follow whoever. Like I was able to put her link to her Instagram in the chat. I hope that works.
I think it's because I use my YouTube is like the app, right? But then on this, I use your link. It's forcing me to use Safari, which I hate. And there's no option of like opening a new screen. Well, but it takes me out. It
So
doesn't
you're using
allow me use Google Chrome. That's why I can't do what you guys are saying.
Yeah, you may have to wait till you get finished then.
Yeah,
you got that
it's
old
either I
Canada
have to
connection.
sign up on my iPad, but I don't want. It's odd looking at like having two things open of the same thing. So it's like, I'd rather just use my phone.
Yeah, she got that old bootleg Canada connection. I ain't mad at it at all.
What? Like,
hey, look, you said you came on here, you expected to get roasted. I had to give you one jab.
one person
Yeah.
tried to roast me though. There's that one. I'm not gonna. Should I say his name? No, I don't know. But there's this one person who was trying to, he tried to drop something, but I ignored it.
I don't remember what it was. I didn't see it, probably.
There was somebody, I think his name was Neo something. I was just like, sorry, I didn't catch that. I'm lost. He didn't go back. He didn't repeat. I was just like, okay.
Do you ever come over to the States?
Sorry?
What you put in there, Birdman? Birdman
Sorry?
said it was me, not a Pappy. We got to get you some. So what American movies, or have you? Well, first of all, have you visited the States? Been in the States? Spent any significant time out here in the States?
Okay.
In the United States?
I have the last time I was officially in the States was literally, I would say 9 years ago. I don't count when I stopped by at the airport. I don't count that. Like, I mean, like, actually
I got you.
being there. It was like 9 years ago, and it was in Atlanta because my parents have a house there. So, that's the last time I was there. But I'm actually even going soon to Atlanta, so
Yeah,
it's been a while.
Atlanta's a good city for brothers and sisters to make a way for themselves.
Kevin Samuel City.
Huh?
It's Kevin Samuel City, isn't he? In Atlanta?
Oh, she said it's Kevin Samuel City. I guess
Kevin
that's where he
Samuel
at.
City.
No, the guy that they was talking about on Mark's show last night.
That guy.
Yeah, I guess that's the guy.
Is that where he's
that's
from?
where he's from. I roasted her before. I got to know her. So my apologies. Birdman says.
But it's a pretty good. Well, you know how Atlanta is.
Easy
Atlanta's a
Saunders
pretty good
wins.
sized city.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been there. I've heard let's just say conflicting stories about it.
I just read I think Birdman's comment. No
Yeah.
problem.
I was looking at that too. Hey, but you see the difference what happens when you actually get a chance to hear people out. You know what I mean? Y'all when we allow people to elaborate and articulate themselves and not just jump all over them as soon as they say one or two or three words or type into the chat a sentence or two. You know, it's a lot different when you get an opportunity to express and elaborate and put in context what you're saying. Then you can be like, oh, okay, that's what you meant. Fair enough.
No, I agree.
Canelo won't be Ricky T. I got to go in the phone booth and change my name and change my icon to the Sweet Sounds Examiner so we can talk boxing. He jumped in there with the boxing talk. I'm not even really I think I talked about Alvarez versus Saunders already too.
I have a question regarding boxing.
You come to the right place since this is the boxing section.
Honestly,
You got Centos Boxings and the Sweet Sounds Examiner. Go ahead.
Word.
before I even say anything, for me, boxing, I feel like it's one of the most dangerous for me. To the point where if my significant other, for instance, was a boxing, I'll be like, it messes up your face. Like the
Well,
punching. No, I just know, but like if you look at their faces, like I feel like it messes up your face. Like
well,
no,
some
like it
people scar.
disfigures.
Some people scar differently than others. Some there's guys that box, and if you didn't know they were boxers when you look at them, you never would know they were professional boxers. I mean, and that doesn't mean that they may have never had a scar, a cut, but that just means they probably healed up a little bit better than the other guys. And then some guys may get a little cosmetic surgery. I don't know, but are you familiar with the great Muhammad Ali?
Oh yes.
Okay, he was a great boxer. He boxed for several years since he was a young kid, about the age of 12. And he'll tell you real quick. Look, when he first started, right after he turned professional, he probably had 22 fights as a professional. He said 184 amateur fights, 22 professional fights, and I'm pretty as a girl. He'll tell you all the time he was pretty. So there was some guys they're not they hold up well even through the wars.
I don't know. Boxing, whenever I see it on TV or anywhere, I just switch the channel because I feel bad. I'm like, this is so painful. I can't do it. And I don't like you clearly see women like sitting in the front row. I will cringe because I'm like, oh my God, that's somebody's son. Oh my God.
It's not for the faint of heart. I'll tell you. But when you see the blood and all that stuff, initially, it's pretty gruesome, and you'd be like, man, that mess your face up and things of that nature. But later on, when you see that person a few months later, it's like they've never been in the ring. They heal up. Face heals up pretty quick.
It depends on a person, right? Like if you look at a Gabriel Rosado, who's had so many cuts.
Yeah, he gets
some people
scar
cut
tissue.
easier than others, like you were talking about before. And when they get cut, they have the scar tissue was always there, and they get successful to cuts moving forward in their career. So it's all dependent on the individual. But I definitely understand that. I took a lady friend out to watch some live boxing, and for her first time, and she was cringing and all that good stuff at first, but you know what I mean. As the next fight and the next fight and the next fight went on, she got into it, and she really enjoyed watching it live. So it's like a little. It just depends, You see it, and then you're like, especially if you can explain to her what it is that she's seeing, or you have somebody that can explain to you what it is that you're seeing, and you start to understand the science of it and the little things that each boxer is doing to set up certain things, and what opening is where, and how they go about trying to strategically and tactically beat each other and land certain punches, it becomes that much more entertaining or exciting to watch. And yeah, it's just like one of those things where if you got to give it a chance, once you know what you're watching, and it's just that much more better. You get used to the violence of it, I suppose. Um, some people won't, but I think that if you give it a chance, you get used to the violence. But it is the hurt business, like you said. There's no way around that. It's a very, very, very dangerous sport. All the way to the point of people losing their lives in the ring or shortly after the ring, after the fight. So it's not for the faint of heart, as they say, by any means. It's a very, very brutal and dangerous sport where people can literally die from competing in it, and that's even from the amateur ranks with headgear on. So imagine when you're doing it for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years at the professional level without the headgear, it becomes that much more dangerous. Yeah.
There's
But
that
that's why
in
we always talk about
kickboxing.
the defense. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying like there's that in kickboxing. Those two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I will never watch it. I would, but I won't go again. Like I'll go once and be like, thank you for the experience. I appreciate it. And I'll no. I'll have nightmares.
You can sit back away from the ring, away from it, and watch it, from a distance, and also on the jumbotrons, and it won't look probably as bad to you.
But it's
maybe
the
like
reaction
watching
of
on
the
television.
it's the reaction of the people for me though. Like when they're like screaming, like they're happy, like wow, they punched him in the jaw, like whoa, like what?
Yeah, they want to see their guy do some damage to the other guy
See?
and win the fight.
That's somebody's son. No.
Or
You're
daughters,
familiar
because
with
there's a lot of women that box too.
yeah,
See,
a lot of women.
For those women, kudos to them. I played soccer.
I know that's
Wait,
right.
I played soccer like
Little football.
in high school, and I remember my coach. Oh no, what? No, that's not for me.
You familiar with
No.
You familiar with Lennox Lewis and John Pascal?
Soccer players?
No, this is boxing.
Oh,
Lennox Lewis and John Pascal. Well,
I
they're
think I've heard of
Canadian.
him, yes, but it's like
Yeah. But those guys, they've had a few cuts over their careers, and they don't look like mummies or anything like that. They look like normal people. I'm not gay or anything, but they're not bad. They're not bad looking guys. I mean, they're not all scarred up looking, stuff like that. Now, if you get close enough, you might be able to see some cuts and some evidence of past wars in their face. But I mean,
oh boy.
just looking on the surface, not really trying to analyze them too much. They look like who they were when they started boxing.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of fights, some fights take less damage than others. Some fighters cut less than others, and you just got some that some people they end up with a crooked nose at the end of their career and all that kind of stuff. Fortunately, our race of people, we hold up pretty well. We're pretty doable. You don't see as much of that. I don't on fighters that are of black, of the black race. So I think that's why we have a little edge,
But there's some boxers who come there to kill. Their aim is to come and kill. Okay, like I've seen it.
You don't go in there to. You're not going in there to say. You're not going in there to rub a guy on the head and say, "Hey, man, I'm not going to hurt you tonight." You go in there and you say, "Hey, good fight. Best man wins. I like you, but I got to take you out."
Oh God,
Yeah,
that's the attitude.
They're not going in there literally. My bad. Go ahead. Oh yeah, I was gonna say they're not going in there literally to kill anyone. A lot of these guys, believe it or not, come from competing in the amateur ranks, and a lot of these guys have been boxing since they were kids, and they have boxed each other. A lot of times when you see boxers fighting in the ring, many times they fought before or sparred before when they were a lot younger, whether they were in their early teenage years or competing in international tournaments or competing in the Olympics, competing in local national tournaments, state championships. These guys have been fighting for a long time, so they know each other. And by the time they get to the professional ranks, they just want to make a little money doing it. So they're not really trying to go in there and kill the guy that they sparred with or fought in the amateurs. They just want to make sure that they go in there and do the damage that they need to do so that they themselves don't get hurt. So, but it's like that saying in Rocky, if he dies, he dies. But that's not something that people really, even if they,
Oh boy.
even if they say it in the press conference to build up a fight, most of the times they're not really trying to kill each other. They may go for a knockout or put the pressure on and try to throw very, very dangerous and damaging punches. But that's why you see at the end of a lot of these bouts, they all tap each other's gloves, tap the gloves of the opposition's trainer, and give each other a good hug after a bout. So, they're athletes. They're combat sports athletes. They're not monsters.
But
Even though it's a barbaric sport. All right, somebody asked questions in the chat. I got y'all. I see y'all
Hey, I
like
gotta
Ricky T's in the chat now.
step out. I gotta step out for a second. Take a call. I'll be back in a moment. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hopefully Cam's still with us. All right.
All right, yes, sir. Ricky T, he says, easy Saunders win this weekend. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know too many fights that are quote unquote easy, but we'll see what happens. Sometimes these guys make tough fights look easy. He says Canelo won't be able to cope with the movement and skill of Saunders. Yeah, that's one of the styles that we've seen give Canelo, Saul Alvarez most of the problems when we've seen him box. Fighters like Erislandy Lara, fighters like we all know Floyd Mayweather Jr. Pretty much beat him 12 rounds to 0. We've seen Austin Trout give him problems, even though he caught Austin Trout in the round and dropped him. So we do understand that there's a certain level or style of boxing that gives Canelo the most problems. The thing is, we're going to see if Billy Saunders will be able to maintain that style and have the discipline to execute a game plan this weekend. So there's two different things. It's not just the style; it's whether you're able to sustain the style. That matters too. He says, Tank, what are your thoughts on the fight? I think that's kind of what I'm saying. These guys are two slick fighters. Saul Alvarez is a slick fighter. He's a counter puncher. He moves his head well. He has a really good upper body movement. Silly Billy Saunders moves his feet well. He's not really a hard hitting power punching guy, which is what I was trying to explain to Rebecca a second ago. Is like some of these guys they're not trying to go in there and kill you because some of them just don't punch that hard. They beat you with skills, you would say like a Timothy Bradley or a Paulie Magnani type fighter who is not known for necessarily their punching power, but they're able to do what they need to do in order to win rounds. And at the end of the day, the goal is to win 7 out of the 12 rounds. If you can do more than that, then that's great. But that's usually the end goal is to win the fight. And in order to win the fight, you have to win at least 7 of the 12 rounds. We're going to be able to see who's going to execute the game plan more. We're going to have to wait and see if Saunders is able to take the punches of Alvarez, and we're going to be able to see if Alvarez is able to keep up with the foot movement. Can Alvarez cut the ring off when Bill Saunders uses escape routes, pivots around him, and tries to turn Canelo? If Alvarez can keep up with him and turn with him and maintain the same level of pressure that he's used to putting on other fighters. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion one way or the other. I think that we just have to wait and see who can do what to the opponent come Saturday night. It says there is nothing fake about boxing. Okay, that's to her point. When he says there's nothing fake about boxing. It's all real life, and it can make or break people. Yes, one of the metaphors for life is our boxing metaphors. I think that I personally love combat sports. I started training in combat sports when I was very young, 5, 6 years old, competing in tournaments at 7 years old and things like that, fighting in different types of different styles, different disciplines. So I've always used combat sports as a metaphor for life, because in life you get knocked down. In life you get hit with a punch that you didn't see. As they say, shit happens, and it's not about what happens when you get hit. It's about what do you do when you have to respond to it. What happens when you have a game plan in life and your game plan falls through? What are you gonna do? How do you respond? Can you pick yourself back up? Can you get back on the proverbial horse? These are the things that boxing and life correlate one to the other. He says they talk the talk, but they ain't really there for that. They shake hands after. Okay, that was going to the point of yeah, they talk that talk, Rebecca. They be talking that shit. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Get your affairs in order. Kiss your wife goodbye. But at the end of the day, they just want to get in there and jab somebody's face open. Some dudes, and to be fair, some people don't like the other person. And just the analogy that I used earlier about how guys have competed against one another in the amateurs. Sometimes they didn't like them as kids, and they don't like them as adults. So they do want to get in there and prove that they are in a ring with somebody who's not on their level, and maybe somebody. And a lot of times behind the scenes, because boxing's it's kind of like a niche. It's a niche sport indeed, but it's also a small knit community. Some of these guys share the same managers, promoters, trainers, and cities, so they are around each other a lot. And unfortunately, sometimes they end up sharing the same women. And of course, when that happens, all hell can break loose once they get in that ring. DJ says, yes, Rebecca G. We discuss multiple topics on this show, and we are very respectful of one another. Like my guy, Sentos Boxing said, 100% fact. Ricky P also says, take Deontay Wilder, for example. He made himself look like a crazy fighter who wanted a life, but when he met Fury, that all changed. Champion Heart says, salute to my sister, Rebecca, my brother Tank, and Sentos Boxing. I'm out. Please be safe. If you're out there driving, Champion Heart, on that road, salute to you, King. Appreciate you, brother. Always showing love. Peace to you and yours, brother. Birdman says, Ricky T, watch it. No Wilder slander, especially with that crazy talk. Birdman also says, like he said, ain't nothing fake about boxing. It can make or break people or show their true colors. Hence, Fury scared and Wilder got back up and want his get back, Ricky T. Ricky T says, Birdman, I love Wilder. He's a great boxer. The only time I could not support him was when he fought my favorite boxer, which is Fury. Now, what I said about what he said is on tape, and I didn't mean it bad. He put meant, but I believe he meant mean. So to speak. Birdman, exactly. I can respect that. All right, that's just caught up with the chat. My bad. If I read that too fast, if I was rounding on. Y'all listening on the replay, y'all let me know. Y'all probably catch me in the comments. Tell me, Tank, slow down. Let me see. Robert Brown says, boxing and combat sports is actually a better way to solve conflicts than some other ways. The gym I went to used to have a slogan. Oh, you meant two, not two as in TOO as in also. The gym I went to used to have slogan, better to sweat in the gym than to bleed in the streets. God damn, that's a bar. Big facts. All right, so that's that. So what I wanted to ask you, Rebecca, earlier when I was asking you if you had been in the States, I don't know if you're still with us, if you can hear me, but Um, I was asking you that because I was going to ask, um, do you guys get a lot of, or do you personally, not you guys, do you um, get a chance to watch American movies or American TV shows or American based TV or American based movies? And if so, what are some of the ones that you actually like to watch?
Um, I do watch a lot of American, like I would say shows and movies. I'm not really into like reality TV, but I watched Love is Blind. I don't know if you guys know you know that show, but that's the only
I
one I
never heard of it.
actually liked watching. But now in terms of shows, what do I like? Oh my god, there's so many. Um ooh, I like true crime. A lot of true crime, a lot of like investigation, like murder type of shows. I like
Uh,
stuff like that. A lot of people don't, but
okay,
I really like that.
okay. So then you would like, or I think that you would like. I don't want to assume, but I would think that you would like I said, The Wire. Put that on your list wherever you jot down
The
information
Wire.
that you got. The Wire. I'm telling you, just check that out. Um, on my channel and on this channel, on Kyle's channel, we're gonna do some things where we integrate The Wire into um, some of these some content. Um, the Wire is usually ranked amongst the best shows of all time. If you just Google the best TV shows of all time, it's going to be in your top. It's going to be in the top 10 or wherever list that you look up. Usually in the
Mm-hmm.
top three to five. Um, and also, there's one that is not well known, um, but it's very very good, and I highly recommend it. And it's called The Shield. And that's something that, based off what you just said about crime dramas and that whole murder mystery, uh, that is one that would be right up your alley as well. The Wire is more of a socio-political um, um, mirror that's put up, and it's very authentic in the show's plots and the things that it deals with because each season is different. Each season deals with something that's different with an American major city, even though they all take place in the city of Baltimore. Each season deals with different aspects of the city of Baltimore, whether it's the war on drugs, the war on unions and dock workers, dealing with economics. Um, Season three, I believe they're going to deal with politics, inner city politics, in terms of local politics, mayoral, um, a mayoral race takes place where the city has to vote on a new mayor or to vote for the incumbent mayor. In the fourth season, there's only 5 seasons by the way. In the fourth season, they deal with the inner city school systems of Baltimore, where the show takes a hard left turn and they go into a premier Baltimore City middle school, and you get to see the life of these kids and how the what you saw in the first 3 seasons, how those institutions affect the children that are in these cities, where there's the drug trade, like I said, the economics and the politics. Are these kids getting left behind? You get to see um, their struggles from a young age and the households that they grew up in. And then in the fifth and final season, um, it deals with the wrap up of all these other plots that they've had and the character stories that they've had. But it also deals with it from the perspective of the Baltimore City Sun newspaper. So you can see how does media even cover all of these things within the city. So that's a unique show. That's why it's usually thought of as one of the best shows of all time because it doesn't really follow any one particular character too much more than it does another. It really does follow the city. Um, Even though I'm not going to lie and say it doesn't have certain characters that are a constant throughout the seasons. But what I'm saying is it doesn't necessarily focus on one of those characters like many other shows do. You know what I mean? It doesn't give you, it doesn't make you, okay, the police are the good guy and they're going after these criminals, or these criminals are just doing it this way and these police are trying to stop what they're doing. It gives you pretty much here's the content, and you decide who's right, who's wrong, or is there a right or is there a wrong? Is it a black and white thing, or is this there are multiple shades of gray? So that's The Wire. In The Shield, however, that is specifically from the perspective of the police, and that takes place in L.A. And that one is authentic in terms of the way it looks. As a person that's native of South Central Los Angeles and familiar with the way the city of LA looks, The Shield looks it looks very authentic because of where they film on location at. The production designer did a great job of picking the locations that they filmed at, and that show deals with some of the most gruesome and psychological crimes that take place in the city, as well as the gang issues that they have in the city, and then they also have how those politics fit into that entire environment as well in LA, as The Wire did, but not so much as in depth as The Wire, but it does show you how people want to move up the ladder from in their profession, and look out for quote unquote their people, their constituency, which happens to be quote unquote their people. So those are two shows that I would recommend for you based on what you said. You like crime, you like those murder cases, and I think you'll find those interesting. The Wire comes on HBO Max, and The Shield comes on Hulu. But because both shows are completed, you can go, watch them at your leisure. You don't have to wait, for like, oh, when is the new season or when is the new episode? You know what I mean?
I'll definitely look into those two shows for sure. I think my brother spoke to me about The Wire. He was like, you should watch that, but I forgot. But I'll definitely check it out.
Sounds like a smart brother. You're trying to give you some good old A1 advice.
Yeah, I remember him telling me he watches a lot of he watches a lot of American shows. He loves HBO. So
yeah,
no, I'll definitely look into it.
Do you have any shows that you look at that you recommend? Specific? Oh, you said the one, True Crimes, right? Is that on HBO?
Yeah,
Or is that on something else?
I like watching documentaries of murder mystery type of shows, like real life things that happen to people. That fascinates me, like that happened to you. It's great. Like I genuinely like watching it, but other people see it's bad, it gives them nightmares and things. I learn a lot from it. That's why I'm gonna be honest, I avoid a lot of situations because I watch those shows.
Right.
I learn a lot of tricks because I watch those shows, but people don't see it that way.
No,
that's smart. Is Fatal Attraction one of those shows?
Oh, I watch Fatal Attraction, yes.
I told you were a sister.
I watch Fatal Attraction, yep.
Man, I don't like these shows.
Dateline, 2020, all those, even those old shows. I watch all of those. I watch Lock Up, Beyond Scared Straight, like prison shows, everything. Like I watch all of those. Yeah. It's like I know more about the prison system than a lot of people because I watch it. So I find it so fascinating. Like watching people on death row, what they say, I'm just like, wow.
You might like that show Oz that came out once upon a time.
I think I saw it I think it's on Netflix, right?
Oh, I'm not sure because I don't have Netflix anymore.
Yeah, it may be on Netflix. Yeah.
But I know it's on HBO Max, right? Because it's an HBO series, like The Sopranos and The Wire.
If the wire is the wire on? Oh, well, you say you don't know. You don't have Netflix. Well, I will say if the wire's on Netflix, I'm sure Oz is on there. Oz was more fictional than reality, though.
I haven't seen The
DJ.
Wire on Netflix.
You had seen it? Okay.
No, I don't
I'm
think
gonna
I don't
check
think
again.
HBO. I don't think the HBO would have it on there because they have their own streaming service. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So
yeah, you're right. They may not have it on it now.
it probably would, yeah, defeat the purpose. But I know HBO Max. I have the box set, so I'm an old man, so I own the DVDs. I bought them when they was on DVD back in the day, 2008. Or actually when they were coming out, I would purchase each season um, as they were coming out. So a season would happen, and then right before the following season would come out, they would release the DVD of the prior season. So I would buy them like that. But then when the show ended, they came out with a whole box series or one box set. Excuse me. They came out with one box set with all of the shows, and so I ended up selling my individual copies of the series each season, and then purchasing the one box set, um, and that was 2008. And so every year, like I was telling everybody before, in February and in June, usually the third week in June, around Juneteenth time, twice a year at least twice a year, I watch The Wire from beginning to end, all 5 seasons, just to keep it fresh. DJ
Wow.
said Scandal and House of Cards are also great shows if you are into political dramas like myself. I gotta correct y'all stuff, man, because some of y'all stuff be getting spell checked. So that's why if I'm reading funny, I do know how to read. I got to pause and edit. First 48, I heard that's good.
Oh, verse 48, yes.
I heard that's good. Yes, HBO Max has them all. Ricky T says
Yeah.
Birdman. Okay, they're having a conversation between each other about boxing. Robert
There's
Brown says on Netflix there's a pretty interesting show called Criminal. It's filmed in different countries like Spain, France, and the United Kingdom. Have anybody heard of that show called
no,
Criminal on Netflix?
no,
Yeah.
I haven't heard of it. But has anybody heard of Murder She Wrote? Like females who like Murder She Wrote. It's like basically females who like murder people around
No,
them. It's so crazy. Like
Murder She
what?
Wrote. I know there's a show called How to Get Away with Murder, but I don't know there was a. I remember Murder She Wrote from when I was a kid. There was a show called that, but I don't know they made a remake of it.
Yeah. It's like it's
And what is it about?
it's like a true crime, like something that actually happened to someone, but they replay it like they act the story out, the storyline, and it seems so real. Yeah, so I watched that too. Murder She Wrote, all of that. That's my favorite, to be honest. Or aside from like, because I'm African, so I watch also African movies, like Nigerian movies. Yeah, I like watching those too. But like, no, I'm gonna check those out for sure. Now I'm gonna look at those. The Shield, you said, and The Wire.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the
Scandal,
buzz.
I'll check that out too. I think you said Scandal
Scandal is
and
about is somebody correct me in the chat, but is Scandal and Tinto, so you probably know. I don't know. Scandal, is that the one with the president and the sisters trying to have an affair with the president?
She didn't try. She did.
Yeah, having an affair
Yeah,
with the
yeah, that's it.
Caucasian, with the white dude, the president.
Right.
Yeah, he got a wife and she got a whole situation, and her dad is like a high ranking official in the government or something like that. I just remember that they had that it wasn't a meme, but it was like, what do you call it? Like a little video clip of a scene where the father is talking about the Europeans being like parasites. So that's probably the most I've ever watched of the TV show Scandal is that scene.
Mhm. I feel like
But I'm
everybody has watched Game of Thrones. I'm the only one who hasn't watched that.
no, you're not the only one. And I'm not gonna watch it. I have no interest in watching it. Game of Thrones. Whose throne? Whose games?
I have no idea.
I do, and it ain't us. It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy world where black folk don't exist.
Oh boy.
That's why I'm not interested in watching it. But I know a lot of people who have watched it. It's another HBO series. Um, they try to say it's one of the best shows, but it's a fantasy show. It's not based in reality, but it's supposed to be based in a time long time ago, like Star Wars, I suppose. But yeah, I'm good. I'll take a hard pass on it. You'll probably watch it before I do because I have no intention of watching that show.
Nope. Just the name of it just throws me off. That's why I
Robert
haven't
says
watched
he
it.
ain't watching either. You said what?
The name throws me off. That's why I haven't watched it.
Actually, what I do is if something new comes out, I will like look into it a little bit. I'm into films and TV and filmmaking process, and so I'm a huge fan of, especially if something is grounded in reality. But I'm a huge fan of really good storytelling and screenwriting and stories because I like to read, so I like it when like TV or movies can have a good story, you know, and bring a good story to life, and the actors and all that stuff comes together for a story with good continuity, especially if it has multiple parts, like a TV series. But when they come out or I hear about them, I usually look them up and do a little bit of research on them to see what they're about, to see who's behind the show, who's the showrunners, what do the showrunners do, what do they look into, what do they like, um, and then I go from there and decide. Usually, what I do is I watch the pilot episode. I do try to give each series a chance by watching the first pilot episode, but that's all they get. If your pilot episode doesn't grab me and grab my attention and make me want to watch episode 2, then I kind of leave it alone. You say you watched that, Santos, or no?
Which one is that? I just got back in the truck. Which
The
show is
Game
that?
of Thrones.
Nah, I never got into it, man, because I didn't want to get addicted to it. I hear it's really good though, but I didn't want to get addicted to it because I didn't have time to keep up with it, and then I'll be late to everything trying to watch it.
Shoot, man, some of these shows you can watch while you're on your route if we not on live at night, like early wee hours of the morning. You pop that bad boy in and watch it on your tablet or whatever, however you get down. Birdman says Power and Power Book 2. See, that's up my alley. Shows that are based on reality, even though, Power is more Hollywood, I would say, than The Shield or The Wire. But Power still is it's more based on reality than a Game of Thrones is. There's no dragons in Power.
No.
Dead people walking around like on that show. Not that I'm trying to say that I don't, like that kind of shit, because I do like the Nosferatu kind of mythologies with vampires, and they deal with interdimensional portals and demonology and angels, and I like that. I like that kind of stuff. I have a wide range of interests, but I really do like more so like Power. Lost is a good one.
So you'll agree with me that you watch what was it called? Walking Dead.
That one's tricky because for whatever reason, I never really was into the zombie genre, but there are certain zombie genres if they're done intelligently that I like, right? If it's like a good reason. For example, I like the movie I Am Legend, right? I bought I Am Legend. I have 28 Days Later and 28 Weeks Later, the movies. I know I'm missing something. What's the one with the Zombie Nation? No, not Zombie Nation. The one with Brad Pitt. Help me out, somebody in the chat.
I'm not a big
That's the
zombie
brother.
fan, so
Yeah, I'm not really, but it has to be. It has to be an intelligent way of telling it. Like, for example, in I Am Legend, it is
yeah,
about
I can get with that. I've watched that
people.
several times.
Right. Are you familiar with that? Are you familiar with I Am Legend, Rebecca?
I Am Legend.
With Will Smith,
No.
the actor. Okay, so I Am Legend, the zombies in that version of the zombie movie, it's done in a way that I can get on board with because it really started because mankind wanted to play God, right? So what happens is at one particular time, some scientist gets on TV and says she has the cure for cancer, and she does some clinical trials on a certain number of people, and all the people were cured. So they up the clinical trials and start using them on multiple people, and giving people this particular vaccine that helps them, not have to get cancer. But after a while, um, they start to have I guess, a metamorphosis, transition into being these wild zombies, pretty much. And it once they bite someone, the saliva affects the person that they bite, and it spreads like that. And it ended up almost creating an extinction level event in the world. So in this particular city, I believe it was in New York, one of the last remaining humans was a doctor who was trying to work on a cure for it, which is played by Will Smith, and he ends up losing his whole family, um, staying in New York behind trying to find a cure. But like movies like that, they're intelligent. Same thing with 28 Weeks Later, 28 Days Later. They're working on experimental drugs and using, I think it was monkeys for some particular vaccine. And then, but the monkeys had it adversely affected the monkeys and got into their saliva. And so when the monkeys, it was, they call it a rage disease. So when the monkeys bit somebody, then it turned into the person, and then it kind of like snowball effects. But The Walking Dead, I'm told, if I'm not mistaken, they say that everyone has this particular gene. Once they die, they turn into zombies or something like that. But I'm not sure because I'm not really familiar with the mythology of the show. World War Z. There you go. I knew somebody in the chat was gonna hook me up. Thank you, J.A. Dixon.
World War Z.
World War Z.
World War III.
No, Z. World War Z.
Good.
DJ said, Tank, you will not disrespect Game of Thrones. Nah, Game of Thrones disrespected Tank. You're right. I will not disrespect Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones disrespected Tank. That's how I look at it. I don't see myself on the show. I ain't gonna watch it.
I'm gonna get knocked off in a few minutes. I'm about to go through a highway that's bad frequency for me. When I get to the other side, I'll jump back in. But I'm gonna stay on until then.
So you just be safe and make sure you get it from A to Z in one piece.
Absolutely.
I can't believe you guys do this often. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, as often as we can, as long as our schedule permits.
Right. Because I think the other night I didn't do it at all. I went to sleep at a regular time, and I had to get up in the morning. What about True Blood?
I guess we can say we got rotating shifts.
Rotating shifts.
Yeah, Monday through Friday night, I'm usually always out here because I'm driving all those nights. And then the guys, they have certain nights they can come on and certain nights they can't. So it's always somebody out here.
And I'm still trying to figure out how to link it up to my channel so I can go live on my other channels while still holding it down for the boxing section. and it'll
Yeah.
be live on all the on my other channels too. Since it's the same topics, like I got the IATV and Movie Talk channel that I'm trying to build up that I just started, where we talk about TV shows and movies. Then you have the Sweet Science Examiner where when we talk about boxing. And then I got my Tank Obadiah TV channel where that's more thought provoking, social political. I read books live on there or have book readings and things like that. But they can all get streamed if I'm over here all night trying to hold it down with the brothers and the sisters that are on for the third shift. We call it for the third shift. Yeah, there you go. Robert Brown said third shift, third shift in here heavy.
Hey,
True
Tank.
Blood, Birdman. No, yes, sir. Go ahead.
How many hours do you have to? Is it 4,000 hours you have to have for to be able to go live?
Asking the wrong person. As
'Cause
far
mine,
as far as to go live, I think you
yeah.
just need. I think on StreamYard you just need to have your YouTube set up with your StreamYard and just start to go live.
Oh, you got to
But
set up with Stream because I know mine just regular
on YouTube I don't
hookup
know.
on YouTube. I couldn't go live last
Yeah,
week.
on YouTube I don't know, but on StreamYard once you try to do it for 24 hours, I mean after 24 hours it'll let you go live and then you can start put it in your hours of time. I just haven't learned how to sync my channels with other channels just yet. People keep telling me, "Hey, Tank, let me link this one with yours, and let me link with yours so you can get your hours up." I just haven't.
Yeah.
We just haven't had the time to, do it yet.
Right.
I haven't heard Cam. Ooh, who's Cam TBS?
Oh, that's Cam. He's the orchestrator. He's keeping it. He's the guy that lets me back in when I jump out. I have to come back in.
Yeah, he up like we up, so he's the producer of the show for the third shift. So when Kyle goes to sleep, um, bruh man from the 10th floor will let us in. That's an old play on word. You got to watch your Martin Lawrence now. Y'all got Martin Lawrence syndicated? Y'all watch
Yeah,
Martin?
you get the Martin
You
show
like
up
the
there in
what?
Canada.
Let's see. True Blood. No, I didn't watch True Blood. Birdman. I do, even though I did say I like the Nosferatu and the vampire stuff. Something about that vampire story just I didn't like once I watched the pilot and a couple episodes afterwards. Like I said, I give the pilot a chance. If you don't grab me and my attention, that's your job and that's your bad as the writers or creators of the show. Because I do try to give each show an opportunity to grasp my attention. Who else? J.A. Dixon said, "How did you guys feel about Breaking Bad?" Great question. Great question. Breaking Bad. I didn't finish that one. I think I got to the second season. I got to wherever when they first recruit Saul, and they burying that body or whatever. When they recruited Saul, the lawyer, that's as far as I got in the series. Because one Breaking Bad, I started to because after I would get feedback from people who watched the TV show, it just seemed like all of a sudden now they can identify why a person would sell drugs, which harms people and causes violence and all these different aspects of life. But when it was when it was a show with quote unquote black people, I don't know, you niggas just wilding out. You niggas, we just bad people and gangbangers and gangsters. But when they see old Walter have to provide for his family from the white Caucasian perspective, then all of a sudden, they can empathize with a drug dealer. So I had that aspect of it, and then even as the show went on, it seemed like a show to me. Once I watch shows like The Wire, once I watch shows like The Shield, watching a show like Breaking Bad, which try to emulate the reality or the authenticity of those shows, didn't hold a candle to The Wire or The Shield, or even like a show like Sons of Anarchy. It
I
didn't
watched
hold
that.
up. Which one? Sons of Anarchy?
I watched Breaking Bad, Sons of Anarchy. Yeah, I watched it.
Okay, you watched both of those?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what'd you think? Because it's asking to check the panel.
Walking Dead. I watched the whole, like, how many seasons was it? I don't even remember. I watched it a while ago. Everything, like, it was addicting.
Yeah, right. And Robert Brown says, "Don't forget." He said, "Tank, don't." He said, "For Rebecca, don't forget Sons of Anarchy and Mayans for recommendations." She already got it, but yeah, it's always good to rewatch. Where's Cam? I've got a few words for my brother Tank. Here come DJ with the Game of Thrones. Cam, let him in so I can get my tongue lashing over. He's gonna tell me why Game of Thrones sucks less than I think it does. So we got to let him get his piece in. How much of each show did you get a chance to watch? Breaking Bad and Sons of Anarchy. Rebecca.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No, I watched the entire like.
Oh, okay.
I watched everything.
Okay.
It was, but it was a while ago. Like last year.
What do you think about the spinoffs? Because Breaking Bad has a spinoff with Saul, right?
Mm-hmm.
Saul, something about Saul, and then they had a movie, a Breaking Bad movie, I believe.
Oh, I never watched that. No, the movie.
Then
No, I didn't even know there was a movie.
Yeah, it's on Netflix, I believe. I think, or if it's still in there, it's called. Man, I forgot the name of it all of a sudden. Told y'all, man, play football. Too many shots to the head. But also, Sons of Anarchy has a spinoff called The Mayans. Yeah, DJ want to get in here and tell me about the one black crew, the Black Nation that they got on the show that they show for a little bit. You know, and a lot of people like to tell me it's in the books, Tank. It's in the books. Well, I'm not reading the books. I'm dealing with the live action adaptation of Game of Thrones. You know, the books that I read, the only books that I read that are fiction, is the novel or the family business novels. The Family Business by Carl Weber. Other than that, all the books that I have literally are about like history or something about some aspect of the society, whether it's the prison industrial complex for young girls, how they funnel them in there or something like that. But as far as fiction novels, the only thing that I've read or that I enjoy reading is The Family Business in that regard, which also has a TV show out now. Before I get back to that, let me see the chat real quick. Better Call Saul is the series. There you go. Thank you, Jay Dixon. Better Call Saul is the name of it, Rebecca.
Mm.
That's the follow-up. It follows the Saul character as the lawyer. Yeah, and Jay just came hard hitting with that one. I thought The Wire was better. Ooh, the chat just skipped on me. Robert Brown says, "Damn, Jay Dixon, you came hitting hard with that one. I thought The Wire was better, but damn, you came with it." Jay, what was better than The Wire? Oh, he said he thought The Wire was better, but damn, you came with it. Okay, I see what you're saying. Sons of Anarchy was amazing, and so is Mayans. Yeah, I love the Mayan spinoff. Oh, El Camino. There you go. Good looking out, Jay Dixon. El Camino is the movie, Rebecca. That's the movie. The Breaking Bad movie is called El Camino. DJ says The Family Business is great. Yes, the novel is great, and I like what they're trying to get better and better each season with the actual TV show. But it's on an unlimited budget, of course, because it's on BET Plus. But, I love the books. They're very you know, they're better to flesh out the characters and the plot, and they're a little bit different than the actual, like I said, live action adaptation, but that's to be expected. They do that with books sometimes. The one thing I do love about it is the fact that Carl Weber, who is the author of the books, is also the showrunner of the TV series. So it's not like he handed his intellectual property off to someone else to bring to life. He actually has the main say so in how the characters are different, or the story is different from his book version to the TV series version. That was actually supposed to be a movie as well, but shit happens. Robert Brown says, a guilty pleasure of mine is the original Shaka Zulu miniseries. I got the box set. Yeah, I haven't seen that in a minute, since I was a kid, probably. J.A. Dixon says, Robert, I like The Corner, but it wasn't as good as The Wire. The Corner. Oh, yeah, The Corner. David Simon did The Corner prior to The Wire, and I believe that a lot of the actors that he used for The Corner, he used for The Wire. Remember that. That's right. And I didn't really watch The Corner. I remember I watched the pilot episode, but it didn't flow the same way as The Wire, but it was as gritty and it was same authentic feel as The Wire. The Wire just kind of upped the ante when it came to production and everything else. DJ, loved all the books, including the grand opening. Oh yeah, DJ, yeah. All the books is dope on the family business. I do recommend that. It's crazy because true story. So in my class, I usually, I work with at-risk minors, so these guys are in and out of juvenile hall. You know what I'm saying? These are black and brown boys who that's reading books is not in their interest at their ages, right? And the 16 to 18, some of the students were 21 years old because they got held back, or they were in gangs, so they kind of had to come back to school to get the credits. And I would always read because I believe that part of teaching is to model the behavior that you want to see. So during like certain times where they were supposed to be reading or getting lessons done, I would bring my own books to the class so that they can, because they looked up to me in some respects. So I figured that if they saw me reading, they would think that it's more cool. You know what I mean? And so true story is that I actually started bringing that book. Let me see in the private chat. Cam, wake up, Cam. Someone wake up, Cam. That's DJ in the chat, in the private chat. He said he in the back waiting. So anyway, one of my students who I had for like a long time, since he was like maybe 13 or 14 years old, but he was now I think he was like a junior at this point last year, and I brought him the first family business book because he was like, man, I've never read a book that I hate reading. He was in a Mexican gang, so, and I mean, he's not an American, like he's first generation American. His parents from Mexico, his whole family from Mexico. But anyway, so I told him the story about that was pretty much in the family business. I told him about Alejandro Zuniga and how they have a prominent role in the book, and I told him that how the family business, the Black and Mexican crime organizations are pit against each other by the Italians. So that I was telling him like, yeah, man, these European, these white people, they knew that they couldn't take the Blacks and the Mexicans out, so they come up with this grand scheme to make them fight each other. And so he found that intriguing, started reading it, and then he ended up reading like half that book and getting a lot of his credits in English done because he read that book, The Family Business. So that's a true story. So you never know what you can do by modeling behavior. That's the moral of that. DJ said, I'm reading a book on Operation Paperclip. right now, Tank. I think you would enjoy it. Oh yeah, that's a very, very interesting topic. Operation Paperclip is when the American CIA, the American intelligence agencies, post World War II, took in the Nazis and brought them into the intelligence agencies of America and helped develop a lot of the weaponry and psych ops that they use even today. They pardoned a lot of these high-ranking Nazi scientists and brains behind what was going on with Hitler and his Nazi party out there in Germany. And put the name of the book in there. I'll see if I read it before. But they have great documentaries and great articles and great books on Operation Paperclip out there. But yeah, I highly recommend that book to read. Brother Jay Dixon says, I'm on like episode 5 of The Godfather of Harlem. It's okay so far. You haven't, they have a new season out of that out right now. The Godfather of Harlem is good. Keep watching it. Robert says he's been meaning to watch that show. And Cinto says he's backstage. Cam, wake up, Cam. Bruh, man, on the 10th floor. You got motherfuckers in the backstage waiting to get in, trying to get on the stage over here. That's the word on the street. Somebody said something about the Sweet Sounds Examiner. Oh, that's my brother Larry. Larry's up. Okay, salute Larry Wright. My brother from another. It's 5 o'clock. That's why. 5 a.m. DJ. Well, this isn't over, Tank. We'll discuss this at another time. Game of Thrones is the weakest show in television history. I know that's what I said. It's the weakest show. My bad. It says. Nah, you must have put a typo. Don't worry. I corrected it for you. You know what I'm saying? I edited your comment for you. And since you ain't able to get on panel, you can't tell me no otherwise. Anyways, how my brother, how Bill Burr say, plow in the head. Hold on, now who's saying what? Larry said he been up. Okay. DJ. Okay. So anyway, so Sons of Anarchy were these murderous motorists. That's what I did there. Out here causing all kind of havoc and then blaming everybody else for their dysfunction. Yeah, that was a great show. Sons of Anarchy was a great show. I like Mayans MC. Have you got a chance to check out the spinoff Mayans MC yet, Rebecca?
Oops, sorry.
Man, I used to watch TV.
Oh no, I didn't catch the question.
In all caps. Greatest, put it in all caps. Yeah. Oh, I said the murderous motorist Sons of Anarchy was a great show. And I asked if you watched the spinoff Mayans. I probably asked you that before, and I didn't
Oh
hear
no,
that.
I haven't yet. No.
It's in its 3rd season now. I think the 3rd season is getting ready to come to an end because I believe the 2nd to the last episode just came out. But it's based off of mostly the 4th or 5th season of Sons of Anarchy when they were dealing with the Galindo cartel. So I know you said you haven't seen it in a while, but
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah. Oh, I
I
watched it
always
like over a year ago.
okay. Yeah, I always like to watch stuff multiple times. Like I said, especially if it's like really good and I get time to do it or I carve time out to do it, like The Wire. Like I make sure that at some point during Black History Month, I watch the entire season. I mean, the entire series from beginning to end. Yes, we're in season 3, episode 8. Okay. Do you have any characters that stood out to you that you can remember?
In
That's
which
for y'all in the
show?
chat too. Huh? Sons of Anarchy. Sons
Oh
of
God,
Anarchy.
it's been so long.
Okay,
Yeah.
so an interesting fact about Sons of Anarchy, right? The show creator, Kurt Sutter, who is the showrunner and show creator or co-creator of Mayans, but sole creator of the Sons of Anarchy. He was the head writer of the TV series called The Shield, the one I was talking about earlier.
Oh,
So that's
okay.
where he really got his bones in terms of having a significant impact on how a TV show, a TV series was ran. So keep that in
Oh.
mind. That's a good thing. So a lot of the actors, the main actors that you see in The Shield, you'll see come out and uh, throughout the series of Sons of Anarchy. Like the
Mm-hmm.
main people in The Shield. As you watch it, you'll be like, hey, where have I seen that actress before? Or where have I seen that actor before? Um, if you ever get a chance to rewatch The Sons, you'll be like, oh shit, that's the fucking what you call it? That's the detective from The Shield. Oh, that's another detective. So they usually use all of the main detectives have reoccurring roles in the Sons of Anarchy series because Kurt Sutter was the head writer for The Shield.
Oh, okay. No, I'm definitely watching it.
Pac Man. Oh, Tay Jones, yo, what it do, bro? Let's see. Tay Jones in the building. Jay Edition said The Shield was slept on, and I think I've seen every episode of Law and Order SVU. Yeah, The Shield is very slept on show, very underrated. I was telling a dude that I know does reactor. He's reacting to The Wire right now. Um, I was telling him The Shield is probably the best show that most people have never seen from beginning to end. Law and Order. I used to really like the SVU. I used to really watch the SVU a lot. Um, but I know it's like 39 seasons or something like that, or 112 seasons. So I couldn't keep up. Ain't nothing chilling, yes sir. Salute to the brother Tay, man, out there getting in that good old sun while he's celebrating his union on his as a newlywed. Salute to that brother and his queen. I've been seeing you on Instagram, brother, out there living it up. Uh, El Capitan over there taking over. Excuse me, step to the side, Captain. I'm gonna ride. I'm gonna be over the. I'm gonna be the one to drive this boat. I see you, King. I see you. Let me see. Are movie genres the same way with you, Becca? You like more so like crime documentaries or movies that are based on
Um,
true crimes, or you like a
Movies.
horror genre, whatever. What you got?
I don't do like no, I don't watch horror movies. Like I watch, yeah, people find it hard to believe, but I don't watch like scary movies, like supernatural, witchcraft type of, I don't know, ghosts. I don't watch those.
Aliens?
No.
None of that.
Mm-mm.
Zombies?
Mm, no, I don't watch movies like that. No. Those are scary. I find those scary. I don't watch those.
Okay, you find those scary, but you good with the murder mysteries though on the
No,
TV shows.
that's like real life. That's like,
I know, I know. I'm just saying.
yeah, I know. Like, it's weird. I know. Like, oh, I find it fascinating to be honest. How people can do certain things and walk the same earth where we're walking on, and they do it like it's nothing. Like, I just killed that girl. That girl. I just shot so and so. It's crazy. I don't know. But like I said, I learned a lot from those shows. To the point where
Okay.
even when I go out, like I can tell. So, you know, when you're out and you're walking, you can tell somebody's following you, like either by car or by when you're walking. Like I'll literally have my AirPods on, but it's like it's not on. I'm pretending like I'm listening to music, but I can hear you walking. I can hear you looking. I can see you.
Right. Yeah, well, they're like, I'm aware of my surroundings. What y'all talking about?
Oh, yeah. People have tried that twice with me. And I just turn around and I'm like, I literally turn
Can I
around and
help
look
you?
at you in the eye. Like, you're following me? Or sometimes I'll just call my sister and I'll pretend I'll speak in French, like, oh, I see your car right there. Okay. But she's not there. I'm just pretending. Just so people won't approach. Because if I say, like, the car is coming, they're not going to approach you because they think that that's her car, but it's not.
Exactly. Like, you see me right here? This is my hand waving. Okay, I'm right here. All right.
Yeah. Yep.
You motherfucker be like, damn, I thought I had one.
People are crazy.
For sure. You got to keep you some I always tell my nieces, goddaughters, hey, look, you my sisters. Like, hey, I'm just saying, keep you a knife, get you a legal size blade. Keep your blade on you at all times in a place where you can always get a hold of it. Um, some people like the little pepper spray or whatever they call it. Keep you some of that. You know what I'm saying? You never know when you're gonna need it because people are crazy and they'll take any opportunity to snatch your ass up, especially if you're a female. They'll do. I know grown men that got kidnapped, so it just depends on where you're from. You know what I mean? I'm from Southern California, and it's a lot of wild shit that happen out here. So you never know. A grown man can get their ass kidnapped. So you already know women can get kidnapped, sold into some kind of overseas,
Trafficking.
human trafficking. Exactly. That's a real thing. My niece actually played in a short, like a little short film, where that was being dealt with, the phenomena of human trafficking for young girls. So, yeah, it's a very serious thing that can happen to anybody. So, and you never know who's out here either doing it for like money or out here that's just sick in the goddamn head, like you were saying. There's a lot of undiagnosed mental health people walking around.
And there's this other situation which is really underrated. Like, you know how, let's say you're traveling, you have this one friend who'll tell you, oh, Tank, can you bring this package? Can you take this package and bring it to so and so? It's like, are you crazy? I don't carry packages for people. Like I don't know if you guys it's ever happened to you where you're traveling and then somebody will ask you to like bring something for someone or carry a package for someone to where you're going to, but you don't even know what's in there.
Nope.
I don't know. I've seen like a lot of horror stories where people were lied to and and then they get stuck in the airport because they're carrying something they don't know anything about and they get charged for things they knew nothing about because you just wanted to help. I do not carry anything, even if it's I am not carrying anything. I don't care. Use a post office. Even if it takes a month, use the post office.
No, that's right.
Nah.
I have a unapproachable look, I suppose. I have an unapproachable demeanor on my face, so I'm less likely people want to ask me to do anything. But excuse me, sir, can I get out your way? Yes, you can. Get the fuck over there. As a matter of fact, thank you for asking.
Oh boy.
It may be something more, some people is get different reaction, but I guess I was blessed to be dark skinned with a permanent scowl on my face. So even when I'm in a great mood, people think I'm in a bad mood.
Oh wow. Me, for instance, like I don't know. When I go out, for instance, I don't smile like like I'm not the most approachable person. I'm approachable when you speak to me. I'll be like hi, but like my face initially, you don't even know how to say hi because it's like I feel like it's for me it's safe. Like I won't say I'm rude, but I don't have like a resting bitch face like people call it. But I'm just like indifferent. Like Then but because what's the point of smiling? You're walking, you're going somewhere. Like, I'm not gonna be smiling in the street. For who? But just like, for instance, Kevin Samuels, I think a girl said that, like, oh, she doesn't like to smile. He had this whole segment about women finding it hard to smile. When men ask them to smile, it's a problem. I feel like he got it all wrong. I feel like they were just saying that, like, it's awkward. You just smiling when you have things to do. You're walking. You're going somewhere. Like, who does that? Even him, he doesn't smile. Like, what the hell? But if you talk
like
to me, then
smile
if you
on
talk to me,
command,
for
like
sure.
I agree with that. If you'd said that, if you'd have brought that up earlier, when when they were all talking about that, like, yeah, man, this fool we're talking about smile, I'd have been right there with you, because that's one of my pet peeves. Is I'm not a damn trained monkey. I'm not gonna stand on one leg and smile on command and dance because I'm black and all this other weird shit. You know what I mean? I'll smile if I find something funny or if there's a reason for me to smile. I'm not
Yeah,
really walking around,
exactly.
standing around smiling for no reason.
Exactly. Because here, one thing I would say with Canadians, they're polite. They're very polite. So most likely you see me smile because somebody's always holding the door for you, always saying hi. So it's like, I'm going to be like, hi, I'll smile. But like, if I have somewhere to go, like, I'm not about to smile. And one thing I hate is like when you're in a rush to go somewhere and somebody stops you, it's like, I don't want to be rude, but like, I don't have time to discuss. Like, I need to go. But for the most part, I do. Like, if you speak to me or if you give me like a certain gesture, like open the door or things, of course I'm gonna smile. Like, that's a given, you know. But Kevin Samuels, he had an issue with that because men were complaining that black women don't smile. We're begging black women to smile. Wow, seriously? Wow. That's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah. I'm like, hell, I'd have
If
been on.
I
I'd have
brought
been
that
on.
up with Marlene, she would have went off on that because he went off on that for days.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's a whole different thing. I'm like, hell
Yeah.
no. I'd have been on y'all team. See what I'm saying? But again, like, I don't listen to the dude. I don't know too much about him. I'm now that people bring certain people to your attention, like Kyle was talking about him and things like that. I'm gonna see now what y'all talking about. Usually something like that. One of my sisters, I have like a lot of sisters. Um, I have 5 sisters, so usually when it's something weird like that or something like that going on, where I have a sister, one of my sisters, put it to my attention. Hey, Tank, you check this out. Um, what do you think? They'll send me something to look at, but that wasn't one of them. Never heard of the dude, but I damn sure would have been like, man, how the hell are you gonna have somebody fake smile just because you asked? And what is the purpose? What is the end goal? Just because they're not, they don't look approachable to you, and now they're gonna be approachable because they smiled on command all of a sudden. All right, you cool. Hey, DJ. Oh, DJ jumped out. That's right. You said next time. Yeah. All right, cool. You wasn't gonna be approachable, but since you smiled on command, you good. So what's your number then?
Yeah, we learn how to meme. We learn how to meme mug it over here just whenever it's needed.
Shit, that's crazy. I don't even. I'll be having, because people be like, Tank, smile, and I'll be like, man, what's funny? What's so funny? But they be like, no, you just look mean or you look angry. And then sometimes I do look at my, like, if I take a picture and don't let no sun be out, that little natural face you make when the sun is in your eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, I look like motherfucking, how Batman got the scowl and shit, the shit all permanently frowned up.
You know what's so crazy? Tank, everything you're saying, I've experienced already in my life multiple times too, as far as those facial expressions. And man, you don't realize that your facial expression is the way that it is until you see it in the mirror for yourself. Because I always thought I was walking around normal, and I used to have people telling me that I was unapproachable, and that I was I don't look happy. And I'm like, I'm not upset about anything. I should be all right, you know. But one day I saw my facial expression, and I felt comfortable. Nothing was negative, and everything was positive. And I didn't look too happy. I said, okay, I see what they're saying now. So I try to be conscious of that more often now, and I try to smile a little bit more. You know, I don't like fake smiles though. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, fuck that.
growing up in the hood, man, it was just something I developed and didn't realize it until matter of fact, I didn't realize it until about 15 years ago.
It's almost like it's like having porcupines, right?
Right.
It's just like a safety mechanism that you just have just in case a motherfucking lion run up and you be like, man, I ain't gonna bite this motherfucker. He's a porcupine. Might hurt myself
You know,
fucking with this motherfucker right here.
years ago when I was younger, in my early 20s, all the homies used to call me Big Friendly because I was always happy, I guess. Yeah, so when about 15 years ago, when people were telling me I appear to be unapproachable from the look that I give, and I don't look happy and all this old kind of stuff, I didn't know what they were talking about because I always thought I looked like a person that was easy to get along with, easy to talk to, friendly or whatever. It was just the opposite, you know. But that was the difference between the hood and the business, the conference room at the office. It's crazy.
Robert's comments.
Oh, yep, I'm reading it too. I'm about to go. Okay, let me start. Let me start from the top.
Oh my
Because
god.
let me start from the top. I see my brother Tate Jones. He said thank you. He said ain't doing nothing, chilling. He said thank you for the wishes on the wedding. You know what I mean? The brother just got married. It's always a beautiful thing when you get to see two black people create that union. You know, two people in general find each other. That's cool, but it's a special thing, at least for me, to see that black union. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's gonna be some more black people created, especially when they have a good mindset like that, brother, man. Powerful brother. So I know he picked a powerful queen to be his mate and life partner. He said, "Yeah, I drove that boat. Yeah, I seen you on Instagram, man, driving a boat on his honeymoon." Robert Brown said, "Godfather 1 and 2, Dead Presidents, Once Upon a Time in America, Scarface, Belly are some of my all-time favorite movies. Once Upon a Time in America, I believe, is that the one? I gotta check again. I don't know why I was thinking. Maybe that's Once Upon a Time in Mexico, the one I was thinking about with Antonio Banderas. We'll talk about some movies in a second, but Santos Boxing said, yeah, some of us have to stay away from me look. Yes, I do definitely got to stay away from me look. I have to put certain pictures on my damn avatars, like I got the one on there right now, that way I look like I'm halfway, not me, I guess. I don't know. Let me see. Robert Brown say, 100% facts. Thank you, Rebecca G. Who walks around smiling all day? Something's not right with that. I just don't trust a permanent smiling motherfucker. He said, person, I ad-libbed that.
It's awkward.
That shit just look crazy. You know what's crazy though, Rebecca and Santos, is that is it me or am I tripping? But the motherfucker that's always smiling all the time when you watch him on a TV show or a movie, ain't that the scary, creepy motherfuckers that be out
Yeah,
there?
they're always creepy.
Yeah,
They're
them
always
ones,
the nasty
them
ones.
ones,
Creepy as hell.
they're always up to something, man. They either gonna backstab you or they're gonna kill you or steal something from
Or
you or
even like
whatever, you know.
Or harass you.
harass you, do something. You know what it reminds
But
me
not,
for me, because I grew up looking at certain books and certain just history. Like I just love history, right? All the way since I was a kid. And I remember looking at those old postcard pictures of when the white people used to hang people in America at the lynchings,
yeah,
and then there'd be all the motherfuckers around the damn dead, burning
yeah,
body that's hanging in the trees while they smiling. So that's
yeah,
how I associate smiling. What the fuck are you smiling for? That shit is not cute. That shit is creepy.
right.
Like that shit is fucking creepy as hell. And every time you watch like a scary movie or something like that, if a motherfucker is driving down the street and they look to the side and they see a little kid smiling or a lady or a man or a child smiling, that was, meant to be like, hey man, that shit is creepy as hell. Even on that movie Get Out, the little black lady in the window smiling all the damn
Oh
time. Nigga,
my
what the fuck you smiling
god.
for?
That
Right.
movie.
Creepy ass shit.
That movie, I watched it at the movies. It was scary. I did not like that movie. It was so disturbing.
Right. Right.
It was the strangest thing. Like, what goes on in like the white couple or whatever. Like, how strange those people were. Oh my
Yep.
God, it gave me the creeps. Never again. I'm not watching any scary movie never again. Mm-mm.
Or the way the motherfucker talking at the table, the dude's like, yeah, you must be very athletic and all this other weird stuff. Nice traps you have there. Excuse me? Nigga, stop looking at my traps and shit. Gotta shrink your shoulders in a little bit. You must be good at MMA. Wanna go roll on the mat? No, thank you, sir. I'm good.
Oh my God, they literally
I'd rather not,
formatted his
sir.
brain. They formatted
Yeah.
his brain.
Mm-hmm.
What?
You know,
All right.
How's everybody
Take
doing
that
this
man's
morning?
eyes out.
What's up,
DJ,
Cal?
hold on, let me finish the chat real quick before you scold me about this the greatest show, Game of Thrones. Robert said I may be one of the few that was
that's
cool
DJ.
with the mask
Yes, sir.
mandate
Yes, sir. The
around the
party has
country,
arrived, Santos. How you doing, brother?
All right, my
and I
brother.
agree. I'm
Miss
still that way.
Rebecca
You know what I'm
G,
saying?
welcome to the show. How you been? You enjoyed yourself on the show?
I did. I really did. It was really good. I'll definitely come back.
Yeah. It's a every night party here. We like I said in the chat earlier, we discuss multiple subjects on the show. We can start off talking about sports and then we'll pivot into politics or just life in general. But today I got a bone to pick with a brother on this panel.
Hold on, let me finish. Let's finish the chat real quick so we can get onto that.
Go ahead.
Somebody want to comment on what you got to say, or you know what I'm saying, or jump in on my scolding. Robert Brown said, I may be one of the few that was cool with the mask mandates around the country, and I'm with you on that one, brother. Man, please. Yeah, I told somebody the other day, I said they may never see my face again. This is the first time in the history of my 40 plus years living on this planet where it was okay for a dark skinned black man to walk around with his face covered, and nobody kicked me out the building, or excuse me, sir, I can't see your face. Can you see? Can I see your nigger face, please? You're scaring me. You're scaring my kids.
Man,
Now I can walk around looking like a thug with a red rag on my face, a black rag on my face, or something on my face, and hide from their facial recognition software.
I was so worried I was gonna get harassed by police, man. When the quarantines first started, we were wearing the mask. I was like, man, I'm 6'2.5", man, and people were looking at me right funny, black and white. I was like, I thought this ain't cool. Now no one looks at you strange because everybody's wearing them, and everybody's used to seeing people with them. But at the same time, it was early in the process when I had let my facial hair grow, my hair on my head had grown. It was during the quarantine. I was looking crazy too. But it's cool now.
Yeah, sure. Jay Dixon says, I don't smile either, but I don't feel disrespected if someone asks me why I don't smile more. Yeah, it just depends, you know what I mean? It depends on how they ask and why. I should be like, this is a weird thing to ask somebody. Excuse me, I don't even really know you. Why are you asking me to smile? To please or appease you or make you feel comfortable? I'm doing something over here. You know what I mean? I'm minding my business. I got to smile to make you comfortable for it.
And at least
go ahead.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
Sorry, I just wanted to add, like, at least now with the masks, like we have to wear, you can't bother me and tell me, oh, Rebecca, you're not smiling. Like, I'm wearing a mask.
Yeah, right.
If I'm smiling or not.
That's the other part. That's the other blessing of wearing the mask now.
And the other thing with the mask is, let's say, you know how, like, obviously with quarantine, people weren't able to socialize and meet new people, go out. But here's the thing: you see a girl or a female or a man with a mask, you won't even be able to know if the person is good looking or not because of the mask.
Right, that's true.
And you can't take it up like, okay, let me show you my face before I cover up and we can talk. You can't do that. Like,
right.
You have to keep it
You
up.
actually gotta like the person's personality. Ooh.
Exactly. That's the thing. It's so crazy to me. That's why for me, the advantage of wearing a mask, I don't have to wear makeup now. I have more makeup in like almost over a year, to be honest. Because where am I going? I go to school from home. And now I feel so free. I'm like, thank God I don't have to wear this shit every day.
Yeah.
Now I feel
And
odd.
last one,
Like where like I cannot wear it. Like if I wear, I'm like, nah, I can't do this. I take it off right away. Like it feels like a mask on my face. So nope. I'm happy with the mask. Like I don't have to do anything. Just do my hair, make sure my lashes look normal, my eyebrows. That's it. That's it.
you good to go.
I'm out.
Yeah. So let me ask y'all this: where do y'all stand on the vaccines?
I don't talk about it because that's private medical. This is where I stand on it. That's your medical business is your medical
He
business.
for real though.
We had this conversation the other day. Your
I
medical
can
business, your
answer.
medical business. If you
Gotcha.
have something that you want to take care of it. But if you have the vaccine and you took the vaccine, why are you worried about if I got the vaccine? And if I got the vaccine and you didn't take the vaccine, why should I be worried about you taking the vaccine if I'm already vaccinated? You know, it's a personal thing. If you feel that something that you need for your personal health, then take care of your personal health. No different than diabetes, the flu, having HIV, or the case, or whatever the case may be. I don't walk around saying, "Excuse me, sir, you that's on the food aisle, and you just touched that apple and put it back. Do you have HIV, sir? I need to know if you have HIV because you touched the cereal and you look like you're sweating, and I don't know if you have any cuts in your fingers. You're not doing all that shit. You know what I'm saying? You go on about your business, and you know what I'm saying. If you feel like you need to take the necessary precautions, you do you. Jay Dixon said, "I've been working on greeting my people in a pleasant way because we see each other as enemies too often, in my opinion." And I agree with that aspect. In terms of greeting, I've always done that though. Even with my mean face, I give a head nod. Wait, which one is it when you look down? Is that a nod? Whichever one. I look down, and instead of and I don't know how it is from region to region, but out here in Southern California, like if you look up, like if you tilt your head up, that's like you inviting something. You know, you may be just trying to say what's up, but another motherfucker may take that as an invitation or a threatening moment to like say what's up, where you from, or something like that, to where they want to be confrontational. But if you nod your head down with your chin to your chest, like you tipping your hat, I've always gotten better results like that, tipping my head down as if I had a hat on and saying, "How you doing, King? How you doing, King? What's going on, black man?" And then I diffuse a lot of things before they can even be a thing. And no matter what hood I was in, I was able to get good feedback. You know what I'm saying, by addressing the black man as what's going on, black man? What's going on, King? With the head nod down. That's just me.
Yeah, and even I've noticed this, different places I've traveled, because I was always taught, by my uncles and my granddad, you look a man in the eyes while he's talking to you, and in different places that you go, people may see that as you staring them down or you mugging them, so to speak. And I've gotten into altercations because of that. It's like, no, you talking to me, I'm looking at you. So I was like, why is that weird to you? Why does this have to be a confrontation over that? You talking to me? Yeah, I'm not staring at the ground. I'm not looking to the side. You're not gonna talk to the side of my face. No, I'm looking dead at you while you're talking to me. And some people take that as a sign of aggression.
Yeah, they say it's showing strength.
I change it up. I stare you in the eyes.
Size me up.
Yeah, I change it up though. I don't keep it consistent, because I learned exactly that same thing, especially working in the mental health field the last decade. There's a lot of undiagnosed people out here who have anxiety issues, schizophrenia, different spectrums of autism, and you have to be aware of that now. But when we was growing up, we didn't know anything about these, Asperger's syndrome and things like that. So we just, thought it was just, nigga being tough. But a lot of these motherfuckers is just really undiagnosed mental health, suffering from living with mental health issues. I gotta stop saying suffering. But a lot of the people live with mental health issues, and they just they just don't know it yet. You know what I mean? They have impulsive. I mean, they have emotional behavioral disorders where they can't control their emotions. They're all out of whack. And so just staring somebody in the eye, like you said, can get shit pop off. So what I do is I make sure I mix it up. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I look you in the eye, let you know that I'm listening to what you're saying, but then I may veer off and look around, make sure I see my surroundings. Make sure, for one, that you ain't trying to set me up by keeping my attention. I can't see behind me and around me, or a car pulling up down the street. But then also I'm still listening to you to let you know, and I may throw a few words back at you in response to what you're saying, just to let you know I'm listening. But I change it up. I can't just stare at a motherfucker no more, because these niggas take that shit like like we two lions, locked eyes, and somebody gotta die.
Yeah,
Whoever look away first gonna die.
You're not even on that type of energy. You're just trying to
And
let
I'm
them
not
know,
even
hey,
nowhere
man,
near that energy.
you got my attention. I'm listening to you.
Are you disrespecting me?
Fuck you looking at? Fuck you looking at?
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like it depends on the way people see it. Like, how do I explain it? It depends on the way you look at them. There's a way to look and be like, okay, I'm listening, and there's a way to be like, what the hell? What? There's a way, and I just feel like people feel offended based on the way they see the person looking at.
Right.
It depends, because I can look at you like I understand what you're saying, but I can look at you like, get out of my face, look.
Right.
Right.
And sometimes I know what the fuck I'm looking like. You know what I mean? I'm doing that shit on purpose. But there's some of us who have like a face, and I just got one of those faces that even when I'm just regular looking, or I look like I'm paying attention intensely, I look like I'm just mad at the world. And I'm aware of myself. So self-awareness is very important. So I'm aware of that. So sometimes that's why I do look around and I got to change it up. And what a lady told me one time, she's like, "You smile with your eyes," and I was like, "I don't know what that means, but I do know how to."
What does that mean?
I thought it was. I mean, I try to force my scowl off my in between my eyes, so my forehead ain't all crunched up between my eyes.
Yeah, I used to be confused about that too. What does that mean exactly? What are you saying?
Now with mask is easy. You smile under your mask, so your eyes are smiling directly. You don't even need to try.
Right.
You're right.
Exactly.
Yeah, even though the mask mandate has been where's Cinto go? Anyway, even though the mask mandate has been lifted where I am, I still wear mine because I bought a whole bunch of them. And I'm gonna get my money's worth.
It ain't never been lifted over here, baby. I'm telling you right now, I'm never gonna be on your facial recognition software. Your Walmart cameras ain't getting me. Just in case some shit pop off later on, ain't gonna be able to identify me from nobody else. I'm just gonna be another nigga with a mask on.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, well let's get into it.
Go ahead and give it to me, brother. Go ahead and explain why you feel this way, brother.
I listened to you drool over the wire for 2 hours, and all of a sudden when it came to Game of Thrones, there was a lot of heat, man. I'm not understanding. You don't like good stories?
It went from drool to vomit in my mouth. Indeed, you had it right. You read me right. I can't even lie. You read it right, brother.
You don't like good stories, man?
I love great stories. And sometimes it doesn't matter what the setting is that's telling it, but sometimes it does, and that's just one of the times that it does.
Okay.
And what's funny is
I take it you're not into fantasy and fiction.
I was getting ready to say, what's funny is when I tell people that I don't really fuck with Game of Thrones, but I really do. I'm looking over there at my little DVD case over there. I got the very first 3 what is the Lord of the Rings the director's cuts, where it's like 4-hour movies or 6 hours or whatever the fuck each movie or whatever, 3 hour whatever, the long ones, and I got them over there. So it's kind of confusing to people. They'd be like, well, you like that, but you don't like this, It's almost the same thing, and they have a point there, But it's like I said, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I like great stories, but you got to understand, when I was growing up, I was aware of the Hobbit stories and things like that. So when they came out as an adult, I was interested in seeing the live action adaptation of these old stories that I was aware of as a kid. But I've never read the Game of Thrones books. I was never aware or a fan of the material. So there was nothing to look forward to as an adult. So it's like a little bit different in that regard. You know what I mean? But I like Troll. We was talking about that the other night. Troll, remember that movie Troll? And things like that. So I do like fantasy movies and or whatnot, depending on what it is. But Game of Thrones is just one that it didn't stick with me when I watched the pilot. I had no interest. Then I started looking up the
so
people who were behind it.
You give up on the show after the pilot.
Usually the pilot is just their opportunity to get me in. Yes, it's like the bait. You know what I mean? You have 1 hour to state your case, your opening case. I'm gonna give you an hour of my time. There you go. You know, come get me. Sometimes shows have good pilots that bring people in, and then some people don't get brought in. I like The Wire, right? Obviously, but I've told people to watch the pilot episode of The Wire, and they say, well, after the first episode, it was too slow. I didn't like it. So I am not ignorant of the fact that some people just have certain tastes. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm no different. Some people just have different tastes. They be like, that's not for me. I'm not interested. And then I'll be like, well, go watch episode 2, or watch I'm dating myself, but I would say like when I used to loan my Wire out. So that's another way where I got a lot of views in it, because whenever I collect DVDs when DVDs were a thing. So I had these box sets. So whenever I would loan out the DVD, whether it's The Wire or anything else, what I do is before I loan it to you, let's say I'm going to loan it to you, I'm going to watch it, right? I'm going to watch it. First of all, I'm going to look at it, see if there's any scratches or scuffs or anything on the actual physical DVD. Then I'm going to watch it in its entirety, and then I'm going to loan it to you. And when I get back, I'm going to look at it again and make sure I don't have any extra scratches or smugs, fingerprints, and things like that. Then I'm going to watch it again and make sure it's not skipping or have bad quality somewhere where it didn't. That way I can always tell the person that I just loaned it to, hey, on the second disc in episode 2 in the first part of the show, it's skipping. They never did that before. And they can't lie and be like, no, you gave it to me like that. No, I watched it before I gave it to you, and it wasn't doing that. So that's how I was able to watch it over and over and over so many times a year. So like when I say I'm Larry Wright was somewhere in the chat earlier, he can vouch for me when I honestly say that I watched that shit from beginning to end 33 times.
Yeah, you're analytical, right?
Say that again.
You're an analytical person, right?
Yes, very much so.
Me too. I am too, man. And my wife said I'm crazy, but I feel like I'm very normal. I feel like she's lacking.
Salute. D Hodge is in the chat. I see you, King. I see you, King. I see you. Salute.
Well, see, here's the thing about that show, man. It's all about strategy, and the biggest, strongest person is not always going to win. The people who have the biggest, strongest army is not always going to win. And the most intriguing thing about that show is it can start off with the main character. You can focus on these 2 or 3 characters for like the first season and a half, and then boom, season 2, episode 6, they're out of here. Like out of nowhere, it'll be an assassination attempt, or it'll be or they'll choke on poison. They'll get gone. So no character is safe. Like even when watching certain shows, oh man, this guy, he's not gonna die. He's the main character. Like when you were watching, don't
spoiler alert, because some people haven't watched certain shows.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say who, but it's just certain shows. That the main character is not gonna die. I mean, you can tell from the tone of the show and from the writing that the show is centered around this person, especially if the show is named after this person. They're not gonna die. It's not like that with Game of Thrones.
So it's safe to say that they've employed a lot of actors and actresses.
Oh yes, fantastic acting, cinematography, the writing, everything is absolutely on point. Now, the books is based off a book series called A Song of Fire and Ice.
Right.
And to set the stage for people who hadn't seen it, it's about this country called Westeros, and at one point they had 7 kingdoms, but this family that had dragons came over from another country and united the kingdom by conquering all 7 kingdoms. So it became one big kingdom, and each kingdom still had their separate districts, but they were all united under one kingdom. There were, without going too deep into it for people who still interested or not interested in watching it, you had people being usurped. You had warring families in this side of the country. You had rich families, you had poor families, and the poor families would take over the rich families. It's an amazing show, and more often than not, the biggest, strongest people didn't win, and sometimes they did. Sometimes the best warrior didn't win the fight. It was the smartest warrior who won. It was the smartest family who won. They might have had 2,000 soldiers compared to 10,000, but it's how they deployed those soldiers, and it's the battle tactics that they used to overtake this rich family who had all the resources. It's a great show. Now you get into the dragons and the ice zombies and all this type of stuff. It's an amazing show. I really don't want to spoil it. I really can't tell it without spoiling it, but it's an amazing show, man. It's an amazing show. Now, what intrigued me about The Wire was that was reality. Like, I saw that growing up, just right down the street. I had a neighborhood right down the street from me that was just like The Wire. Same projects, same characters. We had dirty cops. We had good cops. We had dirty politicians. We had good politicians. So I saw all that growing up. So I was able to relate to different characters. I had a cousin who was like Mike. We had a guy in the neighborhood who wasn't Omar. You see what I'm saying? So I related to that because that was my reality.
Yeah.
But I'm into
and a lot of shows didn't get it right. A lot of shows and movies didn't get it that authentic the way The Wire did. So that's what makes it also intriguing. That like, damn, am I watching a movie or like Rebecca brought out earlier? She's like, is this a movie about reality? You know, they just reenacting this with actors and things like that because of the realism. I like the show because it's not a plain here's the good guy, here's the bad guy kind of thing, and it's not a thing. Well, that's the bad guy. Let's get a wiretap on them and find out what they're doing. It's like, well, no. Do you have probable cause for a wiretap? Can you prove that you have used exhaustion so that you can qualify for a probable cause for a wiretap? And how many days do you need a wiretap? That's going to cost X amount of dollars, and that will run out. And then if you don't have anything by that time, you have to re-up. You know what I mean? There's like it dealt with things like that. Whereas on a lot of shows, you know, you just got the wiretap and guys were tapped and there's bugs everywhere. You know what I mean? And then The Wire is just they showed you a more intricate process that needed to take place in order for police work to get done, especially in a major inner city like Baltimore in America. How it can affect you if you don't have the financial resources to pull off some of these cases, specifically because The Wire takes place right after the 9/11 attacks in New York and DC. How the United States government dealt with the war on drugs versus the war on terror, and how the finances and resources, financially speaking, went to the war on terror and kind of let the war on drugs do what it did because, you know, it's only niggas involved. We'll just pick the niggas up as they kill each other off or catch them doing hand-to-hand sales, and we'll call that police work.
I used to love the way they be posted up in the projects, man. You know, out on the corner or on the sidewalk somewhere, just in between the projects. And I was like, man, I love this program. It seems so relatable, man. So if you grew up anywhere near a hood, or if you grew up in the hood, or grew up near a hood, and you were aware of that kind of activity, that program that really lured you to it.
Yeah, same thing with The Shield, right? The Shield is a real show like that. I haven't watched that one, Robert. Who's that? D Hodges? Robert said, let me see, he said, kingdoms, dragons, and eye zombies. Oh my! He said just messing around after DJ hit you with the
they
lions,
picking
tigers,
on.
and bears and those niggas.
Yeah, but man,
Uh,
just
he had to say he watched the
what
city on the
what
hill.
happens if the king dies and his son is only 10 years old? Everybody's gonna come for that throne. So
Right. It's vulnerable.
you know who gets knocked off in that process. This family may feel like they may have a claim to the throne because this king usurped the throne from this person from 2 generations ago. Your family took it from my family 2 generations ago, so rightfully it's ours. Well, no, I was the king's right hand man, so I should step up and take the throne. Well, no, I'm the king's nephew. I should take it because his son's only 10 years old. Well, how about we just kill your whole family and we'll take it?
Exactly.
So it doesn't always work out the way you think it may work out. And it always kept you guessing. You never knew who was gonna die. Once one of the main characters died at the end of season 1, you had no idea who was gonna go next. This person might be winning the war, and then out of nowhere he'll get his throat cut in his sleep.
And I think
So
that
it
they got that
always
from The
kept
Wire.
you guessing. You never knew what was going to happen from episode to episode. So that's what also made it great.
I liken it to The Wire, even though I know it's based off books and it was probably even more so gritty in the books. But HBO
Oh
picking
yeah,
that
they
up
left out a lot of
did it
stuff because they picked up the show
right after that.
starts. Yeah, the show starts like 10 years after the last book ends. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There were 5 books, I believe. Yeah, 5 books, and it details from the beginning of time all the way up until I'm not going to get into the stories, but the show starts 11 years after the book ends, after that last book ends. So it's crazy, man. And actually, because I actually read the entire book series, and to actually see the characters on screen and know what happened before made the show even better for me. Because I understood the characters and I knew where they were in their life. I knew that this prince or whatever, who's now 25 years old. Oh, I remember in the books when he caught his first body during the war. So now he's this mature guy and yada yada yada. And so
that's him. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now he's all grown up. I remember who he was when he caught his first body, when he first got knighted, all this type of stuff. It's like, oh, okay, I get it now. Okay, then you start putting the characters together. And like I said, man, the best part about it for me was it kept you guessing. You didn't know who was going to go, when they were going to go. Because like I said, they would build a character, build it around him for 2 or 3 seasons, and then he'll go. He'll swallow some poison, he'll get his throat cut in his sleep, or she'll kill herself, or a whole church could catch on fire and kill out a whole family. So you never know what's gonna happen.
All right, brother, you sold me on it. You sold it. It's official here. I'm gonna admit Game of Thrones is not the weakest show of all time. All right, there you go. But as far as
Just check it out, man. Give season one really don't pick up until about episode 5. That's when the story really starts to take place. The most interesting characters to me were this army called the Night's Watch, where they were made up of pretty much the outcasts from the 7 kingdoms. Anytime you were caught doing a crime, you had the choice either death or go to the wall. And the wall was a 700-foot wall, 700 feet high wall made of solid ice, made to protect the 7 kingdoms from what they call White Walkers, which were the ice zombies, so to speak. And your job as a Night's Watchman was to protect that wall at all costs. Now, this wall was made up of criminals and also people who would volunteer to go if you were what they called a bastard back then. If you weren't a trueborn person of a family, say like one of the families is the Starks. only way you can be trueborn is if you have father and the mother, and you lineal line of in a monarchy. But if the father had a child with some prostitute, you were considered a bastard. You couldn't inherit his land, even though you were his son. You couldn't inherit his land or his title. You were considered a bastard. So,
Nah, man, your mama's a freak. You ain't entitled to this.
but no matter what, if you weren't a trueborn, you could not inherit your father's land or titles. So you could be 17 years old and your youngest brother could be 5. Your brother could be 5. Guess what? He's his trueborn son, so he gets everything and you don't. So they would send them to the wall, and their sole purpose was to. Huh?
Was there a lot of sibling deaths?
Not really, because people just accepted that's just the way things were. But some people would take out their parents.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
like,
it's cool
okay,
to see
fine.
so these folks are savages the way they are. I'm just not interested in it.
Yeah.
D-How just said it's
y'all
really
don't
like that in Boston.
And
City on the
there
hill.
were black people on the show. Actually, the richest man on the show, one of the richest men on the show was a black man, and he had his own
I'm
kingdom.
aware. And how much of the kingdom they show him in? How much of the series is dedicated to him? Is there and that kingdom?
Probably about one season.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Trust me. I'm just because I don't watch something don't mean I'm not aware of it. I do my research on them and I do look, and then I know people who watch the series that I don't watch, and I love to hear them talk about them. So like everything that you brought up, I've been told about them from people who read the books and watch it. I had real close friends who love the show, but I tell them the same thing all the time. I'm like, man, that's the weakest show in history, and then I let them go ahead and get their spiel in and get their fandom in and explain it all, and I say, all right, you sold me. It's not the weakest show. It's the second weakest show, but I'm still not watching it. Or I'll say, all right, I'm gonna give it a shot in the head. I'm just not interested in the show. I feel it that people are just like I'm interested in shows that I know people is like, man, Tank, what the fuck is you on? Just like different strokes for different folks. I look at it as something else, and I do respect good storytelling, and like the concepts. It's just some of the execution and some of the thoughts that went into it, and reading up on the creators and writers of the book, the creators of the show, things like that. I remember I had it. When I first got on social media, I had a long something with one of the creators, and that was when the top people and they'll really go back and forth with you on social media. But I was like, you know what? That's his baby, and I know I'm writing something right now. Somebody may not like my shit, and that's okay too. You know what I mean? Comes with the territory. Somebody might be like, man, that shit is whack, and I'd be like, all right, whatever. Some people might like it, some people may not, but it comes with the territory.
And you know what's crazy about that, Tank? I'm one of the only guys in my friend group who hate Star Wars. I think Star Wars is the biggest crock of shit that ever came out. It's terrible.
They made a hell of a lot of money on that thing, man. Yeah, that's crazy.
I was like
I
that
never
too.
have. Yeah, I ain't never been able to get into that, man. They never held into it.
I didn't get into it because I'm into continuity, right? Good storytelling and continuity. I didn't get into Star Wars, no kidding, until the new, or when they went back and did the first 3 again, when Darth Vader was a kid. That just intrigued me. As soon as I heard that they're gonna go, because we all knew who Darth Vader was growing up. I didn't even watch the movies. I didn't know about the movies. I just knew that James Earl Jones was part of it. I grew up. I watched Conan the Barbarian and shit like that. So I knew who James Earl Jones was growing up. You know what I mean? And so when I knew who Darth Vader was, he was iconic in terms of you know, the infamy of the name and the character and whatnot. But I didn't know nothing about the Jedi's. I didn't know nothing about the mythology of Star Wars or anything like that. I just knew Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader, and I think Yoda and Ewoks or something like that. Some real basic shit. And then in the 2000s or 99 or whenever that new one came out, where they was like they had the kid, and then they was like, that's Anakin Skywalker. I thought it was Luke, like everybody, like a lot of other people who wasn't following it. But when they was like, that's Darth Vader, then I was intrigued. I was like, oh wait, so you're gonna see how Darth Vader became Darth Vader? That's intriguing. Let me go check it out. And then I watched the first three, and then ended up going watch the old ones from before I was born and when I was a kid, which was the original three, the original trilogy, and that's how I got into it. Because I thought it was a creative way to keep continuity by going back, which is what I believe they're going to do with the Game of Thrones. They're talking about doing another series where they go back in time and show some of the stories that may be in the book even, or probably before that. I think that they were talking about. But you probably can touch on that a little bit too. But isn't that right? They're doing a series that where they go way back for Game of Thrones.
They on mute.
He probably just he
DJ.
probably just realized, man, that shit is kind of
No.
boring.
I hit you. I was saying, I was talking about The Matrix. I thought The Matrix was a terrible series. I thought it was a terrible story. And people look at me side. I was like, no, you being fooled by the action sequences. That was a terrible movie.
It depends on which one, though. Well, I mean,
All
not
of
to me, but I mean to different people. To different people, it depends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On the concepts. Which one to you specifically? All of them, or just from the first one? When the first one came out, you was like, eh.
Yeah, because I didn't watch it until like 2 or 3 years after it came out. By the time I was in middle school, so I was watching. I was like, wait a minute, that movie was stupid. So I gotta go to sleep to fight robots that are chasing me. Wait, I'm gonna take a pill. I can stay in this reality, or I could go over here and I could go into a computer program and fight agents that I can't beat. But yet I'm gonna wake back up and I'm being chased by killer robots. Wait, what? No, it was stupid. I'm sorry, it was stupid to me. The whole concept was stupid. Now everybody got fooled by the whole action sequence. Now they had great action sequences, but I'm sorry, I was not a fan. Hold on.
I've seen every Star Wars all the way to The Force Awakens. I love it. Yeah, with The Matrix, the concept that I liked about it, what intrigued me about The Matrix is the esoteric aspect of it, but plus the
hold on. I gotta write that down. Hold on. Because I like new words. Hold on, let me get a pen and paper. Gotta write that down. You gotta spell that for me, Tank.
ESOTERIC.
Oh, I'm still looking for a pen.
Okay.
Well, go ahead. We'll come back to it.
Okay. So like the esoteric is ESOTERIC. That aspect of it, which is like the meanings behind the meanings. Like you said, people get mesmerized by the action sequences, and I agree with that. And a lot of content that comes out, and the Matrix is no different, because we are visual creatures. You know what I mean? Sometimes we don't understand any certain things until somebody lays it out in front of us for us to see, and the Matrix is no different. With that being said, there are aspects of it that were intriguing to me. When you, because like I have weird things that I'm into, so I knew what the Nebuchadnezzar references were, Morpheus, Neo, being the one and Trinity, you know, all these different things. But
Mhm.
For it to take place, the original when the film, as far as part one, start from the beginning, when it first comes on, and you see these what we see as FBI agents first step onto the scene, and they're telling the police, they're describing this very dangerous person. He says, "No, you lieutenant or sergeant, your men are already dead." And then you see this little little woman at the computer typing stuff up in this little room. Um, and then she, like you said, the visual starts off with her pausing in the sky and breaking his arm, running up the wall, doing all these cool martial arts action sequences. Um, for for that period of time, there was nothing like it visually.
Yeah.
Now, by the time you watched it, probably there were probably other movies that came out that had already started utilizing the action scenes, set pieces, and wire works that the Matrix used. I'm not sure. I'm just saying
Yeah,
it's
that they
possible.
call it that they
And
called it
so,
that Matrix style of fighting. It took
right,
over movies for like 4 or 5 years, man.
right. But should not even. I mean, still to this day, they've even like that. I think a new movie just came out with John David Jackson just came out with the same concept in terms of the wire works and the visual effects. Yeah, go ahead. Somebody said what?
I was just saying till this day.
Oh yeah, till this day.
I'm
Yeah,
half,
yeah,
To this day.
And
I'm half,
a lot of people
I'm
don't know
half
that.
asleep, man.
Man, don't. Yeah, you all right, brother? Just make sure you pull over when you do. When you if you need a rest. If you ain't
I'm
already
getting ready
pulled
to
over.
fill up I'm pulling into the truck stop now.
Okay,
About to
yes,
fill
sir.
up. So
What you call it? A lot of people don't know that the concept of the Matrix and even the first Terminator was by a black woman who wrote a book called The Third Eye. I forgot what was the name of the book, but her name was Sophia Stewart, and the Wachowskis. She was trying to get her book out way back in the day, and the Wachowskis and what's the guy James Cameron got wind of it and used aspects of her the concept of her stories to do the Terminator and the Matrix movie, at least the first ones. But anyway, so when the movie first starts, you see the character Trinity, and you're not understanding what is the reality. That is she a superhero? What's the case may be? Whatever the case may be, you see her jumping from rooftop to rooftop. The same thing with the agent, but it looks from an impossible distance. Um, and then you go into what's kind of Anderson, Mr. Anderson aspect.
Mhm.
You don't know until uh, probably the almost the end of the first act what's really going on, and that's when he's like, man, he's a computer hacker named Neo. Um, it was actually a precursor to what we see today, right? So remember when he gets arrested by the FBI agents, and he's like, Mr. Anderson, this is who you really are, and he slams on the table a big old stack of like a dossier of all the information on this person. He says, you go by the hacker named Neo and the internet, and then he has everything that this guy's ever done right there at his disposal because he's on the internet doing his thing. Well, that's what they have now on us. They have not only this live that they're recording right now in real time, but in real time it would be I have my government name, and then they'll be like, you're also Tank, the Sweet Science Examiner, Tank Obadiah, Tank, the TV and movie Maven, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they'll have a whole dossier. This is your what you posted on in chat rooms and on YouTube in the comment section. Here's what your super chats. Here's your Facebook post. Here's your Instagram post. Here's your this, that, and the other. All the way down the line. And at the end of the day, it's going to be a thick ass folder of who you are in the digital world. And that's what they presented to him. You know what I'm saying? It was a precursor to that. And then he's on the phone with a quote unquote terrorist, who they considered a terrorist, who ended up being Lawrence Fishburne's character Morpheus, who they referred to at that time as the most dangerous man in the world. And the reason that you find out that he's the most dangerous man in the world is not because of what he can do physically in the world, but because he is opening the minds of people to let them know that the world that they live in is not the world that truly exists. So it's really not about the fact that they have robots versus humans. It's more so about the fact that what you think is reality is not really reality. There's a esoteric meaning, like I was saying before, a meaning behind the meanings that only a select few people really understand. But in order to understand, you have to be willing to have an open mind and understand that the world that you live in is not what it is, what it appears to be. So, for example, like right now, we're talking on the internet. You know, I'm using my Xbox One to show on my, you know, my YouTube channel so I can watch us talk or whatever, make sure I don't, you know, lag out or whatnot. But there's or using my cell phone, but there's a world out here in 2021 where none of this stuff exists to certain people, and it's a larger portion of people than you could imagine. You know, whether it's in Haiti, parts of Mexico, and other places in Central and South America, certain villages and areas and regions on the continent of Africa in different countries where having electricity, cell phones, internet, and all these different things, tennis shoes and sneakers, quality boxing gear are luxury that they don't have. They have to train in dirt. They don't have. They still don't have concrete streets, let alone vehicles with gold Daytons and things like that. We live in the matrix when we have that. So it touches on a lot of aspects of our real life. Even there's a scene where Morpheus and Neo are training, and Morpheus tells him, he asks him, he says, "You think that's air you're breathing?" You can use that as a metaphor today, where you know a lot of people don't understand that we're breathing in chemtrails that are sprayed in the sky. We think that's air. You know, some of us live in, like I live in Southern California, where there's high levels of pollution because of the truck drivers and emissions that come out of some of these trucks that don't meet the guidelines, but they need the products to travel up and down these highways and byways, so they let them go, or they rig it so that they can maneuver. You know, not to say that some of the trucks are not meeting the regulations, but you know, I'm sure there's some trucks still out there on the roads that don't meet the regulations of emissions, and they put out very bad quality air. Or they have these cellular towers, or like when you watch The Shield. I was bringing up The Shield earlier. There's a underlining thing with The Shield where it's causing autism because where these houses were built, they have these certain power lines that emit this radioactive energy that nobody can see, right? So do you think that's air you're breathing? You know, there's a lot of different aspects of it that the movie deals with, and they disguise it in those action sets that you talked about. So that's what I like it. You know what I mean? But then you know, there's a lot of deeper other stuff that in there, but that's just on the surface. And I was able to pick it up right away, like, oh shit, that's that. Oh, that's this, that's that. You know, a lot of people drink tap water, but we all know that some of this tap water got fluoride in it and shit like that. You know what I mean? You think that's water, or is that a chemical that the human body's not even supposed to be taken at a particular high dose? You know what I mean?
I got you. That is a very, very eloquent interpretation of the movie. I appreciate that, but I don't think the writers were thinking on that level.
Go look at
it didn't come off
right,
that way.
Robert Brown.
I can see how you can get that from that movie, but I don't think they were thinking on that level.
Robert Brown said, Eli Zachary says they were stealing. Yeah, see, Robert Brown says, yeah, I like that. Sophia Stewart won her case for The Matrix and Terminator. See? Robert Brown said, yep, The Third Eye. So that's the name of the book. They took almost an hour out of the movie to try and get it around the copyright, but she won her case in court, and they still haven't paid her yet.
Hold on, it's based off a book?
Girls. Huh?
It's based off a book?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Third Eye book.
What's the name? Hold on, what's the name of the book? What's the name of the book again?
The Third Eye.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. A black woman named Sophia Stewart. You remember the Oracle in the movie?
Sophia Stewart.
Yes, sir.
I
Remember
gotta put
they
that
had the
on my
Oracle, they had the
calendar.
little
Sophia
black
Stewart,
lady.
third eye. Sophia Stewart, third eye. I remember it.
They kind of purposefully used her image, the real Sophia Stewart, or likeness of her for the character of the Oracle, who was the person who was kind of the person who knew what was going on, and was the one who made
The
the
all-seeing
Matrix.
eye, if you will.
Yeah. So it's
Mhm.
it's these are things that and because when you say like you don't think they thought of it, to me the way I think of it is a lot of these movies and the people who make them are privy to information, and they use the movies to prepare or desensitize the general public for what's to come, by releasing tidbits into the movies, and disguising them into action scenes and things like that. Um, Robert says it is about the controlling of society, right, and industrial by tech and hackers versus belief in a higher power and spirituality. And it also deals with prophecy and spirituality and things like that as well. Exactly. She said she wrote it to wake up our kids, or wake our kids up. Excuse my dyslexia. Um, Somewhat like a small group who think they're elite, playing God and controlling the many by blinding them to the truth. Um, Cam Santos is backstage. He's ready to go. But yeah, there's a new show called it's an animated show on Amazon Prime called Invincible, and there's a scene in Invincible, spoiler alert, that at some point in time in the series where a secret agency tells one of the characters on the show that fluoride was put in the water of Americans to because it was found to block a particular light sequence in the brain. So like it's done all the time so that they can manipulate um, certain things, so you can see things that it look real in reality, but you really can't. It's really not what it is, or you are blinded to the fact of something that's right there in front of you. You can't really see it because they made sure that you had so much fluoride that your brain can't even pick these things up. And all they have to do is control the way light reflects on certain things, and you won't be able to see things clearly. And it's just a throwaway line, 1 second, and they go on about the plot. But these are the things that they sneak into TV movies, cartoons, and things like that. Because you heard of chemtrails, right? Chemtrails versus contrails. Contrails. When you ever see a airplane or a jet that flies across the skies, and they have that long white, look like a condensation behind it. But then sometimes you see it goes away and disappears and dissipates as the plane or jet goes by. But then sometimes it's there in the skies long after the jet's gone. The ones that stay in the sky are called chemtrails. And so somebody did some tests on it not too some years back. There's a great documentary on it called Chemtrails, What in the World Are They Spraying? And I think they did a follow-up documentary called Chemtrails, Why in the World Are They Spraying? And they have some very, very interesting information in those because they have what it is that they are actually putting in those skies. And so when asked about it, they say that it's a part of a group called HARP, right? That they are using that to do ionosphere testing on the ionosphere because of the sun, and some of the chemicals like aluminum and some other chemicals, right? Strontium and a bunch of other materials, and they're trying to reflect the sun rays back up to the sky, right? For the benefit of people because the sun is doing certain damage to certain people on the planet and certain things on the planet. And then they also were doing experiments on the ionosphere because of drought and famine. And so they figured out a way to make it create clouds so that they can make it rain in places where there are droughts and that it normally wouldn't rain. So these are all part of the HART project and the chemtrails project. And they also started to learn how to manipulate weather. These are all real life things. This is not some science fiction movie. You can look it up on the website. You know what I'm saying? Weather manipulation, so that they can make it rain where it's not supposed to rain. Experiments on the ionosphere to reflect the sun back up and things like that. But in the process, all that
what number I was on.
come down. You know what I'm saying? And we breathing in this stuff. And it's getting all over us as it comes down to the surface.
So let me ask you this: where you what do you sit on government conspiracy books or stuff that's been proven?
Where do I sit on government conspiracy books? I just take it all in. You know, I take in what I take in. You know what I mean? I like to research, see what other people got to say about it, see if there's anything else on it, and then I make my determination on what makes sense in reality on when I take my head up off the book and I close the book. You know, because it's one thing to read and see things, but then what do you read after you research the research and cross reference information and fact check certain sources, see who came up with it, see what their if they had a particular agenda. Well, everybody has an agenda, but it just based off, you see what agenda do they have, and then you go from there. You got guys like what is it, William Cooper's who did the I got it over there somewhere in a corner. One of my somewhere where my books are called A Pale White Horse. Behold the Pale White Horse. You know what I'm saying? You heard of William Cooper, right?
Behold the Pale.
Hold on, let me get the book.
Horse. Yeah, I'm typing this in my Kindle right now.
Okay. I think it's Behold the Pale White Horse. William Cooper.
Behold the Pale White Horse. There's two books I want you to check out, man. If you hadn't read them already. Huh?
Let me see. I said died under unusual quote unquote circumstances.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Have you read any of the JFK novels? Of the many books written on the assassination of JFK? One of them in particular intrigued me, and it was how supposedly all the witnesses who saw a second gunman that day died mysterious deaths. Like for example, this guy had a car accident. He supposedly hit a tree.
I'm listening. I'm just gonna mute my mic real quick because I gotta do something quick.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
He supposedly hit a tree, but they found his engine a mile away from the car. So, I think it was 7 of them. I want to say 7 of them, and they all died mysterious deaths. 2 books I really want you to check out if you hadn't read them already. It's by this author named Annie Jacobson. She does really great work. She has either the families of the people that were on these missions or any certain task force or operations or whatever. She's spoken to them, or she got firsthand account from the guys who were on different special forces teams throughout time. My favorite book of hers is the entire history of the CIA, which dates back to 1936 with the OSS. It's called Surprise, Kill, Vanish. That's a great book. She's gotten starting in 1950, I want to say, with this guy. I forgot his name. She named him in the book because he actually spoke to her on record about these things. He's in his 80s now, and he's free to speak about. She went from 1936 all the way up until 2016, and she spoke to people who were on these special forces units in Vietnam and in Operation Iraqi Freedom or Desert Storm, or even going all the way back to Korea and World War II. Special Forces units, different type of Army Ranger units. She's gotten firsthand accounts from these people or people who were around during that time, and she got them to go on record and talk about it. And one of the stories in that was she got a former high-ranking, she'll say high-ranking official, she won't say his name, a former high-ranking official during the Bush administration. They had supposedly they had Osama bin Laden dead to rights 3 different times, but Bush didn't want to kill him. He was like, I want to know who his daddy is, because if y'all are telling me this is just some caveman out here with some militia, who's supplying his weapons? Where is he getting his munitions from? Where is he getting all these explosives? Where is he getting all these high-tech weapons? I want to know who his daddy is, who's funding him. So they had him dead to rights a few times, but they didn't kill him.
Well, they family, the Bush family and the Osama family was supposed to have been pretty cordial with one another. They're supposed to be friends. Matter of fact, some of the family members were here in the States when all that stuff went down, and they got them out of the country safely. The Bush family did.
Interesting.
Where you? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Another book, and that's just a brief breakdown of that book. But another book is the one that I'm reading now called Operation Paperclip. Are you familiar with Operation Paperclip?
Absolutely. We was talking about it earlier. Wasn't you the one that put it in the chat?
Yeah. I missed it. My phone died. I had to come. I came back.
I thought I did a whole spiel on it. I was like, man, look. So anybody don't know what Operation Paperclip is?
Man. That's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite government conspiracies. Well, it's been proven to be true, but
right.
That's one of my favorite things to read about. I'm in the middle of her book now, and oh man, it's amazing, good stuff. Annie Jacobson, man, she's great.
What am I looking for over here? You got me over here looking at my books. I was about to. You said something that made me.
It's something about espionage, man. I've always loved espionage, even going back as a kid watching the Bond movies, and then I got older, started watching the Jason Bourne movies and watching Mission Impossible, movies like that, man. I've always loved espionage. Some about spy movies that always got me. And then I got older and I started reading about actual spies, whether it be the CIA or CIA, MI6, Polish Grom, SAS. I loved spies and special forces, type stuff. Even though I had no desire to join the military, I've always enjoyed espionage.
What about Bond, James Bond?
I love Bond movies, man. Even though I think Daniel Craig is a terrible Bond, I love Bond movies.
Yeah. Sean Connery was always the man with that one.
Yeah.
But yeah,
love Sean
I
Connery.
like
Didn't like Roger Moore.
I like Pierce Brosnan.
Pierce Brosnan was the man.
Connery.
Pierce Brosnan was the man. I don't like Daniel Craig. I think I'll be glad when his last movie comes out and he's done with being Bond, because I did not like Daniel Craig's Bond.
Yeah, that boy used to get beat up all the time, didn't he?
Who?
The Bond that y'all talking about, that y'all don't like.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the
I
one
like Craig.
currently.
He said he don't like Craig. I don't got no problem with him. But I get it if people do got a problem with him. But to me, the only thing I think I liked about him is because he seemed like one of the first Bonds that looked physically formidable to deal and do the stuff that he was doing. I ended up looking at old Bond stuff like later before I was born, like old movies, because I like watching old shit, obviously, you know what I mean? But he looked like in great shape when he was young, being Sean Connery, but the Bond, what made Bond for me anyways, was his suave demeanor and then the way he dealt with stuff.
Exactly.
Daniel Craig
is just brooding. He's a brute.
But like physically, I was like, okay, that's the motherfucker that can take the bumps. Yeah, he can.
Daniel Craig is the most recent one, isn't he?
Yeah. He's the most
Yeah,
recent
he
one.
cool. Yeah,
He ain't.
I can take him.
Yeah. It's the thing about Bond. It was
He's not
always
smooth though.
he could kick your ass and take your girl.
And Daniel Craig don't got that.
Yeah, he ain't
it don't seem
smooth at
like
all. His
right.
His lines that come off that are supposed to be smooth are just
What was that one guy? The one Bond. He was
Hey, look.
always a weak Bond to me.
Timothy Dalton, but I don't even know. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't even know, but I know that's the one for me.
Roger Moore was just a cornball, man. It was come on now.
I don't like Moore either. Yeah, I didn't like Moore, but I think Moore because he's the one that got the mantle for the most part after Sean Connery, and Sean Connery was so epic. But he kind of outgrew the role physically, and as he got older, and as we get older, some of us we put on more weight and stuff like that. And Sean Connery was one of those guys. He lost his hair, lost his the charming looks that they had. But while we talking about Daniel Craig,
then he made the videos about slapping chicks.
Yeah. So, but like when we look at Daniel Craig, we like it like, okay, this motherfucker look like he's physically capable of doing these things. But a woman may have a different opinion. I don't know. You know what I mean? I never asked him. In terms of his suave stuff. I just look at it like Pierce Brosnan was one of those motherfuckers that just he was smooth. You know what I mean? He just seemed smooth.
Pierce Brosnan was a good Bond, man. Despite popular belief, a lot of people didn't like Pierce Brosnan. It was like, Pierce Brosnan was a good Bond, man.
Yeah, he was straight for me.
Yeah. Especially in GoldenEye. I think GoldenEye was the first one he did.
Yeah, GoldenEye was the first one. He had the longer hair.
Yeah.
I liked my favorite one of him though is, let me go to my Bond section of my DVDs over here. Let me go to my Bond section. Which one?
The World Is Not Enough.
The World Is Not Enough. You already exactly. That's from Halle Berry.
The World Is Not Enough.
Is that that's the one where the villain got shot in the head and he couldn't feel no pain?
Yeah. The bullet just kept creeping down his cerebral cortex and he couldn't feel pain.
Yep.
Yeah. Renard. Yeah. I like that one too. See, The World Is Not Enough, GoldenEye, and Die Another Day was okay. I think that was the one with Halle Berry. Yeah, Die Another Day was good.
Where's my fucking Bond section? Okay, they go Casino Royale. See, somebody been touching my stuff.
Oh God,
I have problems.
Oh man, I got through it because it was a Bond movie, but I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, that's the one that made me like.
The best one of his so far, Daniel Craig, is Skyfall for me.
The last couple ones where they did sequels, and usually Bond didn't have direct sequels like that for the most part.
Yeah.
It was like every now and then they may have a underlining plot that they'd be like, oh yeah, I remember that character. There it is right here.
Like
The World Is Not Enough. That's what I'm thinking of. The World Is Not Enough.
Valentin Tchaikovsky.
Yeah, exactly.
He kept coming back, but nobody else was coming back. Besides, everybody else besides him and Q and Penny. What's the name? Money Penny.
What I was gonna say, they try to bring him the villain back in the newer ones with Craig too, to try to touch on that for nostalgia for those of us who've been fans of it for a while. But that's the other Bond movie I was thinking of. There it is. I just found it in my little section. It's called The World Is Not Enough with Pierce Brosnan. I almost got the two.
Yeah, that was good.
But yeah, that's why we was talking about the other day with should Idris Elba play James Bond, and I'm like, man, I love Bond, but I would love to see us do our own thing. Somebody just come up with a creative, espionage story where, the person just happened to be black. I don't want a black person to have to take the role of somebody else unless they just, organically did it. Just come out with it. Just pop up with the trailer one day and be like, boom, and then people be like, and then people just have to react to it like, oh shit, Idris Elba is Bond or something like that. But to make it a story kind of a story where it's like, well, should he or yeah, man. It's like the whole right now they're doing it with Michael B. Jordan, rumored to be cast as the quote unquote Black Superman when they do the DCEU's multiverse with the Flash movie, Flashpoint.
See,
I'm like, I'm not interested.
I forgot who told me the other day they're coming out with a Green Lantern movie. I was like, if it's not Jon Stewart, I don't care nothing about it.
Yeah, it's gonna be the whole core though, so it's not even gonna be one. So it's gonna be multiple Green Lanterns. So Stewart's supposed to be in.
But are they gonna focus on Sector 2814?
Right. So it's gonna be a thing where they have both Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart as opposed to
and like the 7 other lanterns that are in Sector 2814. Okay, Tank, you a nerd like me. Okay.
Yeah, we in here, brother.
Okay, we nerds, but we play football, so we got away with it.
yeah, exactly. I told you, brother, athletic schoolboy in this motherfucker, man. You be in there, your ankles iced and shit, your knees iced, and
right.
concussion protocol, and they be like, yeah, nigga, what the fuck you know about Gambit and X-Men and shit?
Oh man, don't even get me started. Why hadn't Gambit got his own movie yet? Why ain't they put Jubilee in it? First of all, since Disney owns Fox now, the next Black Panther movie, which I think Shuri should take the mantle of Black Panther like she did in the comics for a brief time. Why haven't they introduced Aurora Monroe? Will they introduce Storm in the next Black Panther movie?
Well, it's disgusting because they're taking away King T'Challa. So at this point,
they said they weren't going to recast it, man. They said they weren't going to recast it.
I'm disgusted. Did you hear the other show? When you hear the show the other night when I was going in on that, the 8-hour show?
Parts of it, yeah.
Man, I had to go in on that aspect because
so
somebody
you think
brought
they
it up.
should recast it?
Kyle. Absolutely, I'm disgusted the fact that they just going to do away with the character when they haven't even done the character any justice yet. The only time he was done partially right was it wasn't even in his own movie. It was the closest they did to a King T'Challa giving him any kind of justice was Captain America: Civil War.
Yeah, that
was in Captain America's movie. In his movie, you know what I'm saying, he was basically, the movie they gave his intelligence to Shuri. He's supposed to be the most intelligent person in Wakanda, not his little sister. They gave his intelligence to Shuri, his ferocity and ferociousness to Eric Killmonger. The best lines in the movie went to Michael B. Jordan as Eric Killmonger. No shade to Ryan Coogler, but that's his guy, so that's to be expected. When you start off with this guy and you in Fruitvale Station and then Creed, it makes sense that you're going to give him the lines that make the movie, right? Coming from the movie, people forget that when the movie ended and the fanfare came out, especially amongst quote unquote Black people, the character that most people in America really related to that was Black was the Eric Killmonger character. It was like, oh, Killmonger was the shit. Killmonger was the man. He was right. So you had Eric Killmonger, who's quote unquote stole the movie. You had Princess Shuri, who quote unquote stole the movie. And then you had Chadwick Boseman's portrayal of King T'Challa. And that's if, some people like Ramonda and was talking about Angela Bassett, but because her role was not as significant, they gave, it goes back and forth between who stole the movie between her and Chadwick, who they actually for a significant period of time took him out of the movie, and you don't even see him until the third act. So
so me and you kind of feel the same way about the movie.
And the movie was great.
I love the movie, but then when you really pissed me off about the movie. Go ahead, man. My bad.
But I said then you have Infinity War, right? Because people forget we've had King T'Challa in 4 movies, and they haven't done him justice yet. And the only time they did any kind of semi-justice, again, was in Captain America: Civil War. When Infinity War came back, came out, what they do? They killed him off. So you killed him in his own movie, damn near, put him in a comatose state, and then in the very next movie in Infinity War, you kill him off.
But
And
that
then he
was
don't come back
accurate
until
though. But
and then he don't come back until the end of Avengers Endgame, and he's relegated to playing Bo Jackson, running around with the gauntlet until forgot the guy's name, but the sorcerer for Thanos, who makes the ground come up under him, and now the kid Spider-Man got to take over running back duties or pass the baton. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't like the portrayal of King T'Challa so far, and then he passes away, or actually before he passes away, you know, you hear rumblings about DC. I mean, excuse me, the MCU. We're gonna do justice by doing away with his character. Shut the hell up! You don't care about no Chadwick Boseman. How are you gonna honor Chadwick Boseman in his death by doing away with the character that he portrayed, that he took pride in portraying and was excited to portray? But in life, you weren't even gonna pay him. Didn't want to let him renegotiate. Ryan Coogler renegotiate their contracts to fairly resemble the money that the $1 billion movie made for Marvel. And he was threatening not to even be in Black Panther 2. You see, they don't talk about these things. These stories came out before he passed away. But all of a sudden, I'm supposed to believe that you're going to honor him and not let anybody else play him. When you guys recast motherfuckers all the damn time.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. You haven't even shown what King T'Challa can do. You know what I'm saying? He's the king of the dead. He can see through the soul of people.
Okay. Oh, I thought I exited out the chat for a minute.
He ain't even got a chance to marry Aurora Monroe, Storm, yet. You haven't even brought Storm into the MCU yet. That's one of the greatest things that we got to see in the comics was, you know, this African king and this African queen.
I had that
poster.
poster. You remember the poster with him on the throne and her standing right by his side?
And everybody's
I had that
wedding.
poster, man.
You take that away, and then so what I take away from that is they don't want to see a masculine African black man as a king that's intelligent, rules over his kingdom, looks out for his nation of people, and like I said, he has a seat at the table in terms of the intelligence of all the smart people in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Like I said, they gave that to his sister. You know what I mean? No shade to her, but and she was intelligent. But if you go look up right now, you go Google top smartest people in Marvel universe or comics or whatever. King T'Challa's always ranked over Princess Shuri.
The only time they even touch on her, though.
Huh?
I'm about to say Moon Girl's number one though.
No, yeah, in terms of she's not even ranked over Shuri. The actual ranking goes in terms of these three characters is T'Challa, Shuri, and Moon Girl. Moon Girl's not ranked over Shuri or T'Challa. And actually, Adam Brashear is ranked over all of them. The guy who plays who's the Blue Marvel, but because Kevin Graveau, a black man, came up with that comic. They don't even consider that damn near canon. So they don't even use Adam Brashear. He's not even ranked.
They left so many holes, man. It's like number one, when they killed Ulysses Claw in the movie, I was like, what in the hell are y'all doing? That was like his main antagonist. They in that movie, I didn't think they were gonna make a sequel, to be honest, because you kill Claw, you kill Killmonger, and then him and M'Baku are best friends. That never happened. Ever.
Hey,
those were three of his main villains. The only villain that was left, that was the only villain that remains is when Nakia turns into Malice.
Right.
That was the only villain I was like, are they gonna build a movie around that? So that pissed me off. No. And then a lot of people,
Namor, remember?
Who?
Namor.
That's who's supposed to be in the second movie. Yeah, right. That's who's supposed to be in the second movie. But
who killed the dad? Who really kills the dad in the comics? Who's the killer of who assassinated King T'Challa? Because I'm making a point. You remember who really killed King T'Challa? It wasn't.
I remember
it wasn't Baron Zemo.
They tried to use. I remember not M'Baku, but Killmonger's family tried to usurp T'Chaka. And that's when they kicked him out of Wakanda. They didn't kill him; they kicked him out of Wakanda. That's why he grew up in the States. That's
It
how
was
it happened.
it was Ulysses Claw. Ulysses Claw is the one that killed
Ulysses Claw. That's it.
T'Challa.
Damn it, that's it. It wasn't no damn
Ulysses
Zemo.
Claw killed him, and he killed him when T'Challa was a child.
Was a child right in front of him.
Remember, killed his brother. Yeah, killed his brother too.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
And Sion, the Uncle Sion, was the Black Panther until T'Challa became of age and won the tournament. You know what I mean?
Also correct.
They don't even do none of that stuff justice in the film universe. They make him
only thing they stuck to in the first movie was when T'Challa and Killmonger fought for the first time. You remember the first time they fought? Killmonger actually did throw him over the waterfall. But what pissed me off is when they actually let Killmonger ingest a heart-shaped herb and it didn't almost kill him.
Exactly.
Because he hadn't built up a tolerance to it because he didn't grow up in man, we can go all day with this shit.
It wasn't even supposed to be. It was supposed to be because remember he had to actually get a fake version. It was a synthetic. It wasn't even the real thing because the real heart-shaped herb only goes from father to son generationally. You have to be chosen. It's basically they're trying to tell you it's a chosen line kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And only they can survive it. They've been chosen by the god Bast.
Yeah, the Panther god is Bast.
The Panther god, right? And it even comes out in the comics that's just ceremonial. They actually have the powers. Because remember, at one particular time, they thought that he didn't have the powers, and then it turned out that the power was within him the whole time. So they don't even they don't do the character justice at all. Like
they really don't. They really don't.
They and before they even get a chance to do something good with him, they're decided, oh, we're not going to recast him, and then they trick all these niggas into thinking that they're not going to recast him in honor of him, when that's not the case. They don't give a fuck about no Chadwick Boseman because they didn't give a fuck about him when he was alive, or they would have renegotiated his contract, give him money that resembled the success of the first film. Or they wouldn't have taken him out of the movie so much in the first film. Or they wouldn't have him overshadowed by giving the best lines to Eric Killmonger's character, played by Michael Jordan in the first film. I can go on and on and on. But all of a sudden now I'm supposed to believe that you're going to honor him by not recasting the role. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, all of a sudden y'all don't like money?
Yeah, all of a sudden, get the fuck out of here, dog. Knowing damn well there's... Now, what about all the other black actors that's been in Hollywood even longer than Chadwick Boseman that could get a chance to do a portrayal of King T'Challa, right? A person who actually, no disrespect to Chadwick Boseman, rest in peace. And I know who his martial arts trainer is, the great Maurice Crump. But that Maurice Crump is a badass martial artist. You familiar with who he is? I know you went to martial arts too, so Maurice Crump.
Maurice Crump. Wasn't he in that black guy, right?
Yeah, black dude. He's in like them old they old now, right? He's in the movies with I just said who's the star owned by Tony Jaa, them Tony Jaa movies. He does movies over there.
Yeah, he was just in that because I saw that Michael J. White movie that he just did.
Yeah, the Sudden Death remake. Sudden Death remake. Yeah, that motherfucker there.
Yeah.
So that's one of my favorite martial. Do you have a plethora of young, up and coming black actors who are martial artists that can take the mantles? If you want to go with somebody that's more seasoned, you can give Michael Jai White a choice, which is my choice, which is my personal. I thought Michael Jai White should have got the either the Blade character or King T'Challa when they first talked about
he didn't want
Black
it.
Panther to,
he didn't want it. They tried to give it to him. He didn't want it.
No, he don't want it now.
He talked about this. He was like, you remember that last movie? This is why Wesley Snipes doesn't do Blade anymore. Remember Blade Trinity? He was like, man, they tried to take Wesley out of his own movie. Remember all the posters that was coming out? It was Blade, and it had Sarah, whatever her name is, Jessica Biel. They had her on the poster. Then it was
and
Blade.
Ryan Reynolds.
And it had Ryan Reynolds on the poster. It was like they tried to take Wesley out of his own movie. He was like, then they tried to offer me the role, was like, no, I'm good. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, that's why I said when they did Black Panther would have been perfect because Black Panther, he knows all the martial arts in the world and then some because the whole world don't know the martial arts in Wakanda. So who's more regal in terms of mannerism than Michael Jai White? You know what I'm saying? He walked in there with that great posture and shit. You know what I'm saying? He looked like he's supposed to have a crown in his head, the way the motherfucker stand straight up and shit. They try to tell me, well, he's old. I'm like, well, so is Robert Downey Jr., and they still want him back.
And I was really looking forward to those interactions between T'Challa and Tony Stark on screen, right? Because T'Challa is a king, and he's not gonna put up with your nonsense, Tony Stark.
And not only that, he can meet you with intelligence. You ain't gonna sit there and just be able to tell him any old thing, and him not to be it. But now they gave his intelligence away to his sister, which is a thing that I didn't like. Like she just, oh brother, that's outdated. I got it. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that's so antiquated. Oh, this and that and the other, right? They gave those lines to specifically take away his power, and I think those things were on purpose because I believe there's an underlying war against black masculinity, intelligence, and what they call toxic masculinity, and so
well,
they kind of.
I'm partially with you on that. I'm partially with you on that. See, what I thought they were trying to do was, because remember they kept highlighting the Dora Milaje. I was like, oh, they're doing the women empowerment thing. They're doing the thing. I was telling my wife as I'm watching the movie, I was like, they keep doing the thing, baby. It's like, she was like, yeah, I kind of see it in this one. Usually she'll just, just wave her hand off and was like, oh, just watch the movie or whatever. And we'll go back and forth about that. But I was like, then we watched that, side note, we watched that Ghostbusters movie. I was like, yeah, babe, they're doing the thing. I can't watch it. It's like, yeah, they really tried to. You remember how they tried to really big up Nakia, big up what's her name? Okoye. It was like, oh man. And then they tried to big up the Dora Milaje. The Dora Milaje were gonna take out Killmonger by themselves. It was like,
but they're badasses though, right? They're supposed to.
They're badasses.
They're formidable. But the thing
they're formidable, but they just kept pushing that. They kept pushing it and pushing it. I was like, oh, babe, they're doing the women empowerment thing again.
But I was cool. And I was seeing the same exact thing. But I was like, okay, that's cool with the Dora Milaje because that's what they are. They're formidable, badass motherfuckers who deserve that thing because it's in line with the continuity of the comics. But Shuri is not smarter than T'Challa. Nowhere at any time in the comics. Nowhere. She's not on his level. But in the movie,
they were always competitive.
To take away a black man's intelligence, to me, rubbed me the wrong way. That's what I was talking about.
I don't think they try to take away his intelligence. I don't believe they try to take away his intelligence. I just think they try to highlight his sister is just as smart as he is.
No, they don't do that in the movie. They make it if you listen to the interviews before the movie came out, Kevin Feige came out and publicly made the statement that she's the smartest person in Wakanda, that she's the smartest person in the whole MCU. That's what he said. He said the 16-year-old, the teenage Princess Shuri is going to be the smartest character in all the MCU, smarter than Bruce Banner, smarter than Tony Stark, smarter than everybody else. That's why they have particular lines in the movie to illustrate that. So, for example, when he first comes back home, he says, "What's wrong with my design?" When she's showing him the new suit, right? Now, if you look at because they do small things, right? So they show the tech that he gives her back, right? In the beginning, the little ball things, right? So she makes a little comment there, but then she makes a comment when she's talking about the new suit, and he's like, "What's wrong with my design?" And she's like, "Oh, that's old. Oh, they're shooting at me. Put my helmet on," right? Making fun of his design. Look at what I did. I got nanotechnology, right? I came up with this super duper technology where the whole suit is in this necklace. It's not pieced up and clunky like yours. But then they show you flashback scenes where his father had the exact same suit with his design, right? So, and then they show you a flashback when he was a kid standing with his father with that design. So to let you know that, yes, he's so smart that as a kid, he designed his father's Black Panther suit. But when they're adults, his sister has usurped him and passed him in the intelligence department, to the point to where she's clowning his whole design, his use of it, and everything else. Like they throw these little things in there. And then in Infinity War, when they meet up with Bruce Banner, they come to Wakanda. They put that line in there. Why didn't we think of that when they're dealing with Vision? And she's like, why don't you guys interact the cerebral cortex with the such and such, and then go ahead and dismantle and do everything from the scratch? Oh, why didn't we think of that? Basically, who's we? Him and Tony Stark, who were at that time the two smartest people. So they have these little hints in there where they throw it in there, underline or undercover with these little throwaway lines that you got to really pay attention to get. Oh, okay, let's see what they're doing.
Yeah,
see, they didn't make her,
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I noticed all that, but I just wrote that off as they're doing the women thing. I got you.
Yeah,
they tried to show she's just as smart. She's just as smart as the men. She can hold her own with the men. I get it. Yeah, she's not a child, but yeah,
right. They just took it. They took it from him and gave it to her though. They don't really touch on his. He was just more like the king, the brute Smith, the brute force person, and they only had to serve him because he was the son of the king. It wasn't because he was like a military intelligent person, or tactical, or even scientifically brilliant. Yeah, it was none of that. It was just because he was the son of King T'Chaka. At no point did they let him think his way through something and then pull the order. The only time they did that was at the very end, where he was like, turn off the whatever, the fucking tractor. And then when the train was going by with the vibranium, and she's like, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Like that was the only time they let you see that he has a brain in the film, and they did it on purpose. Like I said, before the film even came out, Kevin Feige came out and he said, listen, she's going to be the smartest character we've ever had. And as soon as I heard that, I was like, wait a minute. T'Challa is supposed to be the king. T'Challa is supposed to be one of the brilliant tacticians and scientists. That's what separates him from just being just a regular run-of-the-mill superhero.
Yes, I didn't hear that comment, but I just wrote that off as, oh, you're ignorant, don't really understand the characters. You just giving a script, or you just giving the tab.
Let me see the chat. I see the chat booming up. Damn, I see all these comments. Let me go back. I don't see a Black James Bond. Pierce Brosnan was cool. Casino Royale was a good Bond movie. So was Skyfall. Everybody was hooked on phonics, but I was learning to read X-Men comics. That's a bar. And it rhymed. He said they should recast. We still haven't gotten the right Black Panther iteration, and there's so much more story. Exactly. What about the Skrull invasion that he thwarted when they tried to invade Wakanda? And they was pretending like they was Wakandans, but he could see through them and see his soul because he's the king of the dead.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I would say nobody knows that one. What about when he handed the Fantastic Four their ass on a plate?
Right, and they're gonna bring the Fantastic Four into the MCU, and we're not gonna be able to see that.
They're not gonna highlight that. They're not gonna highlight that. They're not gonna highlight how that's how he was introduced when what's his name, Mr. Fantastic came to Wakanda looking for vibranium, and he handed the Fantastic Four their ass on a plate. He handed the Fantastic Four their ass on a plate. All
and
four of them.
Tactical. It was some of it was tactical, where he had to think his way through it because Reed Richards is considered one of the smartest beings in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, or the Marvel Universe, period, the Marvel Comic Universe. How do y'all feel about the Wolverine movies not really bringing out Omega Red? Yeah, I'm even J.A. Dixon. It's going to be unpopular, even though I ended up liking Hugh Jackman's rendition of Wolverine. I didn't like the fact that they put the focus on him the way they did for all the movies. Made him the forefront of every single character. It would have been cool, like in the first two movies they did that, but then started to bring in other characters to shine as well. The same way Marvel did. They had Iron Man, but then you know what I'm saying. Thor was his own. He had his own shine. Spider-Man has his own shine. All these guys have their own place at the table. But in the and with Fox's X-Men, it was Wolverine and then the others. And in the comic books and
They fumbled that
the
series
'90s
so bad,
cartoons,
man.
and the '90s cartoons and in the comic books, Wolverine and Gambit used to always go at it because in many ways they were equal. Gambit had healing powers; they were nowhere near on the level as Wolverine, but Gambit had, he had a mouth on him, and he had other attributes that made him, because his one of his powers was the power of agility. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So him and Wolverine used to go at it often. Cyclops was a badass. Storm was actually the second in command behind Cyclops in the field. She was a badass, and they didn't give any of these characters the proper shine. But to answer your question, in the Wolverine movies, they could have brought Omega Red out. That would have been really, really, really dope. Because he's one of Wolverine's main formidable characters. Hopefully, they do it now that they're in the MCU, which is will be kind of dope, because the way that you need to do Omega Red probably is better now that you do it in the 2020s. I'll probably be old and gray by the time they do it, but it would be dope to see. I would love to see them go to an actual sized Wolverine that looks more like the stature that he's in the comic, where he's just like a short, stocky, swole, animalistic motherfucker, instead of Hugh Jackman 6'2", whatever the hell he was. Because Wolverine wasn't this
that
big
tall,
old
but I
beast.
get your point.
Huh?
I said I don't think Hugh Jackman's that tall. I get your point.
Yeah, what is
I don't even like how they did the Sentinels in Days of Future Past, man. I don't think they did them justice. Hello, you hear me? Oh, what up?
Oh, my bad. You're right. He's 6'3". Hugh Jackman is 6'3". So yeah, this
He's
big old
6'3"?
tall Wolverine. Yeah.
Damn, he don't look that tall. All right, go ahead, man. My bad.
Man, are you serious? You see the actor? It's because I know the actors that he was standing next to. So when he was, I'd be like, God damn, who's this big ass Wolverine? Wolverine is
I
a
would have
short,
never
stocky
guessed that,
motherfucker.
man. I would have never guessed that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, 6'3", huh?
That's why people.
Wow.
That's why people, when he first got casted, people was like, man, why are they getting the theater actor who's big ass, tall, skinny dude to play Wolverine? Because remember, he had to bulk up to play Wolverine. He's a slim dude, and a tall, lanky motherfucker. He's doing dances on Broadway, and Les Miserables, Les Miserables,
Leopold,
shit like that. You know what I mean? So for him to be Wolverine, for people like us, was like, hey man, hold on, bro. Now later on, he put on muscle and definition that made him look closer to the comic, but he was still too big in terms of his height and stature. But if you look at the first early movies in X-Men 1, he wasn't that swole and cut up as he was in the later movies, especially in Days of Future Past, where he was looked like he was just on a goddamn Triple H diet and shit, looking like Rock. And I'm like, that's why that's really part of the reason he stopped playing. He wanted to stop playing them, is because it was a taxing on his body in between roles. Transforming his body like that just to play that role. He didn't like that. But anyways,
I've never seen Logan. I couldn't watch myself. I couldn't bring myself to watch Logan.
It was good. It was probably
man, Wolverine don't die. Don't do it. People ruined it for me. So tell me, because I knew he was done with the role, and he said he wanted to step. And then that's another thing. He said he wanted to step away from the role before they took it from him. So. So I was like, oh, but Wolverine don't die. So, oh man, you're killing me. How can he be immortal through all these other movies, have these magnificent healing powers, but all of a sudden you can kill him? So
I remember they were saying like he gets older. At some point he gets older and older, and his healing powers slow down as he gets older. And he is old. He's hundreds of years old, I believe. But he gets more susceptible to the injuries that can be life threatening. But it has to be very substantial damage, in order to kill him. You know what I mean? I remember when people didn't blew him apart like Deadpool and shit like that. He's been able to regenerate. But that's neither here nor there. That's I didn't have too much of a problem with him because he was getting old, physically looking old. I'm like, yeah, get him out of here, and so we can reboot the character and make him the way he's supposed to be made. My bad,
Jay
Robert Brown.
Dixon, I agree, but they more than made up for it, man.
Red and Logan instead of him fighting the clone of himself. I think part of the reason I agree with that, but I think part of the reason was because I don't think some people would. I think some people had an issue with him dying in the first place. But if he died at the hands of himself, I think they believe that people would accept it and digest it a little bit better. That's what I'm thinking. I'm guessing that's what they did. That's an issue with all the Marvel movies. They kill off too many villains. They need Malice and Akbi too, as well as Namor. Yeah, they was doing that. Zemo was a good character. Eric Killmonger is a good character. I still don't believe that they killed him. I think that T'Challa didn't grant that wish. I think he would have put him into stasis and heal him up because he knows that he wasn't wrong. He was wrong in his approach, but in terms of the idea that Eric Killmonger had, he wasn't wrong, and that's why at the end of the movie you see he combined the ideas of Eric Killmonger and Nakia, and then he started to branch out and help.
Not just keep the secrets in Wakanda.
Not just keep the secrets, right? And then you see where he put the first big outreach center at was in the hood in Oakland. He didn't take that shit to Beverly Hills and motherfucking upstate New York, Manhattan, and you know what I mean. He took that shit to the hood to Oakland. That's where his people is at. That's where he's at. You know what I mean? Dropped the ball with the Omega Red thing.
I was about to say. I'm interested to see Red Guardian in this Black Widow movie.
How do you feel about the new Blade? I'm not feeling it because I don't know what kind of martial arts skills does Mahershala Ali have. As an actor, he's cool, I guess.
He's a magnificent actor. But
I need to
when
see,
they announced him, I was like,
Yeah, I need to see martial arts. Like I said, they should have had some way convinced Michael Jai White or got on board with let you know. But he's friends with Wesley Snipes, so I understand that. But Wesley should have bruh. If they're not gonna use me, I need for at least one of my partners to do it. That'll do it that would do it justice. Because if you remember, they came out with a new comic book version with the the artist who did the comic actually used Michael Jai White's likeness for Blade. But now, you know, it is what it is. We'll see how it is. I'm not excited to see the new Blade. I'll put it like that.
To me, they should have done a younger version of Blade, like when Blade first met Whistler or some shit like that. That would have been dope.
And I was like him or Maurice Crump, because he does sword fighting as well. So he's great with weapons. I thought he would have been cool. He would have been a good young version if they wanted to go that route and play a younger Blade.
Does he have the chops to carry a movie though?
We would have to see. You know, give him. And my whole thing is give these niggas a chance. You know what I'm saying? Give them a chance. You gave all these other motherfuckers chances, left and right. You know what I'm saying? There's what's the little nigga name that plays Spider-Man?
Oh, Tom Holland.
Tom Holland. Does he have the chops? They don't give a fuck. They gave him a chance. We'll find out when we do the movie. Let's give him some good work. Give him some good lines to play. Let's see what happens. How come we don't get that chance? Let them niggas get some chances like that.
But you know the old adage behind that, niggas don't. You know, black leads don't sell, which you know is complete BS. Complete BS. Complete BS.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Give us the opportunity, or stop acting like we are making up shit and acting like we what is that word? What is that phrase they use? Crying wolf, and like we out of our mind and we see shit that ain't there. You know what I mean? Shut us the fuck up by giving us opportunities and stop just recycling the same old actors just because they're hot black actors at the time. Oh, Mahershala Ali. Oh, I've heard people say, oh, they should need to recast Black Panther with John David Jackson. Why? Because he's in every other fucking movie as a black character. I need to see John David Jackson in some goddamn martial arts sequences. And I don't want
John David Jackson.
I don't want no King T'Challa to be, 5 foot fucking 9 and 5 foot 10 either. You know what I'm saying? I want him to be a fucking a beast, a statue that can stand in front of Thor, and Thor be like, I don't think I want to fuck with this man. You know what I mean? Michael Jai White, Thor ain't gonna be looking at Michael Jai White like, you know what I'm saying, like some little nigga and shit. But they took his intelligence away and made his sister the smart but sort of disrespectful. Yeah, they tried to portray intelligent black women, but also overly silly and dismissive of the traditional culture. Yeah, she didn't even respect the tradition of Wakanda. T'Challa had Susan ready to leave. Reed Richards. Had Susan ready to leave. Reed Richards when she was sneaking to the lagoon for late night swim with the king. I remember that shit over there, naked in a lagoon over there, getting some of them Susan.
They were talking about having what's her name play Storm, man. In the next movie. I can't remember her name, but she's in the new version of She's Gotta Have It. You know who I'm talking about, man.
I don't know if She's Gotta Have It.
Oh man, I was trying to think what else she played in.
Thinking about it, let me get to the chat. D-Hot just said shit, Halle Berry was a beautiful Storm. Yeah, she was a beautiful Storm, but they didn't do Storm the character justice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I liked Halle Berry too, but they have to let Storm be Storm. You know what I'm saying? Do you know the damage that a goddamn hurricane can do? An avalanche, a snowstorm,
and all she ever used
lightning
was
storm. Lightning storm, fog. You know what I mean? Like I've driven through thick fog. That's some of the scariest shit in the world. You can't see right in front of your damn car. So some fog so thick you can't even see past your damn hood or your vehicle. The motherfucker that can make it so far, you know what I mean? There's a lot of different powers that she had that they don't even, they never touched on. And she had great hand-to-hand combat, as a matter of fact, because she fought, what was those sewer people name? That was mutants. That was all fucked up. And she became the queen down there in the underworld, in the sewer. Damn, forgot. Damn, anyways. Somebody in the chat will help me. They dropped the ball in X-Men comics when they didn't make Gambit a black man as originally intended from New Orleans, and imagine back in the day him being with Rogue, White Lady Mississippi, Mudbug. How Gambit was getting that Rogue, they left all that was on the table. They put her with Bobby the Iceman. You were probably talking about DeWanda Wise, DJ.
DeWanda Wise, that's it. Yeah. They were talking about her playing Storm in the next movie.
They messed up bringing Deadpool in the one Wolverine movie too. Oh, they're talking about X-Men Origins.
Yeah, that shit.
But he was supposed to be. He was a part of the Weapons X and all that program. They just fucked up the iteration of Deadpool that they used. You know what I'm saying? I thought he was cool up until they, cover his, take away his fucking mouth or whatever the fuck they did.
Right.
But I love the
just doing that. You don't understand. When they did that, I was like, oh yeah, y'all don't understand. I was like, is that supposed to be Deadpool?
Y'all don't get it. How come Captain America?
They made up for it. They more than made up for it though.
So how come Captain America is the only Avenger to die in the movies and comics? Robert Brown said yes. Plus, Killmonger in the movie had taken the heart-shaped herb and access to the ancestral plane, and he had a nanite suit on as well, so he might not be dead or could easily come back. Exactly. He took the heart-shaped herb, so you know what I'm saying, he got stabbed. He can survive. He threw T'Challa off a goddamn waterfall by at least 1,000 feet high and shit, and that nigga survived in some snow. We didn't have no medical attention, but you know what I'm saying, he took that knife to the chest, to the heart or whatever the case may be. But he had the heart-shaped herb, so he had healing powers. He has the bloodline. in the movies of the royal family, and you know, he was right at where he got stabbed, or where he was at, where he passed out. He was right by the medical facility, like right there where they you know, where all the vibranium and shit is at. Because remember, Shuri's medical office is right there in the vibranium tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean the mine, I should say. So he could have easily been whisked away to get some help right away. You know what I mean? Morlocks. I think that is it. The Morlocks. Robert Brown. Good shit.
Okay, so we got some more nerds in here. Shout out to y'all.
Yeah.
or they Googling like hell.
It's the same live. Yeah, it is, D-Ray. It's the same live. It is the same live. I feel like the game.
Hold on, what are we up to?
This is how
is
we
Rebecca
do
is Rebecca
7:15.
still with us? Is Rebecca still with us listening to
Probably
us
get
nerd
some.
out?
I don't even. You know what? I forgot to ask her what the time difference was in Canada and Toronto versus where I'm at right now. Because right now it's 7:15 in the morning. I'm sorry, 7:15 in the morning, 7:19 in the morning, and the live's been going on since 7:15. Yeah, see.
Yeah.
It's like different time zones.
I'm here.
She's over there relaxing. She's like, man, these niggas talk a lot.
Right. Just listening to us nerd out for a minute.
At least you get to see how American dudes is, like from a standpoint firsthand, you know, from a firsthand basis. And it ain't no you know, whatever the stereotypes is out there about us, she get to listen from a firsthand account how we are, versus just, you know, TV shows or music videos and shit like that. Like, no, these niggas is they all right.
Yeah,
some of them
for
speak
sure.
they speak well, even some of them. No,
Tank.
So I heard them mention you were from Canada. What part of Canada are you from?
I'm in Toronto.
Toronto. Okay. Yo,
Same
no,
cold.
it's still cold up there.
Sorry?
I was like, it's still cold up there, right?
Oh yes. It's supposed to be spring, but
Yeah.
it's still chilly.
Nah.
What time is it out there right now?
But for me it's summertime, so I don't care because it's usually -20. So
Wait, what is it? What is the how cold is it right now?
no, right now it's about like 7 degrees or 5 degrees, like around there.
You missing a number or two or something there. That don't sound right.
No, it's 7 or 5 degrees, like 5.
75. Okay, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's about how it is right now. About 75 degrees where I'm at.
Oh wait.
Wait a minute. What do you say the temperature was again? I thought I heard.
There's Celsius, but us we do.
I was about
we
to
do
say, I
degrees.
think she means Celsius. I was about to say, she said
No. I mean degrees, but you probably mean Celsius, right?
No, we're talking
No, we
degrees.
use Fahrenheit.
Talking degrees. 70.
Yeah.
I'm in Southern California in America, so it's 75 degrees where I'm at.
Did you say it was 5 degrees there,
Yeah,
Rebecca?
it's really cold.
She's
Yeah.
talking nonsense. And
The lower
Yeah,
it is, the colder the temperature is. The lower the
Y'all
number,
might-
the more cold the temperature.
Y'all might as well be Eskimos then.
Or practically. I was wearing my
Right.
winter coat yesterday, so
Wow, that's amazing. This time of year.
When I talk to my peoples in because my Florida goddaughters live in Georgia with their mom and dad, and I always talk to their pops, and I'll be like, you know, I fuck around, I'll be like, because I'm in California, so you know, cold out here is different than anywhere else, and I'll be like, damn, it's cold out here. He'd be like, how cold? I'll be like, man, it's like 70 degrees, 69 degrees. I'm over here freezing. And he'd be like, motherfucker, that ain't freezing. I'm out here where it's snowing and shit be -6 degrees. I don't know nothing about that, brother. I'm in California. It's California cold out here.
I wish
like,
we
"Man,
had
y'all
that
here
weather here. Oh boy.
barbecuing in some 60 degrees.
I will
I don't know
barbecue
nothing about
all
y'all
year
little
round.
negatives. Yeah.
We even barbecue in the winter. We don't care. We wear winter jackets. We go out. We put it. We come back. Come back in.
I think that's supposed to
Literally.
be winter. I never understood why people barbecue when it's hot. I'm like, nigga, it's too hot for barbecue. Why don't you barbecue when it's cold? That way the fire does warm us up, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe I'm backwards. What did he say? He said how many languages she speaks. 2 languages fluently, and she knows the dialect of French that is in Cameroon as well. Her parents speak it very fluently. She can understand it, but it's not as good as her English or her French. Did I fuck that up?
No, a little bit, a little. You're almost right, but with
Okay.
everything. The dialect is not like French. It's like a totally different language. Like there's no French in it or English.
Oh,
So
so she got the
English,
dialect. There
so
you go.
French, then English, then the dialect.
Then
But
the dialect of
yeah,
Cameroon.
for the for the English, like I was born, you know, into English. Even though at home I speak French. It's weird. Like if you come to my home, we speak French, and I speak French with my friends. So, but
Damn, that's
the point is, I never forgot my French, even though I live in the English part of Canada.
Shit, I learned that shit. Be quiet in the motherfucker. Nobody wouldn't even know. I'll be learning the little Spanish I know. I'll be in the little listening to people call me all kind of stuff, and they don't even know I'm listening. Like Denzel Washington said in Training Day, they could be plotting to kill you right in front of your face because you don't know the languages. I'll be in there talking about some parlez-vous. Oui, merci. I don't even know if that's French, but whatever. Too many movies. I'll be in that motherfucker though like that. Yeah, oui. You talking about Tank? Get from behind thee.
So, I know Tank, you said you're from California, and everybody else, where DJ and the boxing section, where are you guys from?
Oakland,
If there
they all from soft ass California. I'm from Alabama.
and who's speaking right now?
Oh
Is it
man.
Cam?
Oh man.
Maybe?
Oh man.
Hold on.
I mean, it ain't no secret.
Before you answer, that was DJ, bro. DJ, before you finish answering her, there would be no slander of California tolerated in the boxing section.
Yeah, he
Go ahead, brother.
Hey, listen. His you know down there the connection so bad he just dropped off.
Yeah, you over there in love with that horrible connection, that Bama connection. Talking about staying soft ass California. Oh, that's comedy.
A nigga using the trees for his Wi-Fi connection.
I love it out here, man. I love it dealing with brothers and sisters, man, that got the little humor, sneaking them little jabs and shit. I didn't see that coming. I'm over here messing with stuff. Walking around. He said, soft ass California. I'm from Alabama.
Cool. Have you guys ever
Kyle?
visited Canada? No?
Never. I do want to. That's why I was asking you about it
I want to go
earlier,
hella bad.
about how the racism is, or not racism is, but how are racial tensions up there.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking, because I do want to travel up there one of these days.
Yeah, no.
But you said you have Kyle and Cam?
I have. I went on a houseboat trip out there as a kid. It was hella fun. We caught so much fish, man.
Where was that?
You say where was it?
Yeah. Where did you go? Mm-hmm.
I can't remember where. We drove in from Wisconsin. I don't know what part of Canada. That's a good question.
Mm. That's cool.
Wisconsin? I've been to Wisconsin one time. I thought I was going to die because I went up there with some Italians. I went to Chicago to visit Chicago. I was on that show. I went to visit. I was on that show, The Real World, when they was in Chicago the first time. And we met some Italian dudes out there. I was in my early 20s, and so were they. These motherfuckers was like connected, bro. Like on some old Chicago mob shit with some other Italians, and they had this huge ass lake house. And we was out there on the sea dunes on the lake, and just living it up. I never seen so much. You know, they just opened my eyes to so many things. Messing when you interact with other people and stuff like that. So it was like I said, my first time in Wisconsin, but they was driving them fast cars a little bit too fast for my stomach to stay where it was supposed to be. I'm like, nigga, why is this shit all through my throat?
I feel like
Okay,
in the
I
South.
heard that little dig too.
Oh, look at here. Over here, rich boy ass nigga talking about from Alabama. Oh, look at here.
Has anybody been to Nebraska?
Nope.
That's where I was
Nah.
born.
Closest I've been to
You were
Canada
born
is
in Nebraska?
Buffalo.
Me. Lincoln,
Okay.
Nebraska.
Lincoln, okay.
Nebraska, yeah.
Any brown skinned people up there that way?
Not really. Basically, not many.
The Cornhuskers, they not unless they was on the football team, huh?
Oh my gosh.
Somebody's caught a football team. Where's my map? I gotta go over here to my map real quick. I got a big old map in my living room. I gotta find where is Nebraska at.
Must say only black people I know from Nebraska is Terrence Crawford and Gabrielle Union.
Right.
Warren Buffett too.
Whenever people ask
Warren
me, like,
Buffett
where are
ain't
you
black.
born? I'm like, Nebraska. They're like,
I said only black people.
My fault. I didn't hear that part.
Nebraska. That's cool. I'm over here.
Midland is right.
Born in Southern California, Gardena, California. Let me see. Yeah, he right there in the middle of all that.
Hey, Big Tank.
Who's looking at the map?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map. I'm like, God, dog. No way I can be surrounded by all these. Oh, never mind. I'll be nervous. They be like, man, you're kind of dark to be around here, aren't you? Yeah, what's up?
What's up?
Hey, we gotta break the record today, man.
Hey,
We gotta
can I
break
hear-
the
can
record
somebody call
today.
me?
What's the record?
Oh, he said they gotta break the record today. 7:27.
I think 10 hours would be sufficient.
10
What was it?
hours.
Yeah, you think he's talking about a whole another 2.5 hours?
Right.
Brother? Oh, he said,
Yeah, man, we got it.
D-Ray Googling like hell.
I gotta take this off of here. I've been over here charging earpieces one at a time so I can have one in my ear so I can move around and get stuff done. So they won't die on me. My brother said another 2.5. And I still don't know how to. Hey, you gotta show me how to link it, Kyle. So I can have my count.
You gotta ask the producer, man. Cam know how to do that a little bit.
What you need?
Cam. I gotta learn how to link my account so that when we on these graveyard streams for the third shift, I can link my account and get some of these hours towards my my algorithm on my channel, depending on what we're talking about on my other channels.
Oh, D-Ray, you from Omaha, huh? Okay, so you got to be in here when we talk about Bud one night. Yeah.
Oh, is that what D-Ray
that'll
said?
be
Well,
it.
I didn't see the chat.
D-Ray said he's from Omaha, so he'll have to be in here when we talking about Bud one night. I know he's probably a Bud fan.
There goes somebody from Nebraska or been to Nebraska. He said, I'm in Omaha. Okay. Malcolm X was born in Omaha. He said the furthest I've been is Florida. That's D Hodges. Florida. I've never even been to Florida. Was that? That's south. The farthest east I've been was I've been to Baltimore, Maryland, and Virginia. So I did get to be in the DMV area because my baby sister graduated from Howard University some years ago, and we went out there for her graduation, and that's where I got to see. If y'all remember that? Did I tell y'all that already? That scene in The Wire where they did the fuck scene, not sex as in fuck, Becca, but there's a scene where there's two detectives solve an entire crime or a crime scene by just using the word fuck or versions of it, like saying fuck me, motherfucker, what the fuck, and then that's their only communication. But anyways, in that apartment building, my auntie lived in there, and so when I went out there to visit, or when I went out there for my sister's graduation, I got to stay in that apartment complex in the same area where they was filming at. Virginia, and these places are beautiful. I never knew, in California, the trees that we have and the green that we got out here is usually like landscape, like it's placed. You know what I mean? The palm trees is where they are. The trees are where they are because somebody planted them there. So Virginia, that was beautiful to see all that greenery. Even though I've been able to go down, down south and be in the woods at Louisiana where my dad's from and Texas where my mom's from, it was totally different out there. I got to see the Pentagon, the White House, stuff like that. That's as far east. And then I went to Chicago. That was in Midwest. That's probably as close as I got to Nebraska.
Lake of the Woods.
Gale Sayers. Here we go. We got the list of Nebraskaites. Hey man, look, we got niggas over here. We got some black folk. We got Gale Sayers, Bob Gibson. Wincy next in Nebraska.
I think I had this conversation with Reg and DB before. It was like when I came out to California because I got family out there. I went to I was in LA. I think it was Simi Valley and Pomona. I was like, man, this shit ain't hard, man. Everybody keep talking about California, man. What? Where? It's like, man, there's hella cops out here at Simi Valley.
Then they told you what?
My cousins let me know quick. It was like, nah, bro, we not over there.
That's not LA. That's why it trips me out when they be like, we in LA, and then these motherfuckers being like Calabasas and San Fernando Valley and Hollywood and shit like that on TV, and I'd be like, man, these motherfuckers got the audacity to keep telling people, we in LA, it's the place to be. Like, and I'm like, motherfucker, that's not LA. That is not LA. It ain't our LA. You know what I mean? I told somebody the other day, I was like, yeah, you ever been to Compton, South Central, you know what I mean? Harbor City? No, nowhere, not like that.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I was like, so where we at? He was like, nah, man, Inglewood way over there, Compton way over there, bro. We good over here. I was like, oh, okay. It's like, so that was my first impression of California. I was like, man, this shit hella nice out here, bro. Y'all got
yeah, soft ass California. I see it's funny.
Yeah, I was like, oh, soft ass California, man.
That shit is funny as hell. They be like, motherfucker, you can't even wear your favorite
he let me know.
shoes.
He's like, nah, bro, we way out of danger. We way out of danger, cuz.
Yeah, y'all way out of danger. Bro. You can't even wear you're in California, the real California, when they tell you, hey man, take that hat off. That's when you know.
But it's light blue.
You be like, man, I can't even wear it. It don't even really matter what color it is. You just wear you can't wear that Yankee hat over here. Yankees, I'm from New York. This is my favorite baseball team. Yeah, but that's for the neighborhood Crips. Huh? What?
Yeah, and that's what it was like. He told me, he was like, bro, it's neighborhoods you can't even wear purple in. It's like, purple? Nigga, I can't wear purple? Then that's when he started telling me about Grape Street and all that shit. I was like, oh.
Fruitown, Piru, Grape Street. I'm going to tell you, let me give you the cheat code. If anybody ever go to California, this is for y'all listening on the replay, y'all listening in the chat, and y'all listening on the live. If you ever go to Southern California, let me let you know the cheat code. If you don't want to get harassed for what you're wearing, all you got to do is get you some Lakers gear, get your Kobe Bryant jersey, and you got a free pass here and there. You'll be able to go from to and fro. No second looks, no nothing like that. You get your Kobe Bryant jersey, Laker hat, and you're good to go. Come and go as you please. Nobody will fuck with you. Matter of fact, they have you back. Just don't say
So
nothing stupid.
I can't wear a Clipper jersey though. I can't wear a
No, I
Clipper
wouldn't do
jersey.
that. No, because the Clippers has certain colors in it that that depending on where you are, they'll fuck with you because the Clippers ain't beloved out here like that. You know
Y'all
what I'm
ain't
saying?
got love. Y'all ain't got love for the Clippers out there, man. No, ain't nobody got love for the Clippers out there.
No Snoop.
Lake Show, man.
Yeah, no Snoop.
Damn.
The
Lake Show,
Lakers from
baby, from the
California.
Bay.
So
I'm
the Clippers, the Clippers is legit like the stepchild out there.
no. They like a
Fourth cousin.
no, they live in like the group home. They're not even a stepchild.
No, not the
Like
group
home.
home.
Yeah.
Not the group
Something like that.
home. Clippers need to
Yeah.
move to San Diego.
No. See, that's not even a real LA. I'm gonna tell you what real LA people feel. The Clippers need to move to Seattle. Real LA
Wow.
cats. The Clippers
That's
need to move
crazy.
to Seattle. Since the Sonics left Seattle, the Seattle area is seeing for a basketball team, but the owners couldn't get their
The
way, so they
men's
moved them to
basketball team.
Oklahoma. Huh?
The WNBA will tell you, we got Seattle has a basketball team.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right.
Men's basketball team, but yeah, okay. I'm gonna be fair. A men's basketball team. So Seattle is just starving for that because they're huge. They are a huge basketball city. So they will support. They're a sports city, but they will support like if the Seattle Clippers or something like that, or if they want to change the name or something like that. But that's where the Clippers need to go, and they'll get mad love. They'll get the respect that they deserve. But it's not going to happen out here in California. The only fans that are Clippers are people who didn't want to be seen as front runner fans because they were born in the era where the Lakers were already the Lakers. But I'm old enough to remember. See, when I started watching the Lakers, I was a kid, but they weren't the Lakers like we know them today. So the first time I watched a basketball series was the 1984 NBA Finals, and in the 1984 they had never beat the Celtics. So for them to lose again to the Celtics, and they only had 2 championships at the time, and 3 really included Jerry West, but I wasn't even born then. But they had 2 championships with Magic Johnson from 1980 and 1982, and so they lost against the Celtics once again. So they were the underdog. You know what I mean? So the next year after that, they won. They beat them in '85, but then they lost again in '86 against the Rockets in the Western Conference Finals by 1 shot. And then '87 and '88 they was back again or whatnot. But anyways, the point is, I watched the Lakers become the Lakers that we know today. From the ground up, almost, so to speak. But these guys now, they was like they want to feel like, well, I'm not a front runner, so I'm going to run with the Clippers. I run with the underdog. Shut your ass up. You go take your ass to Seattle right on along with them.
Not Seattle though, man.
Seattle, get gone. You can stay on the West, but you got to go far west. Go up there and then go to Seattle, Washington.
Wow.
You get love. Still the West Coast, ain't it? Still be in the Western Conference. But you ain't gonna be over here with the Lake Show.
Yeah, D-Ray, the owner of the Clippers, bought out the what is it, the Forum, right? The Forum, Great Western Forum or whatever.
Yeah, old piece of shit ass
Damn.
billionaire. Fuck out of here, man. Get out of here.
Is it really bad, or are you just speaking as a Laker fan?
No. I'm speaking as a Californian. These are my Californian thoughts.
Okay, gotcha.
Because I'm as a Californian, I actually, I I low key I support like if the Clippers, if the Lakers were not in the playoff picture, right, and the Clippers were, I would go for the Clippers. I would, but I wouldn't claim them as LA. You see what I mean? But even like like I support the Dodgers. I would support them, but I'm not a, I don't consider them LA, right? They're San Diego. They're the San Diego Clippers. But like I'm consistent because I do the same thing with the Lakers. I understand that they came from Minneapolis, but they didn't. The success that they had as LA, they created their own lane, their own culture, their own look, their own everything. Everything was created here. They no longer had the powder blue, yellow jerseys and the Minneapolis look. You know what I mean? They changed it to purple and gold. Brought in the Showtime style. They brought in cheerleaders into basketball, things like that. The Dodgers moved over here from Brooklyn, so when I was growing up, I remember Al Campanis saying that black people shouldn't be baseball managers. You know what I'm saying? So I was never like a huge diehard Dodgers fan. I didn't really even fuck with the Dodgers until Magic Johnson's team purchased the team. To be honest with you, before then I was like, I'll support them if they get far, but like when they did in the '87 or whatever World Series or whatnot, '88, whatever year that was. But for the most part, I've always fucked with the Angels because the Angels was the LA team at first. Then they moved to Anaheim. But I was fucking with Reggie Jackson.
So that's not LA. That's not LA. That's not like a suburb of LA.
Anaheim? No. Anaheim is they would consider that Orange County. That's where Kobe Bryant and them lived at. So it depends. It's because the way the city works, or they have the county. You have the county. LA County is pretty big. It ain't as big as San Bernardino County, but it's pretty big. So anything LA County, they'll adopt as LA. But in this area, like right now, I live in the Inland Empire, and I live in the IE in San Bernardino County, and out here this is Laker country. You know what I mean? The same people that live in LA moved out here about 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 miles, depending on where you live miles away from Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying? But I can get back home to Compton in about 45 minutes to get in good traffic. Hop on the 91 and just go straight out and get off, you know what I mean? Get off on Central.
Did you say 40? You can get back home in 45 minutes or 5 minutes? 45. I can go from where I live at now back to Compton in like 45 to 50 minutes, depending on good traffic. 45 minutes been done plenty of times before. Like I went to go watch the who fight did I go see? I went to go watch Andre Berto versus Victor Ortiz 2 some years back. That's when I got to see David Benavidez live for the first time. He was still, up and coming, but I got to see him at the place in Carson where Andy Ruiz and Chris Arroyo just fight. And I think it took me like less than 50 minutes to get there. Took a straight shot, 91, boom, got there. And then after the fights, I just went to my cousin's house, who still lived right there in Compton, right up down the street from Carson. Because if you ever been out there, all that stuff is like real close. So you got Carson, Gardena, Compton, all that shit is all real close. You know what I mean? Okay.
And Compton is it's crazy because when you look at Compton, it looks nice. I've always told people when I remember I used to take people to Compton, and I'd be like, yeah, I got to go back home. I got to go visit my cousin. Let's go, cut through, but I'll let them know what they can wear, what they couldn't wear, because where I was at, it's hardcore blood. You know what I'm saying? Campanella Park is one of the most popular blood neighborhoods out here. You know what I mean? One of the most famous blood neighborhoods out here, Campanella Park. And the Pyrus out there is it's tough. You know what I'm saying? But as a kid, you're not really thinking about that. You understand the dangers, right? You've seen people get stomped out or whatever, But you know what I mean. I learned how to swim at Campanella Park. Learn how to fight up there. Not learn how to fight. I learn how to fight training, but I would work on stuff. I would say at Campanella Park. We'll call it that. I would work things out because you're gonna get tested.
Tank.
Been out there. Yeah.
Tank, you giving up too much game, brother.
Hey.
I want to say I'm listening. I'm listening because I ain't never been to the bad part, so to speak.
Hey man, it's like any other hood, man. LA is
right.
But Tank did give you the cheat code, man. Just certain places you got to be aware out here. You got to be aware. That's it.
You see the shirt I got on my thing? Like I remember the first time I took somebody from the IE out to Compton. I'm comfortable where I go, so I know where I can. I'm going straight to the hood. I'm going straight to where my grandma, uncle, they live across the street from Campanella Park. Like literally, I'm not exaggerating. Like literally, Campanella Park is right there. And then on the other side of the park, my other auntie lived with my other cousin. So like we was all up in that motherfucker. So it's like, I know I can go. I went up there and I took my homeboy from out here up there. I had on red house shoes, red shirt, red sweatpants and all that shit. And my car was red at the time. I had a red Nissan Sentra. And them niggas was like,
God damn,
going out there like that? Yeah, man, I was a little bit.
I say Tank sound like he was out there, don't he?
Man, I went out there. I had these niggas over here shook like, you gonna wear that? I'm like, wear what? Man, I'm going straight to the hood. I know where I'm going. I'm not going, I'm not going around the block, because you can't go like around the corner, literally around the corner, you'll be in the Crip hood. Or you see this is a misconception. Everybody think like sometimes you don't understand, like the Pyrus and the Bloods, they don't get along. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes in certain places, depending on what's going on at the time, you mess around and be a Pyru in a Pyru hood, and person that's in the Blood hood, even though both gangs or both crews say Blood, you know what I'm saying? They ops.
See where he lived, where he was going. Where he was going right, you got the Compton Pyrus on one side, and you got the Trag News on the other side. So if you don't go straight there, you might have a problem.
Yeah, you got to go here, get off on here, make a left here, and you'll be all right. But if you make a right, or you go at the wrong,
you might have issues.
You could be in danger. That's
too much. That's too much to goddamn remember. Around here, okay, you from the west side, we don't fuck with them east side niggas. So you knew you couldn't go on the east side.
Nah.
Simple as that. Don't matter
but
if
DJ,
Blood, Crip, whatever.
DJ, you talking about Bama, right?
Right.
How would I know that if I'm not from Alabama?
Right.
I might just be driving down the road. I don't know.
Okay, but hold on. Okay, so they Bloods and they Bloods, but they don't like each other. Just like, but you can't go this way, but I can go this way. But if I go this way, I can't go that way.
That's why if any of y'all came out here to visit me at Tank, we'd be your tour guide. We ain't just gonna let you roam off aimlessly.
Right.
You might wind up in the Mexican hood.
Don't do that shit in Birmingham either.
You gotta understand.
You might wind up in the SA hood and get smashed. They're not even gonna talk to you. They just gonna smash you. Because you should have known already before you came over here.
And out here we have so many Mexican gangs, and the tension to be so high sometimes. But we work on on any truces and areas out here in Southern California. Because, like I said, I'm in the IE, so there's a lot of Mexicans out here in San Bernardino County still. Just because being in Southern California, you gotta understand how close we are to the Mexican border. So there's a lot of Mexicans in California, Texas, Arizona. There's a lot of Mexicans in certain places. And
hey, Tank,
so we work real hard.
How is it in the IE right now?
How what?
How y'all doing out in the IE right now? It's kind of cool out there right now, right?
For right now, what do you mean, like weather or like a?
No, I'm talking about this is Shelton, man. I'm talking about the situation with them people.
No, it's like
is it tension? Is it tension or what?
It's always tension. It's always tension, but there's so much love though, bro. Like it's crazy. It's crazy to explain. Like you just never you gotta know how to move. That's all it is. Like like I know how to move amongst Mexicans because I even have I rock with Mexicans so long that I know how to move with them. I know how to be respectful. I know how to even like when people be going in and shit like that, and they be like, "Oh, Cinco de Mayo weekend," and in terms of boxing and this guy, and they be making like certain stereotypical comments. I don't ever engage in that. I never do that.
Well,
because I gotta meet.
I hear we just pieced up with the we just kind of made a little truce with the F-13s out this way.
Yeah, see, you understand that street politics. So it's like, but you always know that it's a thin line. Like it's you have to work on those truces because it's a thin line. A motherfucker could go in the wrong place, and that day the Mexicans ain't feeling the brothers, or something happened. I mean, you never know. So you got to always carry yourself a certain way. So it's always you always got to make sure you have the right alliances. Like over here, like so I have alliances. I use boxing a lot now. You know what I mean? Because I know a lot of Mexican boxers, right? I know a lot of Mexican people who train boxers. I have the gym, my boxing gym is owned by a Mexican guy, right? So I make sure they know who I am. They get my name out there. I get the right people to follow me on social media. That's why I only post certain things. I only cover things a certain way. And if I do something, I'm very responsible with how I say what I say, because I know that they're watching. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Not
See,
in a
I
negative
still
way,
got homies.
But it's respect.
Well, I still got homies that's active, so I keep my ear to the street. They let me, they call me up, let me know what's happening. Hey, we cool with these cats, or we beefing with these cats today, or you know how I go. You still got some homies that's active.
Yeah. I know. Y'all know like Fernando Vargas, right? He had
everybody know Fernando Vargas.
Rogelio Vargas, right? That's people's right there, man. That's the people's right there. Rogelio, Roger Romo. That's why remember when everybody was talking about Pat Teixeira, this, that, and the other, and he's Brazilian. I'm just getting that out there. But his trainer, his head coach, is Rogelio or Roger Romo, which is Fernando Vargas's brother. So I never talked shit about Patrick Teixeira, even though I was going for if they would have fought for Jamel
Castagna,
because but I'm saying if they would have fought, you know what I'm saying? But even like when they fought, like I would always support until they until you fight the bro. But I'm gonna support
did you cover it?
That you do well.
Did you cover it when Castagna whooped his ass?
Yeah. But I got an interview with his. I got a picture with because I did an interview. I interviewed the Roger Romo's nephew, Emiliano Fernando Vargas, who is one of the next up and coming boxers.
Yeah. I saw him. He's pretty decent.
He's slick. Yeah, man. When he was a kid, I mean, he's still young right now, but when he was a kid, and he was in Compton at the Silver Glove Championship some years back. And I got it. I was watching him. I was like, "Damn, this kid is advanced for his age."
Did you know who he was at the time?
Yeah. We knew everybody. Well, when you have like these tournaments, well, Fernando Vargas is right there training them in the corner.
Okay, there you go. All right.
But I'm just saying, just because your daddy was nice don't mean you nice, right? You have to be receptive of the training, right? You have to be receptive. You have to be able to listen and follow the instructions. And the things that he was doing in the ring at a young age, I was like, damn, he's controlling the distance. Him and Carmel Moten. I told Carmel the same thing. He was at the tournament, but also the Maru boxing family, they're Puerto Rican. Fought there. Yoruba Maru Jr. He fought there on Saturday, and I think on Sunday. The other family member, Fimo was he got the chance to fight there, Filimo. So, but anyways, I got a chance to interview the son, and I told Fernando, I said, champ, you know what I'm saying? Because I kept seeing everybody that was interviewing them kept talking to the pops. You know what I mean? They talking to the future they talking to Hall of Fame, Fernando Vargas, and I was like, damn, his son, it's his tournament. Give him some love. In my mind, I was thinking this. So I was like, you know what? I'm about to be the nigga to go over there and just want to talk to his son. You know what I'm saying? So I told him, I said, hey, champ, you think I can get an interview with your son? I mean, you could be in it. But you know, I want to give him his spotlight. You've had your spotlight. You know what I'm saying? You had your day. You had your time. But it's your son's time now. And I told him just like that, right to his face. And he was like, "Oh man, I respect that. Good shit." And you know, he's a proud father, so he wanted to get his son out there. So we rocked the interview just like that. The questions was directed to his son, not to him. And that's how we rolled. And then you know what I'm saying, we got to, you know, chop it up a little bit. And Big Roger was there. He's a big motherfucking dog. His brother Roger. And he took our picture. So we have a picture taken, and Roger took the picture. But ever since then, you know what I'm saying, we stay in touch. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? It's just cool piece. So I never the point is, I never disrespect Mexicans. I never talk shit about them in any kind of disparaging way. Just like they go for their people, I go for my people. And it's a thing that's known between us. But if they just fighting any other person, or they fighting somebody that I don't know, I do go for the people that I know. You know what I'm saying? If you're training out the gym, you know, I'm gonna go for you. You know what I'm saying? If you so recently, a couple months ago, one of the guys out the gym fought a guy who, he's not out the gym, he's out of Atlanta, but this dude shows me love, and he shows me love, and he's people's, but he's from Atlanta, right? But I was like, you know, I can't pick one or the other. You know what I mean? Both of y'all show me love. Both of y'all show me respect. Even though one's black and one's Mexican, I can't pick. Just hope neither one of y'all get hurt. May the best man win type shit. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I try to be fair. You know what I mean? It ain't all about it. Like I said, there's a lot of tension, like he was bringing up, and you have to be very, very careful and not to break that tension, because some people try real hard to get along with the Mexicans and blacks, because shit can go south at any moment, and it's not good for either side, because you know, you have the real ops looking down at you at all times, and they kind of help facilitate the hate between the two. You know what I mean? And if we kill each other off, then they ain't got to do nothing but sit back and collect the dollars. I look at shit like that. You know what I mean? I study Mexican history, so I tell them about their shit. I tell them about the black people in their history, and they respect that shit too. Like, yeah,
what I've learned, brothers, is it's like this: through the street life, going to the penitentiary, all that kind of shit. You carry yourself like a man at all times. If you command respect, you'll get respect. You don't disrespect nobody. You carry yourself like a man, and always let your yeses be your yeses, and your no's be your no's, and you'll make it through this life basically unscathed.
And if you get scathed, or you get motherfuckers to fuck with you, if they respect you, they'll tell you, "Oh no, not him." Like, yeah, we don't like niggas, but you can't fuck with him. And if you got some people with them, you can't fuck with none of them, because they under our
You always handle your business. Ain't none of that, you know, talking and whining and yakking like a woman. You know what I'm saying? You get down where you get mad at. You take care of your business. You stop shit in the bud. Don't let shit linger. Just be a man at all times, man, and things will be all right.
Big facts. That get lost in translation, because now everybody want to be the tough guy and the guy. Well, I'm not backing down. Well, you don't have to back down if you never step up. You know what I'm saying? If somebody step to you, you do what you got to do, and you let them know that, you know what I'm saying, you're not the one to be punked. You breathe air like they breathe air. You know what I mean? You have a right to live. You have a right to go home. You have a right to see your family like they have a right to see their families. So if they step to you, you know, you have to do what you got to do to survive and get home to your family just like they would do. A lot of motherfuckers will respect that way. But if you get out there like, nigga, I'm more dangerous than you. I'm hooder than you. You ain't shit.
Yeah.
Fuck you. And you do all that extra shit, then somebody's gonna test you in these streets.
Hey, why do y'all think motherfuckers come from LA, go out of town, and get their head blown off? Because sometimes they don't respect the fact that there's killers everywhere.
I think it's
just because you're from LA, that don't make nothing special.
I think it's like that everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No disrespect to the dead. No disrespect to the dead, but we just seen it with these rappers, right? That's in Atlanta, I believe it was, coming from Texas, and vice versa. And so it's a thing where nobody respects other places and the street politics of other places the way they respect the street politics of where they come from. So I don't think it's
Right.
really a LA thing.
Right.
I just think it's a thing where, you know, nigga, I'm from the Bronx, nigga. Bronx, we don't back down, and you end up, well, you're not in the
Yeah.
Bronx. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
You in Tennessee right now, brother.
Look, you in Alabama. And in Alabama, you
Yeah.
ain't gonna talk all that shit like you tough, like niggas out
Right.
here
Right.
tough too. Wisconsin or wherever you.
Yeah, you in
maybe
Iowa right now, dude. What
you
you
in
think
Iowa
you
right
at?
now. You ain't in Texas. You know what I'm saying? So I
Yeah.
think that it's a thing where it's a machismo thing, where niggas just get a full of themselves and they don't respect other people's street politics the way they respect the street politics where they're from, and it causes them to get their head blown off. And not deservingly so, but it's reasonably so. I understand why, because it happens anywhere. You know what I'm saying? I can't go in your house, even if you invite me in your house and disrespect your house. You might have to, put me
No,
in my
exactly.
place.
Exactly.
So it's just the way it is.
It's
You know
just
what I
like
mean?
you hear
So I ain't gonna lie.
the big
I can't lie to you.
it's like you hear the big issue they have nowadays. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we listen. I'm listening. I'm still looking for a particular book, so I'm over here getting all my books over here, put up in my shelf, whatever. But I'm listening though.
I think he cut off. Sheldon, you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
You got the floor.
You know, I'm saying it's just like, you know, you hear the big issue, you know, with the rappers and all these dudes talking about like the check-in. It's nothing wrong with that. If I'm from LA and I'm sliding to Atlanta and I'm gonna be in the hood, I need to find somebody from the hood in Atlanta who got a little pull so I can make it safely through that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Because most hoods, I don't know about everywhere, but I know how most hoods work. You can't just slide up in somebody's hood and just be posted and nobody know who you are, because now you're a victim.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, y'all know the story about Biggie Smalls and E40, right?
Yep.
Kyle. I don't know if Kyle's on, or somebody from up north. Y'all can elaborate on that. But we on the West Coast, we all heard about that story.
Yeah, facts.
You know what I'm saying?
I got a
This
question
is,
for y'all too. Whenever y'all done kicking on this.
You might have missed the Biggie Smalls and E40 story.
Yeah, the Biggie Smalls during the
Nobody
height
coming.
of the East Coast West Coast, the quote unquote East Coast West Coast beef. You know, niggas still got to make money, right? So as far as the check, motherfuckers was still fucking with Biggie out here in California. Heavy. I'm talking about, like, I like Biggie more than I like Pac, because I never looked at Pac like a West Coast dude or corrupt. I love the fact that they represent the West and they have respect for the West. But to me, you know, the West is like Ice Cube. You know what I'm saying? DJ Quick, Dr. Dre. You know what I'm saying? But it comes from somewhere else, and you just, you know, you more like you adopted by the West. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how hard you wet the West. You know what I'm saying? You from
Yeah, Corrupt
Brooklyn.
is from Philly. He's just a homie. He's the big homie's nephew. So,
him and
you know, he never got put on the hood or nothing like that. He never got put on like that.
He was banging though. He was banging out here though, because
Yeah, but he never got put. What I'm saying is, you know what I'm saying, Tank? He never got put on the hood. He was on the hood because you was on the hood. He never got put on. He never went on 10th Ave and 60th and got put on. He didn't do that.
What's the thing? Tupac. You know what I'm saying? He's from Brooklyn or New York, and he been in Baltimore and these different places, and then he came over to Oakland, and that's when he fell in love with the West Coast when he came to Oakland. You know what I mean? They got put up on game up there in Oakland, and then funneled down to the south, Southern California, down here to the south, and then you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because the nigga bailed him out. You know what I'm saying? That nigga wouldn't bailed him out.
No, this is you talking about Suge Knight?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying this is before that. Before that,
Are you talking about when he came from New York to Oakland and all that? Yeah.
Yeah, when he was in Oakland, that's when he adopted.
He left Baltimore.
Yeah, he went from Baltimore
Oakland.
to Oakland. You know what I'm saying? That's when he was fucking. He was fucking with niggas heavy out here and on the West Coast, and then he slid down south, and you know what I'm saying? He just repped it to the fullest. You know what I mean? Straight up. But I never really looked at him like a West Coast LA dude. So when people be like, oh, West Coast rappers and all this kind of stuff, my shit is Ice Cube. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with DJ Quick. But the story goes that during the height of the East Coast West Coast rivalry, you know what I'm saying, Biggie was out here trying to make some money. You know what I'm saying? Up north, and you know, niggas approached him. You know what I mean?
Right.
Some niggas approached him, and niggas was about to, you know, put it. You was gonna hear about the end of Biggie a lot sooner than you heard about him on March 9th.
But them Southside niggas breathed some life into him.
You know what I'm saying? E40 was there. They was able to get a hold of 40. 40 was able to, you know what I'm saying, use his influence to calm the situation down. And Biggie Smalls got that pass based on 40. So.
Oh, up there in the Bay? You talking about in the Bay?
Huh?
You talking about up in the Bay?
Up in the Bay, yeah.
Oh, okay. He has some issues up there.
Yeah, well, it was just California. You wasn't gonna come on the West Coast if there was the East Coast West Coast beef at the height of it. You know, that shit was serious at the time.
It's like 94, something like 94, 95, around that time.
I was in high school at the time, so you know we having.
Where'd you go to school, Tank? Where'd you go to school? Where'd you go to high school?
Well, I'll put it like this: we had to move out of Compton. We had to move out of LA County, and then I ended up going to a high school in the Inland Empire.
Oh, okay. Because you would have went to Centennial, right? Or you went to Compton?
And that's where my brother went. My brother went to he went to Compton High. Got kicked out of Compton High because he set a girl hair on fire. So in the classroom, because niggas from the West Side, he's a Pyro, he's from Capitol Park.
Right.
You know, it's a lot of niggas cripping out there. You know what I'm saying? The game. You know, we just called him JCon back then, but
yeah, he's from Cedar Block, ain't he? He's from Cedar Block, right?
His locker, yeah, but his locker at the time, this is before all that. His locker was right next to my brother's locker at Compton High. So you know what I'm saying? You know, they used to play. It's stories, bro. I ain't gonna really, you don't really talk about certain things just because.
Right.
It's done, but you know, JCon was fighting back then. You know what I'm saying? He had a tussle with one of the homies. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day. You know what I mean? I'm talking one of the day homies, like the day one, like homie, not somebody. Oh, well, you know of and you heard of? Oh, no, my nigga.
Yeah.
So you know, but that is what it is.
Right.
Always, I look at it like this: anything that come out of Compton, that's doing something positive and not out here,
you got to big up.
Go kill
you got to big them up
somewhere else. I support.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
So like this,
that's the way it goes.
Like right now, one of my favorite rappers is Picasso. You know what I'm saying? Picasso 150. I encourage everybody to go follow my brother Picasso on Instagram.
Where you out of?
Compton.
Okay.
Compton. I mean, like the hood, like where I'm at. He about to say my shit.
The Campanelas?
He right there. Yep. So you know what I'm saying? Picasso, talking about bars, man. Anybody that like that old school real hip hop, not this mumble shit, but like rapping where bars matter. And they looking for somebody in a new generation, this next generation that's keeping that hip hop MC flame alive.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That old Ice Cube, DJ Quick, you know what I'm saying? Razcast type flow.
You know who my dude was? You know who my dude was, Tank?
Who that?
King T.
King T.
King T. That was my guy.
Yes, sir. Hey, J.O. Felony.
Well,
yeah,
J.O. When they're above the law.
King T.
No, King T was out of he was with the Alcoholics.
Yeah, that nigga King T exhibit.
He's Southside.
Like we got some heavy hitters out here, man. We don't get a lot of respect and when it comes to the rap game in terms of bars and lyrical content because of the gang banging aspect that's out here. So we always looked at just gangster rappers and things like that. But you know, we got our people.
California.
Yeah, above the law.
Yeah, above the law was a pretty good group, man. They King T did a solo joint, didn't he?
Yeah, King T did a couple solo joints. Yeah, King T did a couple solo joints.
He was real smooth, man. He was a lyricist.
Yeah, he's out of Southside.
We got these vocalists like Cocaine.
Yeah.
Y'all ever heard of Cocaine and of course, most people heard of Nate Dogg.
Yeah,
But, you know,
Long Beach.
we got some heavy hitters, and Picasso 151 is carrying that baton like a G.
I'm gonna
There's
check
another
him
brother
out.
named Hitter J3. He from Nellis too. You know what I'm saying? But he's still in the gang. That's one of the guys who's gang, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's the
Is he still touching the streets, or he's straight now?
Yeah, that's gang, brother. You know what I'm saying? Put it that way.
Okay. Okay, I got you.
I can't say that's gang.
Say no more. Say no more.
You ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? But Picasso, that's a gang, but he's trying to get this music shit right. You know what I'm saying? Like DJ Quick, remember DJ Quick came out that? Nigga,
Right.
use a gangster. No, I'm not. Nigga, use a gangster. No,
Yeah.
I'm not. Nigga, use a gangster. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
I'm just
see,
a musician. You know, my nigga
back in the
Picasso trying to be like
days,
a musician.
back in the days, I kind of felt sorry for Pac because I could see, we could see, cats from his city, we could see Pac had got himself involved in some shit that he really didn't understand. He thought he understood it, but he really didn't.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And
you're right. The politics.
Yeah,
Learning
he really didn't
secondhand is different
understand what he was getting into.
right.
You can't.
Learning secondhand
The
is
shit he was doing, the moves he was making. It's like, dude, you really, you don't understand this. This shit is real out here. It's not like TV. You fuck around and wear that shit, go to the wrong spot. They don't give a fuck who you are. They gonna do something to you.
Right. It don't matter your status or none of that. It really don't. Unfortunately, a lot of niggas, no matter where we are, don't respect the life of other niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Other people,
Right.
other brothers, other kings. You know what I'm saying? That's why earlier I said I make a point to make sure that I tip my head down, like if I had a hat on and I'm tipping my hat like top of the morning to you when I see another black man out here, and I
Right.
tell them what's going on, black man, be safe out here,
Yeah.
king. If that's the first thing they hear me saying, no matter what I'm wearing, because
That's gonna
out here,
smooth it
you know
over.
what I'm saying,
That's gonna smooth it over. Yeah.
Yeah, a Crip wear red and the Bloods wear blue out here, so you never know who's who. You know what I'm saying? That's why niggas always asking where you from. But if your first thing your approach to them is you looking dead in their eyes and you tell them, you know what I'm saying, what's going on, kings? Y'all be safe out here. Be safe out here, black man. Y'all know we an endangered species. Anything else after that is like, okay, yeah, what's up? You know what I mean?
You know what gets me a pass a lot too, Tank?
What's that?
This motherfucking gray in my face. This gray in my face works wonders.
Yeah. I got these wisdom hairs in my
Yeah.
chin.
That shit work. What's up, OG? Big homie, what's happening?
Yep.
All right, youngster. What's going on, youngster?
Hey, somebody in the chat vouch for me. I want somebody to go to Picasso 150's YouTube channel. Go to Picasso 150's YouTube channel, because if the brother hear me on this replay, he gonna know that his brother shouted him out. But I want y'all to let the niggas know that I'm not exaggerating. I'm not putting no extras on my brother's talent, bro. Go up there and look up Picasso 150 on YouTube. Check out his cream. Go to his cream. You know what I'm saying? Like that old Wu-Tang shit. Cream. He got a cream freestyle on there. Tell me what y'all think. You know what I'm saying? Go to he got a what's that one Rick Ross song? Damn. I gotta look it up. But
before we
Hey,
get
Brooklyn blogger.
let me ask y'all this.
Brooklyn. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, that's where I was about to go with it. Brooklyn blogger brought it up too. Y'all being from LA, how do y'all feel about that Nip situation? Do y'all think that was an outlier situation, or do
No.
y'all think it was things
No.
involved in that?
No, my hood do that all the time. We kill each other. We known for that. We known for that.
Oh, okay, you from over there?
Yeah, we known from that. I grew up over there.
Okay.
Yeah, we known for that. We do that. It's just Nip was keeping it alive. You know what I'm saying? Nip was living by the code, and it's sad that a nigga that lived by the code got smoked by a nigga who broke the code. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's what it was. Nip just basically told the dude, "You can't be here."
you already
Now-
know you already know what you done, who you is, and what you done, and whether you welcome or not back around here.
Yeah.
Is there
Go ahead, because I got a little thing that I do feel with all that being said though. But break it down, Shel.
Yeah, it's just that you can't be here. You know what time it is. You know who I am. You know how I get in. Your jacket is faulty right now. Go straighten that shit out, and then you can post up. But you can't be here right now. And the dude was so butthurt by being fronted in front of all the rest of the homies, he couldn't take it. His pride was injured, and he was a hater anyway. Because them two dudes, quiet as kept, them two dudes knew each other. They grew up together. It's just one became successful and one didn't.
It wasn't quiet. It kept everybody. Yeah, they let everybody know that they knew each other.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying for people who don't really know, we knew that because I knew the dude personally. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
From what we hearing down here, there wasn't never no paperwork and things like that. So is that something that's false, or do you even know?
Well, see, here's the thing, right? Somebody said it. It wasn't. You're right. It wasn't never no paperwork produced, but it was widely known throughout the hood because a call that came down. You know what I'm saying? So somebody knew what.
The streets talk.
Yeah, something happened. The call came down. So what? If homie was a real homie, what he would have done was went and addressed the motherfuckers who was putting the rumor out. But he wouldn't do that. He rolled up on Nip trying to hang out, and Nip fronted him in front of Big Cal and a couple other homies that was in the shop. And the nigga couldn't take it, so he went out, got his pistol, came back, and jumped on everybody.
Yeah.
He was a known shooter. Now, don't get it twisted. The nigga that did it was a known shooter. But, homie don't think, I'm in the hood, I'm in my shop. The homies is here. I'm just going to keep it live. I can't have this nigga around me, man. They think I'm fucking with this dude. But the dude, his mindset was so weak and so whacked out, he couldn't accept that. So he reacted the way he knew how to react. His pride was injured. That shit was all over pride and ego. That's what it was.
Okay.
And it's like that out here. Motherfuckers, I know too many motherfuckers that's dead or locked up forever over pride and ego. That's all it was. I was a nigga that did 12 years with 85% over pride and ego. I can see that now, but I couldn't see that then. You see what I'm saying?
Man, it's unfortunate.
All right, somebody in the chat that's not in the panel that can click on this video that I put in the link, and y'all go listen to that real quick. It's only like a minute. I put a short one in there, and then y'all come back and tell everybody if I'm exaggerating on my boy.
I'm gonna check him out. I'm gonna check him out.
Yeah, I just put it in the link. I put the link in right there in the bio. I'm gonna throw another one in there in a second, but I wanted to say real quick, a lot of this stuff, we want to say, Sanatory Grease, that was the song I was thinking of. I like that beat that Rick Ross did. Sanatory Grease, he got a little freestyle on that one too. I'm gonna put that in there too. But what I was gonna say to that, out here, we are real careful to be respectful to the code. You know what I'm saying? So certain things we talk around is for a reason, because it's disrespect. You know what I'm saying? Lives get lost, and lives can be in danger of getting lost by just saying the wrong stuff. And I'm not saying that's not the same way in other places, but it's definitely like that out here. You know what I'm saying? I can only speak for what I can speak for, if that makes any sense. And with that being said, there's still some talks, that's out here, because I put it like this: you never know when you're dealing with the devils on earth, right? We know what happened from the people that was there. Nip was a brother of one of my brothers, so even though I didn't have no connection with him, it was like one connection away from a connection. You know what I'm saying? And the brother that I wrote in, this brother's a straight, he's from 40 Script. You know what I'm saying? You know, so it's crazy out here because like I'm telling y'all, you see the red on the shirt and whatever, but you know what I mean. We got family all over the place. I got a cousin that's from Avalon Gardens, Chris. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of family that was from over there. So we used to go visit. I used to go visit my grandmother with my brother that was from over there. But Nella's is at Campanella Park, and we'd be over there with red on and shit. And for years, niggas look at us crazy. But as years went on, now the OGs is not there, but it's younger niggas, right? More and more younger niggas and more new faces. And they like, man, who these niggas over here, man? Always coming. And my grandmother was the candy house. Y'all have candy houses? Where y'all be at? You know what a candy house is?
Candy house.
Yeah, the candy house, Santos.
The candy house, like we
talking about the
person,
candy or we talking
no. My grandmother was the candy house, like the lady who sold, she was like the
lady
store
selling
in the hood in the project. Yeah. Sell you make gumbo, make money, making gumbo dinners, fish, burgers, whatever the case may be. Feed the whole
old
project. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Old school hustle. You know what I'm saying? Buy candy in bulk. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And ice cream and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And niggas come up.
We call them the candy
grandma?
lady.
You know, they call it candy lady. Yeah, okay. So same difference, right? So my grandma was the candy lady, right?
Yeah. So
if they see these niggas over here flamed up going in this motherfucker, like, man, and my cousins who was from, like I said, from this Crip project, and anybody who know the city knows Avalon.
Y'all was over there in Avalon Gardens? That's where your grandma lived?
Yeah, my grandma.
Oh,
Avalon
shit.
Gardens. Yeah. My cousin.
Off of Avalon, in the 80s. Yeah, 83rd.
88.
Yeah. 88 Avalons.
88, right? Hey, look, niggas, I know niggas listen to this shit like these niggas, dog, out here in California. Yeah, so like we know.
Yeah, y'all was tripping, but y'all had heat though. Y'all had people over there, so you was straight.
Exactly. But and you'll understand this as I say it as time went on, and some of the OGs got locked down or moved on or had to relocate for political reasons or whatever the case may be. Now you got younger and younger faces, and people don't know who you are, so they start asking around. Who these niggas up here all flamed up? You going to the to grandma house to the candy lady? You know what I'm saying? And then they got to the point to where word got to grandma like, hey, baby, I gotta it's heated right now. You gotta y'all gotta watch what you wear. So again,
I gotta tone it down.
We started wearing black. I
gotta tone it down a little bit.
Out of respect to street politics, we started wearing black.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? To let them know it's all black. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like what was that one bar that Jay-Z had? What up, blood? What up, cuz we all black. I love us. You know what I'm saying? We let them know it was all black. You know what I'm saying? Don't even trip. You good. You know what I mean? We good. You know what I mean? We ain't here to be disrespectful. Our peoples is from here. You don't know. We got several family members that whoopie wop. You know what I'm saying? And some of the family members would take care of grandma as she got older and up in age before she passed away.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They was up in there 10 toes down, and they let them know, okay, that's Tank, that's what I'm saying, and that's how it was. But street politics is a real deal out here, and you got to be very, very careful on how you maneuver. But if you know how to maneuver right, you'll be all right. It's a very enjoyable place. LA, some places in LA is very, very beautiful. Even in the hoods, Avalon Gardens may not be, the example of that, at least not at the time. But the part in Compton over there, where Campanella Park is, that's beautiful, neighborhoods over there.
Yes, it is.
But,
it's nice houses over there. People got grass in their front yard and everything.
Grass, right? But it's dangerous at the same time.
If you don't know nobody, it's just like me. I'm out the 60s, but I don't be sliding over there like that because these young dudes have no idea who I am. You know what I'm saying? I may go see the big homies over there, go straight to their house, hang with them for a minute. Youngsters come up, oh, who is this? Oh, that's the homie. Oh, okay. Because they don't know me, because I'm not active. I'm not out there like that. I'm working and doing what I got to do. You know what I'm saying? So you can't just think because you from somewhere, you just go slide over there and go post up. It don't work like that because these young dudes is a different era. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about what you did in the 80s. They don't care about what happened back then.
I don't
Nigga, we
care who
got
your
the streets
grandmother is.
now. This is our streets. We running this shit.
Right. And guess what? You don't toughen up. You don't buck. You respect the politics.
Yeah.
And you act accordingly unless somebody step two. You know what I'm saying? But
Unless somebody
even
step
then, you got
to
a
you.
decision to make. You got
Yeah.
a decision to make though. If somebody
Right.
step two, you got a decision to make. You got to be very careful how you play that position because
Yeah.
you got to
Don't
remember
put
this
yourself
ain't about
in mess. Yeah, go ahead,
it
bro.
ain't about you. Your grandma still lived there.
Right.
You see?
Right.
You see?
Right.
So
You got
it's a
yeah.
thing, you know. How much
You got
weight
to
does the
pick your
case really
battles.
have?
You
You got to
pick your
pick your
battles.
battles. You got to
You pick your
understand
battle.
the politics. You got to be very, very careful on how you move, even especially when they find out, oh, this nigga don't even live out here no more. This nigga in the IE. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
exactly.
This nigga
Exactly.
way out the way, so he ain't gonna get. You know what I mean? Shit. But then they find out, you know what I'm saying? Then okay, yeah, but over there, the west side of Compton, you know what I mean? You got to make sure you can't just be just throwing out no any old names and shit because the
No.
motherfucker, they may have beef with them at that time.
Yeah.
So you
And
got to
first
know
thing we're
somebody who
gonna
knows
tell you,
somebody that's where they
you
at.
on the block. You start, oh well,
Yeah.
you know, I fuck with the homie T-Bone, or I fuck with the homie F or you, and then the nigga ain't here now, is he?
Yeah.
He can't help you now.
Or we got beef with T-Bone right now.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm
You
saying?
know what I'm saying?
Oh, we looking for somebody to get to that nigga because he been in hiding. We might as well take your ass down and bring his ass out of hiding.
Exactly. You see what I'm
You never
saying?
know
It's
the
all
politics.
kind of shit. Yeah, you just gotta be. Like I said earlier, you gotta be a man at all times, man, and use your mind. You gotta use your mind because at this age, especially that me, Tank, Centos, at this age, I ain't fighting nobody though. I can't do that. I don't heal like I used to. I'm not finna be out there doing that bullshit,
Facts.
and I'm not finna fucking fuck my whole life off what I've built behind pride and ego. I can't do that. That's a dumb decision. You know what I'm saying? It's just like we finna go to Atlanta for this fight. I'm not finna be out of pocket in Atlanta because I don't know Atlanta. I'm gonna go where I'm supposed to go, stay where I'm supposed to stay, and bring my black ass back home. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna be going to the projects in Atlanta or go hanging out at the strip clubs because I don't know what's happening out there. I don't know them dudes. You know what I'm saying?
The strip club is pretty safe, man.
Yeah,
It's just been a long time since I've been there. So
I think it'll be safe until them niggas start rolling in around 11, 12. Okay, Centos, time to go.
I went to the Blue Flame, man, back in 2019, the summer of 2019.
Right.
But I went in early enough to, where I didn't have to fight over a tit. You know what I'm saying, like a puppy. And I went in. It was daylight, and when it got dark, I was out of there because I knew the little ballers were gonna come in. Yeah, the young ballers gonna come in, and they ain't gonna be for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they money longer than ours.
Blue Flame,
Look, you got more females up in there throwing money than the dudes half the time, man.
Damn.
We still rolling like a stone, Reggie Owens.
Yeah.
Hey, Reggie Owens, click that link and listen to my bro Vicasso. If you get a chance, tell me what you think. I've been trying to tell cats about the new up and coming young rappers that's out of Compton, from the old stomping grounds, Camping on the Park, and you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna throw the young hitter in there. I'm gonna throw hitter J3 in there too, so y'all can see the difference. I had to put Vicasso out there first because I was speaking on his bars, and you know what I'm saying, that's fan band, so we got to show him love. But I'm also gonna put in hitter J3 so y'all can see what I mean when I say, you know what I'm saying, he gang. Bro, still gang, you know what I mean?
Nah, yeah, Picasso, he was slapping. He was sliding on that first one.
You see what I'm saying? He's a not a throwback, but he understands the importance of lyricism. You know what I'm saying? And executing on the you know what I'm saying? You gotta your voice is your instrument. You know what I mean? And your mind going to your pen, that shit matters in the grand scheme of hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all this mumble shit. What you talking about? You talking about anything that's gonna be beneficial to be even listening to? You know what I'm saying? And he doing it like you said. It's over the Wu-Tang. It's over Cream. Dollar bills, y'all. Cream got the money. Okay, I read the chat. I see you, RB.
Man, y'all talking about it. I ain't never been. When I go to Atlanta, I definitely want to go to Blue Flame.
Hey, Killer Kyle.
Kyle at work sleep.
He's sleeping.
What did you say about Atlanta, Ken?
Blue
Said
Flame.
Blue Flame. I'm reading the chat.
Blue Flame.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said gotta roll out the Blue Flame.
I only been there one time, man. I'm gonna tell you something. There was a little girl in there, man. That she was the best dancer that day. She didn't have big breasts or nothing like that, but she had a beautiful body. But she was a little shorty, man. She was kind of cute. She was actually on that Hustle.
Yeah, you throw it away.
Show? What was that musical contest? That rap contest they had on Netflix. Hustle and T.I. and
Yeah, T.I. and the boy from Chicago. Yeah.
Hustle and Flow or something like that. That was Hustle something. But anyway, I don't miss my turn. She was on that she was trying to sing, the little girl that she danced so good I got 2 dances from.
Look at you. Look at you, Santo. Supporting the community.
But she was I was trying to help her cause out, man. But she was really good though, man. She loved to dance is what she told me. She really loved to dance. But and I mean she wasn't just doing like stripper moves. She was, doing some dances but they were seductive though, But she was cool little gal.
The club game done changed a lot too, man. It's different than what we used to. We used to the women in the club working for their paper, man. Now they just stand around and expect you to give it to them.
Yeah, man. I was sitting next to some girls at one time, right before I left. I was down to my last little few singles in my stack. You know what I'm saying? So I was trying to give them away. So I said I moved closer to the stage because usually I don't sit right by the stage at all because I'm trying to stretch my little dollars if I'm gonna give out some dollars. But anyway, I'm down to the last little few. So I sit up closer to the stage because these little gals, they don't took over, man. Got all the females coming to them and whatnot, Man, they had a big old stack. Look here. I passed my few little singles that I had left out. I looked over to one of the little gals, 2 of them. One of them was obviously liking girls. The other one, she didn't look like she liked girls, but she was with the girl that liked girls. But I don't know. I mean, I want to think she told me she had a male interest or something. I forget what we talked about, but I was ended up being silly. So I looked over and I just kept saying a few little things. So then all of a sudden, when I run out of my dollar, I said, I don't ran out of my money. I said, you think I can get a few of them dollars of yours? She thought I was crazy. She said, man, you a trip. She said, I'm going to give you $2. Hey, they were gone soon as she gave it to me. But we sat there and laughed and triple. Man, I'm telling you, the chicks, they come in there, man. They got stacks of, they bust them hundreds up, man. And they just throw them out like they do. I can't get into just throwing the money out like how the guys do.
Not when you're working for it. Not when you're working for it. No.
I can't get into that. Even if I was hustling for it, I can't do that, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you, back when I was in the streets, man, I would go to the strip club, man. I would go with food stamps. You remember when they had the paper food stamps?
Yeah.
Food stamps. I would go with coins, everything. Just to be tripping, you know what I'm saying?
You burnt out. So wrong with you, man.
Hey, me and my homie, man, we were so different to them. We were regulars. You know what I'm saying? But they know we allowed to have any kind of currency from one night to the next night. But man, I ain't throwing my money out like that, man. I wish I would.
No. When I was in the streets, man, I didn't give a fuck because it was easy come, easy go. But now, shit, I'm trying to hold on to every coin, man.
Yeah,
I got a budget. I got a budget when I slide in there. Once I hit the budget limit, that's it. I'm out.
I had thousands, but I had $50 for you to get up out of my pocket. That's supposed you gonna get out of me when I wasn't giving up. I'm gonna tell you something though. This is God honest truth. I spent more money when I went to Blue Flame back in 2019 in one setting of a club. That was the
you had
first
ever
time I
done
went to a
before
strip club than I ever in my entire life. Ever. And that money was hard work, legal and everything. You know what I'm saying? That was true legal tender.
Yeah.
But I was in, a part of the reason I did it like that because my brother was with me. He lives down there in Georgia. And I wanted him to have a good time. It was his birthday.
Oh,
And
okay.
then I had my one of my closest childhood friends with me. He lives
Right.
down there in Atlanta. And
So you want
but
to splurge that day?
yeah, my partner, he just gonna sit close to you and just watch the girls. He don't want no dances or nothing though. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, cool. But yeah, we had a good time, man. But and
Yeah,
they got
like
some more clubs down there I haven't been to. I gotta check out.
yeah,
That's something I don't get a chance to do. You know, I don't really try to do nothing like that. But I mean,
well, we gonna
when I
take a
go down
tour,
there,
Santos. We gonna take a little.
yeah,
We gonna take a tour that day. Just hit them, spot to
man,
spot
street
early
spots.
in the daytime. You know what I'm saying?
Trying to
Because
think. I'm trying to
after the
think. I
fight,
know
we out.
somebody else. Yeah, I got another homie down there, but I don't know if he get out like that.
Right.
I got another. I got a cousin down there too. Come to think of it, he called him. He check see if I still got his number. But
Yeah, we got to
man.
find a couple spots that's, you got to check out some of the hood spots and a few spots, you know what I'm saying? But got to be careful. Got to be careful. You don't want to go to the wrong spot.
I may not have nobody hard, that want to go to the hood though.
Nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. We tourists, brother. We tourists.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Santos, you cutting out.
Your mic. Staticky.
Yeah, we are tourists, brother. We is not going to be going down there trying to slide up in niggas' neighborhoods and see what's popping. That's out. At least I ain't doing that.
I do want I had Hooters last time I was down there, man. Them sisters was in there so fine, man. I was like, oh, Lord, I just like to go there.
How's the food though? Because I know in LA, Tank, you been to that Hooters by the Staples Center? That Hooters by the Staples Center, their food is trash, man. It's terrible.
No, I ain't even been over there.
Oh man, I went to that one across the street from the Staples Center after the Laker game. The Hooters across the street from the Staples Center after the Laker game. That food, I gave that shit back. Yeah, I gave that shit back. Here, man, get the manager. Here. This is terrible.
I don't remember how the food was, to be honest with you. But to be honest with you, I wasn't paying no mind to the food, man.
Now my wife now, she's my wife now, she's an Atlanta connoisseur, so she told me that the food at Magic City is fire. She told me that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she told me the food down there is fire.
They be eating at those strip clubs though. When that Hooters, that was the best Hooters I ever been to as far as the show. The shorts were the best looking. They were the best worn shorts for a Hooters restaurant I've ever been to.
Oh, Rashawn Brown in the chat. Robert Brown in the chat say Hooters on Peachtree and then slide to the Blue Flame, Magic City, and Cheetah. You'll be good. So that's where the food is good, Robert Brown. I'm gonna take your advice, brother. That's what we'll be hitting.
Look, Rob Brown got the whole itinerary.
Man, you got it laid out. That'd be our spots. My bread gonna be decent. It ain't gonna be super long, Santos. So we're gonna have to moderate.
Your bread is super long.
I said my bread ain't super long like yours. It's gonna be moderate. My bread gonna be cool.
Mine ain't super long either, man. Look, man, let me tell you something. I can have $1 million. I'm always on a budget, bro.
Yeah, we got to moderate them stacks, brother. Stack here, stack there, stack here. That's it.
The more money I have, the more I tell females I'm broke back in the day. If the female didn't grow up with me and didn't know me from the hood, I was broke. Shoot, I'm always broke. Hey, I'm the most frugal dude out of all the homies I travel with.
Yeah.
I'm the most frugal one. That's why my boy he was shocked when I was down there at Blue Flame kicking it like I was.
Yeah, Jalen say Magic City. Jalen say Magic City got the best wings in the city. So I guess that's where we going first.
I haven't been there in a long time. Magic City. Magic City.
All right, my bad if y'all heard that music playing in the background. Hope y'all didn't. Want to get no copyright.
You good?
Okay. Yeah, let me see the chat. Yeah, broke man blogger. Exactly. That cream flyer, huh? I just put the head of J3. I put J3 stuff in there. Song with him, Old Ways with what's that young rapper Mozzie?
I think I might have heard this before.
Yeah, he go first. You know what I'm
Cause I
saying?
like Miles.
Yeah, he you know what I mean? I'm saying niggas in Compton, they doing what they do. They don't get a lot of love because people don't respect the LA rappers like they once did. You know what I mean? I still don't even think they really got they credit. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people like the old school, you know, stuff like Cube did back in the day with Predator and America's Most Wanted, Death Certificate, but they don't even really know about you know, Raw Footage. I mean, that Raw Footage album is to me is Ice Cube's best work.
They gonna take my money, man.
You know what I mean? But like you'll listen to this
man, you know it.
these young up and coming dudes, man, they kind of put they marked on the game.
Hey, we got 11 people in here right now. The live stream is it's been 8 hours.
Still talking?
Woke up.
Hey,
What's up with
Kyle.
y'all, man? Salute to everybody, man.
Hey, Kyle.
Yeah,
Kyle, did you check that?
I just seen it, man. That's why I hopped back on.
Okay, cool. I'm not sure. I want to make sure I had the right name.
OGs, man. That's what y'all for sliding through and staying on. I'm gonna be on in a minute.
That's funny, dog. I'll be over here dating myself and shit. That's old to me.
Yeah, man. Y'all young brothers is doing y'all thing, man. Tank, you keeping it live, brother. You keeping it live.
We at 8:41. Yeah, we're gonna be able to lock that up. I'm telling you, man, I need to learn how to link my shit up.
All right, how
so
are
I
you?
could, you know what I mean, get some of this love over here and build up too.
We can start screen sharing it. We can have yours on the other side. I just watched that. No lie, when Mark Nash said he had the video on it, I watched it. 5 minutes into it, I just was skipping through it real quick. I knew how to do it by the time y'all was done talking.
Yes, sir. You see that shit, JB? That nigga J3. Gang, you know what I mean? But shout out to TML, nigga, the music life. My, brothers is trying to get out of the out the city using these bars, you know what I mean? But you know what I mean, don't mess with none of them. Picasso either, you know what I mean? Don't mess with none of them. They're trying to get their bars, but where brothers come from, the city is a little bit different, you know.
Hey, you see what JB put in the chat, Tank? About Mozzie?
He said Mozzie in his 30s. Yeah, he said that's old to me. I was like, God damn, I'm dating myself and shit. I just start calling niggas young man and shit. Nigga, that nigga 30. Shit, he ain't old to me, nigga. Shit.
That's just old for the rap game. That's it.
Shit. You know, them young niggas. You know what I mean? I gotta understand, nigga. My era, that's DJ Quick and them. You know what I mean? DJ Quick is one of the most underrated MCs to ever pick up a mic. You know what I mean?
DJ Quick say he want his credit.
Yeah, Quick is
underrated producer, bro.
Yeah. He's an engineer and producer. He said he want his money, he want his money and his credit.
Yeah, he deserves both. He deserves all the above.
Yeah, I agree.
And man, it put so many people on. He's a part of he's like he's damn near like the Prince of hip hop. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's funny because he's the crown prince of rap. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to be the king of hip hop. My nigga, the crown prince then shit. Fuck these niggas. But you know what I mean? He literally remember how Prince used to, you know, people didn't know how much work Prince really had and who he helped out and put on and wrote music for and produced music for until it was late in his career. And niggas like, wait a minute, that nigga did Sinead O'Connor and all this other shit. You know, DJ Quick is like that. I remember one time at a concert, he was like, man, fuck this, hold on.
Hey, I just read, I don't know if it was on YouTube or if it was on Google or whatever it was, but recently he just ripped up or burned up a check that came from Death Row that wasn't right. And that's what he got to talk about. Yeah, he said he wanted his credit and his money. And it lists a whole lot of artists that he's worked with, a lot of music that he's produced, soundtracks, all this kind of stuff, man. It's interesting, man. I knew about some of it, but a lot of it I didn't. Might want to check it out.
Man. DJ Quick, the Quincy Jones of the rap game.
The Quincy Jones, the Prince. I mean, the real deal, bro. Like that nigga did. He did a concert where that nigga was just like, hold on, man, y'all gonna give me my respect. And he started playing all the songs that he mixed and produced on the low for niggas all over hip hop. You know what I'm saying? And he had everybody like, nigga, that Quick did that. Damn, Quick was that. That was Quick. Damn, that was Quick too. Quick did that song. God, dog. You know what I mean? Like people really ain't giving him the respect that he has earned. You know what I'm saying? Not just as a producer, but to me, I always talk about his penmanship and his ability to rhyme, because he can rhyme what you want to do. He has an agile cadence. You want him to go rap fast, you want him to rap slow. You know what I'm saying? You want him to talk about something that matters in his lyrics. You want to, you know, him to keep it hood, or you want to just talk about music. He might bring in the bars. You know what I'm saying? He might do a song with Tony. You never know.
Right.
And take it back to sugar free and get it real hood with it. You know what I'm saying? Or Big Homie back in the day. Who know Mossberg? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Mossberg. You know what I'm saying? Rest in peace, Bear. You know what I mean? But you know, the Bird was my you know. Dog, I'm telling y'all, like, Quick been around for a minute. He deserves everything that he was talking about.
Since 1986.
Right, and then some. And I'm talking about, I'm gonna always big up his mic game, because people gonna have to go back and really listen to how he was spitting these bars and listen to actually the stuff that he said actually was dope. You know what I mean? The way he used metaphors and double entendres and every box you need to check as a rapper, he was checking those boxes, and people wasn't giving him no credit because he was so nice with the beats.
But people in the game know about Quick. People that's in rap, that really study rap, they know who Quick is, and the G's and the heavy hitters know who Quick is. They know what's up with Quick.
If you're in your 40s or older, you should know about it.
Remember when Jay-Z did the Black Album? He was like, I went around and got all the dopest producers I could find that was available to do work. And people forget that DJ Quick was the one that produced Justify My Love on the Black Album.
Exactly.
It goes 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Hey, you know he got some joints with R. Kelly too.
Thug. You say what?
Of course.
He has some joints with R. Kelly too.
Yeah. Big facts.
He didn't work with everybody. He worked with Janet. He worked with everybody. He's a Quick and fan.
Tell him, bro.
Hey, his story on how he got started is awesome, man. Y'all need to check that out if you hadn't had a chance. I read it, or either I saw a documentary or something several years ago. He's got a hell of a little background story, man.
Yeah. He's straight out of the treetops.
Rob Brown said, I'm about to check him out, have Picasso bumping out loud and scared all the white folks at work. He at the job site. He was looking up, what's going on?
Yeah. Treetop. He's straight out of the treetops. He's straight up out of the treetop.
Hey, y'all remember? Y'all know when people be talking about what do you call them songs when you go out a motherfucking diss song?
Yeah.
He got one of the hardest diss songs in the
Yeah, when he
history of
dissed
hip-hop.
MC8. And he dissed MC8.
And
that's another dude that don't get a lot of credit too. That need to get some credit. Hey, out of Track New.
Yeah, out of Track New Park. People don't, you know, it's it's all good, but we want to keep it 100. We always say it's like a East Coast bias when it comes to stuff like hip hop because
they created
these
it.
niggas just gangbangers. You know what I mean? Y'all don't know nothing about no bars.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I was listening to a documentary. I was watching a documentary on LL, and he was talking about LA, how he didn't really realize how real it was until he came out here. You know what I'm saying? He did a concert over at what was that roller rink over there in Compton, right off of Central? Tank?
Damn, not Skate Depot. Damn, I know what you're talking about though.
Skateland. Because you know that's where NWA got their start. Quick, a lot of them with Skateland did little concerts. He said he did a concert over there and he didn't realize it was really real like that till he came out here in that all red jumpsuit and had problems. He said it was crazy. He didn't really realize that color shit was really what it was. It was in the 80s and 90s. Oh, you could not wear the wrong thing in the wrong spot. You would get sweated.
What he had on a troop outfit or something?
Yeah, they're all red jumpsuits he used to wear all the time.
Yeah. You know, he used to have a red and white troop outfit he used to perform in. He was getting some endorsements from Troop.
Yeah. He went to the Fox Hills Mall and got pressed hard. Yeah. Homies rolled up on him deep.
That's a land story though. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And I just rolled through the car wash, man, and wasn't no women up in there. Wasn't no women worth. It wasn't nothing, man. I get mad when I don't see any nice looking women when I go through the car wash, man. I get mean when you mess with my green.
You get offended.
Man, if I go in a store, if when I'm off work, if I go into a store or any kind of place of business where people frequent, and it usually draw a few females in, and I don't see any or anything worth looking at, man, that's a bad moment for me, man. I'm very upset then.
I'm very upset.
Centos like that eye candy. You like that eye candy, Centos?
That's the only time I get to really see women, man. When I'm, I gotta stop and get some fuel in a few minutes, man. Well, gas since I'm in the car. I refer to it as fuel when I do my diesel in my trucks, but I gotta get some gas in my car, man. And shoot, man, if I don't see any females, I'm gonna be a little salty, man. It's gonna be like a wasted trip. I need something to put in my memory bank so when I have my dreams, I can have some peaceful dreams,
You gonna be fine. We finna head down to the spot where they at. They tell me they all over Atlanta. That's what they tell me.
Oh man,
that's the rumor.
They are, man.
Big facts, JB. Big facts. Crooked Eye is a beast.
Yeah, they everywhere. All types.
OG lyricists.
You see your fly women, you'll see your raggedy women. But there's a lot of fly gals down there. Let me tell you, man. When they used to say Georgia peaches, man, that was real talk, man.
Well, last time I've been to Georgia, man, was at Fort Benning. So, I didn't get to see much. I was mostly training and get the fuck up out of here. We got somewhere to go. You know what I mean?
The military base, that's a city inside of a city in itself,
Yeah, I was down there in school.
I went to visit some family in Texas, and one of the family members was he was stationed out there in what's the military base out there in Texas?
Fort Hood.
Fort Hood. And
Fort Hood, Texas.
We had flies, huh?
Fort Hood, Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we had to he said, bro, goddamn, J3 got me one to go back and watch Boys in the Hood, South Central, all that, bro. I'm gonna check out all that stuff. I'm telling you, bro. Jay, when I say, I'm like, Eddie gang, bro. That's what I'm gonna say. You know what I'm saying? Be respectful and shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't, Picasso. You know what I mean? He hood too. And J3 want to get out the hood just like Picasso do, but you know what I'm saying? These brothers is the real deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly, man. But it's like that everywhere. You know, it's hoods everywhere, man.
I know Picasso a little bit more. We interact. You know what I mean? And
you still interact with dude?
Yeah, with Picasso. That's why I rep him real hard. You know, so I rep him real
right.
You know what I'm saying? He still know. You know, you remember all my day ones or whatever. But my auntie, you know what I'm saying? She managed. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but
we gotta check on our queen ambassador, man. Rebecca. You all right, Rebecca?
Oh, you know what? Her image ain't up there, so I forgot because it's like all white, huh?
Yeah.
Rebecca probably sleep.
I keep forgetting to ask her what time it is up there. I don't know if it's early or later.
She's letting it ride.
What I was gonna say? What you call it? What I was gonna say? Oh yeah, Picasso. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, he's a vegan now. You know what I'm saying? So on his timeline, you know what I'm saying? He's putting all that shit out there, and you don't really know too many hood brothers out there that's trying to get on that promoted like that. You know what I mean? That vegan healthy diet, living and stuff like that. And I always
things have changed, man. Things have changed. Things have changed. I mean, a lot of cats learned from Nate Dogg, man. Like Nate Dogg, a lot of that stuff he was dealing with them health issues was from bad living, man, and bad eating. You know.
And I'm on it. I need to get on it, brother. All this damn quarantine. You know what I'm saying? What they say, quarantine 50.
Yeah, I put on 35. brother. 35.
That quarantine 50 is real deal.
I got to give me I was telling Santos, I got to get me a bike, man. Put me a bike in the living room or something, you know?
Yeah, I was telling the demo, I said, man, I got to get back and, you know, open this boxing gym up. I know it's being the pros and everybody be getting ready for the amateur, the tournament and shit like that.
Right.
You don't want to risk getting nobody sick because they you know, they do this. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, I get in there and just keep make sure the hands is where they need to be in case somebody decide to run up. I ain't trying to mess with nobody, but the muscle memory needs to be there. You know what I mean?
Somebody might want to shot the title, Tank.
Yeah, the muscle memory needs to be ready. You know what I'm saying? Nope, wrong one. Don't let the Ray fool you.
That's what I tell them. You can get a shot the title now. I say the same thing. You want to shot the title, you can get it.
I know.
You can get a shot.
Big, you know what I'm saying? But James Toney was big and still had hands too. Y'all better stop.
You can get a shot at the title now if you want it. Oh, yeah.
Remember Fat James Toney fighting Ruiz and shit?
Still had that head movement, though.
Like, bink, bink.
Yeah, James still had that head movement, man.
Good,
James had that head movement. James was one of the hardest dudes to hit in boxing history. He was hard to hit.
That counting them quick ass counters.
Yep. That shoulder roll. James was a master of that shoulder roll.
Yep.
It's just that Floyd took that shit to another level. Floyd took that shit to the next level.
I respect him because, like myself, who identify as an Israelite in terms of nationality,
yes, sir.
The same thing. You know what I'm saying? So we matter of fact, he just said Shalom, so he just texted him back. That's crazy how the things work.
Yes, sir.
Shalom. Let me go ahead and get the Akim back.
Yeah, but you notice the one bad thing about that shoulder roll, Santos, I don't know if you noticed this. Everybody who really used it took a lot of shots to the back of the head, bro. Took a lot of shots.
Yeah, well,
you got to know if you didn't master it, you took a lot of shots, man. Okay, Big Floyd took a lot of shots. The uncle Roger took a lot of shots. You know, you can see it later in their career. James Toney took a lot of shots. You can see it later in their speech in their career. You know what I'm saying?
Out the 4 cents. Sorry, man.
Yeah, you know that shoulder roll is it's a great innovation in the game, but you had to master it. See, Floyd mastered it, so he was able to avoid. But you know, Big Roger and Big Floyd, they took a lot of shots. James Toney took a lot of shots to the back of the head. You can see it in their speech now. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't remember Tony taking a lot of shots.
He took a lot of shots to the back of the head, bro. A lot of shots to the back of the head using that shoulder.
You know, he moved up to the heavier weight, so he was getting hit by big dudes, hard hitters like that too.
Yeah,
I know it got affected because I still get migraines now, and that's from you know what I'm saying, when I transitioned to football. It's crazy because I got more injuries playing football than I did in combat sports. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
competing in tournaments with martial arts tournaments. This goddamn football really fucking me up, nigga. From my Achilles to right now, my brawns, my back, you know what I'm saying? I call it my brain. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I got CTE.
Right. I got hurt more playing football than I did boxing. I got hurt way more playing football than I did boxing.
Way more. It's not even close. I tell my sisters all the time, man. Look, I'm not gonna support my nephews playing football. I don't recommend it. I don't support it. You know what I'm saying? I remember somebody was saying the other day, they didn't watch the concussion movie because they tried to take away the NFL, and you know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, fuck the NFL. As soon as they did that shit too, the brother who came up with the concussion with the CTE.
Yeah, the African doctor.
The Nigerian Igbo. He was like, you know, what college you go to though? It's not accredited. You know, just discredit his whole education just because he's from West Africa.
And he was the sharpest knife in the room. He was the sharpest knife in the room.
Or they be like, you're just you're a corner. You're not a sports doctor. What do you know about sports medicine? You're like, motherfucker, I know what I'm looking at in his brain.
Yeah, didn't realize that dude had a PhD. That dude had a PhD, bro. He knew what he was looking at.
So even before, you know, a lot of motherfuckers stopped fucking with the NFL. Some started fucking with the NFL with the college differently, but I was already done because I was like, man, I get it. I mean, and then the little settlement that they did,
that was bullshit too.
Like,
that was bullshit.
Some bullshit settlement. Then told them they can't talk about it, and nobody after that can get nothing from it. You know, that's when you know some old janky shit going on.
Oh, definitely. But you know, football is my love, man. Boxing was my passion, but football was my love, man. I can't, you know, football that made so many. It didn't destroyed a lot of brothers, but it made so many millionaires and it saved so many families. You can't discount, even with all the bullshit in the game, you cannot discount what the NFL has done for our people.
The number one thing, though, for me, football is just a fun sport, man. But before it becomes a business, it's such a fun sport. Even with the injuries, man. I mean, think about it. So it's one of those. It's one of the first sports most young men learn in the hood, you know.
Right.
And you know, football, baseball, basketball, you know.
Right.
So it's hard. Right. I can never tell a young kid of mine that he couldn't play because I haven't been through what you guys. I never played on a football team. I just played in the hood. That's it, you know.
Right.
So I don't. I mean, I've seen the injuries, but I haven't been a part of all that. You know what I'm saying? So I still love the game. I'm breaking up.
No, you good. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I still love the game, and see, me and my sons, but we went back and forth about. She didn't want him to play. I did want him to play. He wanted to play. He was quick. He had good hands, man. I just wanted to watch my son in the uniform play because I wanted to be able to support him in a way I didn't get. That's why I didn't get to play because I didn't get the support when I was a kid for sports. Period. You know, if they wasn't picking us up for boxing practice, you know, I never would have got the box. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the fact that by the time I was playing organized basketball, I was able to make my own way home.
Right.
My mother's single parent. She was working. She wasn't coming to pick me up. You know what I'm saying? So boxing and basketball are the only two sports that I have really played organized on organized teams. But as far as like baseball and football, I haven't had those. I don't have those. I don't have trophies for either one of those.
Yeah, see, in my era, you know this, Santos, when I came up, you wasn't cool if you didn't read the sports page every day. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
so we
like
was
that
in the
where I
sport.
come from too.
Yeah, you didn't have sports page, you wasn't cool.
Yeah, yeah, man. It's just when a lot of kids. Now they had football. They had teams. They had the coaches and everything that would come around and pick you up for football. But by the time my mom decided she gonna let me play, I was on to something. I was boxing.
Yeah, see, I was
why they doing it though. You're like, man, because they know they need a nigga on the team because they fucking team gonna be garbage if they don't. You know what I'm saying? They don't get niggas on the team. You know what I'm saying? They use motherfucking black boys like cattle, nigga, in and out the system. Like, oh, well, he's getting injured. That's why they be like, you know, the lifespan is only 3 years. Now, if you're lucky, you get them 10, 15 years.
Those are very lucky. Those are lucky guys.
And in those 10 or 15 years, you don't know what they done shot you up with. You don't know Toradol and all this other shit that they didn't put inside your system.
Demerol, all kind of shit to get you on the field.
Right, just to get you you know what I mean? And they don't tell you all that shit. So I definitely, and I feel you, and I respect 100% everything you said. But I couldn't do it knowing, feeling the way I felt. You know what I'm saying? When I started getting in my 30s, I was starting to feel it in my late 20s, but when I'm in my 30s. That's when it was really starting to be like, okay, something ain't. This ain't.
You played in college
too? Like this? No, what I did was I went straight to semi-pro.
Oh, okay.
I got hurt. So what happened was I was supposed to go to San Diego State. You know what I'm saying? Right. And then I was believe it or not, because of my grades and scores and stuff like that, you know, I could have went on an academic scholarship.
Right.
Because what happened was in my senior year, I got injured. You know what I'm saying? Like the third game of the season, so I missed like a couple games right in the thick of things. And I came back towards the end of the season while we tried to get in the playoff push all the way to the last game. But I was still recovering, so I was playing hurt because that's how they do you. You know what I'm saying? When you ain't, they said they're not gonna look at you. The letters gonna stop coming. You got to get out there and play hurt. So I got addicted to painkillers. Playing football, you know what I mean, in high school and shit. Because we're trying to get out there. And so, and then I ended up doing that shit, but nothing because we lost the last game on the last second shit on the last game of the season. So we didn't make the playoffs for the first time since I was in high school. And then, so I ended up going to semi-pro, but I started having weird ass like migraines, you know what I'm saying, sensitivity to light. That's why the glasses that I have right now, they have to be transition lenses. My prescriptions. So when y'all look on my Instagram page, y'all see me look like I'm in these Sean John shades. I just got the Sean John frames on my actual prescription glasses, and they do that transition tint when I get the sun. You know You know, that's to help with the migraine. You know what I mean? That ain't gonna be cool looking. And I would have random nosebleeds, crazy, like in the middle of the night, but nothing and all kind of. So that's when I learned about CTE before the movie came out because I wanted to know why was I getting nosebleeds out of just random nosebleeds.
Right.
And during the week before games, you know what I'm saying, when I was playing semi-pro, and then I was like, damn, what the fuck is this CTE? Why am I getting random nosebleeds? What the fuck is a brain hemorrhage? What the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? And then, so that's when I started backing down, and I had to quit playing. And I got to play with my bro. You know, I got to play with my cousin. We was raised as brothers, but I got to play with him. And that's all we really wanted to do. Because I didn't play young. I was one of the kids. And think about it. I played late. I didn't play until I got to high school. So I didn't even know how good I was or how good I could have been had I started earlier. I was into martial arts and shit like that. But combat sports wasn't the thing to do, like you were saying. Like y'all was saying, it's if you didn't play football, you wasn't cool. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, well, yeah, I got a first place trophy in the tournament this weekend. In what, nigga? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Martial arts and kung fu. Huh? Yeah, we had
I played from Inglewood. I went to play for the Inglewood Seminoles. I played Pop Warner to high school. I played in the Army. Then I played junior college when I got out. And that's when I learned that the game is different. When I got to the JC level, I played at El Camino. And man, let me tell you, I understand what dudes in college go through. I can't understand the pros. I never played the pros, but in college, at the JC level, man, them dudes hit hard, man. The game changes. Them dudes hit hard,
Game
man.
they
The
get a little
game
bit
changes.
more solid, a lot thicker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Taking on that fullback, and I only played defense. It wasn't even like I was beating myself up, getting hit. I was the one putting up, laying the hit, and I used to tackle properly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Robert
You coming in
Brown
that?
he said, I missed that old Nas and Mobb Deep and the other
Yeah.
New York lyricists, but Picasso might be what I ride to for a minute. That cream joint had me wanting to find a rooftop, 50 hallway, or park bench somewhere for real. Telling y'all, the shit is the truth.
Yeah.
I don't like talking about people because I'll get carried away and or
Right.
talking about certain things. I get carried away and people will think, man, this nigga hyping shit up. The Wire can't be that good. What the fuck is the Shield? If it was,
Yeah,
if
the
the Shield was
Wire
so
is-
great, how come nobody knows about it? You know,
The Wire was
talking
the
about
shit. The Shield was the shit.
the Shield was the shit. He said,
That was the
and this is
shit.
a big fact. Robert said all the CTE stuff can't just be put on the NFL. Most play rec ball, some Pop Warner, and middle school, high school, along with college. These guys might have CTE before. Well, that was the thing. That was
That's big
the whole
facts.
thing. 'Cause
That's
I
big
remember reading the
facts.
article. I remember reading the article that got published that started all this shit on the magazine, and he was saying that the doctor said, he specifically said it's not an NFL problem. He said this is a thing that's coming from when you was a kid, and that's why if you watch the concussion movie, they make a point to him go to the Pop Warner and the young kids playing. But the thing where the NFL came in was when was because that's how it was found out because NFL players was doing crazy shit, like pulling all their goddamn teeth out. You know what I'm saying, and then hurting their family members. And then when one of the Pittsburgh Steelers committed suicide, he did. He was just happened to be on duty to do
Mike Webster.
the autopsy.
The big Mike Webster.
He just happened to be the autopsy to do the autopsy that night, and he discovered it. And then he was like, "Hey, yo, what's this?" And then the NFL denied that it would even exist. That it was like
of course.
that.
They knew about that shit way back in the day. They knew about that shit back in the day.
Already. It
knew
didn't
about
have a name. It didn't have a name because he's the one that coined the phrase and named it and gave it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The whole nine. But what it is was they covered it up. They didn't tell the players, and the players had a right to know. The players most likely would have even played with it and signed a waiver, but you still have to give them the option to make the decision.
You can't take their choice away.
Like, yeah, you got to
Don't take their choice away.
You can't hide it in concussions because it's more than concussion. And that's what they try to do. They'd be like, "Oh, you just got," because when I was playing, they'd be like, "Oh, you just got your bell rung. Can't you back out there?" Or just take a time out. Go drink some water.
That's a dinger.
Yeah,
That's a dinger. You got a dinger. You all right?
Dinger. You got your bell rung. Go ahead and sit out and play. Get on back out there. I didn't know the damage that I was doing at the time.
You remember this, Tank? Are you hurt or are you injured?
Are you hurt?
So what's the difference? What's the difference, Coach? Well, if you hurt, you can still play. If you're injured, you need medical attention.
And that was one of the realest shit. That's why I always say the program is my real shit. That's my shit, dog. We didn't even told. These are things that was told to us, like damn near verbatim. When we see that movie, the program, we like, God damn, nigga.
Yeah. Are you
Nobody
hurt?
was taking needle shit.
Injured, you need medical attention. If you hurt, you can still play.
Yep. You can still get out there and play. And then look, they put it like you don't want to be injured.
It's a lot of fellas. It's a lot of static.
Okay, can you hear? So even like they would be like, oh, now it's gone. But and then they make it so that you didn't want to choose injured because if you choose injured, then you might lose a scholarship.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? See how they play the game? Well, you're trying to make all state, ain't you? Cold game.
Rebecca, you back with us?
Ice.
She said she fell asleep.
As well as she's supposed
Rebecca.
to. As well as she's supposed to.
Yeah.
The things you remember.
She's a newbie. She's a newbie, you know. Hey, on that football issue.
Talk about PPE and getting hit in the head. 90 miles an hour fastball.
What I was saying about the football.
My experience in migraines. Hold on, let me read the last one. He said, yeah, my experience is in migraines, but I don't know if it's from football, boxing, or on the job injuries where I have gotten concussions. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? But all the above is the whole thing. Is the thing. Somebody giving off hella feedback. We trying to get it together, Jay Dixon. Hey, how do we sound now, chat? Kyle? I did hear that shit earlier too, but I was like, man, is that just me?
Hey, what I was saying about the football, everything you're saying is 100%. I've always heard all about that, but for me, it was more being deprived of the game when I was a kid. Because see, when I didn't get to play Pop Warner, man, I figured when I get to junior high, I get to play. You know what I'm saying? And then my school switched over to a middle school the year that I went there, and we didn't have a football team. So I never got to play in junior high. So by the time I get to high school, all the fellas grew up except me. So I said, these fools are so big. I said, man, I'm not going to even worry about playing football, you know, because I don't missed all these years. And these guys those other guys were playing Pop Warner and Junior Pro and all that. They had a lot more experience at playing organized football versus myself. And now I was supposed to wrestle in junior high. We had a wrestling team. I was supposed to wrestle. I forget what I had done, but I had done something and pissed the principal off. He found out I was trying out for the wrestling team. He went down there and killed that dream for me, and wouldn't let me wrestle because I had done something. He knew I was guilty, but he couldn't prove it. And he made sure, since I wouldn't admit to it, he told the wrestling coach that I wasn't allowed to participate on the wrestling team. So I didn't get to do the wrestling in junior high, and I didn't. And since I didn't grow, I didn't have the experience of like the rest of my homies. I didn't think it'd be wise for me to do it in high school.
Yeah, well, Tank is right on the money. Well, Tank is right on the money with that not knowing where they come from. Because see, I played a lot of football, then I had a couple TBEs in the military, so you know it's hard to differentiate where it came from. But football is more than likely, you know, the major cause. You know what I'm saying?
And like the brother was saying, even in the movie, he points out, he's like, I don't have no beef with the NFL. You know, he kept pointing out, like, I'm just telling you what the autopsy shows. And he was like, it can come from anything. And there's a scene in the movie where he with his little lady friend or whatever, and he puts a bunch of water in a jar, like a clear jar, you know, like a mayonnaise jar or something like that. And he puts a boiled egg in there. And he's explaining to her how the brain sits in the cranium, and every time, let's say that the hard-boiled egg, he said that every time there's an impact, a heavy impact, when that hard-boiled egg hits the inside of that jar, it's causing some kind of a bruise to the brain, and then he would shake it. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, think this is an impact, boom, boom, boom. And he's like, that could be any kind of impact to the brain because it's not built to be taking that. And so what the NFL was like, oh, we're gonna have new helmets. You know what I mean? Remember that whole thing with the new helmets they was trying to they started pumping their new safety protocols with the new helmets, and they'll be able to do this and that. And look at Michael Vick is wearing a new helmet, Tom, and they did that shit like that. But the reality was like he would say there's no helmet that exists that can prevent this from happening because it's happening from the inside. It's not an outside thing, and it can happen at anything that you're doing. You know what I mean? It wasn't about football. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because he didn't even know what football was. He didn't even play football.
It was about saving lives. Yeah, he was an African
It was about saving lives, and the guy just happened to be on the autopsy, was a football player for X amount of years. And I remember in the article they was talking about how they did an autopsy on the kid before he even got to college. They said that, before he even got to the pros, he had killed himself in college. And they did a autopsy on his brain, and they said his brain had deteriorated to the point to where he was like a person. He had the same brain of an old person that had like Alzheimer's.
Just like the linebacker that played for the 49ers at 1 year. Then he came out of Wisconsin. He played 1 year and he retired because of that report you just mentioned, Tank, about the kid in college.
Somebody else. Patrick Willis or somebody else?
Yeah, no, not Patrick Willis, the white guy. Boylan,
yeah.
Pat Boylan. Yeah, Boylan. He came out of Wisconsin and he played one season. Was like, I'm done. I am finished. I'm out.
There was
I think
another
Patrick
guy.
played somewhere else, and he played a couple years before he
There
got
was
out.
another player. There was another. Wasn't there,
Yeah, Patrick played 8 years, but he said the injuries just was too much. He couldn't take it. And Patrick Willis was a hog. He was a beast.
We're gonna step on this tap.
Some people say that he got some real in-depth information about the CTE shit. You know what I'm saying? And he's they say some people say he was having symptoms of dealing with migraines and things like that, sensitivity, and because remember he was a hard hitter too.
Yeah.
But,
well, remember,
but that can't be proven because he never came out and.
But think back in the day, Tank. Think about me and you back in the day. How many times you play on Friday night and Saturday morning you got a headache, and the headache don't go away till maybe Sunday night.
Right.
And you never thought about it. Like, damn, it's just I hit too hard that day. I had too many hits last night. Too many hits last night. And it's not normal for a person to have a persistent headache for 2 days.
I'm telling you, bro, them nosebleeds used to fuck me the fuck out, man. I'd be like, I'd just be chilling, all of a sudden my shit would just start leaking. Like, man, what the fuck am I nose bleeding for? You know what I mean? Yeah, that shit was some freaky shit.
Wasn't there a collegiate player that was he was a high profile player that was drafted pretty high, and before he even took a snap he retired or decided he wasn't going to play?
Yeah, I remember that guy. I can't remember his name. I remember that guy. Yeah. He got drafted. He got drafted in the draft too. He was in the green room and never took a snap. Like, I'm cool. I cannot do this.
And then check your boy Andy Luck out.
Oh man, he took a beating. He took a beating.
He don't regret retiring.
No.
He
said.
I was shocked
He
that
said.
he retired.
I remember when he said. Anybody here, try living your life for 40 straight years in constant pain, and then come talk to me. 4 years, constant pain, surgery after surgery after surgery, constant pain, and then come talk to me.
Right. It's amazing. It's a hell of a game. It's fun, but when you get strong, when you become a young man and become a full grown man, and you run against full grown male bodies at 25 miles of speed or more, and you packing about 200 plus pounds. Yeah, that's a hell of an injury.
And they
say it's equivalent to
and that's if they're not faster. You know what I'm saying?
They say it's equivalent to being in a car and running into a wall at 30 miles an hour repeatedly, over and over and over and over. Come on, man.
I'm over here right now, like, damn. I'm over here drinking water. Sometimes that helps. I got one like right on the top left side of my head right now.
That's big facts, Reg. Reggie Owens. That's big facts, brother.
The big Reg, he said, think you the ignorance of coaches. Let me see. Is it thanks to the ignorance of coaches? Yeah, thanks to the damn, it is jumping on me. Thanks to the ignorance of coaches at all levels of football back 20 years and on, players were forced to play through injuries. Damn it, that's so right, bro. I hear you, fam, and I didn't watch the movie. I just don't like propaganda from someone that's not a fan, because honestly, I think most would still take the risk. Yeah, that's what it was. It wasn't propaganda. He was just saying, yeah, he wasn't, and that's the thing. He got like the media ended up putting it out there like he was a propagandist, and the movie wasn't even like that.
He was looking at the science.
He was just only going with the science. And because he was a consultant on the movie, he was able to get his story told the right way and be fair. And in the movie, he's telling you it's not the NFL, it's not y'all, it has nothing to do with y'all. This is just a thing with football, and it has nothing to do with what y'all think. You know what I mean? But the NFL and Roger Goodell, these are things that we know that is true to happen. They did try to cover it up. They did. A lot of the players. That's why the players filed that suit and won the suit. because everything that happened and it was true. You know what I mean? But it wasn't propaganda. But it
All
got
the players,
put out there like
all the,
propaganda because he was a nigga doctor to them. You know what I
all
mean?
the players were saying was just don't take my choice away. Don't take my
Don't take
ability to
my
choose
choice
away.
away.
That's
Let
all they
me
were
choose.
saying.
I would have
Let me
probably played
choose.
anyway.
Yeah. Most of the dudes
Stop
was
just telling me it's a concussion and
the great
coming up
football
with concussion
players.
protocol.
The great football players, like you said, Tank, will probably play for free. They just love the game. You know what I'm saying? They probably would have played for free. But don't take my choice away. Give me the option. Let me look at the reports and let me make an informed decision. That's all they want to do.
Not for free, but I know what you mean. The niggas was because that's all you did was you did it to get your mama a new house, your daddy your daddy to get a chance to retire and just
Right.
spend time with your mama. If
Right.
that was in the cards, you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah. This is
the
my
niggas
way
went out there
out.
to do it for free.
That's why you
This
stuck
is my
with
way
I
it.
know what you
out.
mean though.
You
But
you start playing it for the love of the game, but you stuck with
yeah,
it for the
Because this
for
is
the
my
things they
way
can do
out.
for you.
when you
Yeah.
This is my way
when
out.
you found out that
Yeah.
it was another way out, this ain't no different than rapping, acting, baseball, basketball, any of this other stuff. Because
Boxing.
what did Dave Chappelle say? Boxing, right? The great Dave Chappelle said in that one stand up comedy, he's like he goes and talks to kids at schools, and he says you got to stop blaming white people for your problems. You know what I'm saying? You got to get out here and you got to elevate. You got to learn how to entertain these white motherfuckers. You got to understand how to entertain white people,
Yeah.
brother. You want to make it.
Look at
You know what I mean?
you can look at our favorite sport. You can look at boxing, man. Who the hell? Well, how many rich people you see get into boxing? I'll wait.
Think of the ignorance.
I'll wait. How many rich people you see said I want to box? It doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying?
It don't happen. I'm not
It
getting hit
doesn't
in the head
happen.
like
I
Eric,
don't get hit in the head.
Rebecca was saying. Who wants to get hit in the face like that? They're
Right.
trying to kill each other. That was one of the things about Floyd Mayweather. It was like, man, how the fuck are you doing this shit and putting all this preparation in when your ass got millions on top of millions on top of millions, and you got
Because I
millions that
want to make
motherfuckers
it
don't
out.
even know about. They
Because I
think
want
you
to make
going
it
broke,
out.
but we know the truth. We know you're
Because
not
I want
going
to
broke.
make it out. Exactly. Because I want to make it out.
Exactly. I want to make sure that I get in the ring and I'm healthy as possible when I get out. Healthy as
Right.
possible
Because
I could possibly be.
he had examples right in front of him. He had his father. He had Roger Mayweather. You know, Ali, all the guys he seen before him, and he saw how they ended up. And he didn't want that for himself.
He had a whole lot more intelligence than the average boxer because he had a master plan since he was a kid. He always said he was going to be this great fighter, would make this great amount of money, and he told his family, told his friend, told everyone. I mean, that was a time when he was staying in the Nashville area with a wealthy guy, white guy that was a friend of his father them, and you know, he they wanted him. They asked him about a job. He said, I ain't planning to ever have a job. I'm just planning to box." You know what I'm saying? And he didn't. He never held down a job.
That's big facts, Reggie. That's big facts. Most professional boxers won't even let their children box. Facts.
No, that's true because it's what they have to go through. The abuse to the body and the head. Hey, got 32 more minutes, huh?
Yeah, we got 32 more for the 10-hour mark.
To tie it and
Tied in a knot.
yeah. Hold on.
Kyle, you still there?
Damn, I had to take the damn thing in my ear. I'm like, was it
Oh,
the
okay.
damn earpiece triggering my fucking migraine right now?
Damn, man.
No, I had to take a phone call, Reg.
Mm-hmm.
I had to take a phone call. Tay Jones
Nah, ain't nobody sleep. Ain't nobody sleep, Reg. We chopping it up with you, bro. Is that Tay Jones in the chat right there?
Yeah. So exactly, JB. Deshaun
said
said
Tay Jones.
he fail. Yeah. Brother Tay up in there. Deuce Times. What it do, fam? Yeah, we still on, brother. For another 27 minutes. 27 of them things. You can get Kyle this record.
Hey,
Yeah, trying to hit that 10-hour mark. 10-hour mark.
Yeah.
Hey, Tay, how did you do in your fight, my man?
He had a first round knockout, I believe. He had a first round knockout, didn't he?
No problem. Hey, look, what was crazy is Tay went in there with the idea. He already had his mind made up. Like, man, I ain't going there to play around with this cat.
He said he was going. He said he was going to end it early. I remember him saying that.
Deuce Times, you tripping, man. Lakers gonna smash the Clips. Lakers gonna smash the Clips, Deuce Times. You tripping.
And I hope the Lakers don't win another game, bro.
Don't tell me we got a Clipper fan over here. Clipper Daryl. You Clipper Daryl over here?
Nah, I just don't like these narratives they associate with LeBron James. I'm like, really great. He an all-time great. If y'all don't knock it off.
Who, LeBron?
Yeah. He's
Yeah, I gotta respect the dude. The dude would have been great in any era, man. The dude can ball. I gotta give it to him. I'm not a LeBron James fan either, but because I think Kobe was better. I think Kobe was a better player.
Kawhi about to punish y'all.
You know what I'm saying? But
Kawhi about to punish. We'll see. Yeah, I don't think he could play in any era because it's a mental aspect of the game.
Check out for a minute, guys. I'll be
physically, yes, sir, King. Physically, he would have been able to last, but the rules, I don't think so. You know what I mean?
well, I'm just of the mindset that all great players will adjust to whatever rules they put in the game. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't think, I didn't think Kobe would be able to adjust to these new rules, but he did just fine. You know what I'm saying? Because Kobe came into the era when it was still physical. When Kobe came in,
mindset, right? That's what I'm saying. But the biggest LeBron James fans that I know, like in person that I talk to, when I ask them what would you change about his game, they always point to the mental aspect.
Yeah,
and that's crazy because these are his loyal worshipers. You know what I'm saying? His blind witnesses, and they be like, no, it's no doubt the mental aspect. He's like, I give you that, and I'll be like, well, in sports, what do they say sports is? More mental or more physical? More mental.
Right.
Okay, well then, there you go then. Why you?
Yeah,
that's coming from you.
See, LeBron traveled around and built teams to win. Where the greats stayed with one team, and I'm gonna build my team to be better than your team. I'm gonna stay with this team, and we're gonna make it. We're gonna make them better. You know what I'm saying? And that's the difference. LeBron was wanting a quick fix. He's the microwave generation. He wanted it right now. So I'll move around and go to other teams and build a team and all this other garbage. Whereas Mike and Jordan and Kobe and Dr. J and Larry Bird, all these dudes stayed with one team, and we're gonna build this team to beat your team. You know what I'm saying?
And even with that, let's say I'll play. I give him his credit and I say, you know what, players having the power. There's nothing wrong with players having the power, right? Which I fuck with that, right? If an executive have when the executives got credit for the Miami Heat team, they was winning executive of the year, right? When what's the team? Jerry West and those guys put the Golden State Warriors team together. They was getting the executive of the years over there and Golden State Warriors and Golden State, right? But as soon as the players start to want to do what they do it their way and do what they want to do and circumvent the system by utilizing their power, you know what I mean? It's all of a sudden super teams and all this kind of shit. But or like they tried to disrespect the Brooklyn Nets. Be like, they're trying to buy a championship. Well, what the fuck you thinking a salary cap is for? Yeah. The salary cap is because all these goddamn teams are trying to buy championships. You stupid motherfuckers. Why are y'all trying to associate that shit with one team? If all these teams could do the same thing, they'd be doing the same thing. I guarantee you they trying, but they got to do it within the means of what they can afford. If they can get all kind of players on one team, they'll do it. Believe me, you. And I would always tell them, like, look, just because you got names on paper don't mean it's going to transition to games on the court and W's in the column. Because, you know, I'm old enough to remember going to check out. I didn't see the games as live, obviously, but, you know what I mean? I remember because my dad used to have all the tape. Like, he recorded all the shit, right? And so I grew up watching, like, old school Lakers. So I remember watching Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, Gail Goodrich, Wilt Chamberlain, all these dudes on the same team. And they wasn't going out there winning every year.
Happy Harrison and all them dudes. Yeah.
Just because you got a bunch of players on the same team don't mean you're going to win every year.
Jamal Wilkes. No, all those guys.
Tim Duncan with the San Antonio Spurs, and his tenure from 99 until he retired, his teams was squatted up.
Yeah.
Quiet as kept. They were squatted up. But you know what? He got 5 championships. How many times did he defend this championship? He never defended this championship. That's why I consider them having a great run, but not a dynasty.
Because it was parity. I mean, those teams were built through the draft. Like, people will go back to the Bulls team.
Right.
But those teams were built through trades and the draft. And all those dudes who came to Chicago had the right mindset. They knew, like, Ron Harper was a bad motherfucker before he got hurt. Tell the truth. Ron Harper was a beast.
Yeah.
But once he came to Chicago, that's when he came. When he came to Chicago, he knew he couldn't score 23, 24 points a game no more. He had to play defense and be happy with 9, 10 points a game. But he would win. All those dudes sacrificed their game for the betterment of the team. You know what I'm saying? And that's the difference. Now, these dudes, that's why Brooklyn is having so many problems, because who going to sacrifice? Is Kyrie going to sacrifice his game? Is Harden going to sacrifice his game? Is KD going to sacrifice his game? You know, just because you got the names, you're not going to win.
But not only that, bro, even if they do, let's say they have the right attitude, which I believe they do, right? I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm listening to them, and I believe they all have a good reason to sacrifice the games. That doesn't mean it's still going to translate into health. You still got to be healthy. You still got to make sure that your
the key.
Team makes it through the grind of an NBA season. You see,
that is the key.
You got to run
if
up
you're
and down
healthy in the playoffs,
your joints and body, your ankles and knees and back is not built to be jumping on no hardwood floor night in and night out, running up and down no basketball court.
You just hit the nail.
You see the
You just hit the nail on the head.
Your knees and ankles and shit like that to stop and pivot and turn and these things like that. That shit is wear and tear every time you do a move that gets an ooh and an ah. Let alone when you hit the ground and you fucking 6'5" and you jump in the air and you fall down to that hard ass floor that have no fucking give. You know what I'm saying?
You hit the nail on the head, Tank. You hit the nail on the head. What's the key? Look at all the teams that win championships. What's the one common denominator? They all healthy at the end of the season. They healthy during the playoffs. Any team that wins, they're healthy.
They're able to play through the injuries that they got. You know what I'm saying? Ain't none of them. I mean, I know what you mean. They're healthy enough. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm going to keep it 100. None of them is healthy because they all tell you. All motherfuckers be like, ain't nobody healthy right now. We don't want to hear no bullshit. We hurt too. But you got to be able to play through that. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're a team that goes deep into the playoffs multiple years. You know what I'm saying? And people forget. They be like, well, in 2010, the Celtics would have beat the Lakers if Kendrick Perkins hadn't got hurt. They lost their starting center. But they don't ever point out that, well, damn, Andrew Bynum knee was getting drained since the first round in that same damn season. I mean, in that same damn postseason, and he was playing on one leg. Kobe Bryant was playing on one leg. Remember, Kobe Bryant had to go to fucking Germany to get the platelet experimental knee fucking thing. What do they call that shit? The little procedure, right?
The stem cell, yeah.
Yeah, right. He had to get that shit to do the plasma and shit because he was his knee was bone on bone in that 2010 NBA Finals. He had a broken finger from 2008 to 2010. I think he broke his pinky, the knuckle in his pinky in 2008. Broke the ring finger, toward some ligaments in the ring finger in 2009, and then broke the tip of his index finger in the shooting hand in 2010. He played through all of that shit because he was determined. He was like, man, fuck that. Nigga, I'm going to win this. I'm going to get me a chip. I'm going to get me another chip.
Right.
We're gonna go to the finals 3 times. I went to the finals 3 times in a row with Shaq. I'm trying to go to the finals 3 times in a row without Shaq. That was his mentality. That was his mindset. You know what I'm saying? So you're not gonna be healthy, but you got to be able to be healthy enough to be able to play through it, and that's not a guarantee. You know, some teams are not healthy enough to play through it, and it costs them. So just because you get, they got KD, they got this person, they got that person. How many games have they played together as a unit? You know what I'm saying? That shit matters. Deuce Times, my brother Deuce Times be in it too, but you be having great ass perspective. Next biggest problem is defense, not chemistry. Well, there's both. You know what I'm saying? The defense is out. You could argue that defense is about more chemistry than offense, because one motherfucker can get his own shot and get somebody else's shot, right? But on defense, your chemistry got to be on point because everybody got to move, quote unquote, on that string. You know what I mean?
And ask Deuce Times, is there actually defense in the NBA anymore? I haven't seen defense in the NBA. Everybody's just shooting, run and gun.
It is and it ain't. You know what I'm saying? It's Olay defense sometimes, but you know what I mean? You got to get stops. That's what defense in the NBA now is try to disrupt as best as you can without fouling, but get the defensive rebound. You know what I mean? Stop the team from getting multiple opportunities to score for the most part. You know what I mean? But when you take the center out of the game, and that's what I try to explain to people, like LeBron James dominating a era where if you look at the games and you look, who's the center on the court? Who's the power forward on the court? How come everybody is Olaying everybody? It's like an all-star game to the rim.
How would he have done against a Maurice Lucas if you had
defense is about heart. That too, Deuce.
Elvin Hayes in the paint. You had a Patrick Ewing up in there. You had a Daryl Dawkins. A goddamn.
That's at the top of the level. What about
you know what I'm saying?
What about Sabonis? What about you know what I'm saying? Those are top guys. What about these big motherfuckers that was just standing around that big ass, like Greg Ostertag and
Tree Rollins? Remember Big Tree Rollins?
Yeah, Big Tree. You know what I'm saying? A lot of,
you know what I'm saying? How would he have done
that?
that?
To the top.
Yeah, when the paint is closed off. Because see, back in our day,
in the middle.
they closed the paint in the playoffs. Ain't no free layups. Ain't no layups. Every time you come in here. Yep. And there ain't no flagrant fouls back in the day. Remember that. There was no flagrant foul. A foul was a foul. Get your ass to the line and take your shots.
Who else played in that era with the Tyson Chandlers and shit like that in the early 2000s? You know what I'm saying? People forget the Eric Dampiers. These players not even in the league no more. Like they don't have a role for them anymore. So you can just go to the basket. Nigga, if you try hard enough. I remember when they was shitting on Andrew Bynum, like, oh my God, he gave this guy an elbow. Oh my God, look what he did to what was the light-skinned dude name from Miami Heat with the braids, with the long braids? Somebody in the chat help me out. The brother, I think his name had a B in it. And I'm having a brain freeze too. Who remember that dude that played for the Miami Heat? I think it was number 7 or something like that. With D Wade in there. And Andrew Bynum floored his ass with that good old elbow. Man, I missed that shit. Andrew Bynum was a throwback. Man,
you're not talking about the boy from K-State, right? You're talking about the boy from K-State, are you?
I forgot because I don't really follow.
He played the Lakers for a minute.
Damn, what's his name? Shaq terminated the center position. Bill Laimbeer and John Sally and Rick Mahorn would kill these guys today. God damn, these niggas be crying if fucking Charles Oakley or somebody was in the league. No, not Brian Grant. No, not them. It was a dude. He was left-handed. He was light-skinned. Light-skinned. Niggas be making up words. Light-skinned, brother. Not light-skinned.
Go.
Better Brandon B-ball if they reduce the number of games and teams. Man, fuck that. Get y'all out there like everybody else had to get out there.
Yeah,
as soon as they start reducing the number of games, they're gonna be like, these guys are the best of the best. You know what I'm saying?
Magic played 82. Bird played 82.
And they didn't have what they call the science. They always talk about that shit now. The science of the game.
There wasn't no what they call that shit now? Michael
Deuce Times
Beasley.
know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Michael
Beasley from Kansas
Remember when
State.
Andrew Bynum destroyed that nigga? That,
Yeah.
You know, because Michael Beasley wasn't no little motherfucker, but he wasn't
No,
Andrew
6'9",
Bynum.
6'10".
And he came through the lane, and Andrew Bynum was like, "Nigga, not today. You're not getting no layups. The fuck you thought?" And destroy. I was like, "Yes." And then he was like, "Nah, they need to get rid of him and get Dwight Howard." And then Dwight Howard got in there with his back all fucked up, and and couldn't stop a nosebleed sometimes.
Yeah, he was hurt.
And then left at the end of the season. So you just got rid of, Bynum for nothing. That's why I didn't like Mitch Kupchak. Mitch Kupchak pulled the plug.
Hey, stop!
Sometimes too fast.
Let's go.
Mitch Kupchak will pull the plug too fast on the Laker teams. After the Lakers lost in 2003 to the Spurs, he shouldn't have traded Robert Horry and got rid of everybody to bring in Karl Malone and then
Right.
One more shot at they chip. Like, go ahead.
Come on.
All right, you lost. You didn't 3-peat.
That's my
Let's
dog.
Let's go for one more.
My dog. I gotta get this dog in the house. Sorry about that.
You know what I'm saying? Go. Let's go get one more. You know what I'm saying? Let's try. You know what I'm saying? Even when I think it was 2011 when they got rid of Bynum and Odom and Derek Fisher and brought in what was that dude? Ramon Sessions and all this other weird ass shit. They would never do that shit to LeBron James now, the way they did Kobe Bryant at the end of his career, bringing all these damn scrubs like TLC. Then sung TLC was the fucking song they walked out to and shit during the games and shit. Just scrub after scrub. All due respect to these goddamn players playing in the NBA, but damn it, it's an old ass Kobe Bryant. Give him some help. Y'all gonna give an old ass Kobe Bryant, an old ass Steve Nash. Talking about he got a squad. Look, they got Antoine Jameson. Like, what Antoine do?
You playing bad memories, Tank.
Dwight Howard is coming off back surgery.
Man.
Yeah, but that's
that
a
was
squad.
terrible.
How's that a
Those were
squad? You don't play on
terrible
paper. You play on the court. Sports is not played on paper. It's played on the court. Not Kupchak, but Jim Buss. Yeah, fuck Kupchak too. Him and Buss. Fuck them both. Yeah, that's the one everybody knows. That JJ Barrera is the one everybody knows. That's why I was looking for the Michael Beasley one, because earlier in the season he hit Michael Beasley with one first, and they was just like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was a hard foul. There's no place for it. As soon as he did it to JJ Barrera, then they was like, hey, what are you doing, big nigga? Yeah, you can't play like that. You're a thug. There's no place for that in the game. But then these niggas, as soon as in about a month after that shit, they're gonna show the highlights going into the NBA Finals of Kurt Rambis getting clotheslined and shit. But then you got to telling Andrew Bynum, there's no place for that. What are you doing, you big fucking monkey?
That's when the East was a beast.
Finals. And then you're gonna promote the finals by showing Kurt Rambis get clotheslined. Right after you just 2 weeks ago, you was talking about how Andrew Bynum needs to be suspended for life and shit. Oh,
Yeah, it was ugly, man. It was ugly back in our day, man. You had the Knicks, you had Charlotte, you had Miami was a tough team. You had a bunch of teams in the East, Philly, Boston. They played them teams. Detroit, them teams played physical basketball. You was getting nothing in the paint. You better have a jump shot. Because you come in here, we're gonna murder your ass.
What do you mean by trying to get Chris Paul deuce times? No, I mean, I if I would have been able to go, then maybe, but Chris Paul and Kobe would have been that would have took a lot of load off Kobe Bryant, because I remember when he played with when Kobe played with damn bro, I'm having this migraine has got my brain fucked up. The brother from Oakland, from up north.
Athletic ability and heart.
When he played with Gary Payton, he came off the ball no problem. People forget that 2004 season when he came off the ball no problem, averaged like 24 points still off the ball, and let Gary Perry and let GP be GP. Gary Payton was the only player in that 2004 season that played all 82 games.
Exactly. Yeah. The NBA is kind of watered down now. I just watch it during the playoffs. I can't deal with the regular season.
Yeah, I like the physicality from the 2000 to 2010 era, or maybe 96 to 2010 or something like that. The 80s was rough. You know what I mean? That was But but you got to understand, even the 70s was worse than that. But they let guys fight.
Dr. J and
He throw down. Yeah,
they squabbled down there. Iceman, they all got down.
Yeah, I ever listen to them stories where they be talking about the niggas fighting in the back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Deuce times that 04 Lakers wasn't a super team because we lost. We got our ass kicked.
No, they wasn't a super team because the motherfuckers was ancient.
Detroit ran us out the gym.
You brought in an old ass Karl Malone, and you fucked up the chemistry of the team by getting rid of what was working. You know what I mean? Rick Fox was injured. Rick Fox wasn't Rick Fox no more. They had to replace him with Devin George, and I couldn't stand Devin George. He was athletic, but he wasn't prime time player.
Very streaky. Very streaky.
I'm talking about on offense or defense. You know what I mean? He wasn't a prime time, like big game player. Like, okay, let me go get this. Let me go. You want me to put somebody out the game or get rough? Like as pretty boy as Rick Fox was, you can go tell him, all right, we need Stankovic. We need you to stick like glue on that motherfucker.
Do you know I had somebody tell me the other day, right? We was going back and forth. He told me that Jordan wouldn't be Jordan in this era. I was like, dude, are you high? There's something wrong with you. Jordan played in the era. Jordan played in the era where they could hand check.
How was 04 the first super team when Wilt Chamberlain, Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, and Gail Goodrich all played on the same team?
Facts.
Or Hall of Famer Dennis Rodman, Hall of Famer Scottie Pippen, Hall of Famer Michael Jordan all played on the same team.
Ron Harper. Come on, man.
But he wasn't even a Hall of Famer. He wasn't.
And he should be.
Player. I'm just saying that he at the time he wasn't even Ron Harper. Just those three names alone.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Dennis Rodman was the best defensive player himself and Dikembe Mutombo in terms of big men at that time. I'm trying to think of that. I'm probably leaving somebody out most likely.
That might have been Deuce time. He said Jordan wouldn't be the same now. Jordan played in the era where they hand checked and it was physical. And he was getting 30, 35 a game then. Now you can't touch Jordan. How much would he average now?
Yeah, because he would just attack the rim. Young Jordan anyway. And then it's the psychological aspect. You know what I'm saying? Telling motherfuckers. Because, that shit matters. Like you ain't shit. You ain't guarding me. The fuck you doing? You better get up closer or you gonna stand there. Okay. Well, I'm gonna dunk on you next play. You ain't gonna dunk on shit. Boom, bop.
Yeah, and you can't touch him now. And they got flagrant fouls now. There was no flagrant fouls when Jordan played. There was no flagrant foul. Foul was a foul.
Larry Bird was notorious for that shit too.
Oh, Larry Bird was the biggest shit talker in the NBA.
Cam, let Deuce get in and
explain himself.
Kyle, somebody. Let Deuce get in and cook up his cake. I know he got some good shit. The Celtics had the first super team back in the day when it was like 8 teams in the league, and they racked up all them championships. Yeah, that was a super team too. Shit, the old Minneapolis Lakers was a super team when they had George Mikan. Don't talk about the other players because they wasn't big, but it's been super teams throughout the history of the league.
Shit, the 80s Lakers was a super team. Look at the Hall of Famers on this team.
Well, in the 80s, every team down there was a super team. But it just depends on what you define as a super team. So anybody can say, well, no, this was a super team because they had this, and that. But everybody's those requirements may be different for me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or I may have a difference of opinion. In that, it's like when you think of like all-time players, it'd be like, well, I put more emphasis on this than that. Or you know what I mean? All of it matters, but in the pie chart, this is a higher percentage than that is for me. But for you, it may be something different. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, basketball is a team sport. You know what I'm saying? It's not who's the best individual player of all time.
Right.
Who's the best
player? One will never be 5. One will never be 5.
Right. I don't know, Deuce. Somebody is he backstage?
Cam, y'all there? Cam, Kyle, y'all there?
I don't know.
I don't think they're there, bro.
They're probably about to get ready to shut it down though. Anyway, Deuce, we only got
Yeah, we got 7 minutes left. We just chopping it up.
That's 7 minutes on the live. Okay, I'm looking at the time. I'm looking at two different 9:50 something. I'm looking at 9:57 on the time and 9:53. Yeah, 7 minutes left.
Yeah, 7 minutes left to get the record, y'all.
We're gonna end up doing is I have to figure out a way to for everybody who wants to participate and watch these shows to watch them. If I have to give up my code, I'm trying to think.
But how you gonna do that without getting flagged, bro?
Watch it without, I mean, not watch it without. Everybody has to watch it on their own, and then because this is what I want to do. Let me show you real quick. Let me give it. I want you. You gotta. It's gonna be your responsibility to watch it, and then we come in, and then let me give an example.
Jordan had.
So these are 6 things that I got written down, right?
Okay.
Oh, if you can hear me, let me know. Or you can't hear me.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Go ahead.
So it'd be like a question. Like the first thing would be like. So for example, we'll watch The Wire episode 1, season 1, right? And it could apply for The Shield or whatever. But it'd be like your initial takeaways from that episode, right? And then
And Tank has went out. I don't know where Tank went. Do you know where Tank went? Tank, you on mute, bro.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
You good. Yeah, you good.
Okay, yeah. So it gives me a time after a period of time, and you won't hear me. So let me try to do it again. All right, can you hear me now still?
Got you.
Okay, so then the second thing would be where are we at? Where are we in the story? So I'll give a brief synopsis of where we are in the episode, and then we'll go to the 5 favorite scenes. 5 favorite scenes of the episode, right?
Right.
You just pick the scenes that you like, and you say why you like those scenes in that episode. And then, what else? Who stole the episode, right?
Right.
Give a character analysis. A character analysis of the star spotlight. So, like, say an episode when you'd be like, "Oh man, D'Angelo Barksdale when he beat the case, still the episode for me." Or McNulty when he's doing this, and he's questioning the guy, whatever the case may be. You break it down from your perspective, and everybody gets a chance to do the same thing. Some people have the same scene, but for different reasons, or some people have the same scene for the same reasons, but you get to break it down in their words nonetheless. And then we'll do who stole the episode.
Right.
Or did I just say that already? Who stole the episode?
Yeah, you said that.
Okay, my bad. What were your keep in mind moments? So that's you telling somebody like we're telling, okay, keep in mind that this person said that because that's going to play a role later down the line in either in the season or later on in the series, right? Maybe in season 2, season 3. But remember that this was said by this character in this particular episode. So that'd be your keep in mind moments, right? I call it foreshadowing or impacting future storylines. And then true game, and I got an asterisk by this because it won't apply to every episode, but it's called the behind the scenes things, right? So like for example, like let's say we're watching episode 3 when they show Omar. I may say like, oh hey, Omar in episode 3, his character wasn't even supposed to last that long. He's supposed to be killed off. Or the Avon Barksdale is based upon this drug dealer or that drug dealer or the phone. You know what I mean? You just say something that's behind the scenes or whatever. So it'd be more like that as opposed.
Yeah. I got you. I understand what you're saying.
So I got those things kind of written down and charted out so that it be specific and not just some random rambling on. We can go ahead and focus on this, focus on that. Just like something that's organized, and then we can take it something that's uniformal that we can take it from show to show, series to series, whatever we deal with.
Roger.
The key is getting people to take the time to watch it before the time we do it. So that's the whole thing, and I'm trying to figure out a way to do that. I can do like a thing on my Instagram want to utilize other avenues, like just do like a thing on the Instagram. Say, okay, these are the questions that you need to prepare. So write these things down or take a screenshot of this. And so keep these things in mind. Write some little notes as you watch the show. You know, what I'm saying, who are the characters that stood out. List about 5 or 6 characters, you know, or however many, and why. That way, if somebody gets a character that you already choose, whatever the case may be, you know what I mean? And I'll probably write down a couple more. I wanted to get 10 things, and I think I only got 6 so far. So I'm gonna get a couple more.
Kyle, Cam, 2 minutes left. Y'all got any final words? Or y'all still there?
2 minutes. Jordan didn't have the competition to play against. Ooh, I cannot disagree.
That's a misnomer. That's not.
I can't disagree. I can't disagree. It depends on
that's
win.
Not true.
It depends on the win.
That's not
it
true.
Depends on the win. Because if you talk about during the expansion times, then I could see that definitely being a valid case. But if you talk about, because you got to remember, Jordan came in the league in 84, 85?
83. 83.
83. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of James Worthy.
83. Came in 83.
So he had time to play against a lot of top teams, you know what I'm saying? So it was a lot of competition early in his career. But I can't lie. And to me, things like this matter, right?
Right.
Jordan never did play against a team that was going to win the NBA Finals or have won the NBA Finals when he played them in the NBA Finals. So to me, it's harder to be the champion or somebody who knows how to win a championship, or you know what I'm saying, going to win a championship, than it is to be the team that doesn't know how to win a championship. You know what I'm saying?
But that's not his fault. He got there 6 times.
He won 6 times. I know it's not a fault, but it's a fact.
Yeah.
Those things matter. You know what I'm saying? It's never a fault. I'm not saying it's a fault, because that's like saying, like I always say, it's not the Lakers' fault that the Celtics didn't make the finals in 2009.
Right.
Oh well, they played the Orlando Magic. That's not the Lakers' fault. The Lakers did their job and got there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not the Lakers' fault that the Orlando Magic beat LeBron's team and Celtics team.
It's just like when Kobe was supposed to match up against LeBron in the finals. They had the little dog commercials. It's not Kobe's fault that LeBron didn't make it. Yeah, exactly.
That's not his fault that LeBron them folded against the Orlando Magic. And they played the Magic. You mean that same Magic team that beat the 60+66 win LeBron team, or that 60 win whatever 50-something win Celtics team? That's not their fault, but it's a fact. You know what I'm saying? It's a fact. The Lakers did play Orlando Magic, and Orlando didn't know how to win against that team. The fact of the matter is, it's different. It was a much tougher game for the Lakers to play against the Celtics, because the Celtics knew how to win the championship. You know what I'm saying? It was a much harder.
We at the 10-hour mark, brother.
Yes, sir. It's much harder to win. It's much harder to beat Detroit, because Detroit had learned how to win. They just, they was on the way to doing it. You know what I mean? It's just harder to do. It's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? A team that knows how to be a champion and knows what it takes, or is on. They learned it. Now they're going to show you. You're going to be the one they show it on. You know what I'm saying? That matters to me in the grand scheme of things. Those things matter. And Jordan never had to, if he had faced the Rockets, then I would shut the fuck up. I'd be like, nah, he beat them Rockets, one of those Rockets. Or if the first Lakers team that he beat with Magic was actually the real Lakers, like with Pat Riley coaching and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and a healthy James Worthy, a healthy Byron Scott, Michael Cooper still playing. You know what I mean? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar hadn't retired, but no, he beat fucking Vlade Divac, Sam Perkins, and you know what I'm saying, Terry Teagle. That's not the same Lakers team. So they just say they'll just say Magic Lakers. Well, Magic, that ain't Magic Lakers.
Right.
Magic Johnson with the goatee is different than Magic Johnson without the goatee. Go look it up. But with that being said, we have reached
the 10-hour mark, brother.
Hour mark. Salute to everybody that's been in the chat all night rocking with us. Everybody that was on the panel all night, all morning rocking with us. Brother Shelton Brown, my brother Shelton Moore, my brothers Cam, my brother Kyle, The boxing section does it again. We the winners. Shout out to Rebecca G, who joined us for the first time going live. She was over here with us, rocking as long as she could go. My brother Mark Nash then got a chance to get a nap in, got back in with us. He rocked with us for a significant amount of time. Yes. Times, Robert Brown, always holding it down in the chat. Reggie Owens. Who else we got? Yes, we heard you, Rebecca. We appreciate you. Come back. You know what I'm saying? Come back one of these days. You know what I'm saying? And hang out with the fellas. Jay Dixon. Salute to you, King, man. Always holding it down. Who else? JB. I see you, Jason Brown.
Always.
Who else is in here?
Robert Brown.
Jay Jones came through. Show some love.
Yeah. Everybody, man. Everybody.
Y'all have a great morning. On the replay. Go ahead, brother.
Y'all have a great morning, man. Enjoy your day, man. We'll be rocking again later tonight. Well, tomorrow morning, midnight. You know what I'm saying? But it's always a pleasure, Tank. As always a pleasure speaking with you, brother.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Centos Boxing. Shout out to my brother Sheldon. We always hold it down. We got to keep it West Coast. You already know it is the best coast. Salute to everybody. Stay safe.
We out of here.
Bless. Catch y'all next time in the boxing section. Peace.